Good morning, folks. Another day of Dota in front of us here as we get ourselves ready for the International 2026. We've got the European Regional Closed Quals about to kick off day 2 here, Wagga, as we get into some more best of 3 Dota 2.
Yeah, we had some pretty awesome action already starting out on the first day yesterday. We were blessed with some pretty impressive performances coming out from both Team Spirit and also Enjoy against Team Bald. Looked very well prepared, well rehearsed on the draft as well. And unfortunately, you could say it was 2-0s all the way, but that just shows there are some really powerful teams in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely making the invites worth it, right? You know, showing that these seeds definitely working out. The top dogs staying up there. All these upstarts coming through the open qualifiers, getting knocked down a notch. But they'll have that second chance in that safety net of the lower bracket. There is that possibility to take one of 4 slots here for Europe. And we'll see our schedule for today as well, starting out with Mouse versus Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, Mouse versus Yellow Submarine, another one of these where we have a chance to see if the invited team is going to take out the qualifier team. Of course, Mouse, one of the invitees, and it should be interesting to see what Yellow Submarine can bring. I've looked into their recent games a little bit and find that they're playing some stuff that I actually look forward to seeing, hopefully. Like, for instance, they're playing Lich, a hero that I think is just phenomenal ever since I read the 741 patch where he got some really nice buffs, and I've just been keeping an eye on Lich. It's like bit by bit power crept up to where I think it's a really solid support right now.
That's one of those heroes where every time, yeah, I'm with you on that. Every time I see it, I'm impressed. We've had periods where he's been pretty popular. You know, I want to say like 9 months ago, we had that Blink Shard meta where supports were just going and solo killing carries all the time, which was cool. And then recently we've had him just like a solid lane support, and you're just blasting people with your Frost Blast, and it's looked good.
I was initially a little bit hesitant because they gave him the sacrifice ability, but, you know, took away base mana regen, and I was like, is it really worth it or not? But it's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. It starts out on a cooldown, but once you start using it, you know, taking away golden resources from your opponents, what Lich used to do in the old days, right? Feels like the old Lich Enigma thing is back again. Obviously not from the start, so not as broken, perhaps.
But still, having it like line up with Flag Bearer creep is pretty nice, right?
That's so trippy seeing him walk behind all the different cameras at once. It looks funny. But yeah, for sure. Being able to take away either that or, you know, in the event that you don't want to push, you can even deny a siege creep and go to the other side of the map. You have some options there. Because obviously your opponents are looking to get whatever resources they can, but that's getting very ahead of ourselves into the draft. But the players are locking in now, and hopefully we see them both coming in with a well-prepared internal strategy, and then that slight bit of adaptation to what your opponent is doing. Because I was not too impressed on the first day, Gareth, with the drafting. Not from all the teams, at least.
No, definitely some exploitable little loopholes here and there, but as the qualifier progresses, we'll see that meta develop, and it'll get tightened up by the better teams. And yeah, definitely got to see them lock in here as Maus. They've had an interesting run since they were founded. What, like September last year? Within 2 months, they'd won PGL Valakia Season 6, and everyone was like, oh, this is a new squad looking great. A bit downhill since then. Nothing really posted up in 2026, getting a lot of 8th place, 15th, 16th, not really performing all that much. And of course, you know, replacing Celery with Panto, we had Mid1 go on an extended holiday break as well, so hopefully that's all kind of settled. They got to their boot camp, they're all scrimming. Right? Like you said, they're all in the same room with Immortal Faith, so I'm sure they've put their time and effort in to prepare for TI.
Yeah, it looks like they have a nice little whiteboard as well to draw some strats there in the back. You know, we can't enhance and see what they have there, but I think they're probably locked in to try and do their absolute best for this. And looking at the bans so far, Yellow Submarine coming out with Nature's Prophet, Doom, Drow ban, Mouse with a Bane, Treant Protector, Lone Druid, a good one to remove if you don't want to go up against the Yellow Submarine, have been using it. And Dawnbreaker as a removal as well.
Yeah, and I guess on Yellow Submarine side, also worth pointing out that this is kind of a newer squad under the banner of Yellow Submarine. Yellow Sub has always been this academy squad of Team Spirit, bringing newer, younger players up through the ranks. Because not long ago, it was that Bottega, Morel, Problems squad. Now, of course, picking up this newer one. Some recognizable names, though. Batyuk, Hakoda in there. some players that absolutely can stand up, withstand the pressure, and outplay.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And experienced seasoned names still, just trying to find a good constellation of players, and hopefully they can find some good internal dynamics here. Opening with the Largo. I have to say, Largo is interesting to watch now, but I'm still not completely sold on him as like a first pick. I know that he was super broken when you and I went and cast, Lachia Season 7. We had that broken Largo patch. We're no longer in those days.
Thank you,
Gareth. Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous, actually.
It was just boring, honestly.
Yeah. But now he is more fun now. I just think that he's his biggest gift to his team is that he provides a bit of safety, right? Being able to pull people out of position. You and I've seen how he can save people. And he's also a pretty tanky target himself. But what he brings offensively is not as decisive as what we see here from the Hoodwink opening, perhaps. Being able to get that nice bushwhack set up with tons of damage from the ulti. I like the Hoodwink opening.
Yeah, it feels like Hoodwink casts a much wider net in what you can do or what you're drafting for. And Largo is very much... But I don't know, maybe I'm still locked into this Aghanim timing thing. But I feel like Largo is still this hero that you're looking to kind of play at 20 minutes. You group up, you heal, you sustain these big team fights, you're fighting for objectives. He's much more of the team fight, gather around me kind of guy than Hoodwink, who can go for these individual snipes or set up for global presence or just do well in lane.
Yeah, and we already have 2 of those global heroes banned out in this game, so interesting to see that theme from yesterday keeps going. We had Nature's Prophet and Dawnbreaker both played yesterday, both targeted, and then we saw some Zeus games as well. We'll see if we're going to go into that here, early to say. But yeah, global presence does seem to be pretty important to a few of the teams so far in the qualifiers.
Yeah, it was something that Team Bald tried to exploit, right? We saw their opener of Nature's Prophet Ember Spirit, really locking into that fact of play wide map, play global, get aggressive. It didn't work out for them, but I still think it was a cool idea to just go a direction. This is our MO. We're gonna go for it. They were quite confident with it, but it just didn't.
Mentality was to easily swarm and outnumber your opponents with superior mobility, but you always have to be very wary that you make sure to get a 5-man draft that makes sense on its own, not just having the mobility. You need 5 heroes that can operate well together, and I really want to see what Mouse are going to pair up here. They're going to go for Undying. Okay. Not a hero that we see that frequently, but he does pair pretty well into Hoodwink as a support duo. You have one really strong frontline support, and then you have the backliner who can bring a disable as well in the form of that bushwhack. And against Largo, it's pretty annoying to run into an Undying who just decay spams you.
And it even has that flexibility. I know Boom can absolutely play this offlane Undying as well.
Oh, yeah.
So if they see the opportunity to be like, oh, pos 3 Undying, Boom will be very happy to go grab that as well. But yeah, you're right. Against Largo, it's already a good pick.
Yeah, I think it's more than likely going to set up for some sort of easy carry lane where they should be pretty happy about themselves. But Batrider comes out. A hero that also typically does fairly well against Undying in lane. So if this is an off-lane Batrider, it could be a response to the Undying. One big thing is that you can easily run over cliffs, and those zombies from the tombstone, they have to run around the cliff. They don't chase you straight, so Firefly is a great way to get out of overcommitting against Undying. And on top of that, his tankiness is not really going to help him when he gets a lot of sticky napalms on him.
So it's not like that Brad Pitt zombie movie where they're all climbing over each other like ants, making a mountain of zombies to climb the mountain.
God, that should be a mechanic. If there's like more than 3 zombies chasing you or something, you run
they
over
could climb.
They should just jump over the cliff. That would be insane, dude. That could look
was it
so
World
cool.
War Z? That's what it was.
Yeah, World War C, I think, right? Where they just scaled walls.
Yeah, forget that. I'm not into that kind of stuff.
A lot of repositioning coming out from Yellow Submarine as they now have the Largo, the Batrider, and the Tiny picked up as well. So you got Lasso, you got Toss, you got the little Lick. Many ways to get people out of situations, especially as they can both move their teammates and their opponents with both Toss and Lick.
And that always feels really good when you come back to the point you said about this Undying, right? Very often we see this guy in the spot where he's +5. He's similar to Clockwork in that he loves defending a ranged turret. We've already seen Drow, Nature's Prophet banned out. Lone Druid is gone, so Shadow Fiend feels like the kind of natural hero here to play as your safe lane carry ranged turret guy, because that's the way we play Dota nowadays. But I like this Batrider as a preemptive pick to it already, thinking about how this draft progressed. Because usually your ranged turret guy, Shadow Fiend, is standing up in front of the team, hitting a tower, taking an objective, not hiding in fog and waiting, so that allows you to go for a blink toss back, a blink lasso play to drag him like even further away. And you don't have any saves just yet, but they're going to go back and go for Clockwork, and that moves the Undying to +3, doesn't it?
That really does, yeah. That confirms that we're going to get a core Undying almost guaranteed here. And Clockwork SF, super strong lane, very, very classic combination. Even if you can't soul farm the cogs anymore, it is still just so good as a lane pairing. And will be a pretty tricky lane. If we said earlier that, oh, Batrider should have a good time against Undying in lane. No, it's not an Undying. It's going to be a Clockwork and SF most likely, and that will not be a free lane whatsoever.
Yeah, much more challenging. It used to be that like Bat was okay against Clock because you could just go across the cogs, fly away.
Yeah.
But now, you know, this little guy kicking cogs around is much more challenging to actually do.
Also, if we draw our attention to the off lane of Mouse instead now. So the Undying +3 paired with Hoodwink. There's actually some nice synergy there too, where Decay Spam from Undying sets up for the Hoodwink, who's one of the highest damage support heroes you can imagine. She has 3 damage abilities once she hits level 6, getting the ulti in as well. And Decay can easily set up for some kills.
And what is this Yellow Submarine saying, hey, we don't want Tiny carry against Undying off lane? We're going to move the Tiny away from carry, which has been his most popular role, I feel, recently. And then put the Clinks there instead.
Yeah, I mean, the Clinks will do amazingly against Undying comparatively. Although it can be spooky still. With the Decay Spam into a Hoodwink sudden nuke, even Clinks can fall, but he should be fine if he just, you know, doesn't overplay a situation. But yeah, this pushes the Tiny to be towards mid lane, which isn't bad, but it puts, I guess, Mouse in a comfortable spot. They can easily counterpick for mid. They also have the ultimate last pick. So overall, I like Mouse position here. I think the opening and their drafting style really worked out for them. Hoodwink into Undying, and then the little curveball with Undying being an offlaner, I think so far is really paying off.
How does... I mean, this may be getting into the weeds a little bit. How does Clink's Death Pact work against Decay? Because you get bonus max HP. So can you just, like, get decayed and then get this HP and be tankier? Or is the decay taking the strength away so you're weaker?
I mean, Decay will take away strength, so you will lose max HP from that, but you get bonus health from the Death Pact. So it's basically just, you know, some addition and subtraction in that. You gain, but you also lose.
Okay.
Death Pact will keep you pretty healthy, but, you know, until you have level 5, you cannot have 3 points in it, so you will only have a single charge of Death Pact, and Decay can be stacked up a lot, so... I've seen this matchup before, actually, where Undying goes against Clinks, and you'd think that it's a free lane for Clinks. It's not really that free, is all I'm saying.
Okay.
You have to be quite cautious still. Magic Stick, of course, is super essential for both of these players in the lane that they're going to be on. Especially the Clinks will need it.
Yeah, a bit nitty-gritty. We'll see that in the laning stage, I guess. So just a question that crossed my mind. I didn't know if there was some weird, you know, multiplicative or funky way that it worked out. If it's just plus minus, then sure.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. The Yellow Submarine, though, go back to what we started this draft with.
You wanted it.
Hyping up the Lich. I wanted to see it. I said that they play it and that it's a good hero. I honestly still think that it's pretty nice in this game. We'll give them a way to kind of shield the Tiny or Batrider when they need to go in for that grab. SF hurts really badly, so having the Frost Shield is going to be amazing. And the combination of just bringing a bunch of burst damage when you hijack someone with Lasso or Toss is going to be amazing.
Looks like Panto's got some final words at the end of the draft. Mortal Faith has picked the heroes, and Panto's now given the final drills to get all the players in line. Yeah. Clockwork, definitely one of his signature heroes, something that Panto rose to prominence on. As we'll see the coaching staff leave the room as we prepare ourselves for game one. As Maus are looking for a little bit of revenge here as well against Yellow Submarine. They got taken down 2-1 in the previous best of 3 in Essence 1 win. A tournament not too long ago. So Maus probably got a chip on their shoulder from that. And honestly, historically, Yellow Submarine have beaten Maus more often than not. They've got a pretty good win rate against them.
We'll see how it goes in this game. I still think I favor Maus draft overall, even though I like some of the adaptations that Yellow Submarine did. I think moving the Tiny towards mid was a smart choice. I think the lane would have been awful otherwise. And, you know, this still puts Cemetery on his Tiny, which apparently is Grandmaster tier on Tiny. I actually didn't know that.
That's impressive.
Comfort zone for him. And going up against an Invoker is not a bad matchup for him either. Invoker is going to, of course, have a decent time against the Tiny. It's not super oppressive, but last hits can favor Tiny a little bit early on. Oh, he already queued up a Meteor Hammer on the Invoker, so going for the Hammer build, probably.
He's ready to go. I feel like it's been the more common build I've seen. Is there another direction that Invokers can go? Because like Hand of Midas has been...
Yeah,
Midas
is just not really worth. I still see some people purchasing it, and I never feel happy. There was the whole Dominator Invoker thing as well, which, you know, it still has some merit to it, although it's not as broken as it used to be. I think the Meteor Hammer is a fine build. I think it's pretty nice. It's underrated to get that extra spell amp, especially when you're playing an Exort style Invoker. Getting the 10% spell amplification from the Kaya makes those Sun Strikes really come in hard.
Yeah, it just gives you so much. Way more of a fan of this than the old Yule Scepter build.
Yeah, the Yule Scepter is too expensive. Yule Scepter used to be very, very good on Invoker, but nowadays, I mean, first of all, you can't do the Deafening Blast, you know, essentially being a stun combo. Deafening Blast used to be broken on Yule Scepter with Invoker, but the 175 mana cost on top of it not being a stun anymore, it's just nowhere close to as good.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. We'll see both teams looking to contest bounty runes here. Batrider at that top spot, Batyuk just sitting there. Under dire vision, and right next to dire heroes. Very forward placement, but he's not going to get punished. And it looks like we're just going to get the 2 for 2. So no real contest, just making sure they safeguard their own runes on their side of the river. We do have Yamich sticking around up top with Panto, but I'm assuming he's just going to dip through the gate and head to bottom. And set up with our Clock SF top lane against that tiny bat. Largo in the mid lane against the Invoker. As Rain steps in there and clinks Lich down south.
Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, I thought it was the mid Tiny, but it's actually Rain on Largo. Interesting. So, mid Largo with this new patch, I honestly am not sure how much faith I should have in it. So I guess this will be an instructional game for me as well on how I will estimate the Largo power level. But it does come at a pretty, you know, fast run with your team timing later on. So that should be the power spike where he can be activating a little bit harder than the Invoker, who obviously will help his team, but not directly.
Yeah, I mean, would you consider Maus to have a greedy draft with this SF Invoker duo? Or do the rest of the heroes kind of pick up the slack?
I don't think it's so greedy, and largely because of the Undying, right? Undying is just looking to fight. I think they can group up a lot and just go, and they have a nice front line with Undying and Clockwork, so SF can even pair into that. There's a little bit of greed between the +1 and 2 for sure, more so than on the Largo, who will just want to go and fight. But I think the rest of the lineup makes it fine. Yeah,
so it's not as if this Death Ball from Radiant, you know, 15, 20 minutes in is just going to steamroll them. They've got some ways to fight back.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of it comes down to lane stage and how we play it, though. And for now, we have a little bit of shenanigans going on top lane. Batrider went all the way around, pulling the creeps back behind his tier 1 tower. I'm trying to deny some CS from the SF as SF Clockwork. We mentioned it early on how this lane is super oppressive, so it's no surprise that they're going for, you know, some shenanigans to offset this lane.
Yeah, you don't want to play heads up into that. Then bottom lane looks like Hoodwink's trying to wrap around and deal with a small camp, stop the Lich from pulling. Leaves the Undying in a straight 1v1 against the Clink. That's all right currently for him, as he's sat at 8 and 3 on Boom. Clink's down at 6 and 3.
Yeah, in a funny way the Clinks might run out of mana before the Undying runs out of HP. It's so hard to go through all of this Undying's HP. He even picked up a Soul Ring for himself already, so Boom will be able to spam even more. We'll see if he's going to commit for Soul Rip as well, or if he's going to go for the Tombstone, allowing him to tower dive a little bit more easily. But if he just wants to nuke, Soul Rip Decay is very good together with the Hoodwink.
Yeah, right, yeah, holding points, see what he wants to do. Lots of options there for Boom. He's going to stand in the small camp, make sure it doesn't respawn. That's his job currently. I block camp. But I was keeping eyes on this mid lane, though. Rain was starting to get a really strong upper hand against this Invoker, killing Forge Spirit, diving Tower, making sure the mid one's life isn't super comfortable, and getting himself a 6 last hit lead, so a wave and a half ahead of the Invoker. But I think mid one has recovered and kind of sat himself in a position now where he's okay.
Yeah, he's stabilizing. He still is looking for those Sunstrike kills, and of course, look at Largo going and killing another Forge. Yeah, he gets it. Another Forge Spirit kill, and those are massive. They're worth more than getting just a regular creep last hit. You get that bonus bit of golden experience. Invoker loses some authority on lane. It's just amazing whenever you can kill them. But yeah, Invoker will need to try and combo with the side lanes for Sunstrikes. It's not the easiest thing though. Like, pairing with Bushwhack, you need to be really on point, because Bushwhack on low levels is only 1.5 seconds of disable. Obviously, that's less than the time it takes for a Sunstrike to come in.
And then even just acquiring the targets is pretty hard.
Nice play. So, Panto might still catch him here. Goes and just bothers the Largo.
That's really annoying. And Rain did get his hands on the Water Rune, so he's going to be able to top himself back up. And Shadowfiend now has to TP back to his tier 1.
Did you see how he got the Water Rune too? He used the Catchy Lick to pull the Water Rune towards him, because otherwise Clock would have taken it from him. So nice use of the Catchy Lick. Always funny with the abilities you can target the runes.
Rain maybe has gone a little bit too far here. Animation cancelled his last hit, missed out on the range creep, then had to go back for it, then takes a bit more damage from mid one. And Invoker making sure he exploits every opportunity he can, as the frog stomps and the licks just keep on coming.
Yeah, he's seriously hard to harass though, this Largo, and with his 90 damage, he's lasting quite fine. Damage taking a beating down bottom. Did have the Fair Fire and the Healing Lotus, so he's completely fine, but his HP is not looking great.
And so far across the board, it feels like everyone's getting their farm. Everyone's having a pretty decent time. Bat Rider and Invoker may be a little behind the rest of the pack, but they've not been entirely shut down. And if they can find a kill, Cemetery doesn't find the toss on the SF, and that's put him in a really awkward spot. So Sunstrike from mid one finishes the job. 6 stacks of Napalm on Crystallis, though. Trying to burn him down. Batjook dives in under the tower, gets the kill, but will lose his life.
That was a good TP in by Yamich there, making sure to bring down this tower diver. And as
well done by Panto.
He does go down, yeah, he's gonna be completely fine.
Drags the wave away from tower so he can allow the SF to respawn and come back and get something, because that was a double wave arriving.
Yeah, but this was also what we talked about. The Invoker needing to get one of those Sunstrike kills, gets the first blood with it. So very nice for him. If he was losing mid a little bit in CS, he's now made up for that without even having to leave his lane. This is the comfort of playing the mid Invoker. Similar to the mid Zeus that we saw yesterday.
Now sit back and watch people die across the map. 6 minutes in, we do have a fair amount of action. Flurry into this mid lane.
Shield Rune onto Shield Rune onto Largo in his bottle, so very nice. Can allow him to play more aggressive, perhaps. There's potential to dispel it with Tornado, though, so if he uses it too early, the Invoker can counterplay it. Wisdom Runes doesn't look like we're gonna have any invasion for it. Yamich is gonna head over and pick the Wisdom Rune for themselves, and looks like Tiny is gonna grab it on the Radiant side.
Yeah, not been the easiest Tiny game so far. The Bat Tiny lane looked like it could offer a lot of damage, maybe solo kill threat, but into a Clock SF, it's just not happening. The Cemetery has found it pretty difficult to find a home for himself. Down at bottom, they're just continually chipping at Boom's Undying, but again, another hero that's difficult to bring down.
Yeah, it's hard to finish him off, but he is getting good farm as well, even though he's getting harassed. Boom is showing just why it's so hard to, fully harass an Undying out of lane, just keep spamming the decay whenever they go on him. And also the armor from this chainmail. Going for early face boots I think makes a lot of sense on this lane. So he doesn't die to the clinks too easily.
And even a twin gate play. The Mouse, they scan the gate themselves so Panto can make the move. Level 4 clockwork, 2 in cogs. Difficult to start things off here onto Shigetsu, who steps back. But instead, the Bushwhack immediately taken out as Hakoda steps back to his tower, and Symmetry's arrived with the avalanche onto Panto. Boom, Soul rips him up, the toss back puts Boom away from Lich, but still dies, even through the Sinister Gaze. And Mouse, they bring 4 members down here. With the additional threat of the Sunstrike, they get another Bushwhack. Doesn't land the Sunstrike, but still gets the kill for Yamach's Hoodwink.
Fantastic reaction here fantastic move by Mouse going down towards his bottom lane. They didn't lock onto the Clinks, who was their initial target, but they take whatever they can get and pressure a lot. Rain finds the punishment though.
Comes in for the freebie. And any ideas Mouse had of actually pushing this tower? Immediately dispelled by the Largo with a shield rune, who's got 2,000 health, minute 8.
It's actually insane how tanky he is with that. Yeah, they don't really get a tower push, but at least some damage dealt. And Clinks, his farm was stopped for a little bit by this rotation. So still got a lot of CS while coming down there. So I think it's overall a worthwhile move. Now we're gonna fall back and create some stacks, prepare some jungle farm. I want to see more pressure towards that lane though. We might see Clockwork swim down there again.
Well, we get a move on to Shigetsu one more time. The Sunstrike landed this time around, but the Clinks, for the Death Pact, he starts to heal back up, kills the Tombstone, but okay. Hyping up the Clinks in that situation, not worth it when he's surrounded by a million freaking zombies. And Hakoda might be going the same way. Stuck in the tree line being hunted down, but they don't have anything to catch him.
Oh, he stays out of the scan. Very nicely done. But yeah, once you get hit once by this Undying, you're just not getting away. The 30% slow is disgusting from the auto attack.
Tiny up at top. Baltiog. Once again, trying to dive this tower onto a Shadow Fiend, but it is risky business, especially when Yamich makes the rotation. And Panto nearly gets licked back into the little stomp of frogs, but they'll all be fine as Maus defend their Shadow Fiend with a number of heroes, and then back up to jungle to farm.
And both teams taking turns swinging at the side lanes, doing whatever they can. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we see the Invoker farming with the Ice Wall and Meteor Hammer, clearing out some stacks for himself. Some creative use of farming here. Not needing the Meatball, as he now commits to doing it finally.
It's pretty quick farming.
Meteor Hammer is ready. Might see him pressure towers. For Koda, the Sunstrike will be short to follow. Panto is misclicking, I think.
He's stuck in the cogs. Avalanche thrown in, and this Batrider's drags the Hoodwink back to death, leaving Panto stranded to die. And Batchuk says, "Thank you very much. I'll take the double kill."
I think that he misclicked on Panto because he started channeling the gate several times there instead of running up on the Lich. If you ran up on him, the Sunstrike could easily have connected onto it. But maybe I was missing something there. Either way, nice engagement for Real Submarine. Getting some kills without having to move too many heroes.
And if they can crack open this early tier 1 tower, the first one of the game, could open the map for them. And you can start playing aggressively into where SF is farming. We use this Clinks, get in behind.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Tiny says, okay, mid tower is being pressured, so he's just gonna TP and react. Should be quite capable of defending this against the Invoker. As he already used the Meteor Hammer. He only has 350 mana, so Tiny can kind of just nuke this and run away.
Quell the push. So creeps into it. While the rest of his team kind of pushing up top lane. Once again being bullied back by Chrysalis, who imposes pretty tremendous
too. He's
force
coming through the gates. This is now a serious push.
Oh, the Lich has arrived.
Oh,
SF gonna have to give up on defending them. And then mid lane tower just crumbles.
Some persistence by Invoker, not deterred by the Tiny showing up. Ultimately, a top tower falls as well, so it is a tower trade.
Panto bodyguarding Chrysalis. Just sit in front of your Shadow Fiend, make sure there's no grab from the Batrider. We've not seen the Tiny in a little while. I'm not sure where he's lurking, and you don't really want to fight into this frog right now. Level 9 Largo, wherever he goes, I feel like you want to dodge as Mouse.
Yeah, he's very challenging to deal with right now. And I think they also scale better on the Invoker.
He just goes straight in, hook shots the Lich, pushes him back into the SF, gifts Chrysalis a freebie.
Have to be careful bottom too. The Sunstrike was not used even, so Yamich was level 6 on Hoodwink. Could set up a pretty serious burst with Sunstrike, ulti. Even Tiny has to be careful. He's just gonna go for stacks though. 1240, working on getting a quad stack on the Ancients right now.
Even Hakoda TP's bottom. Expecting a full push from Mouse. Nothing coming yet though. And like you said, they are set back farming stacks.
Standard build, going for the Desolator on the Clinks. It's the Falcon Blade into Deso. We've seen this time and time again. Nothing too surprising. And after that, it's going to be Shard Rush to get that farm speed.
It's interesting how far Dota has come, right? Like, even just these types of builds where you get Deso first and then go back for a farming item would be, like, unheard of 10 years ago. It's like, you know, you get your Maelstrom first, your farming item first, and then go for damage items later.
Yeah, it's always like trying to balance, right? Because sometimes the farming item doesn't work unless you have the components for it. It's like the shard on Clinks is amazing, but only if you already have some existing damage so that the shard does something. And there are a lot of situations like that on different heroes.
Just like weaving in and out of like lane item, stats item, farming item, to figure out what your timing is and where you're going. As even now, there's Earn on the Largo, trying to get some charges on it. As they drag mid one back with a lasso and the lick to push him to high ground. Chrysalis, though, he's here to deal with Batyuk and Rain, chased by Boom with a tombstone placed. They're trying to get onto the frog, but he just dances away. Hakoda's going to be the sacrifice, but I think Yellow Submarine happy with that. Kill the Invoker, lose your Lich, then back to farming we go.
Yeah, and also a lot of stuff was expanded. The Tombstone is on cooldown, the Undying used his ulti, and Undying still not safe. Gonna get tossed back.
Straight in toward Rain. Boom. Getting drifted around. Soul Rip's not enough to heal him. Yamich and Panto looking at Cemetery, but it's Tiny, nowhere near dying.
Sunstrike is fishing for it. Not quite gonna connect. That was a fantastic pick-off as well, getting onto the Invoker there. Batyuk making the most out of that Blink Dagger reveal. Blink plus drums, always very nice for ganking.
Yeah, impressive move. Not how she gets through. Yeah, a little bit closer to Deso. A bit of a push on the bottom lane though, through the Meteor Hammer of mid one. Chrysalis again, is this imposing force, alacrity, Shadow Fiend, very scary stuff.
That is the strangest ward. Do you see the vision on that ward? Like if you click it, you can see exactly what the vision it gives. It looks so strange because it's like an area where it doesn't give vision and then behind it gives. What?
Dire are scanning.
How?
That is very bizarre. Yeah, I don't even know how that functions, man.
So
maybe it's just a visual bug over the gate, but...
So it doesn't see the gate, but it sees past the gate?
yeah, it sees behind the gate somehow. What? I don't understand this word.
Is it on like a little bit of a high? It's like it's a quantum ward.
It has to be that the gate is bugging it. Either way,
Yeah.
curious word that did not get found by the D word attempt on the gate. So nice stuff. And also nice stuff is that catch onto the Invoker again, twice now, that this lasso finds its target on the Invoker.
They've got such good heroes at catching him. We've seen from, I think, BZM in particular, the way that you want to play this newer style Invoker is very much Ghost Walk, split push, cut waves, farm enemy side of the map, and then threaten kills. But if you've got Lasso, Toss, and then tanky heroes that can't get killed, with the ability to just catch him when he's split pushing, the movement of Yellow Submarine has found mid one a couple of times now. I'm sure that he doesn't get much on the map. And even aggressively moving with Hakoda, stepping straight in towards Boom. Throws the Chain Frost on this Undying. Follow through a little lacking though. Tiny and the Clinks not able to catch up. A lick from Rain tries to drag Panto back in. Spirit Vessel placed on him as well, but Maus have rallied around this Undying and say no more pressing forward, Yellow Submarine. Time to step back.
Yeah, even with Invoker running over there, they're not really going to be able to catch anyone. So I think still, Yellow Submarine, sure, you lose your Lich, but that's pretty fine for them. Again, forcing out the Undying ulti is a very, very useful thing.
Invoker Shard coming. I'm assuming we'll just see that Ghost Walk upgrade. As usual.
Right, I got confused when he got the shard delivered on Invoker. It doesn't auto-consume. That's the...
Let's make the choice. And Boom's
Yeah.
being lassoed back into the clinks. Fatchuk again with his Blink Dagger just showing that you're not safe stepping out onto these lanes as Maus. Even that bottom jungle, the Tiny chases forward. Hakoda's protected. Sunstrike's coming, but that's not going to land. And Panto has hook-shotted back towards mid one.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. Those Forge Bears were looking for it as well, but couldn't quite finish the kill on the Lich, who has Tranquil Boot, so he should be fine in a little bit. As long as he can avoid getting Sunstruck again.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A pretty steady game. 8-8. Very little in it net worth-wise. It's felt pretty comfortable for the cause to farm that first 15 minutes. But now the pressure is kind of on Maus. The way Yellow Submarine have been reacting to the moves, using this Batrider of Batchuk to find individual pickoffs and then holding lanes. Advancing the map has been a challenge for Maus.
I think it's hard to advance the map, but what they can do, for 1.5 minutes, Roche is going to stay down bottom, and they have a fantastic Roche lineup. They have this SF and Undying, you see a Tombstone tanking, even without the Undying ulti quite yet, they still take it down fairly fast. And once he gets the ulti, it's even quicker.
And they've had information as well. Direward in bottom jungle has seen the approach. Direward top jungle has seen the Batrider move. And Batchuk's going to solo smoke as he moves down towards the pit, but it's a full reset from Maus, maneuvering off to the east. They aggressively get on the clinks. They found an opening with that sentry ward, but they can't catch Shigetsu. Panto is out in the wide open. Mid one onto Batchuk though as the Batrider isolated, gets shredded by the rest of Maus, and Yellow Submarine, it's time to run now.
Wow. A lot of really fast reflexes coming out from the supports here. We had the immediate pull with the Lich stopping the Clockwork from catching Clinks, but also the Bushwhack coming out on the Batrider. He was not even able to get his lasso out, so just really beautiful stuff on both sides.
And this more than steadies the ship for Maus. It's been a little bit rocky the past couple of minutes, but super important that they win a team fight. Now get Aegis. Chrysalis, there's the Shadow Fiend, the big boy on campus now.
Yeah, and he got the Manta style build as well, a little bit of survivability. And he's looking very, very strong now. Becoming what you talked about earlier, that strong turret, just sitting. Speaking of just sitting, the Invoker is gonna smartly not farm the next creep wave here. He would have died if he did. This Batrider was right there in the shadows.
This is how Invoker functions now. Just like sit in Ghost Walk.
Just
look at him,
stupid,
just like just pushes wave invis. It's so funny.
It's so dumb. Look at him.
The most egotistical, arrogant freaking
It's
hero
really
in the
annoying to
game.
play against, for sure, because you have to pay attention on every lane and look if the creeps are freezing to death or not. And you basically have to follow your creeps, sit there with the dust, ready to go. But good Invoker players will also just not run straight onto the creeps always. They will like do a little loop to see if anyone is lurking, and then they go on the creep wave. So they will see you first. You basically need a gem to catch him.
Yeah, you do. Frantically clicking Radiant Heroes. And any gems? Any gems? Nope, nothing.
Yeah, not yet. They are doing a good job picking up detection on everybody, though. Tiny is sending out dust. We have sentries and dust on Batrider. Lich got his detection, of course, as well. And even the Largo has a dust ready. So they are all understanding that this Invoker thing needs to be punished.
That needs to be dealt with. But the Death Ball has begun. Maus have this Alacrity Shadow Fiend on the front line, just whacking your tower. And you don't really have that opportunity to just blink lasso him anymore with that Aegis in hand. So you are playing keep away currently as Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, it's challenging. They do have a nice ward on Yellow Submarine on this cliff. So they want to take a fight under the ward, but instead it's going to be Maus smoking away. And I think they're gonna stab in towards the triangle.
Radiant.
Maybe using Undying as a bait, trying to set up for any form of lasso initiation on him. But Yellow Submarine are not having it.
Oh, this is such a cutting move. You've pushed bottom, farmed through that southern jungle, you forced the reaction from Yellow Submarine. Then, like, yeah, the word pierce, right? You pierced into this triangle, placed an observer ward on high ground, so now you've got the opportunity to angle towards top tier 1, or play towards mid for a fight. Lots of options for Maus, and limiting the space that Yellow Submarine has to play with.
Yeah.
Because you move from bottom jungle to triangle, you immediately cut the top left third of the map out of Yellow Submarine's hands. They cannot go there.
Yeah, it's difficult. Difficult to fight into the SF, so even though they could smoke over there right now in your submarine, if you lose one fight there, right in front of your towers as well, you're probably gonna lose, like, maybe even racks on the back of it. We're very early in the game, but that's how scary it could be to take that fight if you mess it up. SF will shred through buildings.
And every time this clock sees the Lich, he's going to go hook shotting in. Doesn't mean the Sun Strike's a little off the mark, but with the Undying there, they've got plenty of damage.
Some fancy footwork by Hakoda, but you can't juke it all as Decay finally comes in and just brings him down.
Radiant's top tower.
I really love the build, by the way, by Boom. The pipe into Blink Dagger on Undying shows great understanding of how his hero functions and what he wants to do. This is tailored to being able to initiate, but also make their 5-man team fight really strong with the pipe. I think he's just kind of hitting the check marks for what Undying should do for them.
Go in and die for us, buddy.
Yeah.
And respawn. And then go in and die.
Even just, if you blink hit someone as Undying, that is basically a death sentence. You hit them, they get a 35% slow.
This is basically an RP.
Yeah, I mean, it's RP right there. It's on that level. Okay, maybe not quite, but it's really nasty. The damage amplification as well is no joke. 30% more damage taken is some serious curse.
No, it's really good. Just a single RP. Maybe it's like a hex. blink hex.
Radiant's middle tower.
Another sweep from Maus.
Does see the SF walking in. They have the sentries down. They see him.
I'm gonna lick back Boom and try and disengage. Rain's thinking about the return fire onto this Undying. Maybe if they could go for a lasso play, but it's so challenging. Instead, you just want to play under your vision, hold this high ground ward.
I think they realized the cliff was warded, at least after that. It became very obvious that Yellow Submarine saw them walking in, but they don't want to go for the D-ward, scared of getting pulled back by Tiny or Batrider. Instead, it's going to be Yellow Submarine who D-ward their own triangle area, taking back some map control. They're still playing pretty cautious because of the Aegis, but they're also waiting for some timings. The BKB will be great. Invoker, don't do it. Oh, the sneaky little rats.
Push in. Oh, nice move out the tornado, and Avalanche toss back catches him, but he presses BKB. Attic with a lasso will pierce through that. Boom, gonna chuck the tombstone down and heal mid one back up. That Chain Frost just bounces back to the creep wave.
Spells being used, but not quite fast enough. This time, Hakoda couldn't get the Sinister Gaze click fast enough on the Invoker and it gets BKB out. It can always be hard to click it when someone's tossing him in because they're flying up and down. Bit of a skill shot getting the stun on him before the BKB came out there.
Yeah, makes it a little bit harder. And Clink's Aghanim Scepter done now as well. So timing's hitting for Yellow Submarine. Like, how different is this? Like, has Clink's been nerfed or changed much since we saw like Skitto playing this guy? Because I remember
it's nerfed, yeah. It's not as broken as it was back then. We had a patch where like Clink's Axe Rush was just the build. It destroyed everybody all the time.
Deso Axe Rapier and the game's over.
Yes, yeah, that's no longer really the case. The Aghanim Scepter is not broken, I would say, but it's still a good item, worth playing towards. But yeah, basically, exactly. I mean, it used to make the skeletons have one more hit to kill, and it doesn't do that anymore.
They're impossible to deal with.
Yeah,
We'll see what she
I
gets
mean,
through
3
get
hits
done.
per skeleton made them basically untargetable. It's Steedy though.
Yeah, you just have to dodge them. Once they get placed, you avoid them. Yeah, amplified damage, Aghanim's Clinks. Unable to find a target to latch onto currently. Mao's tucked away with a scan, a deep observer ward, and Undying now frontlining. Makes it very difficult for Yes to approach.
Interesting that he went for the Silver Edge already on the SF. Of course, he's the Shadow Fiend. He wants to get the Shadow Blade and upgrade it, but it's pretty strong in this game. Being able to hit like Largo with Silver Edge, you don't necessarily care so much about breaking him, but capping his movement speed is fantastic. Putting it at 200 is one of the easier ways to bring down a Largo, as he normally relies on just running away. Got the face boots, got the speed song, whatever it's called. I don't know the songs. The hot feet hustle.
The hot feet hustle.
He can't hot feet hustle you anymore.
I'm still kind of curious about the Spirit Vessel on Largo as well. So it felt like he went, there's like phase boots, Kaya, then back into Urn, Spirit Vessel, then no fights happened, and it's just been sat at 0 charges for a while.
Yeah. I think the game hasn't been as explosive as he wanted to be. Oh, hold up. We have a catch, but BKB quick reflexes. Gonna be fine. I'm not sure he
doesn't get the
could have
grab.
died there. Clinks was pretty far away anyway. I think they were on a little bit of a different idea, the Clinks and the Batrider.
Especially with the rest of the team playing down bottom. The Lich and Tiny's, some of your big damage dealers, not available for it.
But yeah, the Vessel on a mid laner, in general, you know, it's very strong on a lot of these mid-action heroes, and it's no exception on Largo. Also pretty good against Undying to be able to have some way to prevent a lot of his healing. He doesn't have Dispel yet. He will go for a BKB, but that's still 1,000 gold away on Undying.
The game's been on edge for the past few minutes. We had an extended period of lots of aggression, 5v5 clashes. Now it's all about Tiny making this jump onto Boom, catching the Undying and blowing him up with a Clink's Army. The Undying disappears, but they do have the counterplay of this Tornado Meatball, but they've moved the Clinks down to low ground and licked him back to safety. Mouse couldn't stick on their man. Shigetsu and Rain able to weasel themselves out of there. And Mao's thinking about this re-smoke. Go again, defend Roshan, find a pick-off, some way to get back into this area. And there's Boom, straight in with a hook shot onto Batjuk. They found the Bat and the Frog. They're going to get the BKB out of Batjuk to force him to disengage, but he's gone back in for the lasso onto Boom. This Undying solos back up and says, cool, and then what? Your follow-through is lacking. They need to full stab the Frog out of here. TP from Hakoda.
Oh, no.
Rain has been caught, though. Mid-one just keeps chasing the Ghost Walk. Damage ticks him down over time.
Oh man, that is the most frustrating death, I think, just trying to run away, but Invoker is faster than you, slowing you down and also just burning you with this sort of radiance effect of the Ghost Walk. It is crazy how good it is nowadays, and it's funny that it used to be the biggest meme, people buying Radiance on Invoker and Ghost Walking around. Now you don't need to do it, just buy a Shard and you get the same effect, but way stronger.
Yep. Also, the strength of Undying having this Ceaseless Dirge as well. I went to check, no buybacks required, of course. Mao's just had the additional man, respawn, re-enter the fight, but he's going to get tossed back again into the midst of Yellow Submarine, but he's tanky enough to withstand the initial burst. Boom stays alive, and Cemetery pays the price. Batjuk Hakoda on the run. No more follow-through catch from Mao's. They'll just go back to focusing tower instead.
Yeah, very fast damage coming in, and making the most out of this time where Roshan wasn't alive, but now I think they know for sure that he has to be up as the spawn timer is out. They will go and check it. And not too much you can do as Yellow Submarine in this spot, I think. Looking like they might try to group up and go over there, but it's just a hard spot to fight as well.
And the fact that you have to spend so many spells, Sinister Gaze, BKB Lasso, stuns and damage onto Boom, and he doesn't even die the second time. Frantic effort by Yellow Submarine. Watching this fight back.
He's very tanky. The PKB on top of that in particular with the pipe, and then of course all the healing coming out with the K and Soul Rip. He's not the target you want to go on, but at the same time, it's hard to go on the SF at this point. Linken's, Manta, Silver Edge, he's got a lot of defensive tools that also operate to some degree offensively. Oh, Invoker standing on a vision. Could be dangerous. Firefly, can he reach him though?
Oh, he's trying to get there. Batjuk with a gem.
How fast he is. He's just out.
Can't quite catch up. The boots of travel. Speed of Invoker. Didn't even have Windlace in inventory. Didn't need it. And now, oh my god, Hakoda disappears over in the triangle. Shadow Fiend just 3-clicked him, killed him off. Rain trapped inside his cogs. Boom, the BKB Undying. Little fat can't step through the gap. And now, Batchuk forced to defensively BKB, but he's going to get hounded by Boom's Undying. Desperate lasso. But Chrysalis and Yamich, they're chasing this one. Can't get through the gate. Send the tornado and the clock
is in.
Panto just walks through the army of darkness and dies the skeletons.
Panto is like, let's go, my brothers, and everyone else just turned around like, no. How about we don't dive that? A little bit too much, but you know what? It's just the clockwork dying. His team, meanwhile, gonna back out and do the more sensible thing and just take the Roche.
Freaking Leroy Jenkins over here, charging in.
He really did dive.
Just standing in the fire, walking through the whelps, dying to the skeletons.
Not the easiest Roche to bring down, as he already died the once, so he has the Roar of Retribution, and that will be enough to scare them away.
And now Mao's sitting pretty. 11k lead after a pretty close, first 20-odd minutes of gameplay. The other submarine did have a fair few answers, but haven't recently been able to connect in any meaningful way. They've seemed a little lost in how to, initiating the fight, right? Starting, combining your spells. There's been a good lasso, but that's not been followed up with a toss or a catch with a Sinister Gaze. It's all been very individual and piecemeal, and this kind of shows it as well. A failed attempt by Batchuk, but a good one by Tiny. Gets the toss back to kill the Invoker. Shigetsu with those skeletons kills off Boom as well.
Yeah, some serious damage coming in. All those skeletons popping out of nowhere. He has the Daedalus that he completed just before the fight. And that brings some serious firepower. And with Invoker and Undying dead, suddenly it's looking like a free Roche. Panto's thinking if he can maybe squeeze in there and steal it, but so much vision as the supports run around.
Oh, they're trying to block his hookshot angle. There's no way in.
No.
4 heroes running circles around the pit to make sure there's nothing.
Funny thing is, he had cooldown anyway, but he's actually gonna get grabbed here, I think. And lasso even used.
It's just so funny seeing those moments where they're just running around the pit like a freaking jet or a tank shooting out the confetti, the chaff to stop homing missiles coming your way. Like, no, stop it.
Yeah. I mean, that one walk up on the high ground, they felt strong. They were 11k gold ahead, but they walked into a complicated high ground spot where Klink's skeletons just melted everything that was staying in the area. And suddenly, from being 11k ahead, they're now 3k ahead with Aegis in the opposite side. Massive, massive swing here for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, big spot to be in. I mean, finally, just as I was saying, they've not had a real connection with their spells in unison. They get it done. Perfect place, perfect time. And the scaling of this Klink's becoming very apparent now.
I think at this point they need to start getting some tools on the side of Mouse to deal with Klink's. Lock onto him and kill him. For now, they're going for a Lincoln's on the Invoker. He wants to stay safe against the lasso. Lincoln's makes a lot of sense, but I would love to see them bring in some Hex or some way to, be able to stop this damage output coming out.
Especially when we've seen
though.
Double 4-staff on Radiant supports plus Lick. You already talked in the draft about the displacement tools of the Radiant, and they've doubled down on it with their itemization. So tons of ways to get in and out of fights.
Yeah. I also love to see that they have the triple Partisans brand. Of course, a lot of viewers get confused sometimes about this item, so worth mentioning that the spell damage that you get is player-controlled units, includes heroes, right? A hero is a player-controlled unit.
Yes.
Every time you say that, someone's like, wait, what?
Yes.
Yeah, so they're not all just doing this because of the Forge Spirits or the the zombies. This is heroes.
Not gonna lie, it took me longer than I'd like to admit to realize
it's unintuitive.
That exact thing. I saw that and I was like, huh, that's good against summons. It doesn't say summons, you idiot.
Yeah, no, I mean, Dota has particular wording, and sometimes it can be very confusing. But this does mean that, any unit that is controlled by you, the player, is...
it basically just means not creeps, right?
Basically, yeah. That's pretty much it.
Does not work.
If there are spells that deal damage to like a tower or some shit like that, it also shouldn't work against that. So you know, but it's basically just spell amp. Think of it as spell amp.
How does it work against player controlled units? Oh no, but there'd be player-controlled wards, wouldn't they? Like a serpent ward or a tombstone with a hit count.
And yeah, and wards typically don't take spell damage.
Oh, Shigetsu.
Oh, onto the clinks.
A lot of damage. They burst him once. Requiem being wound up by Chrysalis as well. Seems a little early though. Shigetsu pops back out of the Aegis and just walks away.
Very early. That was unfortunate. If he timed that correctly on the clinks, it would have been absolutely huge. He wanted to deter the follow-up, of course. And if he channeled it a little bit later, maybe he would just get stunned by, you know, any of the backliners coming in. So looked a bit strange from Chrysalis, but maybe it was wise to just get the one kill, pop the ulti, run away, and reset. Ultimately, they did win a good fight there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, taking that Aegis.
Oh, Invoker's been spotted. Ding, ding, ding. He walked over the ward sentry combo.
Spam the pings. Yamich is here to kind of take the attention away from him, though. A good tornado and meatball thrown towards Battle.
Oh.
Tiny in the back. Blasts mid one with the help of the clinks, and that's a couple of kills for free. Pagoda does get found by the Shadow Fiend a little deeper. And Panto's going to hookshot back to him to keep the clockwork alive. Tiny's still chasing, though. Cemetery, full staff in a couple of seconds. He's already blinked. Tries to get the gap closed onto Panto. He's going to avalanche him. And then a toss back into them.
Very nicely played. Toss damage getting insta-triggered by the flame break as well, because the second repositioning means the toss connects faster. Just looks funny. But yeah, Shigetsu's damage output is absolutely insane right now. I like that he's queuing up a BKB on the clinks. I think he needs a way to stay safe against the SF ulti and all the magic damage burst from Invoker. But his damage is already there. Look at this.
Buildings are gone.
This is the nerfed version of the clinks, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I was asking, because we saw clinks at this point. Yeah, just go and shred buildings. He does it anyway. So what, we had that 11k lead for Mao's gone completely the other way now. When this 3k lead is only going to build as Yellow Submarine take the entirety of the map.
And he's about to get way stronger on clinks as well. Once he gets level 25, he can get the multi-shot, which is absolutely insane. I've seen some people go for the strafe as well, which I don't fault people for taking strafe. Minus 9 seconds cooldown is also amazing. Then you have 6-second cooldown with a 4.5 second duration on strafe, so basically full uptime on 280 attack speed increase is pretty damn good too.
Yeah, for you and your skellies.
Yeah, the problem is mana. Sustaining the mana to spam the strafe is kind of hard since all the abilities of clinks kind of trickle away at your mana.
There's a strong reason why we used to see clinks go for multiple Sage's masks and orchids and soul rings and stuff like that just to keep himself topped up in the mana pool. Very intensive hero. Well, things calm down for a moment as Yellow Submarine have stamped their mark on this game. One team fight, one high ground attempt by the Raging Ancients falls short for Mao's, turns into a Roshan, an Aegis, a high ground push, and a lane of barracks for Yellow Submarine.
I think the game is looking complicated now for Mao's. They're itemizing to counter the Batrider with this double Lincolns that they're going for. Lincolns on SF, Lincolns on Invoker, but the clinks is pretty unchecked at this point. They don't have armor items. They went for pipe earlier, but they don't have something like a Crimson Guard or anything to mitigate the damage. So
And look at how bold this Largo is.
Hopping in.
Just walks to high ground. BKBs, the 3-man avalanche. Yamich nearly dies outright. Shadow Fiend's on the run back as the Chain Frost bounces into him. They've already lost 3 immediately. Shigetsu slayed the Invoker in a blink of an eye, and Batchuk's lassoed at Boom now as well. 4 in a row, easy as you like. Yellow Submarine, they show you how to wander up a high ground. You send the frog in first.
They very nearly got the kill on the SF as well. They broke the Lincolns last second there. Batchuk was holding his lasso, waiting for someone to break Lincolns for him so he could lasso the SF and TP'd out. But Lincoln's break was a little bit too late. Didn't get the lasso. Could have been even more, but another massive fight for them. And you just know, anytime they win a fight, this Clinks is gonna go do some serious damage.
They're being allowed to 3-man avalanche there is insane.
Watch the SF here. The Lincoln's break on his TP out. You can see it there just before, but Batchuk was already moving away towards the next target. Meanwhile, tier 2 tower is gone immediately, and the tier 3 tower melts equally fast.
It just disappears. Hey, glyph it for now as Mao's, but you're without an Invoker for 15 seconds. Blinks just destroys your buildings.
Again, an issue. 260 mana is not much. could maybe drop the Burning Army and a Strafe, but he would be completely blank on mana. And you always need to be able to skeleton walk to safety, reposition yourself.
Oh boy, we've got Lich Aghanim Scepter. He doesn't have
good one.
Blink, but he does have Force Ags.
And Aetherlens too. Aetherlens is pretty good for
True.
getting those Aghanim's pulls.
True.
So yeah, of course, more AoE. If you ever now see Tiny get a multiple hero avalanche, you could follow up with the Lich. So he doesn't necessarily need to blink initiate. He can force that follow-up as well.
It's wild. Aetherlens doesn't register as an item to me. Like, I look at inventory, my eyes just scan over Aetherlens. It doesn't exist.
I mean, it is unfortunate that it doesn't upgrade anymore. I miss the days when it upgraded to Octarine Core. I know that it was kind of broken, but can we have some upgrade for Aetherlens at least? You know, make it not a dead-end item.
Put it into
Would feel so
E-Blade or
nice.
something, I don't know.
Yeah, I like that version, but, you know, we'll see. Maybe one day Aetherlens gets to be something again.
The waiting room for Roshan. We know he's 40 seconds out. Both teams going to be vying for control over this Roche pit.
You know what they should do? They should do what one of the custom games did, Dawn of War, which is the Phylactery lens, combining Phylactery and Aetherlens.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty nice. So I think that could be an interesting idea. Alternative upgrade for Phylactery, not just Kanda.
Then we should do the same thing as Custom Hero Chaos and combine Blade Mail and Radiance into the ultimate tanky item.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Yeah, I think certain items are big enough as they are. I don't think Radiance needs to be even stronger than
No,
it is.
it did get to a point where they had to revert that, and they had to remove that item from the custom game because it was too
When it's
strong.
too broken for a custom game,
Yeah.
that's when you know it's maybe a strong item.
That's when you know. But here we are, five-man smoke
Wraparounds.
into four-man smoke. The Frog is in the open as they bypass each other, nearly get the catch on the bat. Cemetery, though, with the
fast
avalanche.
reflexes and the
Sinister
boom.
Gaze, drag back. Chrysalis saved by the tombstone, though. They've bought time with Boom, but the double lasso drags Midone into the skeletons, and they blow up Chrysalis regardless. Yellow Submarine, this Clink's damage. It's just too much to handle.
Yeah, while you were doing some fancy little footwork with your saves, putting people in tombstones, Clinks was studying the bow. He brought the goddamn bow and he shot everything he saw, man. It does not matter if you have these little quick reflexes and saves. He just kept shooting whatever was available, and eventually everything melts.
Look at him go.
Look at the damage. He's shooting both the towers, Gareth.
Ah! I just don't see how you defend this. You buyback Invoker. Shadow Fiend also has his. You've lost another lane of barracks. Tearfall's dying. Batuk just diving. That Rider doesn't have BKB though, so could be in trouble with the damage from the Shadow Fiend, but the hookshot misses. Oh, he doesn't angle it. Meatball's gonna get dropped onto Batuk. The bat should finally fall as the Shadow Fiend opens up on him. And the chase is on towards Rain now. Largo's far too tanky. 4,000 health. 30 odd armor, 40 when he's all buffed up. She gets him, gonna get stunned, but the Hoodwink disappears in the blink of an eye, and Chrysalis, under all the skeletons, trying, succeeding, gets the kill on the Clinks, takes the kill streak away, but now you're without your two cores for the better part of 2 minutes.
Yeah, she gets to just says, okay, you got me, and I will just press buyback. GG gets called. Nothing they can do about this incoming push. Very impressive stuff coming out in the first game here as the Open Qualifier team takes down the invited team in the first round.
Maybe looking to replicate that series they played against each other in that recent tournament, where Mao's got 2-1 by Yellow Submarine. It started out with Yellow Submarine winning game 1, then Mao's won game 2. Maybe we've got the same script on our hands here.
We'll see. I mean, these team fights were really impressive. I like the first Blink Dagger initiation by Batrider connecting on the Invoker. Second one again on the Invoker. They knew their target. They said, SF we can deal with. SF got pretty farmed, and he was really strong, but he couldn't really deal with the Frost Armor and the BKBs coming out. He tried to right-click into the Largo, but with Frost Shield, he just never died. So impressive understanding of the game here. And I think this fight was the losing fight.
Yeah.
This is basically where they lost the game. They went onto a high ground that was way, way too hard to fight. Lost 2 heroes, lost the Roche on the back of it. Up until that point, though, it was anyone's game, I think.
It was, yeah, super close. Oh, super tight the entire game. It really felt like laning stage, everyone's getting their farm, all the cores are going to be hitting their stride. It came down to execution in the mid game. And it felt like Mao's with that 11k lead was great. But like, yeah, Klinks gets Aghanim Scepter and it just feels like game over.
I mean, Invoker died to straight up just getting shot. He was not disabled, he was not locked down, no lasso, no nothing. He just got shot a lot of times and then he stopped moving, you know? Like, this Klinks, he got the simplest approach to the team fights. Just keep shooting.
Oh, yeah, I wonder what the team comms are like. Usually, look at me, I'm stunning this guy, watch me, watch the Invoker, kill this guy. I'm sure Klinks is just going, they're dying.
She gets to just going, you know. I've played with some Klinks players who reach this point where they have the Daedalus, they have the positioning, and as long as they get the, you know, easy entry to the fight where they're not getting blown up before they can click their buttons, it's literally just in the comms and then heroes disappear.
A10 Warthog machine gun go brrr, destroys them.
Exactly.
Oh, incredible stuff.
Strong stuff coming in.
Well, there you go. Yellow Submarine Open Qualifier team. Game 1, dispatching with Maus. Maybe we'll get some 2-1s today. Maybe we'll get some actual series and not just 2-0 walkovers.
Exactly. Yesterday was very one-sided in every game that we had, but we'll see if there can be a closer bout. Perhaps Maus definitely have it in them, I think, to bounce back after a rough start. And we saw the early game looked really good from them. They were in a commanding position, just a little slip up there, and suddenly things go the way of the Yellow Submarine. So very, very volatile matchup, I think. And
yeah.
I wonder if Maus will change too much in the draft. We'll see what their approach is going to be. But well played by Yellow Submarine in game 1.
Absolutely. I mean, 34,000 damage towards the tail end on that Clink. Some pretty big numbers being posted up as Yellow Submarine take game 1. We'll see what happens next, though. Game 2 coming your way after a short break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to the international qualifiers here as we dip back into Europe in the closed quals. We've got Maus taking on Yellow Submarine and Game 2 coming away pretty shortly. Game 1, very close, Waga, until a single move dictated the entire game and Yellow Submarine kind of came back.
Yeah, it was a fantastic time. A little slip up by Mouse where they walked into a very compromised situation, and Yellow Submarine punished it immediately. They had the proper positioning and were there ready to punish. So we'll see what they're going to get their hands on in terms of draft for the next game. But obviously, Yellow Submarine, they were in their comfort zone for the first, getting the Lich and the SF. Or sorry, the getting the combos, the deceive.
Yeah, that's some nice stuff. Already some respect from Maus getting rid of the frog. But it's, yeah, I realized at the end of the game, we went the entire game not talking about the classic team spirit method of waiting until, minute 25, minute 30 to win one fight and then win the game. Yellow Submarine, the Academy squad, obviously within the same system, had the same kind of idea.
I see. You're saying they're learning from the OGs, the team spirit approach. I mean, they had the right heroes for power spiking around that time. Klinks is somewhat underwhelming in the early game, especially for big team fight scenarios, and eventually he becomes super impressive once he has Aghanims and Daedalus, which is exactly the timing they hit. And they did a great job. I think the entire game, I felt like they were playing towards their strengths. When they got their blink timing on Batrider, they abused that hard. When they got their item timings on Klinks, they abused that hard. And Mouse tried to do the same, and to a degree that worked out. Unfortunately, I think they also had a power dip around the same time as the Klinks came online. The offlane Undying starts feeling like, okay, now it's a little bit of a, sad. When you go past mid 30 as a offlane Undying, you start feeling more and more useless.
And more like a support.
Yeah,
definitely get sad down there. But yeah, it's a difficult one for Maus to kind of settle into.
He brought a lot of value to the table early on. They just needed to hold on to the lead that they had to try and close out the game.
That's the thing, right? Like, if Maus are in the driving seat and get to pilot the map, doing all these cutting moves where they make the map smaller and smaller, things look good for them. But then, I mean, it's kind of classic Maus, right? We saw this during the Wallachia they won, during the Wallachia that they flunked out of. Their style has very much been grab the bull by its horns and just go for it. They haven't had much, depth or nuance in how they extend games to late game. They love this laning stage snowball into victory, right? When Season 6 Wallachia, they were winning games. Everyone else was playing 45-minute games, and Maus were playing like 32-minute games. They were super fast.
Yeah, they have a way of undercutting the timing and trying to do as much damage as possible early on. But we saw that kind of moment where they started the second Roche, couldn't finish it, walked out, gave up the area, and then they found themselves walking into that mouse trap. But not intended.
Got him.
But we'll see if they can, stick it to Yellow Submarine in the early game again, as they're going for this Nature's Prophet, a hero that usually abuses weak positioning really hard.
And yeah, usually snowballs pretty quickly. I'm unsure where it's going, because this feels more like a mid-1 hero than a Crystallis hero. But I'm ready to be corrected if that's not the case. I was wondering if the comms are mid-1 saying, hey, I don't want to be playing this greedy invoker who's farming and pushing. I want to be on Nature's Prophet, Storm Spirit, these guys that go in, die, buy back, go in again, and win a team fight in a resounding show of force.
Yeah, I think that would be nice to see. I mean, the Invoker is a strong hero overall, but I think it was a hard game for him in the previous one, playing into the Batrider, who always was hunting for him, and everybody, we mentioned it, right? Everybody was picking up dusts and sentries to be ready to punish the Invoker wherever he went. So it was a challenging game.
Interesting
the
to see
difference between trying to make that work in a high-level pub, where the supports are going to carry dust and sentries, but there's no way that 4 players out of 5 are going to be running around with detection against you. But that's how it is in an official, and people are going to punish you.
Oh, Witch Doctor. I was wondering what all the smiles were. we had Boom and Chrysalis like grinning to themselves. Very serious. Yeah, look at that. And they got Immortal Faith
like
with
a
his
face
head in
palm
his...
going on here. What is
Yeah.
this? Are we really bringing out the second pick Witch Doctor? Yeah, he's having a blast with it.
But, well,
Seconds remaining.
is it 5 Witch Doctor? Because is it Boom playing some weird hero again? What's going on?
Yeah, if the reason they're laughing so much is because Boom is gonna play this or something, that would make a lot of sense, to be honest.
So funny. Like, we did have a
I
long
mean,
period where Witch Doctor 3 was a thing, but that was because of the Voodoo Restoration, and that was Witch Doctor IO, right? Was Gaming Gladiator's funny
Yeah.
little strat. No
True,
longer exists.
The super heal strat with just maxing the heal and 0 points in the cask. You just heal and maledict someone and just walk after them. Very similar to the Ghost Walk build from Invoker,
Yeah.
although at an earlier timing. I'm curious. I have not seen a whole lot of Witch Doctor lately. I'm gonna be honest. I
Yeah.
hardly, remember that this hero existed. To be completely
know
fair
that-
with you.
Yeah, I know that keeping tabs on recent tournaments, Ducalis played it. Was it the most recent Blast? Definitely a very recent tournament. Ducalis was playing Witch Doctor and winning with it. So it's
Yeah.
definitely a hero that's like out there and noticed, but not
5 seconds remaining.
not common at all.
Yeah, not to this degree. But he's been on the rise a little bit, I guess. Although it hasn't hit too many of the games that I've either been casting or watching. He's he got some nice quality of life changes, right? In May, he got a buff to his Voodoo Restoration, being bigger AoE on lower levels. Now it's always the same AoE, 650. And even if we go before that, back in March, he got an attack range increase on the Death Ward. So defensive buffs, offensive buffs, both of them pretty nice.
It feels like we're going the same kind of direction here with Mao's ramping up aggression. Charge, Nature's Prophet TP, Witch Doctor, one of the strongest laning heroes in the game.
10 seconds.
Very, very powerful in that first opening 10, 15 minutes. And then Yellow Submarine saying, okay, well, we're going to go back for this tiny Bat Rider. We loved this initiation displacement double pairing, and then add in a Ringmaster as a save.
I do want to say, so far, this series is delivering with the draft. I was talking about how yesterday I wasn't super happy with the drafting approach by some of the players, but in this game, I think it's very evident that these guys have a strong understanding of combinations and what they want to play. Mouse with the aggressive idea that you mentioned, the global TP with charge and so on, very easy to find pickoffs with. But at the same time, look at Yellow Submarine. They have really clear initiations later on in the game with Tiny and Batrider, with Aghanim's Invoker potentially following up, team fight from Ringmaster, and then also that bit of save being added in. It just really looks clean.
It does, yeah.
The Drow, though, this pushes the Nature's Prophet away from the carry role.
Ah, he was always
Means-
there.
Yeah,
5 seconds remaining.
No, I really think that. I genuinely believe that first pick Nature's Prophet is mid one saying, F Invoker, give me something real. Give me a non-fraudulent hero.
I do remember seeing mid one spamming Nature's Prophet, but that was quite a while ago. But I do remember him playing it quite a bit and having good success with it. So definitely he's no stranger to this hero. And Safe Lane is looking really strong coming out from Mouse now as well. I'm assuming it's going to be a Drow Ranger together with the Witch Doctor, but it could be Spearbreaker as well.
Yeah.
The classic range and melee pairing is not too bad, but I like Spearbreaker more on Pulse 4, to be honest.
Yeah, I think I'd rather Yamich, Spirit Breaker, and Panto Witch Doctor, but we'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, also, Maledict into like Frost Arrow rundown with a multi-shot can quickly dispose of some offlaners.
That's monstrous. And yeah, that was that long period where mid one was just playing Nature's Prophet, Spirit Vessel every game, and kind of showed his style or developed his style in terms of not being greedy or not really being like a carry from the mid lane. He very much plays this pos 3 initiate, give vision, start off a fight, and then allows Boom and Chrysalis to have much more space to develop their own heroes.
Exactly. It was very high action, and hopefully we see that here again. It's a lot of fun to witness.
It's like high action, high deaths. Like mid one's KDAs suffered a lot, but they were winning games with it. So
The KDA ratio, not the best. The kill count, very high though. And
sure.
once you get the shard mixed in as well, the curse of the old growth is pretty nasty. You can TP in and just find people who are hiding, deal a lot of damage in general. Yeah, it's a very, very interesting mid hero to watch.
So what's left out here? Offlane hero for Boom?
10 seconds remaining.
What do you mean? He's obviously going to be the Witch Doctor.
I mean, I thought he was going to be the Spirit Breaker. ready for the
Honestly, wouldn't be surprised to see him play any of the first 3 heroes here. So
Sure.
yeah, it's hard to know how Mouse are drafting because Boom has such a versatile hero pool. He's a very unpredictable player.
We need some kind of Mars Tide kind of guy, right? No, Dark's here. I thought they were going to go for some kind of catch and kill to allow Drow and Nature's Prophet to deal some damage. Dark to Spirit Breaker is a classic combo, though.
It is a classic combo for the lane, and Spirit Breaker is going to be very happy having that Iron Shell or even Surge when charging away. However, it also pairs pretty well with the Witch Doctor. If you ever get a nice vacuum into Maledict, that can be game fight winning, like absolutely just deciding. We'll see how it's going to lane, though. As last pick from Yellow Submarine is going to be the Lycan. Hero that's been banned a lot against them. They're very good at using this.
Drow doesn't like Lycan. Witch Doctor doesn't like Lycan. Nature's Prophet doesn't like Lycan.
That's very true. Yeah, playing Nature's Prophet and having a wolf run at you is a horrible vibe. And even just being Witch Doctor and getting hounded. Sure, you have Paralyzing Cask. It's pretty good, but it isn't amazing when the wolves can invisibly sneak up on you. You're going to have a lot of detection to just see when you're getting gone on. And the wolves alone might kill you if you ever find yourself without the Paralyzing Cask and a Howl comes out. Yeah, this is a pretty potent draft from Yellow Submarine again.
Yeah, I always love when we see these situations where you have the same double pick, in this case, Tiny Bat Rider, and then we've got different players, different roles playing them. We had 4 Tiny, 3 Bat, and now it's the 1 Tiny and 4 Bat.
Yeah. What's your vibe check for this game? How do you feel about the 2 drafts? Do you lean one way or another?
I need a bit of time to process, because I like Darkseer Spirit Breaker. I like this Darkseer hero who can get pretty fat, get really annoying. Drow Ranger has been one of the heroes of the patch, right? She's that turret, just looks incredible. I think Maus have a very strong meta draft with this splash of Witch Doctor in there that has seen some play. But I think overall we've seen this Tiny Bat work. The addition of Ringmaster here to save against that aggression and initiation to buy time in these fights. I kind of lean Yellow Submarine. But it's by 5%. It's like a 55-45 kind of vibe.
Okay, yeah. I think I actually am probably leaning even more Yellow Submarine because I really like what they have going for them in this draft. I think there's very, very strong team fight as well, which I put a lot of emphasis on. Ultimately, you're going to have to win some team fights to win the game, and they have good base tools. We're talking about stuff like Lasso, having the Invoker spells coming into whatever initiation they have, or Ringmaster and his ulti. All of that looks very threatening to me. Whereas the team fight from Radiant is basically just pick off one guy and then go for the next guy, right?
Yeah.
Like they're essentially a skirmish draft that is supposed to overrun and outnumber, not so much wombo combo. And that type of gameplay can work, but you really need to keep the engine going, keep the steam high. And Yellow Submarine, I feel like they have the ability to counter that gameplay. We'll see. We'll see.
It feels like we might have, similar moments, similar path or journey as we had in game 1, where Maus, get this laning stage lead, they get advantage, get first Roshan, look incredibly good, snowballing, but then maybe start to bubble over and lose a bit of that momentum. Because you pointed out, right, the worry for Yellow Submarine is getting snowballed and run over by this early aggression. Yep. The worry, I think, for Maus is being run at by a Lycan when he hits his Overlord timing. Because
I think the big thing to look towards
is so scary.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, big thing to look towards will probably be, for me, mid 1, right? How does his early game look? How are his connections to the side lanes as the Nature's Prophet? And does he get off to that great start that I think he needs? If Nature's Prophet doesn't get off to a good start here, the story I will spin is that could crumble the entire game for them. So
He's like the
yeah,
linchpin.
mid one definitely the player to watch in my mind.
The guy that brings it all together.
30
The Unk.
seconds to battle.
Yeah.
And he's up against Rain's Invoker this time. He's got an interesting set there. It's all smoky and foggy, this Invoker.
Yeah, it's
Very mystical.
very royal as well.
And real
I like it.
Invoker.
Not the little shit punchable invoker, the kid invoker.
Little toddler. And the Yellow Submarine dire side smoked up towards enemy triangle to actually high ground observer ward and then guard the rune. So we get that 2 for 2 yet again. But they've already prepared for invasion of where Darkseer is going to be or Spiritbreaker is going to be stacking for the Darkseer.
That makes a lot of sense.
And a bit of emphasis on this mid lane.
Yeah, Spiritbreaker is going to go through the gate and join up top. The Tiny and Ringmaster against the Darkseer and Spiritbreaker. A lane where, for sure, the harass advantage is on the side of the Ringmaster. But, however, we could see the Iron Shell come to just shove the lane and then they start cutting behind the tower. I think that's the goal for this lane.
Early on, it kind of stinks. Level 1 Iron Shell. Doesn't really do all that much. You're kind of waiting
you need
to...
it.
Level 3.
Exactly. Meanwhile, Batrider is already saying, you know, screw laning against Drow Ranger. I'm pulling the creeps. So bottom lane is going shenanigan immediately. They also blocked up the small camp. This is pretty damn good for them. Good start.
Laning into Drow Witch Doctor sounds awful.
Yeah, Mitch says the same thing about laning into Ringmaster. So he's pulling the creeps. The shenanigans abound.
Yeah, no laning head up. Even gets the half wave. Oh, nice by Hakoda up at top, actually. Because there was a half wave catch, and he drags the rest of the wave in here.
However, it's a nice attempt, but I do think it's going to backfire. Those two creeps were going to walk up, but now the two creeps get held in place, and as they connected so late, they still just get denied fully.
Oh, you're right.
I think he had good intentions, but ultimately resulted in more creeps being denied than if those two creeps just went to the tower and Tiny can farm them up there.
So now Boom gets to hold this additional range creep as another one that gets denied.
Yeah, it was fantastic use of the pull by mouse. And we do not see quite the same down bottom. Down bottom, instead, it's going pretty well for the side of Yellow Submarine.
Well, Yamich is being punished until he gets a courier snipe for his troubles. He's taking a lot of damage from Hakoda and all these daggers starting to add up. Doesn't get to fully drag the wave, but it's going to double up anyway. Really nice for Boom to gather.
Good TP out. Can get to safety. He unfortunately didn't get level 2 on Spiritbreaker. Normally you want to have charge so you can TP back in, but he has boots. He'll make it back to the lane pretty fast.
And then in this mid lane, 12-9 for mid one against the 10-0 of Rain. Already taking an early last hit lead and rushing straight into that urn on the Nature's Prophet. So indicating the mid one is going to be playing this very fast-paced snowball, TP to side lane kind of thing.
Every single treant is hitting basically as hard as the Forge Spirit is, and he gets a lot of treants and you only get one Forge Spirit, so last hit advantage just from the summons is already pretty big, and then you have Nature's Prophet attack animation, which is just one of the best in the game.
Sunstrike up top, I guess, trying to get Boom, but he's fine under his tower. Another wave has arrived.
Did some damage, but not quite enough to pressure him away in any meaningful way.
Really, the biggest loser out of this laning stage so far is Batiuk, 7-3. All the wave dragging they've attempted to do hasn't really been paying off that much. They've also not been able to make any stacks with the Batrider. The Cemetery's been stuck in this position down here.
This lane was always going to be really problematic for them to deal with. Drow Ranger is a strong laner on her own. Witch Doctor paired with it is a good combination. So not getting the best start on the Lycan. He is still going for the Helmet Dominator build though. And once he gets that, he'll of course be able to jungle or pressure towers quite easily.
Dire's courier has been
Another
killed.
courier snipe. Spiritbreaker being very irritating up in that top lane.
The same courier, importantly, so it's again, she gets this courier getting brought down.
I guess on the way back this time, so it had already delivered the items. But yeah, we start to see a bit of a bridge being built here as Yellow Submarine fall behind Maus in the last hit department. Top 3 last hitters, all green. All Mao's heroes.
By a pretty big margin. I mean, 20 for 20 on mid lane. Mid one is absolutely dominating this lane. He has more last hits or denies than all the last hits and denies combined over the Invoker. That's a pretty nasty way of saying it.
Oh, he's a monster. Rain really going to rely on these Sunstrike kills if they can find them. But Invoker's also a hero that worries about the move from Yamich as well. We've been bigging up the threat of mid 1 TPing to side lanes. But you also have this ability of Spirit Breaker just to charge into mid and cause some issues himself elsewhere.
Yeah, for sure. That is a definite possibility. So he has to be careful about taking too much harassment. But with the Urn already on the Invoke or on the Nature's Prophet as well, you know that he's looking towards these side lanes right now. He wants to connect somewhere.
Yeah, like Hakoda up there, if he steps out a little bit too much, Spirit Breaker doing the treatment. Bottom lane is pushed in a little bit too far, though. They haven't seen Batuk in a while. Lycan, I think, is just full-time jungling at this point. So they've kind of got Batrider farming lane. Cemetery's going to gather up what he can.
Yeah, bottom lane not going great for them. And if I'm Crystallis in this game, I mean, I would feel so great about this. Getting free farm as a Drow Ranger, this is just absolutely amazing. Early game is one of her most vulnerable parts. Yes, she has good damage in lane, but she can struggle if she gets bullied and shoved into jungle early. She doesn't have the best recovery, but he's getting past all of that, getting a very, very good start.
Kind of feel bad as the Witch Doctor, though. Okay, you know, my pick and my presence has forced them to break the lane down, but he hasn't actually been able to cast any spells or do anything. A little bit bored as Panto. Might see him make a move, though. As in this mid lane,
Onto mid
one, getting surrounded. The first kill actually comes in onto the Nature's Prophet. As Rain is protected by Hakoda and Cemetery. Yamich with Panto trying to do what they can with a Maledict on this Batrider, chucking damage into him. Rain and Hakoda just keep on chasing, though. The charge away will buy some time and safety for Yamich to escape. But a surprising first kill. Yellow Submarine killed the Furion, of all people.
Funny enough, that does give him an Urn charge still, so now he's online. He's got the Wrath of Nature, the Urn ready. But again, looking at the map, it's pretty dry out there. Not any easy ganks. He's playing for the Wisdom, going down bottom.
He's got to do something. Play for Wisdom, play for Tower, drag the wave, cover Crystallis as he looks at that shrine. I'm being a bit tentative about this, though. Not certain how Cemetery wants to just step up there and get multi-shot down almost to death. A charge coming in. Wrath of Nature not going to kill the bat. I don't know if that charge is going to complete, as the Spirit Breaker will cancel it, because around the Wisdom Shrine, mid one, now with Yamich trying to force Hakoda back, but the Nature's Prophet has been completely isolated and killed off again. When you were saying
twice now,
one of the most important things, right, was how mid one enters the game. 2 deaths already.
yeah, this is absolutely not fantastic start for them, and they are the only kills that have been had as well, but yeah, his early moves here have not really felt great. Obviously, they got the Wisdom, so it's not all doom and gloom, but for him it is. He didn't get anything. He didn't get a kill, didn't get Wisdom, didn't get a tower.
No damage.
Sunstruck might be enough off the mark.
Not going to land. The speedy Spirit Breaker steps away from it, nearly dies to the dagger, down to 50 HP. And a cask is going to fly all the way across the map.
It's coming. It's going to get it.
Comes. We've still got Hakoda dying near the gate, though, as Panto and Crystallis will chase down the Ringmaster. Finish him off.
Irrelevant. Only cask. It got him. It didn't do anything.
Did it? It flew all the way.
It didn't even get the balance. Yeah, the start is looking very solid now. The last hits, you know, early on were nice, but now we have Yellow Submarine stabilizing the game with some good movement.
Honestly,
Drow
we've
Ranger's
spent a
still-
lot of time looking at Drow Ranger, Nature's Prophet, Batrider, Invoker, because they're the ones making all these moves and playing aggressively to kill off mid one again in the mid lane, 0, 3, and 0 on this Nature's Prophet now. And I think Yellow Submarine doing an incredible job at making space for Shigetsu and Batur. This Tiny and Lycan. And Lycan, I think, in particular, you know, having no lane, but being able to recover, get some items, hit some timings, and shutting down mid one, it's just been spectacular from Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, the support movements have been clean, and the Invoker has already, you know, shown a lot of impact together with the support. So, impressive stuff coming out from them, dealing with a bad situation in the last hits early on. Mid one says, screw this, I'm tired of dying alone. Decides to go together with Crystallis for his tower bottom.
Some way to open up the map and get objectives. They're watching that mid lane. Panto lead out again. Does get the Maledict into charge on Batrider. With Crystallis coming in, they've got tons of damage to dump onto Cemetery. He'll pop to Panto.
No way to get out of that one for him. Good TP by Crystallis and might be able to defend the tower as well. As, of course, Invokers, they always want to take down that tower. We already see him queuing up the Meteor Hammer as well, but the tower is so low, he might be able to kill it before then.
Room for mid one to farm bottom lane. He's like, Crystallis, you're mid. I'm carry now. Gets to farm some jungle camps at long last. Maybe
he really is saying that too, because he's queuing up the Maelstrom, which, you know, pretty standard item on Nature's Prophet. But on mid Nature's Prophet, we sometimes see like a Blade Mill opening or, you know, Spirit Vessel, something like that. He's just going for some farm speed and damage.
Recover one way or another. Dry Ranger is still sitting pretty at the top of the net worth. 5,200, closing in on the Dragonlance. Pretty
Look
tanky.
at these moves again, coming in towards mid, this time even bringing some wolves to scout. They were spotted by the sentry. This is what I said early on in the game, that they're going to need to have sentries, but even with that,
There's combo
it's
Panto.
not that easy.
Tornado Meatball. Nice box. Saves the Invoker for a moment, but he's still up on the high ground. Goes for the TP, gets bashed down to low ground. Invis into dust. Lots of back and forth there. The tug of war in the end won by Maus as they kill that Yellow Submarine mid laner for the first time.
Yeah, they overstepped a little bit there, getting baited by the vision they had of Witch Doctor, deciding to try and kill him, but everyone from Mouse shows up to defend this mid-tier one. Defending their tower, defending their Witch Doctor, and now turning it into a bush.
Tower by tower. Maus inching closer and closer to the momentum they need. Try and unlock mid one and his prowess in this game, because like an Invoker, still behind in net worth, still trying to catch up and hit their items. I've got that Meteor Hammer for Rain now in his hands, but still without boots. Would love to have some of those. Well, the Lycan is 1,400, 1,600. Ultimate Orb is so expensive now. It still catches me off guard how much it costs.
Yeah, it's a lot of gold to get. But on the other hand, Ultimate Orb also gives you 15 to all stats. So obviously, once you get the upgrade, Lycan gets quite a bit of value from that. Getting tons of stats on a hero with some Feral Impulse buff, you know.
Well, mid
TP
one
up top.
goes from hitting creeps to hitting Batrider. Firefly still going for a few more seconds, so he doesn't go for the Sprout. He needs the charge to connect. Avalanche from Shigetsu holds them back, though, and they cannot finish off Cemetery. Instead, they need to return to dealing with the tier 1 tower. That's been the...
Unfortunately, doesn't have ulti quite yet on the Spirit Breaker, so cannot finish off that kill, but they at least zone them away, get the tower, and this is good damage done. Both the side lane towers gone, mid tower as well, so they actually knocked all the tier 1 towers already.
Yeah, all 3 tier 1s out of there. Map hasn't really gotten smaller for Yellow Submarine yet, but I'd imagine with the Spirit Breaker and Nature's Prophet, it's going to be the game plan of Maus to try and close things out. That's why you need these smoke moves to cut across, open up this top jungle for yourself, combo into Yamich. Was a nice play there from Rain.
Yeah, Rain with the full combo, the Cold Snap into the Tornado, into the Meatball, into a, finally, Meteor Hammer drop. So pretty nasty amount of damage coming out from that.
And even chasing onto Boom's little creep.
A good thing for Yellow Submarine is, despite losing their towers this early, they have pretty good ghost push with the Forge Spirits and the Wolves and the Dominator. They have a lot of tools to shove out the lanes, and that's always something you want to look towards when you lose your towers early. Do you have ways to clear the lane still and not be out of position?
They've got plenty of tools. And it seems like Mao's just settling into a calmer rhythm, not going all out aggression. I kind of thought with all the tier 1 towers dying, they just put their foot down. But maybe in game 1, they bit off more than they could chew. They're saying, okay, let's just chill a little bit.
It's so early is the thing. Like, they took all the tier 1s, but it's too early to start sieging the tier 2 towers, and you need a little bit of time to just get some key items. Like, getting Hurricane Pike on Drow is massive for her to start feeling confident enough to hit tier 2 buildings. Meanwhile, we see Yellow Submarine making a move for some towers of their own. Bottom tower, probably not going to be defended, I want to say. It's a hard one to keep alive. Christmas is thinking about it, though. He wants to gate down there. He's calling. Okay, they're actually looking to take this fight.
They're smoking and going for it.
Is spotted. Yeah, it doesn't matter if they're smoked. The gate is still activating, and that's revealed to the wolves. Tipping Yellow Submarine off, and they back out.
Or retreat. So now they can go and fill up that vacuum that's been made top. Push out the lane, farm through mid. Heroes just sat on that high ground to defend their own Ancients area.
The dragon.
Backwards dragon getting taken down, but they've got a catch on the Spirit Breaker. Another combo from Invoker, but this wall vacuum drags them back into a Panto double kill.
Very nice there. I mean, this is what you can expect from them as well. The vacuum has some nasty combinations, and some that you might even underestimate, like just multi-shot or just a charge. Roach with a friendly little elevator service.
Off you pop. I was actually kind of curious why Yellow Submarine decided to go for that. It didn't feel like they needed to get a kill there. They were holding a high ground. They were kind of split across the map farming. Invoker just thought it was a freebie, but it definitely wasn't.
It was a bit of a confusing moment because they knew the smoke was coming, right? They saw the gate activation and felt like they read the smoke, started running away, and then they went back in. But ultimately, I think they don't want to play both to split up.
Sunstrike. On to Boom. Shigetsu with that Blink debut. He's going to get turned on with a TB from Prophet, though. Slowed down, saved momentarily by the box. Shigetsu, the tanky tiny, still with 1,000 health left. And he's even thinking about returning back in with another Blink. Jump onto mid one. They're going to catch on the Nature's Prophet. Damage needs to follow through, and that's what Rain is going to offer with Cemetery's Bat picking up the kill.
Bit of overkill dropping the lasso there. Not needed with the extra spells coming in, but better safe than sorry. They get 2 kills, and again, the Meteor Hammer plus the Forge Spirits are doing some serious damage to the tower as well. Even alacriting up the Forge. Is it going to be enough to finish it? I think not. It's very close.
Oh, it's super close. Oh, I needed one more hit.
So close.
11 health,
Yeah.
top tier 1.
Just barely. Well, he gets on Forge Spirits one more time, and he's the tower for him.
They're out there waving for the
Just
shot
sends the
tower.
one. He's like, you do it.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So, early map control lead was there for Mouse, but Yellow Submarine have equalized now, taking out all the tier 1s as well. And honestly, feels like they're in a better spot with all the ghost push that they have. Sure, you have Iron Shell and, you know, ways to clear out lanes on Radiant as well. But Yellow Submarine just have a bit of advantage in vision too.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they are, well, they were a moment ago 2,000 or 3,000 net worth ahead, and we're still yet to see the Lycan run at people. It's going to be a bit of a show now. Pops the shapeshift and sprints in towards them. Knowing that Witch Doctor was already dead to the summons, Batiok, he's got a bigger target in his sights. The Wolf has sniffed out the Drow Ranger, and all they need is a stun, but it's not going to come too far away with the Tiny or the Ringmaster. Drow Ranger does slip out of their grasp.
Up top, Invoker setting up for the Nature's Prophet.
Oh, he's going to charge.
Save him.
To back him up, Rain gets into the Ghost
Ooh.
Walk, and they've got no reveal. So Tiny now arriving with an Avalanche toss combo. Tiny whacks into Yamage.
Did you see that by Rain? Very, very 5-head. So he goes on Nature's Prophet. Spirit Breaker is there to save him, but Rain has Force Tap, so he forces the Spirit Breaker into himself, which stops the charge because forced movement.
Clever.
And then they get the kill on the Spirit Breaker, and he's safe. Really, really nice little play there.
Very smart stuff. It feels like Mouse
A lot
have
of
been
people
shut down
would probably
a lot.
just... Yeah, a lot of people would probably just force themselves to safety, seeing that, oh shit, Nature's Prophet wasn't a free kill, but instead he just breaks this initiation.
Chrysalis with Panto getting smoked up.
Again, the vision. These wolves.
I see everything.
Oh, no.
And Panto just dies. Yeah, I feel like Mao's, the early deaths of mid one, things have fallen apart. The game plan hasn't come to fruition, and now Yellow Submarine just get to run the map. They've got the vision. They've got that ghost push. They've got the catch, and this There's very large Tiny alongside a second place net worth Lycan who didn't have a lane. Yellow Submarine in the driving seat big time.
No, you mentioned it earlier. You talked about how they create a lot of space for Patrick to recover for, you know, she gets to get his farm as well. And they've been doing a fantastic job at just building this lead. Now Batuk is doing some serious damage, even to Roche. And the lineup that needed to create a lot of chaos and make a lot of stuff happen early on has only produced 5 kills out of laning stage. Or not even laning stage, we're 20 minutes in. So I think their draft, for what it is, has basically failed at the first step where you want to be really chaotic, all over the place, getting kills. We haven't really seen that. And now, Yellow Submarine, their draft just lends itself better to this portion of the game. It's constructed to be very good at pickoffs, very good at team fight, and still scales really, really hard with the potential for alacrity on Tiny later on. That's some serious building damage coming in.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like ways around this, and my brain is imagining the Radiant draft basically as a Storm Spirit, in the fact that Storm Spirit loves these individual pickoffs where you can go and find one guy alone somewhere, and hates playing into this 5-man death ball where you just cannot enter the fight. You can't find little scraps to go and pick up.
Yeah.
Playing 5v5 into this Yellow Submarine draft right now is so scary, even with a Darkseer, you know? A guy that loves playing into that. It's just not a spot you want to be in.
That's also where you could say, like, the Darkseer pick. He came in late and does have some obvious combination with the Spirit Breaker, but was it, you know, enough of a hero to fix their draft? Because I feel like Darkseer a lot of times is amplifying whatever team fight you have, and their team fight is pretty low to begin with. Oh, this move. They're going through the gate, but could be dangerous as there's already...
Yellow Submarine.
Actually, they're gonna connect.
I thought they were set up for this, and when they go on Chrysalis, they show that they can just blow up the Drow Ranger. Yamich being taken down by the Black Dragon. They drop the wall and some spells on Cemetery, vacuum back the Bat Rider, and force the Ringmaster to cast his box, but the rest of the team are just disappearing. The Dragon, with Batuk arriving, gonna clear out Panto, while Hakoda runs into the trees to die to a Darkseer illusion.
A tiny illusion standing on the other side there, but you saw how fast the Drow gets bursted there. She has 1800 HP, but that is not sufficient to survive when you get jumped by Tiny, Ringmaster follow-up, and the Sunstrike on top. So this is exactly what we were talking about. The spells are just a little bit stronger for Yellow Submarine at this stage. Look at this, how quickly she gets evaporated.
One stun lands and the rest follow, right? You get hit by one disable and you know you're dead.
Yeah. This is also them choosing to go and fight into Aegis, which is always a tricky thing. The Tiny had no worries in the world there, because even if he does go super out of position, what are you gonna do? Kill him twice? That's 7,000 damage you need to do post-armor.
They're contesting again. And Batuk has already killed the Torm. They're going to Nether Strike the Lycan, but at the gate, the Tiny is holding the line, playing 1v3. Shigetsu looks like he's going to lose the Aegis and die to the Maledict, taken out eventually, but Batuk has killed Torm, slain the Spirit Breaker, dealt with mid one, Rain kills off him, and now Shigetsu's respawned to get another toss back in. Chrysalis will force away, but leaving Boom isolated. Darkseer trying to shift out of danger while the chase still goes on towards Chrysalis. Boom's dying to Batuk and his summons. Iron Mounds are just falling apart now.
All over the place.
They're being dragged left and right, drawn and quartered by Yellow Submarine as they get the full team wipe.
I think this speaks volume to how the read on the game was correct, that they want to win early game, they want to do stuff early game on mouse, otherwise they feel like they're gonna lose late game. Even into Aegis, they stress about these fights. Damage just runs straight into Shigetsu, who blows him up with the help of Cemetery, of course, but he didn't really need to do much.
I think you're right to kind of point out this Darkseer, though, because even during the draft, you know, I was looking towards the kind of Tide Mars heroes that can excel and play with that speed and strength that you kind of expect from Mouse, from Nature's Prophet. Darkseer is a bit slower, right? We talked about his laning stage, waiting to level 5 to be comfortable. Yes, a good combo with Spirit Breaker, but not necessarily the hero that plays speedily.
Yeah. No, I think the hero shines the most in wombo combo big drafts, and here, like, he has some things he can vacuum into, but it's definitely not like, oh shit, I got vacuum, now we're all dead. It's not like a, you know, Split Earth or Slaughter Crush combo. There's nothing like that on the team. So yeah, I think Yellow Submarine, they've just hit their stride now. Feeling amazing. They have Assault Cuirass ready on the Lycan. They're getting a lot of item progression. Tiny's almost at Silver Edge.
And this is where the game for Chrysalis kind of gets annoying. The fact that he needs, you know, like three more items, right? Okay, I've got a Pike. I'm going to buy Manta Style. I need Butterfly, but I also need Lincoln Sphere, BKB, right? We need defensive tools. I need my supports to buy Lotuses. I need a Glimmer Cape from someone. There are so many tools that Mouse need to deal with this mid-game from Yellow Submarine, because yet again, I come back to this tiny Batrider duo. I really freaking love these two heroes. Game 1 showing them as offlane support, now showing it as support and position 1, kind of inverting them. Having the jump catch displacement of Tiny is always nice, but also this, you know, spell immunity piercing disable. The lasso of Batrider makes itemizing pretty hard as a carry.
Yeah, I think the two heroes are nice in tandem, and on top of that, the flexibility, as you kind of alluded to there, you can play them on different lanes, you can, you know, open with them pretty early in a draft, and it doesn't give away too much. Both of them can be played across so many different roles. Oh no, Chrysalis, he's been sneaky farming.
Oh, but he's been lassoed up.
Sneaky now.
He's been found, hunted down, everybody's here. Rain gets the tips, I guess he made the call as they all TP back. Kill off the drought.
Random Sunstrike that found him? I think
it might
they
have been.
scouted him somehow.
It might have been. There's something. Oh, Shigetsu. Great avalanche. Combos down mid one. They nearly found Panto and Boom as well, but they will slip past their tier 3 to relative safety. Just watching your towers get marauded by the dragon, and another catch here is Yamich. He's going to kill off the summons of Bachuk, but then harpoon back into death.
Yeah, I mean, shows how desperate times are. He trades his life for the dragon. Probably was hoping he could get away, but the harpoon spells the end of his life. Hunting a cow with a harpoon seems like overkill, but... Alacrity on the Tiny, of course. Serious building damage coming in on both lanes.
Tiny, like, call me Ishmael. The white cow. Charging across the map.
The cow that got away.
The one cow that got away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
When your melee barracks nearly dead. They're going to deny it. It's going to get killed off by Bachuk. They got himself the Ancient Ice Shaman to finish the job. The Ice Fire Bomb doing some great work against buildings.
That 12 damage per second Ice Fire Bomb.
Wow.
But the right clicks, though, pretty strong when it is in control of Lycan, or the other way around, I guess. Does the creep control him, or he control the creep? I don't know. It seems sometimes like the creep is the hero when you see it just kill an enemy support in 3 hits.
Pretty good building damage there, close to 7k on the Lycan. I think you could definitely make that comment about Lone Druid. I think the bear now canonically controls the hero.
The hero is just there to serve.
He is. He's a butler. He's like, where are my items? Lone Druid, where are my items? Give them to me.
Lone Druid, go base, pick up my items and TP to me. You TP to me now.
Eventually gets let off the leash.
The map is looking pretty rough right now as the Nature's Prophet is trying to find whatever farm he can on the sides. He does have the Aghanim Scepter paired with his Mjolnir, so he has the Entangle, but their teamfight spells are still looking very underwhelming. And by the way, the Aghanim Scepter on Lycan, gonna look towards a bite on Tiny. I mean, that's a terrifying proposition right there. The Wolf Rock coming in.
I mean, TIs have been won with this combo.
Straight up, yep. It's the Team Spirit combo.
Yellow Submarine, Team Spirit Academy
Yellow
team.
Submarine, again. Oh my god, you're right. They've studied this.
We've studied Yathro and the ways of the Tiny just to go and whack buildings. Trying to finish off this entire top lane now. And succeed in doing so. As Bachuk summons, deal with that mid-tier 3. Mao's just trying to reposition and look for an opening. Any little sliver of vision, any way they can vacuum in.
Some pretty serious damage done too. The tier 3 tower just falls to 3 wolves and a creep walking up high grounds. It's so low commitment, and still they're getting this building damage done. Wisdom Rune is gonna get snagged by Yamich as he finds himself on the other side of the map.
Something. It's something.
They haven't had much going their way. You know what they do have? They have the Keys still on Witch Doctor.
Oh,
he can
great.
cash in.
Radiant's courage has
He's
been
still got money.
826 money.
Could be 27 now. He could be even richer.
So how much does he need for Aghanim Scepter then? 2k more?
Yeah, he needs 1900 more gold, I guess. So it's still a decent way. If he dies a bit more, you know, he'd be fine.
How much does Essence Distiller sell for? It's like 800?
It's pretty cheap. Yeah, it's a pretty cheap item. It's 800 goldish, 850.
Okay. How much does one sell for?
And boots.
And
What
how
about my 3 dusts?
And how
Can I
much
get
does
full
Sentry
price on
sell
those?
for? How much just try and sell everything. And
Oh,
Drow Ranger's
God,
been sold.
what?
Oh my god, Drow Ranger gone. Witch Doctor follows quickly.
She got 2 shots by the wolf.
Deary me, I was busy having fun trying to figure out how a Witch Doctor can afford Aghanim Scepter, and Drow Ranger just dies.
Seeing the wolf harpoon itself to the lower ground is a strange sight, but yeah, it's a spider wolf. They saw Nature's Prophet, mid one walked over a ward, but I think he may have realized as the push stopped that the sights are set on him.
Oh, he's been
Oh no,
found
he still gets grabbed.
just before he stepped through the door.
Jesus.
Goodness gracious me.
That damage though, the Tiny is really hitting hard.
That's before
Like, that's not
Daedalus.
Yeah, and he's not very squishy on the Nature's Prophet. Sure, he doesn't have the highest armor, but got bursted in one combo there.
Nasty business. So Drow, Witch Doctor, then into the Nature's Prophet, dying in quick succession. And then the push returns. Top lane has already been dealt with, so we're going to play towards bottom, surely?
It's basically a foregone conclusion at this point. You're 25k behind and you don't have the wombo combo drafts. This is also one of the painful things about drafting, like Mouse did in the first game and in this game, is that you don't have those big outs for when you're this far behind. If you imagine, you know, a little mental experiment here, if the tables were turned around and Yellow Submarine are 25,000 gold behind, there's still potential to turn that, right? A lasso into some Cataclysm from Invoker, like, you can still kill people. Here, it's just very difficult because they don't have the type of heroes that chain stun and burst. They're more like overwhelm and just smash,
are scanning.
which doesn't work when you're on the back foot.
That's brought to my attention. Invoker hasn't even bought a shard.
Yeah, I mean, he went for the Octarine early on and has had a good time with that. Rain with a different style of gameplay here. No shard, no Aghanims, just you know, pretty reliable tanky build with a Shiva's Octarine, 4-staff for repositioning. Very different than what we saw in the previous game.
It's going to take some mouse magic to hold on to this one. Gonna jump in from Shigetsu. Crystal is disappearing. The wolf, Tiny!
He's dead.
Makes short work of the Drow. Witch Doctor in the midst of it, also dead as Boom falls short. Yellow Submarine unscathed. Barely taking any damage on the way out as they come back in again. Mid one being
wolves.
shredded. The triple kill for Shigetsu. Looking with an avalanche. All the damage clears through them all. Oh, it is absolutely wondrous for Yellow Submarine. Diving the fountain to give him the rampage.
What the hell am I watching?
Monstrous.
She gets Tiny with this Lycan buff coming in. And speaking of the two of them is pretty appropriate because Shigetsu and Batyuk both had a clean game. 0 deaths, none of them died, and I mean, what a performance. This was a beatdown. And look at the players too. They're excited. They're in very high spirits after that one. We saw them jumping out of their chairs a bit after the second game win here. Super strong start to their run in this qualifier. Amazing performance, good draft, and understanding as well. I'm impressed. I did not think Yellow Submarine would come in looking this strong, but clearly they have done their prep work.
Just incredible stuff. I still can't believe this Lycan Tiny Aghanim Scepter Wolf Form combo. It's still such a monstrous thing.
It is splash damage. It is pretty item dependent, right? Like they had 30,000 net worth lead or something at the end there, so obviously at that point you're gonna wipe people, but it was still impressive to see how well it worked overall in the draft earlier on.
The Rock Wolf, Lupus Rupus, coming in to destroy them.
Yeah, he was. Look at this. When they kill him once in this fight because he has Aegis, they're like, maybe we can bring him down again. But he's so damn tanky. He just keeps moving forward, and eventually the team catches up. Chrysalis tries to go for a kill here, but just gets kited forever. Eventually the box comes out, and he can't do anything.
I'm still trying to figure out, like, is this an upset or not? Because this is a third, like, Open Qualifier 1, third place, Yellow Submarine. But they've also defeated Maus recently in other tournaments, and Maus have been on like a downturn.
I wouldn't call it an upset, but I would say that, you know, it's always a thing when the qualifier team beats the invited team in a qualifier, right? So definitely impressive to do it 2-0, and in the fashion that we saw, they definitely dominated this game too.
Yeah,
game 1 was a lot more close. But yeah, it's impressive regardless. You can definitely say that the players being so excited there at the end, it makes a lot of sense. They should be proud of themselves.
Absolutely should. You're dropping Maus down into that lower bracket, and Yellow Submarine advancing forward.
Yeah, I mean, will be tough for them, but at least it is double elimination. You know, you didn't lose all your chances here. There are a lot of strong teams, but that also means we got to have 2 chances for people to prove themselves. Getting dropped once, that's acceptable, but now they need to have a clean run in that lower bracket if they want a chance to qualify.
A lot of pressure on Immortal Faith to go back and, you know, back to the drawing board, basically, and say, okay, we're going to figure a lot of stuff out here. Shigetsu posting up some tremendous numbers through this series. I mean, what? Clinks, he did 33,000 damage, and now 34 on Tiny.
Yeah.
Doing close to 70k damage across 2 games. Pretty monstrous.
Very impressive play. I think overall Shigetsu definitely looked like fantastic in these 2 games that we watched. But overall, you pointed out too, in the second game, the rotations from the supports, the ability to create space that they had, and how they worked together with Rain on the mid lane, I think was commendable. Really impressive. So they did a lot with very little. The supports had not the best laning stage, not that great gold, but the rotations were there. They shut down mid one, and they did that in a very convincing manner.
Yeah, and you put it out as well. Very convincing drafting as well. Felt pretty smooth, collected stuff, especially from Yellow Submarine as they take Maus down a notch. 2-0 victory, advancing forward to upper bracket round 2. Maus sent down to lower bracket, as we'll prep ourselves for the next series coming up as we're done with the first of the day. Virtus Pro against IC Insanity coming up in a couple of minutes. We'll see you in a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
And we're back just like that, heading straight into our second series rolling schedule. Keep the ball going as we get ourselves into the second series of the day here for the regional qualifiers Europe TI 2026. Still catches me off guard that it's not TI 16. Yeah, just
you know, because it used to be perfectly lined up and it felt very satisfying, and then Corona came and ruined it for us, Gareth, and now it's not satisfying at all. I get triggered by these little things. But anyway,
so
we're heading into our second series of the day here, which is going to be Virtus Pro going up against Inner Circle Insanity. I feel like this is an interesting matchup because Virtus Pro, you know, definitely one of the big teams to look out for here in the qualifiers. Obviously, one of the invited teams, same as we had earlier, the invited versus the qualified. But I see Insanity, you know, they have a lot of players that you may recognize as a viewer. Maybe you don't know the team name, but there are a lot of players on this team that have some serious potential to make an upset in this.
Absolutely do. Yeah, I mean, look at these guys. You know, the Mongolian boys who came out a couple of years ago as like stellar players, joining a few mixed squads, have really shone the past couple of years. You know, 423. SE, we've had Sanctity, who's obviously over on Team Bald as well, has done an incredible job coming out. Then you've got Stoikov, Lays, Fernand, some older names mixed in there as well. And definitely a roster to look out for as they came second place in the second open qualifier to get themselves here. But yeah, they're up against stern opponents. VP, the invited team, and this is the ex-Shopify Rebellion VP, if you've not been keeping tabs on Dota. Timado, Abed, Saberlight, Hellscream, Fly, and Bulba coaching. So it's kind of two versions of Shopify mixed together and sent over to VP.
And we'll see if they're going to be able to, or if IC Insanity will be able to keep the track record going here. We have had 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 all the way, Gareth, even in the Mouse versus Yellow Submarine match, which we expected would be perhaps going a 3-game series. Yellow Submarine showed up super strong with that 2-0 against Mouse.
I love that Liquipedia has the MMR journey of some players as well. Because I saw that recently Saberlight had hit 17,000 MMR, 13th of June, 2026. As obviously we're watching the bracket, all those 2-0s up the top, like you were saying. We'll see if that all continues. Got 3 more series to follow up today. Just watch Yellow Submarine take down Mouse. But yeah, Saberlight going, what, 2020, he was 10k MMR. 6 years later, 17k MMR. He's been rising up the ranks. I think he's like 3rd in EU now?
Yeah, he was #1 recently, actually. He tweeted just yesterday, I think. He tweeted out a good luck to all the people in the qualifiers with a screenshot of him being rank 1 in Europe. You know, classic Saberlight, always such a memer troller. It's like, good luck to people in qualifiers. Meanwhile, I'm also in the qualifiers and I'm rank 1. It's like sort of a threat and a good luck at the same time.
Humble brag threat mixed together.
He's such a funny guy.
Look at my knife. Isn't it so shiny and sharp? Wouldn't it be a shame if I stabbed you with it? He's just polishing and sharpening his knife as he watches everyone else. Oh, yeah, it's definitely going to be stiff competition for Inner Circle for sure. You know, Virtus Pro haven't necessarily shown up at their last few events. They've not had any particularly good results. It's very much been 9th, 10th, 9th through 12th, 5th, 6th.
Oh my god. Is Abed going for a world record here on the player cam? It is almost only hair. Okay, I can see a little bit of forehead. This is a new angle. Yeah, this is absolutely topping the charts.
The ceiling cam.
Oh, I could see his eyes for a second there.
Oh.
Yeah, the players love ceiling cams. It's a very common trend.
And what's the reason for it? I guess most webcams kind of sit on top of your monitor, right? So if you don't want something in your way or in your eye line, you're like, get rid of this shit.
I imagine they just put it on the desk and angle it, sort of towards themselves, but they overestimate their own height, and it ends up just being the ceiling.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely some of these camera angles do not feel like it's on the monitor, right? It has to be like literally just laying on the desk. Either way, we'll get into the draft here as we have the players. Yeah, okay, 4-2-3. Okay,
we've got a winner. We've got a winner.
I see you, 4-2-3. He's giving some serious competition. Both teams representing here.
I think we need to do a tier list. Player cam tier list is required for these qualifiers.
Yep. The
Right.
most degenerate camera.
It's pretty bad. What do we got? What do we got? Lone Druid, Axe, Puck, Treant, Doom, Snap, Kez, Banned, Undying Open, into Nature's Prophet Answer, and a few bans to come out.
Yeah, interesting to see the Nature's Prophet still staying high priority in this qualifier. We've seen the effort and emphasis on those global heroes be very high. And Undying, a hero that, you know, I already asked for in some of their first series. We didn't get to see him then, but now we have seen him in the previous series and get to see him in this one as well. I think Undying brings a lot of useful tools. You just have to make sure that you follow up with a lot of disables in your team, because one of the big downsides about Undying, he does not have a stun. He does not control your opponents.
No, you need to bring as many stuns as you can to the table. And yeah, just, I don't know, curious pattern emerging. Check offlane players getting this Undying first pick and flexing it to offlane.
I can't stop looking at Fernand's camera. It looks like he's wearing a hat, you know, the ceiling thing. It looks like
The
he's
university
wearing, like,
graduation cap.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it looks so funny from this angle. But yeah, no, we will see how the Undying is going to be supplemented with the rest of the heroes. This, of course, is something the Inner Circle should also consider in their following bans. So far, they removed a lot of controlling heroes, but they're going to say, okay, you know what? The SF Undying lane, pretty damn strong. Don't want to play against the SF.
That's the thing, right? Undying first pick gives you so many avenues to go down. The Undying plus turret hero in the safe lane. This offlane Undying also potentially shuts out the tanky carries. Like if this is a 3 Undying, you don't want to be playing Tiny into him, for instance, right? Not necessarily an easy time. So
yeah, it can be very challenging. So yeah, he does bring a few different nice tools. I mean, laning stage is his real impact, right?
Yeah.
The fact that Undying is one of the best laning heroes and can be very, very oppressive. And now pairing into a Keeper of the Light as well. Normally we see Keeper of the Light played mid lane in this patch. It can be played support as well, though, and of course, Virtus Pro are very capable of doing so. You know, Fly plays it really well. They can also just flex it over and play it on either of their supports.
Tons of ways to go with it. I wonder if this is also like a setup for the Abed Storm Spirit. Bulba picking Abed Storm 2026. Just keep it going.
I mean, Storm has been looking great so far. A lot of the teams have been looking towards Storm as well. We saw it used very successfully against Zeus on the first day. Storm is just a nice hero in that he brings you that safe initiation base, or safe, but very, very reliable way of catching people, I should say. And yeah, it would be a nice hero to mix into the draft of VP so far.
So if you want to keep your flex as wide as possible, we want the 3-5 flex of Undying to stay. We want the Kotl kind of 2 and 4 flex to stay. So who are we picking here? Carry?
Pick a carry, right? Or you know,
It's
you
just
listen
the
to
Storm
Bulba.
that I said, right?
Yeah. I mean, you called it. It also...
We all
haven't
saw
even
it coming a
gone-
mile away, Wag. I didn't call anything.
No, you called it because we didn't get to the point of talking about how good it is against the heroes that Inner Circle have, right? Yes, it makes a lot of sense internally for them to pick Storm. It's good with the Undying or Keeper of the Light, you know, type of gameplay. But Inner Circle, Nature's Prophet and Hoodwink get absolutely punished by Storm. In particular, Nature's Prophet. You go split pushing somewhere, Storm can zip you from half the map away. Nowhere is safe. And also, Sprout doesn't do anything to him.
And then the immediate answer of Ember Spirit, a hero that we've seen kind of lane well and do well against the Storm, but I feel like I want to look at the stats from recent tournaments. I feel like Ember Spirit has like looked good in a draft, and I've been excited to see it, but I don't think I've seen Ember win in a while.
Yeah, with a few nerfs to the Mage Slayer and also nerfs here and there to the Ember, he has fallen a little bit. He was super broken when Mage Slayer was at its full potential, and Ember was also completely pre-nerf. But yeah, we see have the qualifier win rate here. 4 picks, only 1 win so far. Obviously, very small sample size for this, but
Yeah.
I would say that my experience with him in recent times also supplements these stats. Basically, I think Ember has fallen off a bit. He's an okay pick, but not amazing.
Yeah, I'm just looking at most recent Blast. He had a 70% win rate across 20 games. So I guess I just missed those games. So I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
at Dream League he didn't look particularly hot, but maybe I'm just mistaken.
I mean, it's a hero that still does function pretty well in similar ways to Storm, that you
Yeah.
can set up with the catch. You have the Searing Chains, also great with Hoodwink, that you can combo the Searing Chains into the Hoodwink Bushwhack. And it's a fast-paced mid-hero. Generally, fast-paced mid-heroes are what we're always asking for. Anything that doesn't really bring the tempo has to have some serious reason for not doing so. Like a mid-invoker that's kind of slow at least brings the Sunstrikes to the side lanes.
True.
Like, it has to do something.
Yeah, I guess my brain was Dream League locked. He was 16 and 26, so 38% win rate. Yeah, he looked real bad at Dream League across quite a few games. But here, yeah,
And I would
pairing up with
say-
Hoodwink Enchantress, you can play that fast tempo, get early aggression, play through your Spirit Vessel, TP with Nature's Prophet. Lots of ways to snap into action as Inner Circle.
Yeah, for sure. Also, he has not been looking as strong in pubs lately, in high level. From what I've seen, you know, every now and then you get some good Ember games, but quite often it's hard to make this hero look as broken as it was. Drow gets picked up for a VP, another one of those heroes that works super well with Undying. So Undying gonna babysit, Drow is gonna reap the reward from it. You have some very clear like 1-2 pairings from VP here, where Kodo is gonna enable Storm later on, Undying is gonna give Drow a good start. And Drow also kind of shits on the Enchantress, right? Multishot is so much damage into Ench, who usually relies on being untouchable, but Multishot kind of circumvents that.
So Drow and Storm is a core pairing that we've seen a lot historically. Like back when we used to have Drow giving people Agi with the aura, it was like, oh yeah, Storm with attack speed and armor feels really good. Nowadays, what's the deal here? Does Storm just like cover Drow's bases? Or why do we see it still so commonly picked together?
I think it's more that Storm is just a good fighting hero, and when you play Drow, you typically want your team to be able to do stuff, so you need strong fighting heroes to go 4v5 potentially. And then once Drow is ready, with Hurricane Pike, Manta, or something like that, she can start sieging towers. So it complements each other fairly well. I wouldn't say it's so much of a combination, more the, you know, the type of hero works. Any hero that's similar, like Ember would similarly work pretty well with Drow as well, for the same reason.
Makes sense. And coming up to round up this draft, Tail Under Bans, Centaur, Lycan, Dawnbreaker, all getting removed. So Inner Circle still covering their bases, looking at this Undying as, you know, probably the POS 5. Just ban out some offlane heroes.
Man, where's the Mars at, you know? Are we gonna see Mars in this game? Because he's pretty amazing against Drow Ranger. Blocking out those ranged attacks can feel pretty damn good, but we haven't seen Mars getting picked at all. Been ignored a lot, and now with so many offlane heroes banned, I'm interested to see if Inner Circle feel it's worth going for, if they also go for someone else, like we just gotta see a Doom or something. Actually, never mind, it was first face banned.
This is some like Nigma Galaxy ass Kurogi draft with no stuns. you said when you have offlane and dying, you kind of got to cover him with stuns and disables. They have Vortex.
I mean, yeah, they have Vortex and they have the Curse. It's not looking great on the stun department for sure.
They've got a lot of
But they have
slows
some
though.
other- Yeah, they got some crazy stuff to play with just Storm. So Lockdown isn't great, which means Ember might have a pretty free time, but they have at least the Pull, the Curse, and the Silence. And these are very fast disables, right? A jump into a Vortex is hard to dodge as Ember. The Winter's Curse can come out of nowhere. And even Drow Silence, something you have to be very on your toes to not get caught by. So it's not completely free for Ember anyway.
Especially when there's no direct save and there's no pseudo save in terms of a big AoE ulti, right? There's no Ravage, Black Hole, Naga Song. So there's actually no ways to counteract that.
But another hero that also does well when there's low disables is the Timbersaw. Interesting pick into the Drow Ranger lane. I would have thought that this is a really hard lane to play, but we'll see if he and Fernandes can make it work.
Yeah, it might be a tough one here. I can definitely see Inner Circle having some good tempo early on through this Enchantress and Nature's Prophet. They can play into the Timber lane.
Also, we didn't talk too much about it, but the fact that the Winter Wyvern was last picked, the Saberlight Undying is here. That is, of course, Saberlight, known for being one of the most scary Undying pickers on that offlane. Super, super strong at this. He's done this so many times before, and he's fueling up, getting some sugar, some energy in his body here. Get ready for this game.
He needs to brush his hair first. Look at that. Well, is that all the static energy that he's built up?
He's just hyped, dude. It's
Super
funny because the
hype.
front of his hair looks like it's, combed over, looks nice and calm, and then the back of the hair is crazy.
Super spiky. He's like half. What was it? This business in the front, party in the back. He's gone.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe the same is true with Fly. We just don't have that angle on him, right? He looks business. Okay,
no,
never mind.
no,
He actually turns his head.
No,
Okay.
Very, very serious.
I mean, Fly looking professional and clean is literally him always, right? Isn't that always the case? I feel like I've never
Muscular,
seen him with, like,
tanned,
wild hair.
clean, beautiful.
Yeah. always.
And then you've got Sableye with the reverse mullet.
He's a crazy man. Have to represent that.
Sipping away.
I
He's playing on
respect that.
dying
I'm
off
also
lane.
rocking the crazy hair. At least he is, part of his hair looking normal. I look completely messed up, dude.
Oh, here we go. Game 1, best of 3. We're still in the upper bracket. Day 2 of the closed qualifiers for the international as we head through Europe. Already been a ton of action, a ton of 2-0s. We'll see if that still continues, waiting for the first 2-1 series of the quals. Maybe this one will be it. But it's kind of scary, looking at all these Grandmaster heroes. There's a lot of Siggies.
Who's that handsome?
Yeah, seriously, Dire have some stacked picks. I mean, also, can we just flame Stoikov a little bit here? Like, you're so close to a team of Grandmasters.
Yeah.
But he's a master tier. What? Do you even play Ember? What is
What's
this?
the point in paying for Dota Plus if you're not a Grandmaster?
He's bringing down the average, dude. They could have had a full Grandmaster team. This is probably the highest, by the way, I've ever seen in a pro game where 5 players are all master tier or higher, 4 of them Grandmaster. They're definitely in their comfort zone.
The closest I feel like we get is when Falcons have the most players with like the most Grandmaster heroes.
Yeah, but it's always 3.
It's always 3,
always
yeah.
like 3 Grandmasters, and it's always the 3 core players, and then the supports are showing the flexibility.
Yeah. Or Skitter is there with like, bronze Naga
Yeah.
Siren or something. Like, okay, here we go. Anyway.
True.
We'll find out if these Grandmaster heroes can do it against Virtus Pro. It is another underdog situation. A higher seed VP against the lower seed open qualifier team of ICXL. Nature's Prophet Enchantress going for some thematic, foresty, druidy stuff in that top lane to try and deal with this Kotl Undying, which I didn't think about being a combo, but Chakra Magic Decay spam is pretty nasty.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a good lane combo. And on top of that, you have Blinding Light, which Hellscream skills up early here, which can sometimes pull people closer to Undying. One of the big weaknesses of Undying is that in level, or pre-level 6, he doesn't really have a way to catch people or lock onto people. So being able to push them closer to him can be very useful.
A cool bit of protection against Tombstone dying as well.
Yeah.
Blind him up.
Exactly. Should be nice.
Abed giving it to Stoikov in that mid lane. Of course, the Storm Spirit of Abed, renowned across the globe, 6-1 against the 5-1, but getting a lot more harassment in onto the Ember Spirit early on. And then in that bottom lane, Fernandes and Lays. Now the Hoodwink and Timbersaw playing into the Drow Ranger Winter Wyvern of Tomato and Fly. Now Abed has a creep wave on the tower here, and he's still just clicking Stoikov. But gathering these last hits is not easy.
He's doing a great job so far, putting a lot of pressure, but also getting good farm for himself. Abed playing cleanly. Yeah, this bottom lane, I was not sure that, this Timber was the pick. We'll see how well it works for Lace, but so far it's looking painful, man. He got, a few last hits, but still he loses a lot of HP for just coming close.
What's happening top lane? 4-2-3 is being dived. Sableye with the help of the Blood Grenade just punching into this Nature's Prophet, trying to cut through the trees and catch up. The final touch is there as he bing-bongs him down.
Bing-bong. The man himself. And yeah, that's a fantastic kill for them. And with the Chakra spam from Keeper of Light, they'll keep the Undying pretty happy as well. Keep the mana pool high. One of the big weaknesses of Undying is that once you spam all your decays, you kind of run out of mana, run out of gas. Not gonna happen on this thing.
That's the scariest thing, right? Fill him up with the Chakra. He didn't lose any health diving that tower and getting the kill either. So all he needed was mana to be refilled.
Yep. Yeah, it's basically free. And yeah, we saw exactly what we were talking about. The Blinding Light being used to keep him close to Undying, so Undying can just keep right-clicking away. They're also abusing the Null Talisman every time they Chakra. So he's dropping Null Talisman, getting Chakra, and then picking it up again. Or backpacking it, rather.
Nice. They finally have this level 2 enchant with the Nature's Prophet Treants. They send the Wild Wing onto Saberlight to get some harassment damage going. Finally able to utilize the 2 nature-focused heroes in that top lane to recover things after that first blood.
Yeah, the creep is going to be very useful, just running in with the Wild Wing, dealing some damage to Undying. He's spamming Decay a lot, but he's also taking some serious damage himself.
Just across the board, VP getting the upper hand and last hits across all 3 of their cores. Sitting in a little bit ahead. Saberlight, Tombstone down, Blinding Light used. Undying is pretty low, but he stayed alive with another 2-man Decay. But they're able to deal with the threat this time.
Yeah, the Enchantress coming in with the Nature's Attendants as well, being able to stay healthy enough. But he is relentless. The Ceaseless Dirge is truly going at it with the Decay.
I mean, that's 12 strength down, 16 strength down, 423 has 100 health. That's really scary. If he gets punched,
he's 1 away from dying almost.
Yeah. And 1 more Decay and then 1 punch, and he's just going to die.
Yeah, has to be careful about a Blinding Light into a Blood Grenade, but at least Se is doing a good job pushing back the Caudal. Enchantress also has a very nice creep. The Harpy Stormcrafter is chasing.
Spammy, spammy. Lightning zappy. And now with a Tornado, bringing the nature effect to the top lane. Storm, wind, earth, fire. Everything you can to deal with this nasty, undying, undead zombie.
Yeah, they're heeding her call. And mid lane, 29 for 7 versus 22 and 4. So Storm is still eking out a bit of an advantage, but it's hard to take your eyes off top lane. Look at now Winter Wyvern coming around as well. Sweeping for a potential goal on the Nature's Prophet.
Saberlight so desperately wants the Tombstone and Decay.
Is he dying to these?
He's
He has 6 HP.
zoned out and nearly dies to Treant. See, he's going to wander off. Nothing's going to be able to catch up to him, though.
A few hits from those Treants and he actually just die. The bonus damage is serious on it.
Be careful,
You have to watch
Saberlight.
out. He used to be able to tank. He has 5 HP.
There's a Wild Wing coming as well. He's getting bing
He's towing
bonged.
the line.
All right, time to go Fountain,
You
huh?
used to be able... The bonus damage on the Treants is actually insane. It doesn't sound that strong when you read it, like, oh, 25 and plus 10 on the Treants, okay, whatever. But when you keep in mind the blocking of damage, right? The innate blocking of damage that melee heroes have, if you keep that in mind, then this is a lot more effective damage going through than it was before. So it's almost like doubling or even more increasing the damage of the Treants effectively.
So nice. Saberlight low, but can continue laning as we finally get a shift of attention towards the mid lane as the 6-minute rune's about to spawn. Ember with a Remnant has that safety net to gather up the Arcane Rune as both Hellscream and Abed were lurking. But it was ICXL that brought the numbers. Both supports move out of their side lanes to help Stoikov in the mid. Try and recuperate against the Storm, who has been leading out. Now top lane,
Dive, blood
second
grenades.
move by the Winter Wyvern. Blood Grenade with the Arctic Burn. Oh, he's back in Fountain. The TP home because they've got no stuns. It succeeds, and now Stoikov, Essie, they're backing onto Hellscream. Keeper of the Light getting clicked down by the Enchantress, but the Fairy Fire keeps him alive, barely scraping away with his safety, and the Undying Winter Wyvern both going to slip away as well.
Yeah, Ember has a Remnant back on mid, so he's going to hop over there. Couldn't quite catch. Maybe he could have committed with using Bottle, using 1 more Remnant and jumping forward, but then he can't get back to mid, so it was not worth it in his eyes. And probably the right call.
The fact that Nature's Prophet escaped there, it felt like someone had died, but no one did.
Oh, said this is awkward. He's going for the Steal and Wisdom, but he had a creep following him the entire way, so they saw him go for this, and they bring the numbers.
Yeah, they'll secure it. Enchantress going to live, though. Doesn't have to sacrifice herself for the attempt.
That's pretty good, actually. Storm used the TP, you know. Even though you didn't get to steal, this forced the hand of VP.
While this is all going on, though, Drat Ranger, 3,400 net worth, top of the pops, Tomato having a pretty free game. Timbersaw has been able to recover a fair amount, though, with all the movement, the Winter Wyvern going through the gates, the focus on that smitten top lane. Blaze about 3,000 net worth. Having such a tough
they're
time anymore.
giving up the tower right now, potentially, as they're leaving the area. Enchantress and Timber starting to pressure into it, and Drow just hopping into jungle to farm.
Winter Wyvern's not really going to offer you too much. Drow Ranger doesn't want to sit there on the tower.
Yeah,
It
he's
seems like a
trying
wise
to
move.
work his way around on fly.
I just wonder, like, could you swap lanes here? Like, could you send Drow top and Undying bottom?
It's not a fantastic time for Undying going against the Timbersaw. The Whirling Death does so much damage to you. And they're just going to have Winter Wyvern try and leech experience, but he may just fall here.
Yeah, it seems like it's inevitable.
No
death.
love.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No love lost as they bring him down quickly, and meanwhile, not too much tower pressure going on anywhere else. This is essentially turning into a free tower.
Is under attack.
Looks like it, yeah, no contest. The VP are going to try and smoke and play up the top and maybe get a tower of their own. Look for a kill on the Nature's Prophet, who has evacuated that top lane entirely. He's been scouting with Treant, so he's seen the Undying, but might not know that Storm and Kotl are right nearby. Or they guess
Oh, the
incorrectly.
wrong way.
They go north instead of east, and the Nature's Prophet very happy with the situation.
Yeah, unfortunate timing to walk by there. A little bit sloppy, you could say. They were in smoke and walked into what was the creeps walking by there. But of course, it would have been fine had the hero not been there. Now Nature's Prophet saw them due to the range creep. And at least they're gonna go and pressure a tower of their own, trying to equalize the tower state again.
Just a lot of space for IC. Stoikov gets himself some free time in that mid lane. The Enchantress and the Hoodwink have swept through that southern jungle, so pressing Drow Ranger out of her natural farming habitat to try and defend bottom tier 2.
Dire's top tower.
They also don't defend the top tower, so they'll leave that be while they dive the mid lane looking for fly. Might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew though. The Storm Spirit zips over the bushwhack. No more stuns remaining means Fernand. Open season for the Hoodwink as Abed gonna kill her off.
Very nice. Pretty deep dive there, so easy to TP in and react. Meanwhile, the Enchantress barely dies.
And Storm Spirit keeps on going with the Chakra Magic, but unable to get the shield rune. Stoikov just clicks faster.
Rune advantage, and pretty good rune to have as well. The shield rune on the Ember Spirit with Urn already maxed out Flame Guard. So pretty aggressive.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I thought VP would start to run away with this. The way the draft went, the early game, the kill on Nature's Prophet. But IC have settled into a pretty nice rhythm here. Timbersaw, I think in particular, Timbersaw has been able to find a nice spot just to sit and farm. He's had this laning stage go his way, and he's second place in net worth.
And he has his power spike. Got the Kaya, so now pretty good damage coming out from him. He has enough mana to keep spell farming very, very rapidly. And he has a lot of space. The tower is gone down bottom, so nobody's gonna gank a Timbersaw down here. It's simply too far away. So yeah, they're looking pretty good to keep scaling. They're a little bit behind the net worth overall across the course. Of course, they have a bit of a lead on the supports though, as Hoodwink is leading the way on 2k.
It's been a little bit since I've seen this Greaves build on Storm Spirit. It's been much more about the Witchblade, Kaya Sand, maybe an Orchid
Yeah.
splashed in here, but Greaves was a very popular build for a while and just went out of favor.
It did. I mean, Greaves got experimented with a lot. Ooh, Ember.
Fly being burnt alive by Stoikov. Wrath of Nature helping out.
Quick kill there. They saw the storm moving over as well, but of course with very few disables, they're not gonna go and kill him.
It's a very low
well,
stun
they-
game overall. Like, catching
I
people
think-
is so hard.
I think the Greaves build, importantly, speaks to how they want to play this game. They have Undying, they have Coddle, they have Storm. They want to play this timing where they go together and just do a lot of things with infinite sustainability. And this will make them stronger for 5-manning if it goes Greaves as opposed to some other build.
It's also identifying this low stun nature, right? Where there aren't any disables. He doesn't need BKB. He doesn't need any other tool to survive. All he needs is a way to break out of Searing Chains. And that's what Greaves gives you. Just like, okay, well, the one stun you have undone by the one item I have.
Yeah, I think for now that's true at least. Later on we could totally see him go back for a BKB just because of the damage from Hoodwink and Timber. Even Searing Chains could be bothersome. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense to open up with just something that speeds up the game overall for your team. So he has the mech coming out already. This puts them on a really, really strong timer. I'm looking towards VP to make something happen, either opening the mid tower or just going and challenging this sort of infestation that's coming by IC.
Is under attack.
Try and deal with this Enchantress who just keep sending Crocus from mid-tower. Storm Spirit with the Undying. They're on the Ember. Stoikov, he's got a safety remnant somewhere, so he can zip away. That's what he's going to opt to do, but he's being covered by Sableye, who stands on that safety remnant. Clears him out.
I'm surprised he didn't jump earlier. It felt like he spent too much time just standing around. If he jumped faster and then send a second remnant, jump to safety, I thought he could get out, but...
Yeah, I don't know. Awkward.
A little bit... he had a regenerate, so he was trying to push his limits there with regenerating through the harassment, but not really respecting the Undying. Now with the Blink Dagger, jumps onto the Hoodwink.
Sableye the limit breaker. Make sure he's stuck in the tracks. Tanky Undying, 1500 HP. Tombstone placed. Trying to top himself up, but can't get the soul rip off. That sharpshooter kills him before he has the chance.
Limit Breaker breaks his own limit, and
Yeah.
Hellscream getting run down. Serum Chains available soon.
He's going to get caught up by Stoikov. The heals, not enough. Maybe with a turn on this Ember Spirit. He doesn't have any more remnants. Yeah, they've got plenty.
Very
Stoikov.
good kill as he just respawned as well. Pretty painful to die that quickly in succession.
He does get 3 urn charges, which is soon going to be Spirit Vessel charges. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, twice in quick succession, dying like that as Ember really hurts.
Yeah. Nice move by Timato, though, joining his team for that one, making sure to have some impact as Drow. Obviously, she wants to farm, but you can't just be sleeping and let the opponents run away with it. You're playing against an Aegis Prophet, so if you don't do anything as a carry, you're most likely going to have your team get overrun.
Tomato might be getting overrun himself. Oh, he's able to break free with the help of the Mech of Abed, the full Greaves, in fact, there to keep Tomato healthy. Hoodwink and Timbersaw unable to kill the Drow as just a duo. I'm paying for it.
Nice Mech Storm is trying to save everybody. The Coddle, the Drow, he's here to heal. Got the Guardian Greaves, as you mentioned.
Radiant's top tower.
This is
But
VP's time
we're
to go.
seeing what I called for, though. They are grouping up and they're making stuff happen on side of VP, recognizing that they're very strong with the item timing. Sure, the net worth overall lead is actually in favor of Icy Circle, or Icy here, but VP are stronger.
4-2-3. He's TP'd in here to try and deal with Sableye. They zip in, Soul Rip back up. Sablite's okay. 4-2-3 getting blasted by the Illuminate. And he's pretty tanky, though, just to stand his ground with his Mjolnir strength treads. 400 health remaining. They don't get a kill on him, and now Abed's the one without any resources left.
Yeah, good chase, good catch there coming in. And of course, with the Spirit Vessel as well, the heals are not quite as effective anymore.
It's just crazy how... So that starts with VP having vision of Nature's Prophet and rushing towards him. But Dire had vision of them rushing towards him, so he TP'd into the middle of them, and the rest of his team were prepared.
I mean, I think Saberlight got a little bit over-ambitious there. He was very alone, surrounded by
Tomato.
everybody.
Fernandes. There's Hoodwink. He tried to start on the Drow Ranger thinking, hey, I've got Enchantress. I could have a Nature's Prophet TP in, but no, it's not to be. Tomato has tons of backup from his 2 supports. Yeah, 500 health on Nature's Prophet was never TPing in to help there.
Storm gonna shove out bottom lane. Should theoretically be able to push lanes quite easily without, you know, any risk of dying, but this is a lot of HP to just a Timbersaw jump.
You're poking at Lays here with Gaia Sanj, Ogre Axe. Tanky boy seems untouchable right now.
Very tanky. Also got the Greedy enchantment, very nice on Timbersaw. One of those core heroes who can easily go for that.
Dire are scared.
Definitely one of the...
Hellscream is trying to be sneaky, but
Yeah.
gotta get punished.
No chance. Definitely one of the downsides you mentioned about this Undying, not having a stun, not having a big team fight ability or a Ravage or a tower pushing ability to go and force the issue. Right? You win lane, then you're very reliant on your teammates to pick up the slack and go play forward. So we're kind of waiting for Tomato's Drow to be ready to go, as VP have kind of petered out a little bit as we head towards mid-game. Definitely seeing this Dire side hit their stride a little bit better.
Dire hitting the stride, except for Ember. Ember is still only Spirit Vessel. We're 18 minutes in. He's nowhere close to this Mage Slayer that he's working on. Gonna take a while to get this completed. And that could be problematic for them. If Ember is not having the best game, he's the one that they want to play around a lot.
The Hatred bottom. It's going to get grabbed by Abed. I see, can't contest it. I don't know,
There's
man.
going to have to be a lot of emphasis on dealing with 423 on his Nature's Prophet, though, because right now Mjolnir and Dragonlance, Nature's Prophet is getting some serious farm going. His DPS will be really good for next fight.
You're looking at Nature's Prophet. I'm looking at Timbersaw. I think both of these heroes have accelerated very quickly into the mid game and start to feel untouchable. Nature's Prophet is tucked in the jungle, so you have to go like hunting deep for him. And Timbersaw is dangling on the lanes, very tanky, so you have to commit heavily for him. A lot has to go right to get these kills, so VP are just trying to ignore it and play elsewhere on the map to get Drow Ranger as large as possible.
It's fun to watch these games where you have a ton of people who are just experts at their heroes. Obviously, we have 5 Grandmasters in this game, 3 Master tier players as well, just the Dota Plus levels. So everyone being so comfortable with their hero, we can really see that coming out in how the game plays.
That makes this next round of items that much more exciting. Very tight game, very skilled
Vessel.
players. The Vessel and the Bushwhack onto Saberlight. He put his tombstone
He
down.
can't heal.
He tries to heal up with the Cold Embrace, but the Wrath of Nature enough to zap him.
Dire's top tower.
Flying out there, can't even get an answer.
I mean, that Spear Vessel absolutely destroyed them there. Even the heal coming out from the Winter Wyvern towards the end didn't do that much. And it is a very good solution to Undying. Just prevent his healing. He will need to get his way towards a BKB, but since he's working on Aghanim Scepter first, it's not going to be anytime soon.
Yes, actually, I see that come out with a 2k lead now. Able to make a little bit better use of the map. Get a kill, press forward. Yet to take this mid-tier 1 tower, which obviously is a sticking point for them to be able to play the rest of the map. And so VP are just sending hero after hero to defend the lane, push the wave.
Drow Ranger is working on the Mantis Tower, getting closer. Tormentor is up right now, so control of the bottom area would be valuable. That might be why we see Icy smoking up and moving down towards bottom. We're playing around Ember for now, at least.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Is this the kind of game where Drow Ranger can 1v5?
She could if the game goes late enough, yeah.
I'll scream. Getting 5v1. Poor guy.
And when you're just a little support with brown boots and a quelling blade, that's not a great time.
Radiant's
Nope.
So
is under attack.
with him dead, the bottom tower is pretty exposed. They can siege up on it. And at least, yeah, maybe actually take the tower as the glyph is already forced out.
Top tower.
VP thinking about going to steal Roshan as they lose mid-tier 1, then bottom tier 2. Try and get an objective for themselves. They've got Raging
Scouted though. Enchantress sent in the creep so they know about it. And I don't think they want to give it for free. Timbersaw making his way.
There is vision up on that high ground, so VP can see the entry point. But Timbersaw, yeah, just going to waddle straight towards them. Winter's Curse used. They've got multi-shot silence combo onto Stoikov to kill the Ember before he had a chance to respond. Now Lay's half HP trying to Timber Chain away. Now he's in trouble. Aghanim Scepter already spent. The damage from Abed and Hellscream, that's enough to vortex him back into Tomato's right clicks. Well, they walked into contest and they hit a brick wall.
Am I missing something? What happened to his Aghanims? Did he insta-click it? Like, it disappeared when he got Winter's Curse. But Winter's Curse doesn't dispel, does it?
I don't know.
That was so weird. Like, if we can see a replay of that starter fight, I would really love it. The Timbersaw walked in with the Aghanim Scepter with the idea of being unkillable and to make some aggressive space creating play, but it got immediately blown up. And I don't know if he fat-fingered his reactive armor or if it was a dispel that I didn't see. Like, look at this. He has it and it's gone. What?
It immediately blows up, you're right.
Was Winter Curse the one? I'll have to try that later on. After the game, I'll check. It looked very strange to me. Maybe he fat finger it at the exact same timing, but it really looked like Winter's Curse removes the reactive armor, which or like the reactive armor Aghanims.
That's
Anyway, very good stuff coming out for side of VP as they get themselves the Aegis, now in the hands of Drow, take the Tormentor. Super comfortable spot for them to start making plays towards those tier 2 towers.
a
I'm not saying they
resounding
would
victory
have
for
won
them.
the fights if it wasn't for that, but you know, things would have looked different at least.
Gee.
Oh wow. So sad. The ward just barely had vision in there. He pings that there's vision on the Lotus.
That lane ward, yeah, you're right. Miles away, but just caught a glimpse of him. Albed and Saberlight, they're over towards this Enchantress. Snipe her courier, but it's going to take a little while to kill off the hero. This heal, very irritating when you've got a bunch of right clickers trying
tanky,
to
man.
deal with this god.
What is this?
Damn Bambi, just die!
Come on, Bambi, croak already.
And then what? You spent 20 seconds killing Enchantress. Your Drow Ranger has lost Aegis, surrounded by 3 heroes. Tomato's on the run
Oh,
with
he
a
doesn't
pike
have
back to
TP.
high ground, trying to gate. There's no stuns coming, but there's damage from Lays to blow him up.
Yeah, this time the Aghanim is doing what it should with a big kaboom onto the Drow. That's definitely not worth. You get an Enchantress after lots of effort, and meanwhile lose your Aegis carry. Costly for VP as their mouths get a bit bigger, you know, than what their stomach can handle. They split up too much on the map.
It's really awkward from Tomato to be down there as well.
I think it was fine for him to be there. It's just his entire team left him. I think he wanted to push to tier 1 and go tier 2 and take over control of the enemy triangle. I think he had a great idea, but then everybody got distracted by the invasion on their own triangle.
It's classic Enchantress things.
Ultimately, I mean, that was them losing track of what they want to achieve with the Aegis, I think. So
Well, lapse
mid.
in concentration. Lays.
Again,
Winter's
it
Curse.
does.
Winter's Curse.
Winter's Curse removes Aghanim.
Just gets rid of your Aghanim's buff. Apparently so. And that allows Abed to keep zipping over. Kill off Lays. Timbersword dead. 4,200 net worth. Freaking useless. Garbage item. What a crock of shit. Winter's Curse just cancels it out. That can't be real. Saberlight's still dying in the backlines though, as Stoikov does find the pickup on the Undying. Ember Spirit going to TP home now as the Storm doesn't quite zip onto him.
A fantastic fight for them to get back in control here after losing their Aegis, but this really has me wondering, is it a Dispel on the Winter's Curse that just isn't listed, or is it randomly just an interaction specifically with this, that it cancels reactive armor for whatever other reason? Because normally a Dispel will remove the reactive armor. That's why I'm talking so much about Dispel, but I've never noticed Winter's Curse dispelling my opponents before, so I'll have to double check that mechanic. Maybe some Winter spammers in the chat can enlighten the rest of us on this, if it's just a Timber counter specifically. Either way, it works. that much is confirmed. You see Timber pressing Aghanims, you press Winter's Curse on him. It's gone. I had no clue. I've never seen this used in this way.
No, me neither. I'm trying to think now. What was the pick? The pick order was Winter Wyvern ultimate last pick, right? Maybe they knew.
It was the final pick. Yeah.
The final picks. Maybe they're like, oh, he's going to buy Aghanim Scepter. We've got Winter's Curse to deal with it.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to have the knowledge about this specific thing, because they've also intentionally pressed their ulti twice onto that
Exactly,
Aghanims.
yeah.
And the first one didn't even really make sense, right? It wasn't a good ulti if it wasn't for the fact that it removed the Aghanims. So yeah, I think Fly 100% knew about this going into this game.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm learning stuff, you know. It's great when Dota can be an educational experience for all of us. Doesn't matter how many hours you play this game, you'll still find new random interactions.
Wouldn't dare have 20k hours in a game and not understand every interaction.
Bro, I'm like more than double that, and I'm still learning, so it's crazy. Ench, probably a hard kill for the Drow. Doesn't want to commit under a tier 2 tower. Gonna back away instead.
Where are we even with this game? No net worth lead really to speak of. 12 to 12. It's dead even again.
It's dead even, but I would say you want to look more towards the individual power spikes. So Nature's Prophet is a monster right now. He's turning into this freak of nature he can become. Drow is getting good farm, but she's not really at that be-all, end-all level yet. And I think Nature's Prophet might hit it before her. If he gets to the full Parasma, along with the Revenant's Brooch and the Mjolnir, there'll be some serious magic damage coming out from this Nature's Prophet. Which is a nice build against Drow as well. She has so high armor.
Storm zips away from the aggression. Hellscream. He's going to get bushwhacked and caught. They're trying to break him out of the trees. The sharpshooter comes in from long distance. Smoke movement works out for IC.
At least Abed had the, the forethought to try and save his support there. But supports do what they do, man. They always want to die.
Chasing Drow Ranger now. Stoikov with his BKB feeling pretty bold to dive under tower. Spirit Vessel after Manta was used. Tomato trying to get out. Wriggling free with the Hurricane Pike and the movement back, but still going to die. Winter's Curse did get expended, but now the run over Steamroller. Dire squad just walk through, kill off 4 in a row, and Sablelight's going to be the 5th. Down you go. Not a single spot of blood spilt by them either.
Yeah, it was a really clutch BKB reaction by 423 there on Nature's Prophet. If that Winter's Curse targeted the Nature's Prophet to start hitting the Timber, he wouldn't be able to run down and get the kill that he did, just chasing in. So, good reflexes here. Very nice execution over on the side of Icy. And so far, these qualifier teams, man, they're looking very strong. Going into every series, the invited teams have been, challenged in these games.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm just looking up on the wiki. It looks like Winter's Curse is listed as a basic dispel, yeah?
Oh, it is? Huh. I guess I just never really played much Wind Wyvern and never knew. I never heard anyone talk about it as well, so it's an interesting one.
Yeah, actually, like, when would you ever think about it? Like Ursa overpower?
Oh yeah, actually it does. Yeah, it actually is literally the 3rd word in the tooltip. Look at that. I'm just fucking stupid. It says dispels.
Well, it spells dispels incorrectly. There's 2 L's in there.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a spell. Spell has 2 L's. It dispels. It dispels.
It would be good if we could read Waga.
Yeah, well, Well, also, tooltips lie so often that I never trust them anyway. But yes, being literate would be a benefit.
Right. Well, yeah, Winter's Curse, it just dispels. Stoikov, silence with the Orchid, but walked it off. Pops himself away from VP, who are now down 11k. Still trying to unlock the power of this Drow Ranger. Tomato has been shifted down to 3rd place in the net worth. Now basically trying to catch up to this Nature's Prophet, who's running the map. Playing down bottom, TPing aggressively, shoving waves. And Sablelight's being eyed up in that mid lane by Stoikov.
And we're also hitting that 30-minute mark where Undying starts feeling more like a question mark. Look at him, BKBs, but it's going to be a BKB and then kind of slick away, just... It's feeling very underwhelming compared to what the Timbersaw is bringing. Even with the Aghanim's counter, the Timbersaw is still so strong at this stage of the game.
And the big man returns to his pit. Roshan has returned.
So, if we're looking at it from VP's perspective, at this point, you need to find some outs because you're pretty far behind. And I'm looking at 2 things. First of all, the Winter's Curse cannot be used only to dispel the Aghanims. It has to be a Winter's Curse that does some damage now.
But it can.
You need to get some... Yeah, it can dispel. We've learned that. However, he needs to deal some damage with this curse. It needs to catch multiple heroes. And on top of that, I think they might need to get towards this Aghanims on Storm. He's already queuing it up. 2,000 gold to go. This could be the type of thing that can turn the fight around.
That's what we've been waiting for, right? We saw the draft with no stuns for either team, so we've had 32 minutes waiting for the players to buy stuns. Itemize into these disable items.
I mean, once he gets that Aghanim Scepter, it's basically a black hole on a 14-second cooldown, Gareth. It's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Oh, dire scan onto Saberlight. And you see him.
Links across.
Jumps over the hoodwink, but is met very swiftly by Nature's Prophet. Blaze is here to cut down the Undying easily.
He wishes he had his BKB ready, but it was on 8 seconds cooldown or something like that, so no BKB TP out for him. Just unable to leave that fight. It does get time for the Storm to farm though, as they go on him, but yeah, Storm will basically finish an Aegis while, or Aghanims while they claim an Aegis on the side of Icy. Who even takes the Aegis? Is it Nature's Prophet for the high ground siege?
Brother.
I guess it should be.
I am still distracted by the fact that Winter Wyvern has Dispel in the first sentence as the third word. And Dispel is misspelled. I can't.
Literally one of the first words. I can't believe it.
It's so funny.
That's why I didn't see it. You know, if it was with one L, I would have known it.
For sure.
I just, you know, I don't know what a die spell is.
I thought this was like, you know, Winter Wyvern, this spell, you know, to dispel. This spell, you know?
That's true. This spell freezes enemies, yeah.
That's legit how I read it. Winter Wyvern, this spell then freezes an enemy in place.
Hellscream sends up last. He is giving away his location.
Yule's into TP?
Yule's TP?
Nah.
That doesn't work because, you know, Yule's is not long enough for you to TP out, unfortunately.
VP. Abed. He's been caught. He's gonna get free. The damage, pretty substantial from Laze, but not enough to kill the Storm. There's Timbersaw now with the BKB up though, pretty tanky. Forces Virtus Pro back behind their tier 3 towers. And this
So spells being pressed, BKB expanded for the Timbersaw. I don't think he's too concerned though, as he's sitting at 60 armor. Am I reading that right? What the hell? He is Shiva's Timbersaw, so he will be pretty hard to kill.
Pretty large. Complete opposite to the size of the map the VP has to play in. Very small. But you have Treants clearing your jungle camps on the left side. Ember Spirit Illusions pushing that bottom wave. Dire Heroes in your triangle pushing top and mid. You have very few options here. So they're trying to play out of their base towards that top lane Wisdom Shrine area. The backstab from Laze though straight onto Saberlight. Forces the BKB Tomb. Two-man Vortex grabs Ench. And the Timber back in. Nature's Prophet deals with the Tombstone, and Saberlight has been left stranded in the midst of battle with no backup available. Ember goes diving past tier 3. The two-man chains beautifully done to set up for nothing. They'll turn back as VP and try and catch the Timbersaw. Now with the Solar Bind and the grab on him. Laze is low, but not dead just yet. Winter's Curse used, and the blast from Fly finishes the job. Now VP, with the return of the Undying, trying to catch up to any stragglers as the Dire are evacuating the area. They've got to give up.
I think Ench is fast enough. She's just going to run away. Storm wasn't quite there anymore. Has to go base and refill mana. So they win the fight, but they don't get massive payoff for their buyback expanded. Sure, the Timber kill is nice, but still Aegis in the hands of Nature's Prophet for 2 more minutes. And he's pretty close to a full Assault Cuirass coming in. 600 gold. I guess Assault Cuirass against Drow Ranger, get some nice armor for yourself and bonus armor for your teammates so that you don't get bursted that easily. Pairing this up with the Parasma, actually, he has pretty decent armor.
Makes sense. Definitely a sigh of relief from VP, though, because that was getting close to game ending. If the Dire won a teamfight on their doorstep, could look at this being a disaster situation, but they're given another chance. I'm playing it on the map.
Do hold on.
I mean, Fly's out there, doing what he can. Grab a Wisdom Shrine and run away. No, nothing there. Just a watcher.
So far it looks like the Aegis might not come to full payoff unless they turn up the pace right now. They're grouping. Do they have a smoke? No. Yes, they do on Ench. They're just gonna move in without it. Timber building towards a Hex, trying to get more lockdown. You said it. There are very few stuns in this game, so we're gonna itemize towards them.
Nature's Prophet, right on top of Hellscream, forces a Yule's TP, which this time does work. Change to catch him. Once again, Virtus Pro booted out of an area of the map that they were trying to set up into, and we've got the line drawn, the squiggles across the map saying cut all the way across. We've pushed ourselves into the bottom right third. We control this area. We control mid. There's only one place through process of elimination that VP can possibly be. If it's not their base, they're on this left-hand side of the map at their ancients.
And they're being hunted right now, chasing Fernand in the smoke. They're sticking pretty nicely together up top. Drow with the full butterfly as well could do some serious damage in the next fight if she is being left alone to auto-attack. The question is, will she be able to? Actually sneaking Torm. This is a nice win to get when you are this much on the back foot. It does give away their position, of course. Mask 18 to bottom.
Yeah, just hold hands, play together, don't get picked off, don't get caught.
Ooh. The Hoodwink was chasing. Not too far away from getting maybe a bushwhack, which could have been quickly a Nature's Prophet TPing in.
That's the thing, right? This Nature's Prophet gets to vacuum up all of the farm, taking out neutral camps, TPing forward, pushing lanes, and then can still join the fight if need be.
Yeah, he's got the no cooldown teleport, of course, level 25, so I'm surprised he's walking anywhere right now. He's not embodying the full TP action. Game is still looking pretty challenging for the side of VP to play. They are basically at the point where one slip up, if you lose your Drow, your Storm, then you could quickly lose your base in the entire game.
But if they're allowed to get to like level 25 Storm, Drow, some of these talents kick in.
Yeah, there's potential. And Storm has the Aghanims, is building towards a Hex next item. He's completely saying, you know what, I don't need BKB. Never mind going Lincolns. I'm just gonna go straight in for the offensive choice of a Hex. It takes balls to do that. I respect it. It will be a bit scary for him though to play the game, because there's already this Hex coming in over on the Timber, as we saw it used down bottom.
They're off the Undying. Virtus Pro scrambling to get what they can. Trying to defend inches of the map, but really just having to give up all this space. As Icy Insanity, they gain that traction again to be able to push into this mid and top lane. So you've hemmed VP back in the base one more time. There's at least a minute until Aegis, though. A bit of room here for VP to make a smoke maneuver out and maybe get back into this once more.
Yeah, I mean, next Roche is going to be the complicated thing. Can they push out on the map and contest the Roche? They're going to smoke at least to try and place some vision, get a position. If they get some pickoffs right now before the Roche, those would be very, very useful, as they might secure your Roche kill.
Well, Abed just zipped over to the secret shop on the right-hand side of the map, buys his Scythe of Vice.
Got the Hex completed. So the first potential is there, especially if Drow is ever closed when the Storm jumps someone, then they'll have the damage, they'll have the lockdown, anybody could die. However, we have seen pretty good team play coming out from Icy Insanity, staying pretty close to each other.
Now with an Arcane Rune Ember Spirit, 6-slotted Nature's Prophet, Timbersaw frontlining, they have got so many tools at their disposal, but they're still really heavily respecting this VP lineup with their high ground defense.
Yeah. It's super strong defense with Winter's Curse, with Blink, and you know, you could definitely always get caught. So better wait for Roche, get the Aegis. The smoke out though is well timed by VP.
Yeah, it
They're
is.
playing for Roche potential respawn. It's
A pipe and a pancake, a smoke and a scan. They're off around the corner looking for this dire squad. No contact made though, and we know there's 2 minutes until Roshan respawns.
Oh, Nature's Prophet, he just knocks on the high ground.
Oh.
Says anybody home, and that forces them to go and defend.
Force the hand of your enemies.
What a good play.
And now you know you have the
with,
terrain advantage, you've got the position.
Yeah, he forced them back home, and that's a smoke wasted, and very valuable smoke at that. Don't know if they have any more. They have one more, okay. Also, Wind Waker is complete on Hellscream. This could be a very impactful item if he manages to save a teammate, you know, always really good to have against the Hex on Timbersaw. You could counter that with Wind Waker, for instance.
This Nature's Prophet's going to hit 40k net worth, isn't he? Getting huge. I'm just farming up everything. Soaking up
Yeah,
all the gold.
He could still get a lot stronger. The Aghanim Scepter is a pretty useful tool here, to be honest. Getting extra roots, a little bit of disable is gonna go a long way in a game where disable is so hard to find.
Yeah, or he could just buy Amazon.
He could, yep. I mean, you could also put the 8,000 gold towards some stocks, you know, maybe get some SpaceX evaluation, you know.
Definitely not.
Should we have stocks in Dota? Invest
Why
early?
would you need to invest in space travel when you have global TP? He could just teleport to the moon.
It's global TP. It's not.
It doesn't
extra
tell you which
TP.
global.
No, I do not buy that. It cannot be multi-global
It also
TP. It is global.
It doesn't say global anywhere on the tooltip,
global.
Waga. The tooltip doesn't say global anywhere. It just says on the map.
Then, okay.
If I draw a map with the moon on it, he can TP there, goddammit.
Okay, you know what? Fine, I'll buy that. You make a map of the universe, so you can keep it wherever you want on it. There you go.
Just TP there. He said, at any point on the map. Gonna make
Does
a nice
that mean
star
you can
chart.
TP to like fancy realms? as
Westeros,
well?
exactly. He's gonna TP to
Holy.
Westeros.
Oh Jesus! I mean, teleport was already up there for like abilities you should pick for real life if you got one Dota ability. Now it may just have gone to the next level. If you can TP to any map, you should probably just bring a map of the real world if you go to one of those places, because else you're stuck.
You can TP.
Unless
It's
you
like
can, from memory, make a perfect version of our...
the classic time travel trope of needing copper wire because your time travel machine is screwed up. Needing to find, what was it, Ian Nasir, the guy selling copper in Mesopotamia, gonna find him somehow. Rebuild your time
look at
machine. But
this.
we've got a big smoke here with 5 men from VP looking to contest Roche. They've scanned it. They know it's happening. And this might be their last-ditch effort to get something going in this game. They've been behind for a while. They scythe up this Stoikov Ember, but now they've got to deal with a Timber who just Aghanims up and runs towards them. VP is scrambling to try and disengage,
Ember's
but they've got to
doing so
catch on the
much.
Fly. The damage from this Timber Saw, too much to handle. Fly is dead, and they'll follow through onto Hellscream easily. The chase forward, not going to net them any further kills on important cores. They'll get Sableye, though. Immediately respawns.
Saberlight straight up unimportant. He does instant respawn despite not having buyback because he had the ceaseless dirge. So he comes back to life.
Just another resounding victory, though, as they get Aegis for this Nature's Prophet. They kill the Roshan, they get some kills, now pressing up the high ground.
So that was Ember without Refresher Shard, by the way.
Oh.
He has the Refresher now. Like, he was jumping around and doing so much damage. Even has the Conjurer Catalyst.
To dive in. Oh, he goes straight for it. Straight up Hex, though. Stoikov brought to half HP. Tomato gets dived by the Timber Saw.
Chain disable.
As Ember Spirit is so close to death, finally falls to the multi-shot of the Drow. And Enchantress stuck up on his high ground. Aegis of the Nature's Prophet already taken out as he hits the ground. This Drow Ranger dishing some serious damage. They've killed the Eng, and Stoikov, well, he's forced to buy back. Remnants into base, gets the catch. Oh, Tomato's getting burst down and blown up, gone for 100 seconds. VP have no carry anymore. They bought back this Eng and Ember, and it's paid off big time. Abed's trying to jump onto this Nature's Prophet, but that's never working out. Lays, Stoikov, 4-2-3, the 3 tanky cores on the dire side. Very powerful, stand their ground and find their first lane of Barrows.
Yeah, it's just a Storm and a Coddle, but I don't think you can really kill anyone. Like you mentioned, so damn tanky on these heroes. They also have some tools to save, extra heals, healing Lotuses. It's just gonna fall. They're not calling GG, but I don't see how you hold this. Here they go, they give it an attempt.
Try and poke at Lays as best you can, but he's glimmered up and saved. As a backup of this Hoodwink, Stoikov then plays forward to harass VP back into Fountain. And no buybacks across the 3 that are dead. They'll just watch their tier 4s crumble. 4-2-3 gives it to the buildings.
Yeah, nowhere close to the buybacks of either of the cores either, and Winter Wyvern has cooldown, so it is simply not gonna happen.
Zabed with another zip. Vortex onto a couple of them, trying what he can. They inevitably forced back into the Fountain as the Throne, half HP and dying, forces the GG out of Virtus Pro. Game 1. Going to this IC Insanity side. Coming through the open qualifier and upsetting Virtus Pro a little bit.
Super impressive gameplay. I was impressed with them from the laning stage because I thought they would have a harder time. The lanes, you know, I really thought the Drow Ranger would be able to do a bit more against the Timbersaw, but Timbersaw and Hoodwink had just a completely acceptable early game. And Nature's Prophet, 10, 1, and 17 at the end of all this.
Oh, wow. So the one death was the first blood death, right? Where he got dived under tower, got killed, and then, yeah.
Exactly.
A perfect game from there on out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, despite his expertise on the hero, it does feel like Saberlight's Undying didn't really do enough to dominate the game. You could argue that the Timbersaw was a very good counter pick as you get so much damage against the Undying. But yeah, unfortunately, it didn't really work out here.
There's so much to try and break through. There's Timbersaw, very tanky, Ember with a Flame Guard, all of the lack of disables really hurt both teams, but I feel like VP more so. Because especially the point that you made especially about this offlane and dying is you need to pick up the slack with stuns, and they just didn't pick any.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that set them in a really awkward spot for sure. Ultimately, it's hard to have low stuns against Ember. It's even harder to have low stuns against Ember and Timbersaw, who definitely benefits so much from it. Meanwhile, if we look at it from the other way around, the Undying, you know, does he care much if the enemy has many stuns or not? Not really, you know. It's kind of whatever. You're just walking around.
7-3-12 Timber, 6-4 15 Ember Spirit, 10-1 17 Nature's Prophet. A cracking game from Inner Circle, Insanity. Very good stuff there, especially with this Enchantress and Hoodwink playing aggressively, forcing VP just to get pushed back time and time again. But it's like hero picks, individual play, they're all one thing, right? So often we come into these situations and we see the underdog lose to the seeded team and we're like, okay, well, they just didn't have that macro play. They didn't have the experience or the overall game plan. We felt that Inner Circle Insanity here had the game plan. How many times we saw them cut across the map, make these sweeping moves to make life super difficult for VP to hold on to areas where Drow could farm. The map just got smaller and smaller and smaller because Ench and Nature's Prophet just shove you away from any places you can farm.
I think so much comes back to that one moment. They had the Aegis. Drow had Aegis in hand super early. They got a massive fight on the back of that Aegis fight. And then they were supposed to take the entire map, get all the tier 1, tier 2 towers. And they get distracted, TP back to their triangle. But Drow, I think, didn't have TP ready. Or she got her TP cancelled. Either way, she gets stuck on the other side of her map, dies with Aegis, respawns, dies again. And at that point, they lost the momentum that they were supposed to have.
I was going to say, shout out to Wepass and Fogged. I saw them sending me a message and in the chat talking about that Dispel of Winter Wyvern. 7.32E, so 2023 was when it got added. But of course, we should we should go read some tooltips while
so recent, yeah.
We'll take a break, read some tooltips, and figure out how exactly we learn Dota 2 after 20,000 plus hours of playing. We'll catch you for Game 2 coming away after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Let's get the action back underway as quickly as we possibly can here as we head into Game 2, this best of 3 on the road to the International, the EU Qualifiers, as we've got ourselves VP versus Inner Circle Insanity. And for the second series today, we've got a bit of an upset. Open Qualifier team taking Game 1 against the invited team here in this one.
Yeah. Impressive stuff. I mean, so far, the invited teams are 0% win rate on today's stream, Gareth. It's not looking great. The qualifier teams coming in hot. But yeah, Inner Circle, very impressive gameplay coming out from them. VP, though, do you feel like they need to do what they did in the previous game? Go for this. I know that it's comfort zone for Saberlight playing as offlane Undying, but it feels sort of like it's an all-in on winning early and doing a lot early game. To me, it feels like they should be confident and comfortable to just have a mid and late game to play for and keep scaling. To me, or maybe my read on Undying is wrong. Maybe Saberlight will come in here and say he's actually a great late game hero. But it felt to me like they're sending it a lot to win early, and if it doesn't happen, they just kind of lose.
Yeah. I don't know if you put this down to, like not respecting their opponents, thinking, okay, we're the invited team, we can just crush them. That kind of business. Go for an early lunch, right? 2-0 them, get this done and dusted. Go for this early strat. I kind of get doing it in Game 1 of a best of 3, but you've got to learn very quickly that that's just not going to work against Icy Insanity here. They are no pushovers. They're not slouching. They woke up and chose murder and violence today in this series in particular. So I kind of think VP just got to lean on their experience, lean on their knowledge of like mid to late game decision making, maybe, rather than this just bull rush, go for it style that this Undying requires.
Yeah, I see Bulba splitting bullets now. The storm didn't work.
Oh no.
Fuck. What do we do?
He's
looking nervous.
Cottle Storm as well, right? The combination didn't work.
Consulting the papers. But the data suggests it's Storm. It's the hero.
The Winter's Curse with the basic Dispel didn't work against the Timbersaw either.
Dispel.
Dispel with the double L.
Yeah. So going into this, let's have a look at what they did for the early bans. We have Puck, Beastmaster, Clockwork being banned out in the first phase by Inner Circle. And meanwhile, a lot of nature stuff. Lone Druid, Tree and Protector, and Nature's Prophet, as well as Bane, the classic nature plant, being banned out.
It's just a foreign object. It's just an alien. The alien plant
Bane growing in my backyard. Yeah.
Our plants, chlorophyll and chloroform, roots and leaves and stuff. You never know what an alien plant is made of. Maybe Bane is a flora.
Chlorophyll and ectoplasm. That's
Lovely.
Bane right there. Yeah, probably wise bans though. A lot of strong laners being banned out. Lone Druid, who's quite cheesy to deal with. And now picks going into the first phase pick Axe coming out from Inner Circle. Wow. I know this hero is high prioritized right now, but it's still wild to me to see him just cold picked when your opponent doesn't have a single hero chosen.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's still some answers out there that could get picked, but it looks like for now VP are going to go back for the Undying. We'll see if they continue to use this as a pos 3 for Saberlight, or if they do actually flex this back to the 5, which I kind of assume should happen.
They've set it up now. By playing it off lane, they're now solidifying in the mind of Inner Circle that this is a pos 3 Undying, but it is really good pos 5 against Axe. It lanes very well against him. Taking away his strength is quite fantastic, and makes it hard for him to ever get to the point of cutting creep wave.
And Winter Wyvern again. I don't see Winter Wyvern as a hero that like stops Axe from wave cutting or like diving tower or being annoying.
It's okay, yeah. I mean, one thing you can do is if someone gets called by Axe, you can or Cold Embrace them, making it so that they don't auto attack.
True, that's pretty good. Pretty handy. I'm just trying to think of other like heroes to deal with Axe. We've seen like Necro and stuff like that, right? Just to like lane against him.
Yep.
The carry Necro's been pretty good.
Yeah, carry Necro has been used a little bit as one of those sort of cheesy carry heroes coming out. who also doesn't get punished by Axe. We saw some interesting stuff like that yesterday as well with the Doom carry. A hero that's also not banned out yet and lanes quite well against the Axe.
That could be an option. For now, Inner Circle go for Clinks and Rubik. So they've got their offlaner, their carry, their pos 4. Some ways to
5 seconds remaining.
dish out that damage.
And pretty limited flex between these heroes, right? I would say the biggest is like Rubik can be a mid hero, but it's pretty much solidified here that Clinks, it's going to be on the safe lane, Axe is going to be at the off lane. Not really too much to hide with this. And this gives Virtus.pro a pretty predictable way of drafting as well against it. So they're going to go Spectre.
10 seconds
I do like Spectre against Clinks. I think that part is very, very nice. Laning into Axe is a hit or miss, depends on the supports mostly, but she has good babysitting. And Saberlight Undying again.
Yep. That cements it. So Dark Willow for Hellscream. And yeah, Spectre's going to have that Winter Wyvern to protect her in the lane with that Cold Embrace. It still feels like it could be rough against an
10
Axe and a
seconds
Rubik, though.
remaining.
We'll see how that actually develops. And then we've got Dark Willow Undying, so having a support with 3 stuns, basically, right? You've got tons of ways now to control people up just with the Willow.
It looks like they told the supports, like, oh, we need some disables. You two supports, you deal with it. You pick disables. We have Winter's Wyvern with the ulti, and we have Willow with a bunch of different disables.
Radiant team back.
We also get to see the Clinks versus Undying again. Matchup that is very volatile in the lane, but later on Clinks brings so much damage and could make Undying melt pretty fast.
The Decay versus Death Pact. Remove strength versus add heal. Add bonus health. So we pick the Storm as Inner Circle this time, snatching it away from Bulba and Abed. Then ban out the Ember Spirit. That classic counter pick.
That makes a lot of sense. Ember would have been a nice fit for them.
10 seconds remaining.
I like the Storm pick. I think it makes a lot of sense. You abuse that even though there are some disables on the 2 supports, it's not an overwhelming amount. This might incentivize the Spectre to go for an Orchid at some point, though, to just add that layer of silence, be able to pick off the Storm.
Team back.
And now
Obviously,
some
late game,
respect.
the Bloodthorn is pretty amazing for her.
Respect that Enchantress.
Team
And the Tusk. Looking for that position 5 hero to lane with the Clinks.
No love
claw.
for Lich. I would love to see some fast burst damage together with the Axe, so I'm leaning towards something like Lich here on plus 5.
remaining. Dire
Like, I know Ench would be strong laning, but...
Oh,
Wait, hold up.
wait.
It is a support.
Axe?
Okay, support Axe, yeah. We thought that there were no curveballs, and I think VP also thought that, but it is the biggest of curveballs.
The 5
It's
axe?
Could be POS 5 axe, yeah. POS 5 axe was played a while back. I want to say like a year ago. I saw quite a bit of POS 5 axe, and people were reasoning that, hey, Berserker's Call is a pretty good disable, and in lane you just battle hunger and trade hits. You win against most supports 1v1. Of course, it has some major flaws in other regards, but those things are true. The problem is you will never get your Blink Dagger. Blink calling is not going to be that easy. So yeah, there are complications about it.
Some pretty crazy trade damage, though, right? Like Battle Hunger plus Clinks onto a Willow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Problem is though, getting close to Willow. Willow has one of the best like attack animation and hit and run mechanics. So sure, you can battle hunger her, but she could even just press Shadow Realm and then auto attack one of her own creeps to get a deny, quickly getting rid of battle hunger. So she's pretty good at securing a CS to cleanse it.
And then last pick for VP is the Abed Earth Spirit. Can't get his hands on
Yeah.
Storm or Ember, so he has to go for the Earth in the end.
I like the Earth Spirit. It's a good brawling hero here together with the supports, and Spectre can jump in with the ulti over top. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And you also get some quick ways of silencing the Storm, maybe mess with his team fights.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, interesting drafts coming out from both teams. I mean, the curveball axe, that's definitely an interesting thing to bust out here in game number 2. I don't think that VP were quite ready for this one.
Oh, very interesting. Lays on his Timber Saw again. I still don't think I can ever bet against Timber in recent times. His hero just comes out of a laning stage and runs things from minute 20 onwards. Very strong stuff.
Yeah, and it should be a much easier lane this time as well, worth mentioning. Like, yes, there's some strong babysitting from the support, but laning against a Spectre is a way easier lane than laning against the Drow Ranger.
Right, yeah, like settling your expectations of Axe moving to 5 is one thing. Then thinking about, okay, it's no longer an Axe off lane, which our Winter Wyvern Spectre maybe could have dealt with. It's now this Timbersaw who is untouchable. Already some smoke movements.
He's a different beast for sure to deal with, and smoking, but looks like it's gonna be VP with the invasive move.
All the way across.
The holding high ground though. Set is sitting here breaking the smoke.
He knows. The good luck have fun drops as the smoke breaks. Axe is going to see them all wandering up the staircase. You know, he's going to get brambled up. Arctic Burn slows him. The dagger clips. The decay comes in. The Axe, he's going to die here. First blood is going to be handed over to Tomato.
And that was very avoidable, right? His smoke broke, and I think he noticed it because he immediately moved, but then he stuck around and didn't expect them to walk up after smoke breaking. But with a fantastic use of the Q, Hellscream showing his prowess on the Willow, lands a great Shadow Realm, or a great Bramble Mace, and yeah, sets up the kill.
Yeah, like, oh, Axe is thinking, I'm going to get more information here. I can see them all coming. Did not expect that full bull rush up towards him. A very good, strong showing from VP to get that first blood already and settle into this laning stage.
Yeah, as we pop up on the screen a little bit, say hi.
Hello.
Just making sure that we're still here.
AI has not taken over yet.
Little did you know.
There's two AI agent casters chatting to each other. The dead internet is in full force.
Now, I did a redeem thing on my channel where people could do an AI version of my voice, and it's so funny because the sample I gave it, I was speaking kind of slow and then fast, so it sounds so drugged up. It's like, I don't know, it sounds extremely exasperated, which I guess is pretty on point. That's me.
It just goes full force on every word.
Yeah.
Saberlight giving the decay to the Clinks.
Axe, though, coming in with the smacks onto the Willow, who doesn't have a way to get away right now.
So much
Tons of damage being dealt.
Just battle hunger and right clicks. Forced to salve up while top lane Rubik dead to Timado. They chase past the Timbersaw straight onto the Rubik. Mid lane not going so well for Abed though. 10-0 Storm, 6-0 on its Earth Spirit. I guess to be expected with this Storm versus melee kind of matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely a Storm favored one. Storm is super happy against Earth. Earth isn't so strong until he gets a few levels as well. And interestingly, it did go for 1-1-1 skill build. Normally I see the 2 points boulder smash just to get the last hits.
Saberlight on the run. Get back away. So far, Clink doubled the nice. Suffering a little bit in the last hits. Undying 9-4. Clink sat at 6-0. So through this laning phase, there's been a lot of shutting people down early on, forcing them to buy a ton more regen with all this trading and harassment.
Even going for a big camp pull to keep denying the Clinks, taking away his farm. And I don't think they can really stop it. Axe is trying to, and he has a lot of HP regen, but it's not the easiest to get in there.
Fernand's up at top, yeah, continually harassed. And chased down by Tomato, who goes under tower, but can't quite finish the kill.
You see the potential, though. This full aggressive Spectre build is so much fun, by the way, to play. Shadow Step and Spectral Dagger, but no point in dispersion early on, and you have great kill potential. I really like the Shadow Step. It was a fantastic ability to add to Spectre, not having two passives, but instead being a little bit more versatile. Feels like playing PA in laning stage to a degree.
Yeah, I mean, legitimately, that point you made, right, removing passives has been such a big part of Dota becoming fun again for a lot of people in recent times. Just giving everyone a bunch of stuff you can click, spells you can cast, choices you can make, put these passive on these innates, let them have it naturally. Let the players
have a goal down bottom.
express their skill. Undying, Lotus gobbled, zombies going. They take down the Clinks. The Tombstone was not dealt with, and now the Axe getting pummeled again, forced away from Wave. VP with a pretty strong victory in this bottom lane. 3-0 start across the board for them. I've woken up.
Yeah, nice last hits. Nice last hits, not only the kills, but also just dominating the CS. As you mentioned earlier, the Clink's lagging behind, getting no deny. Clink's not really known for his prowess when it comes to denying last hits, but also Undying just getting so much farm for himself.
It does make sure, though, that VP, after using all these resources, are kept at bay for the next couple of seconds, but another large camp pull is going to put VP in a good spot here to drag Wave Equilibrium back until the Axe stops it in its tracks.
Oh, that's a level 2 Battle Hunger. That actually stings quite a bit. He will maybe get the CS. Oh no, he didn't.
Oh!
Okay, he had to get that CS or he would die. So, life on the line. That's when Save Light, he performs. He gets the last hit.
On the line, on the edge. It's very close. Some spooky stuff. Now 43 trying to recover, but lane being so pushed up, a little bit awkward for him. Needs the wave drag back, which Axe will recover with the small camp D-Ward and large camp available.
He also tries to get that big camp pull immediately here, just taking away the creeps before Undying comes back to the lane. Good use of the time that Undying is away.
And while we've been focusing a lot on that bottom lane, seems like things are going okay for Lays in that top spot. Timbersaw, of course, untouched as his Rubik has been the primary target. But VP have got Spectre farming.
He's got 2 points in the reactive armor, so at that point, he's just not gonna be killable in this lane. Spectre's getting decent last hits, though.
I'm curious to see what happens around 6-minute rune, though, because with all this action bottom, it doesn't feel like anyone's moving to guard. The Fernands and Sir, they're down here defending this Clinks. And the Winter Wyvern arriving. He's going to turn onto 4-2-3. He's getting Decay spammed and burnt down with the Arctic damage of Fly coming in. They'll look at Fernands and kill him off as well. Stoikov trying to recuperate something in his bottom lane with a final little bit of damage. He'll kill Saberlight.
They'll get the kill, but now Stoikov is down here with no mana. He gave up the rune control for doing this. 6-minute rune went uncontested towards Abed, who has a DD rune on top of that. Really, really strong rune for him to have. And with Storm using his TP and being completely blank on resources, we see Abed drawing a line that he wants to go and contest the Wisdom.
It's going to be really tough to stop him if he makes that move.
Yep. Yeah, with the level 6 timing plus the DD rune, I think this Earth Spirit is going to be a strong force coming in towards top lane.
Not really a chance for them to get that bottom Wisdom Shrine either. Axe and Clinks both stuck in the lane. Storm has headed back towards mid. At least they've got Lays and Fernands zoning this Earth Spirit away from the straight up walk to Wisdom Shrine. But I don't...
They're not able to do much here.
No.
This is going to be a completely free Wisdom steal. And they played it beautifully. Timaro pushing in the lane so that Fly can go over there. Even the Spectre could quickly join if needed. So double Wisdom. That's a big win, even though there was no fighting. Like, this was just a really, really good event. And all this came back to that reaction down bottom by Storm.
And now a jump straight onto 4-2-3, obliterate the Clinks in that bottom spot, then jumping straight back up the top, and back to bot. Where's he going? Tomato, seeing the Axe. Maybe wants to go for another kill, but he won't find that.
I think he jumped back down bottom because he jumped top but was next to 2 heroes under tower. If Storm joined as well, he would quickly have died there. So instead, he goes back, thinks about going through the gate, but also saw that Axe was really low HP. So he's hovering.
Pretends to go through the gate, and then goes through for real.
He leaves in the end. And his build is the Urn into Radiance, a classic build. The old Batman build.
That's a name that I've not heard in a long time. There's Axe. Been found by the 2 dire supports. Brambled up and slain down the bottom lane. Booted the Clinks out of here as well, so it looks like it's going to be another one of these free towers for VP. Eventually chip away at it, because there's no resistance here at all.
No resistance. The damage isn't the highest right now, but Fly is doing the most that this little Wyvern can, just auto-attacking away. And with the heal, they at least have plenty of time to keep auto-attacking.
I still find myself hesitating though, even with VP having these quite crisp moves, having a better laning stage, starting to snowball. There's still that I don't know, fear in the back of my head, thinking it's going to all fall apart and crumble beneath their feet. Because this Timbersaw still hasn't been dealt with. 0/0/0 Lays hits level 6. And he's a hero that can really pop off.
He can, and also for me, both the Undying and the Earth Spirit can be a bit of question marks as we head into the mid and late game. Spectre obviously is a very, very strong hero, but we've seen what Clinks can do as well. So I'm with you. I think this game is not clear cut. I don't think there's an obvious favorite as we go later into the game.
Now we've got the classic 1-7 scoreline. That's about to become 8 though, as the Axe has walked into the wrong neck of the woods, found by Abed and Hellscream. So now we see Saberlight just holding bottom lane, shoving. Top lane getting pressed in with the Winter Wyvern scouting aggressively, wanting to open things up for the rest of the squad, but that's just a freebie kill given to Stoikov.
Yeah, Stoikov made a lot of moves top with the regen rune earlier, looking for the Spectre, poking at her, but now even staying around and getting this kill. Unfortunate for Wyvern, but at least they don't lose their spec.
Tower is under attack.
Now the name of the game, defending objectives. You lost that bottom tower pretty early on, which puts Clinks in an okay spot to hover around his tier 2 and farm jungle. But it also means this telegraphed move from VP in towards mid lane
Is under attack.
for the mid tier 1 and tries to guard up the 10-minute rune. And then there's a spawn bottom for Abed to go and get as they herd the Storm Spirit away. And it seems like Radiant don't really have a great way of defending this objective when the Undying goes past your tower and you've got this freaking Dark Willow Wyvern chasing your Timbersaw. He's looking to clear out ancient stacks,
yoink.
but Saberlight comes in, steals a bunch of them. Gets himself like
Still
150
5 already.
gold, puts the tombstone on high ground with the Observer Ward giving vision there as well. They'll steal everything.
He's gonna try with the Chakram. He will not get anything.
Now the Spectre going to jump into mid. Fernanz Rubik under tier 2 tower. And he's down. Relentless now from Virtus Pro as they have awoken in game 2 to finally play aggressively.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
This is very impressive stuff and quite impactful to get that steal on the Ancients. All the hard work was done by Timbersaw, and then Undying just comes in and sweeps in for 8 last hits on the Ancients.
Tower is under attack.
Puts him second in net worth, actually, right behind his teammate, the Spectre.
Nice place to be.
And so far he hasn't bought any item. I suspect we're gonna see the Blink Dagger rush again. This is not an insanely good Pipe rush game. Pipe is good against Storm, but very bad against Timbersaw, very bad against, Clinks.
Yeah.
So I think we just see him go for either Harpoon Rush or like Blink Dagger.
It looks like they're trying to activate Stoikov. Moves all the way down here. Bonks head into Saberlight, but this Axe, once again, just in the open. Doesn't really seem to have a job. Can't really farm that quickly to Blink Dagger, so this level 5 Axe at 12 minutes. But a dead weight at this point.
Yeah, let's be honest here. Previous game, I think their supports played amazing on the side of Icy, but in this game, the Axe and the Rubik have been pretty useless. 0-3-0 on the Rubik, 0-4-1 on the Axe. I don't think any of them are having a very good game.
It's been very hard for them. They've sacrificed a lot to keep their cause alive in a very hard laning stage. And had to give VP something. And sometimes that is just the support life. And some very forward wards here from VP as well. The long wall.
Storm wants to gank Timado.
Tons of vision has seen this coming though, so Timado knows that the backup from the Radiant is arriving, and that means I need the turnaround with the rest of VP coming in to kill off Lays. Nearly finds Fernand's Rubik. But all that vision gave the information for VP to set up and cut that gank attempt in half.
Yeah, he tried to kill the enemy carry, but
Radiant's
cavalry
tower
arrived.
is under attack.
Easy read by them, and that's going to be them easily swinging towards the tower as well. I can only suspect that they're going to stay there, but actually they're splitting pretty hard on the map. Undying and Winter Wyvern do not kill this tower alone.
Hellscream is stacking camps on the Radiant side for his teammates to come and farm. That's poor Fernand's Rubik. And fourth time he's going to die.
And he has Tombstone ready on Saberlight. He could farm this using the Tombstone if he wants. He's gonna do it again. Tombstone on the high ground.
Why the hell not? He sure will. Free money. Hellscream stacked it for him.
This is some serious gold they're gaining. Gold was looking, or game was looking pretty close earlier, but now they're starting to build a lead.
Exactly.
And it's also awkward for a hero like Storm if you don't find more kills. You're a very action-based hero. Sure, he's found 2 kills, and I think he's playing well in this game, but the momentum is slipping away.
Yeah, they are desperate to get this Clinks to this Deso shard timing. And try and get 423 involved somehow. And previously with that Nature's Prophet, much easier for him to dip in and out of fights, farm and then fight whenever he wanted to make that choice. But so far he's been run at relentlessly. Dying
Yeah, not having the best game, but already with the Deso, he's probably going to be able to look to some setups. Even just he and Rubik could potentially threaten to bring down like Undying. So we'll see if he activates immediately or if he keeps farming for the Deso. Either way, he's 500 gold away from the Deso timing.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe I want this Axe to be farming jungle. Get that Blink Dagger somehow, but he is just position 5, sit and and protect kind of guy.
Yeah, it's problematic too. He's only 1 point counter helix, and while the counter helix damage number looks like it doesn't scale that crazily, the more you read, oh no, he's dead.
Yeah.
There's no way out of this one.
No. That's kind of why he's here though, right? He's a body in the way so Clinks can live.
Yeah, that's the sad reality. Sometimes as a support, you tank the gank. But it also feels pretty painful when he's, you know, working towards a Blink Dagger that would basically change how his hero functions entirely. To have to give your life away like this is not a nice feeling for him.
No, it's not. Trying to find this first move out of Inner Circle. Looking to play through Lays in his top lane. Timbersaw offers a lot of damage, but they are only going to be finding Fly up here. Jump in with a Vortex. He forces heal, and then maybe pressure into this tier 1 a little bit. They don't really have tower damage if the Clinks isn't here, though, so it's kind of hard to go for kill into tower.
It's not that fast, but they have Catapult nearby. They can push this still. Storm and Timber is enough of a deterrent. But meanwhile, what's happening on the other side of the map? Well, not the Axe dying. That's just predictable. But look at the Roche Pit. This is a very early Roche take. And what you can do with Undying, right? The Tombstone tanks forever for you. The ulti amplifies the damage. And even Spectre is actually a fairly decent Roche taking carry with the extra damage coming in from the Desolate.
That's pretty handy.
That's a 16-minute Radiance. Not a bad timing at all.
And Aegis on the Earth Spirit, so Abed can feel pretty free to just roll in and start fights off, as he's about to finish his Kaya Sands as well, it looks like. And the game getting quickly out of hand.
Give the Aegis to the guy who is looking non-stop for the fight. Spectre can always farm on the opposite side of the map and play pretty safe areas.
CL still trying to take this slow and steady. But VP have developed a 4K lead now, and they're looking for another smoke maneuver. We've seen Hellscream already just solo kill the Axe. He's definitely got a lot in the tank here as a level 9 Dark Willow to control and kill people as they nearly catch Stoikov. Couldn't quite get the catch on him.
Update on 423, by the way. He did go for that Shard first into then Deso. So he was going for Deso Rush and then Shard, but changed his mind to just get slightly faster farming. Now he has both. So now we are definitely looking towards him to speed up his impact on the game a little bit.
Yeah, we've seen Clinks, you know, kind of languish and not really have a game. I always come back. Oh, hang on. Axe is dying. Do we curse him here? Apparently we do. And a roll in onto Fernandes as well. Finding the bonus kill on the Rubik to kick him back in towards the Tombstone. Easy pickings.
Meanwhile, the Spectre runs into the Storm, and Storm does not win 1v1 against Spectre, so he has to TP out.
Radiant's bottom tower
Everything is coming up Millhouse right now. VP looking pretty good.
But yeah, I always come back to that. It might have been us casting it. The Skitter Clinks game where he was 0-5 in lane, and then he literally AFK farmed until minute 25, comes out with this, you know, Aghanim Scepter, Rapier, or whatever, and game ends. We had that earlier on today as well, where Clinks, didn't have the best time, but still able to hit his items at the right timings. Yeah. And all of a sudden, you win one fight, and the enemy base disappears, basically. So that's what we're banking on here for Inner Circle.
For sure. I do think this game might be a little bit harder or taller of an order, at least.
Especially if you get a catch like this on Stoikov. Oh, it's so nice. The setup with Yules into Bramble is simple. And now Lays, this Timber Saw, he's losing his life pretty quickly here. Axe has fallen. And the dive onto tier 2 tower, chasing past the objectives to kill the Timber Saw off. Just need a little bit more burst, which Fly will oblige. Kill it off.
Oh, they're bleeding so many kills and towers being pressured. It's a really, really tough spot for them. Well, Spectre is just completely free farming away.
That's the thing. Spectre didn't even need to join.
Yeah. No, she's chilling. Press ulti and then you can go back to farming. That's mostly what he's doing right now. Clink's already in like courier sniping territory. Essentially, he's running around, not sure what to do. And you talked about the Clinks earlier, how he can have a bad game and then come back. That's pretty true. In this game, however, there is Spectre with the ulti, which can always lock onto him. And if she picks up, like, later on, Abyssal Blade and a Dust or something, she can just dispose of the Clinks on her own.
He really is in courier sniping mode. Clinks goes and kills
Yeah, it's rough, man.
Oh, it's a tough spot to be in.
For a courier.
Maybe kill Fly off a couple more times. Take him down a notch. Abed, though, with another roll into kick, puts Stoikov in a tough spot as he's silenced and stunned, getting chain disabled. They need a bit more damage, but can't quite kill the Storm. Tombstone down now as Saberlight got brought down, along with the Tombstone, so a bit of cash influx there for the Radiant.
They desperately needed this, and getting some fights while the Spectre ulti is on cooldown is definitely a good way to go about it. 50 seconds, she's gonna have it again. Then you have to tighten up a little bit and be more careful, as that ulti is super strong this early in the game. The Radiance is alone doing a lot of like Rubik's HP pool, for instance, at the fight. Tormentor is up. Looks like they're gonna go for it. Power of Friendship. Not the strongest Tormentor takers, but with 4 heroes, still should be easily doable.
I didn't see Hellscream there. I was trying to count the heroes. I saw 3 of them. The Dark Willow was like hidden inside the Tormentor. Shard there for Fly.
Oh, look at that. Using the Shadow Realm while the heal is on the ground actually amplifies the healing for Willow.
Clever.
Very, very nice.
Clever, clever. Now, the game is on. Aegis gets reclaimed. Abed's still going to lead the charge here as 4 VP smoke towards the enemy triangle. Waltzing through the river and straight in towards 423, who has just cleared the camps. A matter of seconds there between Clinks clearing and running, or him dying. So it looks like it's going to be Fernand's the Rubik, who tumbles over straight into the role of the Earth Spirit.
I do like that Abed always goes for the kick back, he doesn't just aim to do damage, he kicks them through the Bramble Mace, latching up multiple of those. You can actually increase the DPS by kicking through multiple Brambles, they stack. And he also just repositions the enemy a lot. And speaking of him, he's only 400 gold away from having a full BKB. The Illusions are going to give him a tower lasted, so he's not far away now.
There is a part of me that feels like VP is still giving a bit too much space to Inner Circle. Or maybe Inner Circle are finding these little hidey holes to farm in and accelerate themselves. As Saberlight, well, he disappears pretty quickly there, hey? But 423 feels the same burn as Timado snipes out the Clinks, and this Stoikov Storm has been disabled up, giving a double kill to the Spectre. No more space remaining. You've been closed in on, surrounded on all sides. Fernand's also found.
I can't even blame Stoikov for dying there. The Centaur stomped him into a terrorize from the Willow, so he just didn't notice that the creep had 3 units nearby, and the creeps can count. 1, 2, oh, I stunned 3 heroes, that's too many. Or 3 units even.
So the creeps can count to 3, but Valve can't.
Yeah. Funny enough, Valve made a game where a large part of the game is the neutrals counting to 3.
This is a mini game within a game. The
Some of the
inside
creeps
jokes
count
that
to
Valve
5.
made against themselves.
Yeah. Which creep can count to 5, Gareth? Question for you.
No idea.
It's the little satyrs that dispel you. They only dispel you if they hit you 5 times first.
Ah.
Yeah. This random information may make some of the viewers' games less tedious if they randomly dispel your clarity a lot. Here's a trick for you. Make sure the little satyrs don't hit you 5 times first.
Is that what's happened to
Also,
you? You're a TA with a refraction. They can't touch
a
me.
lot of times, tons of times. I mean, they don't even break clarity if you don't have refraction, Gareth. But when they use their dispel ability, that's nasty stuff. Or they remove your empower or whatever, you know.
Saberlight
Toxic.
blinks into trees.
But they see him.
pretty
They got a
close.
mission on him with the soul release.
Ah, yeah, the Essence Distiller. Fernand's keeping
Axe
that
is
vision
coming.
going, and the
Look at
axe
the
with a blink call is going to find a jump on this Undying. That's a couple of times in a
kill.
row now.
Decent chunk of change for killing off the core Undying like that. Of course, it does not slow down the Spectre's progression though. Also, she's going for the axe. This will be interesting. I haven't seen this one used too much. The Aghanim Spectre gives the fear effect the first time she jumps on one of her haunt illusions. So 2 seconds fear with 50% movement slow. It's pretty damn good. It's essentially a disable on top of giving CDR to the ulti.
Storm has to beat KB to get away from a Dark Willow. Doesn't die though. Stays to live to fight another day. So how does that Spectre Ags actually work then? So you haunt, you create illusions, and then you reality
Yeah.
to an illusion, and then it fears people around it.
Yeah, I think for every illusion, I believe,
The first time
it's
you
the
haunt to it.
first time you haunt on every or maybe it's just the first one. I don't think you can do it multiple times because then if multiple enemies were stacked, you could just chain to fear them.
But then how does the game know if it's the first one? You know,
What do you mean?
because you can also reality to your shadow step ones. So if you
Yeah, but it doesn't count to that one.
it's only a haunt
It
illusion.
specifically says haunt illusion. yeah.
Right, okay.
So it's not shadow step illusion. If you had it on your shadow step, it would be absurdly powerful because then you could just non-stop jump people and fear them. But we'll see. He is about to finish it right now, so we'll see it in action pretty shortly. I'm sure he's itching to get that ulti clicked.
I mean, there's no way that you can just spam it and do it 5 times, right?
No.
It's only one.
literally just
Yeah.
once. But I mean, it's 20-second cooldown reduction on the haunt as well, so putting it at 2 minutes.
They
There
found
we go.
the
He does
clinks.
it.
They found 423.
The clinks.
Oh, it's so much damage. Blown up completely, and now they're on the axe as well. Tomato, this Spectre. Too powerful to contend with.
It's honestly a really good tool against the Clinks or the Storm, particularly the Storm. If you ulti and jump the Storm, you can quickly fear him, preventing him from using BKB, and then if anyone is nearby to stun him, you know, you're basically a setup hero now.
They'll set up for
They're
Roche.
about to make short work of Roche. Again, Tombstone gets dropped.
This is much more steady and systematic from VP. Much more what we expected than the bull rush and then full flat in game 1.
Yeah, this looking dominant. I am not sure how they're going to turn the tide on this one. Clinks needs some serious damage. He does have the Aghanim Scepter. He's queued up the Hurricane Pike. I really wish he just goes Daedalus, to be honest. I feel like survivability is not going to cut it. I think this game is desperate enough that he needs damage. The only way they turn this is by Clinks evaporating some heroes, I feel.
It's got to be. Control with the Storm, jump with the axe, and then Clinks comes in as a second wave. We've got Lays getting kicked back in towards the mid lane, though, as Abed he strikes into the heart of this Radiant side. The damage from the Clinks look almost enough, but he's able to get a bit of
They want
distance.
to
As
fill.
Fly, he's going to get blown up. Lays makes that second appearance. Risky stuff from VP there, going for an aggressive move, and it does not pay off.
It's fighting when you don't have Spectre ulti. That's the problem. If they had Spectre ulti, that fight will never be lost. However, they realize that on Inner Circle, so they go and punish them.
Yeah, you would have thought I would have learnt my lesson from the Winter Wyvern tooltip. You know, reading the Spectre one would have been good. To
Yeah, haunt.
Haunt illusion.
Yeah.
But sometimes my brain just skips over words when I'm reading.
Yep, some crucial information being missed out. Same. There are a lot of words to be read in Dota, to be fair.
I'm busy just reading player names. That's usually enough for me.
Radiant's bottom tower
Spectre
is
walking
attack.
under a ward, but she has Aegis, so they're not even gonna begin to dream about trying to kill her.
Don't even entertain that idea.
Nope, it's way too risky. You would definitely lose a lot of heroes, and at best, you're killing off an Aegis.
It genuinely feels like the most important thing right now for IC is the way they set up their formation. Because if they're allowed to have Timbersaw frontline and then follow up with an axe call, then clicks damage, right? You have this layer effect where you can follow up on stuff. Then their draft and gameplay is going to look pretty good. But VP have done a tremendous job so far just cracking that, giving vision on the Storm and the Clink, so this Undying can blink in on top of them. The Dark Willow can start with the Yules into Brambles. That's all through
Feels so
this
bad
vision.
for 4-2-3. It's like watching the Spectre farm. Finally, they're gonna go on her. Maybe they can get her twice. Timber needs to get over there so that she can't jump away to Timber.
And they're trying as hard as they can. Control her up, kill her the first time. Arbad has
She wants
rolled
to
over
ulti
pretty
away
quickly,
now.
and it looks like they're just going to leave the Spectre after dying once. There's the Horde coming in towards Timber, though, near the Roche Pit. Laze is forced to BKB up. Saberlight nearly gets shredded by the whirl, but he's still up and running, and Arbad goes deeper. A dive in towards 423 has kept tabs on the Clink, so now Tomato can come in with the damage.
Yeah, we're just entering Spectre territory. At this stage of the game, she is so strong. Sure, you kill her once, but the moment that the Aegis is down, they all turn tail and run, and she can hunt whoever she wants.
Super
Two
easy.
massive kills to Slinks and Timber.
Radiant's middle tower.
Straightforward for them. Now, Tomato has free run on the map wherever he wants to go, he can farm. Arbad, alongside Hellscream, find another kill.
And looking pretty damn good. Itemizing some disables as well, having the Yule Scepter on Willow. They have these good catches. They also itemize towards a lot of survivability. Double Shiva's Guard coming in. One on Earth Spirit, one on the Undying. So physical survivability against the Clinks is all they are prioritized. Makes a lot of sense. I said it earlier that he's the win condition. He also did skip Hurricane Pike and go straight for the Daedalus, so you know the players are very much in line with my read on the game here that this is a game where he has to just full send it.
That's a necessity.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They're going to try and smoke here and make something happen. Bypass the high ground ward that's in the Radiant base and maybe get towards one of these VP heroes in the back. Very difficult approach.
Wyvern would be a great target to go on, but he blinks to safety already. Fly can sense that something is up.
And this is a long run and chase. Tormentor has been started. Tomato and
could be
Saberlight
good.
pretty low, and they're giving up on this. Hang on a
great.
second. With the Observer Ward, Blink
He
Call,
missed.
SC doesn't get the catch on the core, only finds Fly. Arbed rolls in very aggressively under all the skeletons with Saberlight, looking to deal with Lays, and 43's dead to the Spectre. Up at the top on the high ground. Arbed's BKB'd up, Shiny Golden God alongside Saberlight, trying to do what they can. Lays TPing out there, getting kicked around, but it's Tomato yet again with a double kill. Beyond Godlike Spectre, just cleaning up everybody. There's poor Fernand's Rubik's being hounded by this damn Dark Willow. Bramble catches him and Tomato can chase forward. Another little shift and Reality in gives him another kill.
Man, Hellscream has looked perfect on this Willow, playing so well. 9, 0, and 15, and lands over and over these, you know, pretty technical Bramble mazes that are without setup and so on. But man, that Blink call missing the Spectre, that was really upsetting. She was half HP, no Aegis, standing right next to her Wyvern. He could have called both of them.
Yeah,
If he got her there, I think that could be, you know, their way back into the game.
it could have been. It was just a little bit too far away.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite get the grab, and now they're paying the price. The Timbersaw. He's being hunted down. Arbed, Hellscream. Stoikov's going to come back in to try and deal with Fly. Cold Embrace will keep him alive through that barrage, and Arbed does get jumped by the axe and Clinks. finally a situation where IC can stand on the high ground and rain hellfire down on their opponents, even killing off Hellscream with a Storm's Remnant.
To their credit, they're doing a really good job fighting whenever Spectre ulti is on cooldown. Like, you can tell this is premeditated. They're saying, okay, guys, we can finally fight. We just lost the fight to Spectre down bottom. That doesn't mean we slow down. They go, you know, guns blazing when Spectre doesn't have ulti. Now the problem is, in 15 seconds, she has ulti again. So even with her teammates dead, she's going to be strong.
They start blasting. Hero after hero. They find Sableye down at the gate, but I mean, he's a pretty tanky boy. This big Undying with a BKB going. And of course, there's the Spectre. Like you said, with the Haunt available, is a fearsome threat. 423, he's on the run.
She doesn't dagger him, though, so he runs to safety quite easily. That's ulti on cooldown again. Pretty good. Nobody dying in a Spectre ulti. I think that's the first case that happened in the entire game. I think every other Spectre ulti has found kills.
And now we finally get to go back to the Tormentor, which was started 5 minutes ago, which led to this whole sequence of events.
And the
This
shard is
time
going
much
to go to
easier.
Saberlights. Gets the little saving tool. Now he can cast his Tombstone to save some ally heroes.
I'm gonna start thinking about next Roshan already. 30 seconds away from fast spawn, as Stoikov is going to BKB up here. And now a Vortex on Hellscream. They've left this Dark Willow out in the open. Blaze is coming to back up the Storm Spirit to protect Stoikov, but Abed with the control all turned around by the axe. Stoikov zips away. Abed is dead. Storm did die in the end. 423 with trying to run back now as IC just reset. Little pokes and prods here from IC, finding openings in a game which felt kind of shut out and closed.
100%, yeah, for sure. They're finding a lot of gold. Even though he died as well, Storm has been part of a lot of these kills lately. Got the kill on the Willow there, got the Abed kill as well. So tons of gold, getting him almost all the way towards Parasma. Yeah, they're doing a great job of staying active despite the game being at a pretty negative state, right? You have a 12-0-7 Spectre who's going into late game. Normally, it's very doom and gloom, but big signs of life still coming out from Icy.
Icy in their veins. Feels like they are super cool. They have not floundered or flustered, even though they've been down a tremendous amount throughout this game. As like, you know, as an open qualifier team, again, talking about being the underdog, having these expectations around VP in terms of experience and late game prowess.
Oh boy,
Trying to show it off here with the Brambles catching 423. Can't get away from the Spectre as he's all alone down in that bottom right corner.
Yeah, he jumps away, but she jumps back in. It's very hard to get away when she has the Shadow Step, using Reality multiple times to jump him, first with the ulti and then with the Shadow Step.
Using his mid-pane. Glimmered for now. No chase from VP up that high ground.
Yeah, with Klink's
50
dead,
seconds,
I think
no Klink's though, yeah.
they definitely want to go and do some building damage, even though they don't have the best right-clickers into the tower. They can still work on it. Or they can just keep farming. I mean, going late game is not bad for them. I do feel like it was an opportunity to get something done, though, with 50 seconds on the Klinks. Hellscream throwing a full combo on the Storm, but there's no damage.
It's just trying to bait out.
I think he's trying to bait out the BKB. He's like, "Oh, you're gonna die. I'm gonna terrorize you. I'm gonna do it."
And while that's happening, yeah, Roshan's gonna bellow, let out his roar. Already at half health though. Very difficult to contest this.
This
Not already
refresher
set up
shard
for it.
is massive as well.
It looks like the line drawn there saying we're going to fight into this anyway. If you allow VP to get to your high ground, you're probably losing a lane of barracks. So I kind of like this from IC as they do get a catch on the Spectre in the mid lane. Tomato getting poked at by Stoikov. Simbasaur's going to come across here and offer the damage now, but they've got Winter Wyvern to back him up. Tomato's going to be all right as he's glimmer caped. Storm zips in, forces Cold Embrace. Fly gets blown up, and then Tomato about to die. Axe, he's going to Blade Mail return a lot of that damage, but he's still going to fall. And he just Gonna respawn the Spectre back up now.
Got 2 ultis. Ulti
Now
number
hold
1.
forward. Looking for the first one on this Timber Saw. BKB Timber Chain back up to high ground. Safety not found though.
Ulti number 2.
Blasted by that damage from the Spectre and looking for more. Who's the bonus kill? Is it the Rubik?
Oh, Storm?
We're not jumping.
He's fine. Big play. He almost got the Storm. He jumped over to the secret shop where Storm was, but he created enough distance and got the safety. So all in all, for Aegis and Refresher used, that's amazing for Icy, right? Like,
That's a huge win.
you could not ask for a much better fight than losing only 2 heroes. Okay, as I say that,
Oh.
the Clinks, are you fine?
I don't know. I don't
looks
know. I
pretty
think
not
this
fine.
Clicks is pretty screwed over here.
Even a Terrorize.
Hellscream once again setting up for glory.
Okay, so now it's not fine. It was okay, but then Clinks got found. Again, Hellscream is just on the money with his Dark Willow gameplay this game.
He's got boost of travel. He's just TPing around the map, being everywhere.
He's basically custom tailored to mess with Clinks, right? Travels to chase him, Ghost Scepter to not get hit, Yule Scepter to set up, Blink Dagger to catch him. Everything he has is just helping out catching the Clinks. Also the dust. I guess the dust is a pretty vital component there as well.
It is, yeah. Not a single wasted item slot.
No.
And now VP finally getting up to high ground and doing some serious tier 3 damage. Glyph already expended. And the Storm Spirit gets out of the base looking to try and cut waves. He's going to meet Hellscream on that top lane though, and Abed is nearby. So you're losing mid lane Rax, and you also have to spend the BKB on Storm up at top.
Yeah, the Rax is just falling slowly. I'm gonna try and poke onto her, but with the Winter Wyvern behind, obviously she can be healed up very quickly.
No Rax falling though. That's Roshan's banner expended for a tier 3 tower.
Yeah. So all of the Roche boons are gone now, but Spectre is still incredibly farmed with the Bloodthorn complete. Now going for a Nullifier disassemble as well, so no Radiance, instead going for the Nullifier upgrade. Much stronger here.
It's just like this Axe with 10k net worth, Blink Blade Mail, you know, he still kind of deals with her. Just return that damage. I'm not saying on his own, but like
yeah,
he's a massive problem.
he's good. He's good.
Given his position in the game, given the laning stage and the net worth he's got,
For,
definitely
for being a post 5 with the bottom net worth, he is having a decent power spike. The problem is, if Spectre ultis, then he's useless, right? Because
Yes.
Blink Dagger gets turned off, and a support axe with no blink is essentially just useless.
Oh man, that connection onto Lays. Tomato with Sabler and Abed shred him, and they are immediately shifting gear down to bottom lane, finding a cat onto Axe, thanks to the Dark Willow yet again, setting up for Abed to pick up the killing spree, while the rest of the team, they're in the base, killing buildings.
Yeah, amazing save by Storm there, keeping his Rubik alive, using the Vortex on the illusion that would have killed the Rubik, so at least he only loses 2 of his teammates, but 2 of his teammates and I think 2 of his lanes of Rax, as it looks right now.
I mean, it looks like we're finally heading to a game 3 in this upper bracket. We've had nothing but 2 O's so far. It looks like VP finally striking back today against the open qualifier team.
The first tenacious team not to just drop and roll over. They're going to be completely fine. It looks like heading late here with Spectre is just a great spot to be in.
Oh yeah, another Roshan's banner, another lane of barracks. 40 seconds without Timber. Looks like IC just going to give up on a couple of lanes, relinquish them to VP. Now we're looking at a 22k lead, which is going to grow pretty significantly as VP take the entirety of the map. I'm just watching Hellscream. This Dark Willow is constantly just lurking.
He's
warding,
hunting, right?
Hunting.
Yeah, mode fucking deep undercover agent here is in the enemy side all the time, looking for where he can find the Clinks. He knows that if he does find a good catch, he will potentially have Spectre coming in with the ulti. 20 seconds cooldown, so...
Mode level 22, I'm the same level as your carry.
Yeah. No, he's a monster. He's straight up just very high impact this game. If I was to say like one player that had the biggest impact this game, I think it would go to Willow. Like sure, the Spectre is owning, and Earth Spirit is doing great. Everything is looking nice from everyone, honestly. But individually, I have to say, it's been crazy what he's got done here in this game. And I think everyone understands their role. Like, Fly has a Blink Glimmer Aeon disc now, so this Winter Wyvern is going to be very, very hard to deal with. If you don't go on her, she saves someone. But if you do go on her, Aeon disc, you don't have a way to deal with it right now.
Nope. So all you can do is sit and hope. Wait for a moment to strike. Abed. And with a haunt, they found Stoikov immediately. Storm dead. 100 seconds without him. Axe will try and call Abed back behind tier 4 tower. He's going to roll away and get to safety as this Magnetize forces them all back into Fountain. Bedlam? Okay. Hellscream just jumps into Fountain. That's a little bit ballsy. Under the skeletons, he'll get blown up. Dark Willow gone.
A bit much, maybe. Maybe he's limit testing, okay? He found the limits. The enemy Fountain plus the entire enemy team, that's a limit. Unfortunately, this might cost them their momentum to push bottom. I think if he didn't dive there, they would immediately be on the high ground. Actually, Tomato says, I'm gonna go anyway. He's got the butterfly.
Wild, it's like a cow walking into a slaughterhouse, you know? Go straight in there.
It looked fun, okay? They promised cookies, I don't know.
He heard all the laughter. There's a tombstone. And the axe being caught. He does have buyback. I'm not sure how useful that's going to be. And the rest of the team is in serious trouble. Blaze at half health. Already forced the Aghanim Scepter up. Tombstone not dealt with. The barracks are open. Virtus Pro. Still 4 heroes alive. Ready to get the Mega Creeps on their side. And they've got the Clinks and the axe moving on to Abed. A ton of damage coming his way, but the Cold Embrace shuts it all down, counteracting the Clink's DPS. Tombstone helps Tomato momentarily, saving this Spectre. She is dying pretty quickly, but breaks them free thanks to the Winter's Curse. Another Chakram, a chase forward. Tomato, Cold Embrace, not enough to buy him time to stay alive. VP have lost 2 cores now. Yes, they got that barracks down, but Mega Creep's not coming. That melee rack's at bottom, still standing.
Yes. Massive hold for them, and again, didn't actually cost them too many buybacks. They used buyback on Axe. I think that was the only one used in that fight.
Yeah, I think so.
Pretty damn amazing hold, I have to say. Not even sure how they managed to bring down the Spectre that easily, but the pure damage from the Timber seems to have been a big component to it. Really
I say it was all the axe.
It was the axe.
It's all the axe.
I mean, unironically, the axe did have some impact too. His blade mill did some 600 damage. You know, he held her in place for a while so Timber could lay in the damage. Clinks now finds himself having a BKB assembled. And with his level 25, we've seen what that can do. It's a very strong level 25 talent.
Okay, but realistically, what are the chances here?
Oh, 5-10%, something like that.
Okay.
Like, there's a chance they mess up. Actually, Dota Plus is agreeing with me. It's like 93% right now that Dire wins. So, yeah, between 5 and 10%. I actually think that there's...
Oh, wow. It's making some big jumps on my screen. It's going from 4 to 14.
Yeah, no, it's exaggerating a bit, I think. Pro players will tighten up a bit after this mistake. In a pub, you know, which is what Dota Plus is trained on. There's a big chance people would tilt after that failed high ground push, and it's gonna fail. But I think here's more likely, okay, guys, we got a little bit too excited, you know? Maybe Hellscream, you don't dive the enemy fountain, and the rest of us just go together and we win the game. Something like that is the comms.
Tomato's going to go back to farming. Trying to finish off a refresher orb for himself before this ensuing fight, but it seems like the fight's going to come before that happens, with a minute left till Roshan spawn and a big 5-man smoke from IC.
The combo. They have Storm with the Aghanims, Axe with Call. It's the black hole into RP, Gareth. Just the budget versions of these spells.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I just need to see heroes before they can use them.
Yeah, and smoke on both teams means you're not seeing anyone right now.
And Clinks is going to go show top. And return to the rest of the squad in mid as VP approaching the river. Not crossing. Looking to take that DD rune before anyone else can snatch it.
Yeah, he had to take it because they put soul release on him. The urn was used on him, so yeah, kind of awkward to just stand and wait there. He didn't want to get jumped. Walks down, takes the rune.
And Roshan about to spawn. We'll see if this standoff leads to anything. We could have Roshan swap homes before he actually gets attempted.
It could happen. I feel like they're probably, again, close to a brawl with the Spectre having the ulti ready. They've been pretty good about getting those fights going.
It's still just crazy to me how close this game can feel when one team has dominated. 19 to 44, 14k lead or more they've had through this game. I mean, hell, even just thinking about like they're on an org, right? They've got a salary, they've got wages, they're probably making a ton of money. While this is ICXL, a little tier 2 team, winning game 1, and now looking for a comeback in game 2 as they jump onto Fly. Start things off, force the Eon Disc and the Tombstone save. That's a pretty good start.
Yeah, at least Eon Disc gone is pretty big. Staying in the Tombstone. Into Ivan, no stress to get out. Feeling comfy in this home.
Got to finish off the zombies while Roshan is being contended with. They've got the dive around the back. Axe, low HP, gonna get finished off. They turn back onto Arbet and Tomato. Spectre drops to half HP, trying to find a way back into this, but Stoikov has already fallen. The Storm Spirit have to buy back on him while Lays treads through Tomato. Spectre dead with no buyback on her. Gem on the floor as the Dark Willow will return after dying herself. 43 has also slipped away to the right-hand side, escaping from Arbet and Saberlight. And Lays just keeps on going with infinite damage. Flowing through this Timbersaw, Fernandez has been left alone though. Rubik on that right-hand side is stranded, getting clapped down on as Stoikov, two-man, gets the catch and the kills! Oh, the Timbersaw shreds him! Arbet trying with Magnetize now, rolling away back towards safety as Saberlight has respawned, comes back in for another go! 43 and Lays have both been blown up!
Oh,
how quickly people die!
Yeah, it's a bloodbath going on there, and they're still looking for the Storm, who doesn't have much mana. No TP
oh, they
on
found
him as
him.
well.
He's got 400 mana. No TP left. Yule Scepter into Brambles. Hex him up and kill him.
Oh.
5-man wipe.
And not just that, that was a dieback for Storm. He died and bought back into this fight.
6-man wipe.
6-man, yeah. Even counting the dire deaths too, Gareth. How many wipe?
11-man wipe.
Good update. No, that was absolute bloodbath going on there, and now in a good spot to clear out the game. Buyback being used by Klings. We can see the start to this fight. Man, they did a good job locking onto the Spectre. Winter Wyvern hopped out of the Tombstone, got stuck because of damage, couldn't blink over to help her team, so Winter was just very out of position here.
That's crazy how split this fight gets as well.
Push for the Mega Creeps coming in, and Rax not gonna be defended by 2 heroes.
Nope. Double catapults with double tanky cores on the front line. Finish that melee barracks and finally gives VP the Mega Creeps.
Yeah, and Roche still alive. Actually, he's still licking his wounds from the previous engagement, so they're gonna go over and look towards getting that Aegis, Cheese, Refresh Shard, and even the Roshan's Banner is pretty good for closing out the game.
This is what we've been waiting for. Tier 5 neutral items. We're finally going to get a game that lasts the distance. Because I think all the other games have been under 40 minutes so far.
We had one game that was over 40. It was like the first game of the first day, I think. 41 minutes. Like there.
Oh, the catch on 43. Straight in, Scythe device blown up, dead. 2 minutes, no clinks, gone. Out of the picture.
That was the buyback earlier, so of course they're just gonna push.
I was gonna hex and lift.
Not much you can do to
for a
stop
moment.
this.
Kicked back towards the fountain as the tier 4s are falling. Saberlight and Tomato going for the buildings as Lays tries to step forward with a flamethrower. He's going to get nullified and drifted back towards his fountain, though. Stay away from us, Timbersaw. Let us kill your buildings.
A Storm is coming.
Going for the jugular. Storm has respawned. Zips in towards Fly, looking for the Wyvern, but the immediate Scythe device out of this Willow. Catching, controlling, killing. Stoikov's dead. Out of here. Axe has also fallen. GG's called as we head to a game 3.
Very, very impressive stuff coming out in game number 2. But still, I want to say Icy for the draft that they had, I was impressed with how well they held on in this game. I thought they would just, go quietly into a whimper of, okay, we were late game, Spectre dominates. But several times they show that they have some serious resilience on this team. So I'm impressed. However, I do think VP, they probably got the better of them in the draft here. The curveball axe, cute as it may be, left them with a sort of lackluster draft compared to what VP have.
Yeah, definitely shows that VP can bleed and be exploited, though. Game 1 definitely showed that. Game 2, I think you're right. Heading into this mid to late game, this Radiant squad just had a few answers and a few moves, tricks up their sleeve, but it came down to, I think, just Spectre. This pick was so good. You said against the Clinks during the draft, and it just felt that way. Every time Clinks showed anywhere on the map, in a fight, farming lane, whatever, there's the Spectre and then the Dark Willow.
Yeah, the Willow and the Spectre really had his number. Just could not hide from the two of them. Very, very impressive hunting. So not the easiest game as Clinks, even though they had some nice combinations themselves with the lockdown into the burst. We saw in this fight, for instance, how the Timbersaw just locked onto the Spectre and brings her down with a lot of pure damage. At the end of the day, they were just kind of short in overall net worth at this point, fighting a massive gold deficit.
Yeah, and relying on some of these buybacks to try and pay off. But if you die back, you just end up losing the game.
It was a tricky one. Well played by them overall, though, to put up the fight that they did. Like, we saw these moments, these glimmers, like the catch there by Storm, the 2-hero grab. It looked really nice, but at the end, look at this Magnetize. Did he bring Magnetize over extra? I don't know if he refreshed it. Clinks already had it on him. I think he was just ticking down and would be dead anyway.
This funny statue surfing, drifting all the way across the map. Just to find a Storm in the end.
Just 1 second later on the high ground there by the Earth Spirit, and maybe they wouldn't see the Storm as well and would struggle to catch him, but he dies, and that pretty much solidified the game. His dieback was the beginning of the end.
Well, things going the distance. Finally getting game 3. And yet you're right, we did have a couple of 42-minute games. There was game 1 of this series was 47 minutes. There was a game which went 57. We've not had any Tier 5 neutral items this qualifier yet, though. We got close. Maybe game 3 will give it to us.
It's a curse, man. Any game that we cast, Gareth, you and me, it's always getting to 61 minutes, and theoretically there could be Tier 5 items, and then the game ends because massive fight. So we often get blue-balled on the whole Tier 5 items. I have this funny theory where I think that Herald players are the best players in Dota, at Tier 5 items. They have the most experience with Tier 5 items out of everyone, Gareth. They've been in these situations, half their games, they have so many games that go late, whereas pro players have the least experience with Tier 5 items out of all the player base because their games are on average the shortest.
Okay. What does experience mean to you? Because you can have experience of being beaten up multiple times. It doesn't mean you can beat up someone back, right?
Yeah, they've experienced Tier 5 items more. They've seen
they have knowledge of the items, but maybe not an idea how to actually use them. Well, we'll find out if the pro players can figure out how to use or how to get to Tier 5 neutral items. We're finally going to get a game 3 here in the upper bracket for the European closed qualifiers on the road to the International. We'll see if VP can close this one out and get the expected victory, or if Inner Circle can do it to them. We'll take a break and come back.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We finally got one. We finally got a close series going to a game 3. We've got open qualifier teams beating invited teams. We've got all sorts of business here on the road to the international as we get back into the European closed quals. Waga, Virtus Pro against Inner Circle Insanity. Game 1 to IC, game 2 to VP. What happens in game 3?
Yeah, we were sitting here talking about it, right? And I feel like it's very, very likely that we're going to have Inner Circle taking this just based on what we saw game 1, game 2. I'm very impressed with how they played. And VP, I'm not saying that they didn't play well. I think their drafting game 2 was great. And I think they overall had a strong control of the game. But we saw some lack of discipline, to say the least, right? The fountain diving, delaying the game a bit, and giving maybe hopes for Inner Circle. So I think it's going to be a close run, but I'm betting Inner Circle with like a slight advantage here.
Yeah, I think so. And definitely weighing in the expectation shift as well, thinking about going into this series. Okay, VP, they are the expected victors coming out of this. Not necessarily a 2-0, but definitely should be winning this series just going into it. So we've had a negative expectation shift from VP so far, and a positive expectation shift from Inner Circle, showing how good they can be at drafting, executing, playing into that mid to late game. And you said it in game 2, right? Being resilient, even though they're behind, and almost finding a way to come back in an unwinnable game. As it seems like, is this the right way around? That's Inner Circle taking the first pick Undying.
Yeah, interesting stuff coming out. I mean, normally we saw Virtus Pro playing on this and leaning on this, but it's a strong hero overall. We saw Undying picked outside of this series as well. It's not just Saberlight who gets to play the Undying in this patch, and it's going to be picked up first by Inner Circle, which gives them potential to combo it with some strong safe laner, and VP snag one of them as a first pick.
Yeah, make sure you don't get Undying SF. And they still can think about, this Drow Ranger, all this. I guess no, there's no Nature's Prophet either, right? So you're definitely limited on the old turret heroes.
Yeah, I do want to say that also Shadow Fiend is very good against Undying, right? It's a big component to why you can pick it like this. No disables, and Undying typically kind of melts to the right click. He relies on high HP pool, but SF takes away your armor and just shreds through that. So it makes a decent amount of sense.
I will say this is an SF without Undying, of course, without Clock, without Treant. So I'm kind of curious to see what pairing there is with the Shadow Fiend, because he's looked very good. SF Treant, classic. SF Clockwork, super classic. Finding another, like a Tusk kind of hero maybe would work out.
Yeah, you might have to dig into the Tusk. That's another classic. Actually, a Dawnbreaker ban could also have been a +5. It's one of those kind of rare, but +5 Dawnbreaker can fill that role with some hero like SF. More likely it's an offlane respect, But
yeah, it's just like finding. I'd say yes, but it's Fly, and I don't see Fly playing +5 Dawnbreaker.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's very possible that he will still play the same kind of hero, bring in the Winter Wyvern again. It's not the melee, the front lines for the SF, but it still provides pretty good safety later on. Drow Ranger gets banned out, one of the few good options, as you mentioned, that remained together with Undying. But you can still go like Luna or something. Easy hero to hit the tombstone, or never mind, not to hit the tombstone on Sleepy, but easy hero for them to combo into. It plays similarly as the SF and Drow.
Yeah, I mean, there's still options like other Fly heroes. Looking at this kind of Phoenix, I don't know, Lich could be out here. It's kind of ranged heroes. The SF doesn't necessarily feel super good, but could still give you a lot of this team fight. And of course, the Wyvern that you mentioned seems just to be Fly's hero in this series. 3 games in a row for him.
It's a hero that he generally enjoys a lot. I think we would see him on like Treant Protector if it wasn't banned a lot as well. These sort of protecting heroes are very much his style. And out of those heroes, I think stuff like Oracle isn't really meta right now. It's kind of underwhelming. Dazzle similarly. So Winter Wyvern just feels like the best one after Treant Protector, of course.
Who on earth is this ranged hero? Like Gyrocopter? Someone like that to go with the Undying? Hoodwink for now, going to be their support. So, I mean, this could still be Undying 3 with the Hoodwink as the 4. And then we flip back and decide what our safe lane is a little bit later on.
Gyro is a common punishment for Winter Wyvern. So whenever someone gets frozen by Winter Wyvern, you can't deal damage to them. But Rocket Barrage brings so much magic damage that you can kind of ignore that you can't right-click and you just kill them with the Q instead. So that's a possibility to go into.
And that flak everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. You can keep a Wyvern alive for a long time and flak from her and kill the rest.
And already dipping into reserve time pretty heavily.
Yeah, not super obvious choice for them.
Team pick.
It is going to be, wow, Enchantress. So they're actually running the core Undying as well, confirmed.
I feel like now we've got to kind of flip our expectations. I just assume it's core Undying now instead of the 5, and then we talk about the flex
Actually,
the other
yeah.
way.
Actually, yeah, it's becoming the norm. Everybody's doing the offlane Undying.
I think especially with players like Boom and Saberlight, you know, definitely got to keep our eyes open for that.
It's an interesting one, though, into the Shadow Fiend. I feel like that lane isn't so easy. You try and decay spam or run in and hit him. The SF might just triple raise you. You have the minus armor against the Undying, as well as I mentioned earlier. It's pretty volatile.
But Waga, you have been bamboozled. This is actually the middle lane Undying.
Oh, no. The mid-dying.
The mid-dying, yeah. Oh, you're going to pick Earth Spirit, are you? Well, let me show you.
Turns out it's offlane Hoodwink all along. I've
Oh,
been
hell yeah.
practicing this. It's actually pretty fun to play.
An offlane Ench, we used to see that.
Yes, yeah, Core Ench. As much as I want Core Ench to be good, she's just way too good without items to justify having items on the hero. It's like she just is insanely strong by existing.
That thought process, I feel like, is so common in Dota. It's like how... Clockwork was one of those heroes that definitely shifted from like 3 to 4 to 5 pretty quickly through his career. Even heroes like Broom, I remember Broom like solo playing Brewmaster on VP or whoever he was playing with. POS 5 Brew, just like what does Brew need? Level 6. Okay, he's a POS 5 hero then. If all he needs is experience, let's do it.
I mean, there's this very important question you need to ask where you're like, oh, if I'm Hoodwink with a Deso and a Daedalus, or, you know, like, it's going to deal so much. But do you need those items to do a lot as Hoodwink? You literally just bushwhack people out of nowhere and combo them with ulti. You don't need any items.
Oh, how happy are you now?
I am ecstatic, Gareth. I have played 1,300 games of Kess for this moment, practicing this hero ever since he came out. And here we are with a Kess pick into what looks like a slightly tedious lineup to play Kess against, I'm not gonna lie. But either way, I'm here for it.
What, Cold Embrace, Stampede, Brambles? Nothing annoying or tedious there at all.
Yeah, I mean, the ulti nerf as well that happened a while back means that you can't use it to non-stop block magic damage. It's
right, because there was that kind of famous clip that went around, right, of dodging Requiem with the Raptor dance.
Yeah, Requiem was one of the easier ones actually because you could just basically press it. It was very forgiving timing, so I did that one a lot. There were also a few others. Like if you timed it correctly against a Vengeful stun, then you would take the Venge stun. It cancels your ulti from channeling, but you also didn't pay the mana and you didn't take any damage and you didn't put the ability on cooldown. So basically you like got all the good parts and none of the bad parts. But that's been nerfed since then.
Fixed.
Nerfed.
Fixed. Get out
When
of here.
will they stop nerfing my boy?
You can't narrative
Look how
shift.
they massacred my boy.
He deserved it. Fucking busted ass hero. Stupid bird.
They should give Kess more things that he does. Bring a new mechanic that no other hero has. Like it just inverts it inverts the controllers of the player that you hit or something, you know? Their mouse goes up when they draw down and stuff like that, yeah.
Was Pango the first vector target that got added to the game? Was he?
Yeah.
I feel like yes. I mean,
yeah, I think so.
We should just get a new one of those, right? Instead of vector targeting, it's fractal targeting. You're able to slip out into into space and time itself, see into your mind's eye.
That's what we need. Kess should be a time traveler as well. That would be the buff he needs.
teleports behind you. Nothing personnel. Wait, hang on. That's actually what he already does. Nothing personnel, kid. Holy
Here you
shit,
go.
it's him.
But now he doesn't need to teleport. For the player, he just walks behind the opponent, but we need to stop time for all the other players. That's how you implement this mechanic.
Gotcha. Well, after the Kez, round out the draft with Invoker, with a ton of mid lane heroes being banned out. Earth Spirit, Quab, Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, all removed. So we're left scratching our heads and asking the question, what does Abed play?
Yeah. He's got such a wide hero pool that he honestly could go for many different options. He goes for the Pango. Speaking of the devil, the vector target himself is here.
He has arrived.
Pango is not bad against these heroes. Mana burn is also insane against like Undying and against Kess. Invoker, all of them are very mana dependent if you want to go for the mana burn build. But you can go many different routes here. Mage Slayer also isn't weak. We'll see what the itemization is going to be from Abed.
Yeah,
Overall,
I think,
yeah.
I think we were both leaning towards Inner Circle for Game 3, the way this series kind of panned out, expectation-wise, seeing Virtus.pro not be super crisp with their gameplay. But honestly, like draft-wise, I'm leaning back towards VP at this point.
Heavy. I'm like full in on VP here, honestly, and it probably
You got the full Michael Jackson lean. You're going vertical, you're going horizontal.
Yeah. I'm like 80-20 on this draft or something. I feel like their draft looks like ass comparatively, man. I'm sorry to say, but I'm not convinced about the offlane Undying yet. I'm also not. I know it worked in the previous game, but that was kind of shaky as well.
Yeah,
and I just don't see it. Ench, Invoker, it can work, but it looks so much easier to play VP's draft. And VP has like absurd combinations.
For sure. That difficulty of execution is up there. Because I'm looking at this Invoker who doesn't really have Sunstrike setups in the side lanes. You know, he's got a Hoodwink to help out. So it's already difficult for Stoikov to maybe recover or accelerate out of that mid lane because he's against the Pangolier, which is going to be rough as well. No stuns yet again across the board. It just comes back to you. Okay, you have Bushwhack. I don't trust drafts that don't have stuns and ways to catch people because you are fully relying on a tempo from the Enchantress, map movement, playing quickly. And it's super difficult to play quickly into a Stampede, Rolling Thunder, Winter's Curse, big teamfight ultis, reset buttons galore.
I'm looking at this game from a different perspective as well. I'm surprisingly looking at it from Kess's perspective, right?
What? Why?
Yeah, I know. As well. Anyway, his ability to deal damage in this game,
by the way.
Yeah, let me go my Kess rant here. He's gonna struggle to lock onto some of the targets since Shadow Realm to hide will prevent him from auto-attacking, prevent attacks from landing. You have Winter Wyvern who can just put the Cold Embrace down. And then you have stuff later on like, oh, what if Centaur picks up Aghanims and just grabs someone, lifts them with the Centaur card. So it does not look clean for a Kess to just go and hit one target, go to the next target. He's going to have to start with Wyvern. Otherwise, Wyvern will basically just counter him really hard. And yeah, looks challenging to me.
Well, a tough one. We'll see if they can execute, though. It's going to come down to a lot of individual skill for Inner Circle as they go up against VP in this upper bracket best of 3. We do have that safety net, of course, of the lower bracket waiting down below already with VP Prodigy, Team Bald, Rune Eaters, Modus, and Mouse sitting and waiting for their opponents. We'll find out in this final game of the series who goes forward to face Yellow Submarine, who defeated Mouse earlier on in the day in that upper bracket round 2 later on down the line. VP definitely expectations around them to get through this qualifier. One of the 4 slots you'd assume they are expecting to take. But we've got a lot of these upstarts. And Dota has always been that beautiful game where we have teams, players kind of come out of nowhere and defeat the top dogs, looking for the underdog story. Fly already getting chased away and has the Winter's Curse to skip over the trees and the cliff tops to escape. But the chase is still on.
They can't catch him. You know why? He flies away. He's fine, dude.
Good one. He's flapping his wings.
Yeah, Gareth wants to punch me, but he's not in the same room as me.
Yeah, you get the dead leg knuckle punch right into your thigh there.
Exactly. This is why
I know how much you enjoy walking and jogging and sprinting and swimming. I'm just gonna shut down. I'm gonna shut down your activities for the next few days.
Hit him where it hurts.
Exactly. Some people, you know, you hit them in the wallet, you hit them in the groin, whatever it is. I know that you care more about your movement.
That's true, actually. Running is my everything. But yeah, as the start to the game is pretty close and even here. It could have been Fly dying. Fortunately, he was fine. As we have a little pause. Discord. Someone's DMing him. He has to reply. Very busy.
Well, I hope that's Discord the app and not Discord within the ranks of the team. Yeah, we want them all to be
Discord.
We're in disarray in Discord.
There's mayhem going on. Chaos. The comms.
Yeah, exactly. We just need to settle down, everybody. Stoikov's cracking jokes or something. We get into that laning stage and see how we settle in. Sableye on a Centaur. Finally seeing him on something that's not undying. Alongside Hellscream on this Dark Willow, a very potent lane combo that goes back a couple of years. Tons of control, lots of damage, and when you're against squishier targets, like an Enchantress or Kez, you know, level 3 comes around and times get scary.
So is it implied in a discourse that it is also like chaotic and like, because can't a discourse just be a disagreement?
Well, discourse is more just conversation, right? It's like a back and forth.
Conversation about something. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if they've got the same etymology.
Yeah.
Because it might not be it might not be the disc. It might be the ord and the ors.
Yeah. Get your orbs in order, or your orbs in order.
You get your ords in order. Well, that you might have hit the nail on the head. It might be disorderly. Discord. They put a C in there just to make it a bit fancy.
I see Invoker not swapping to Quas when he's low HP. That's disorderly behavior right there.
Jesus Christ. It's only 30 degrees. We're going to hit 40 this week.
I just heard you say sometime you miss Lacoste, you know, you don't want to cast with me, so I figured I'd bring some Lacoste to you.
Just throw some nonsense puns in there. That's exactly what to do.
I've listened into his casts, I know. I listened to 5 minutes and I have no clue what he said for a single one of them. Just gibberish.
He's got a very good skill of hammering 2 words together and making it sound funny. Oh, Lacoste has got some talents, that's for sure.
Anyway, as we go back towards what's actually on the screen and the Dota being played, for now, Invoker getting a little bit challenged on mid lane by the Pango, 12 and 5 with the last hits against the 8 and 4. Otherwise, pretty even across the board. Undying pulling ahead a little bit in the last hits. And the harassment's being traded back and forth on both lanes.
Sorry, I'm just messaging Lacoste that you made fun of him, and he's. I've given him your home address. He'll be calling around later on. Don't you worry.
No, you know, anytime you have these bad jokes, you just tell him to Lacoste, and he gives you one of these little nods, and then he giggles, you know, shit-eating grin. He enjoys them.
It's always the turn. You know, you're in a room casting with him. He never said anything. He just literally just turns and looks at you and smiles. He's like, okay,
yeah.
what do I do? You have no actions to take.
Out of legal actions.
Yeah.
Mid lane. Some illegal action, dropping the ice wall straight onto the Pangolier. Endangered species.
Yeah. You get swashbuckled and crashed upon, though. Stoikov has to pop the 1 charges now just to stay in the lane. So far, very good for Abed. 21 and 8 against the 13-5, as expected. Top lane, though, Fly out in the open. And Tomado getting blasted by these decays, really stacking up the damage and allowing them to get first blood. Sunstrike.
Big damage to Sunstrike. Off the mark, unfortunately. Nice try, though. Would have been a kill if it did connect.
And their bottom lane, body blocks off the blood grenade. Hellscream getting sliced by the Kez. All of a sudden, laning stage looking pretty good for the Radiant.
I think this is where their lineup shines, though. I think this is where they have nice advantage. Like, Kess is very strong in lane, so is the Enchantress, so is the Undying and the Hoodwink. All of these heroes are insanely strong laners, other than maybe Invoker. But Invoker amplifies the side lanes, theoretically, with the Sunstrikes. So this is definitely where I'm on board with their draft. However, as the game drags out, I do feel there's going to be a big advantage going to the Dire, especially when they start grouping together, using these big ultimates.
That's the thing, right? Level 6s are so huge for them.
Yeah, very ulti-dependent team.
Abed getting close to it. Fernand's up at top, trying to keep the D-wards going. Make sure that small camp is all locked up. And Sableye bottom, I'm trying to do some like wave dragging and manipulating this creep wave to hold the lane where they want it, but it's very challenging when the Kaz and the Enchantress are just chasing you with the grapple, the gap close, the creeps.
Yeah.
Fernand's at top lane. 3 VP heroes come in to protect Tomato. And now around the tombstone, they dodge the Sunstrike and they're back in onto Laze with a Cursed Crown. No more stuns for like 10 more seconds, so the Undying is just going to walk back. But they not only get the kill on the Hoodwink, a Courier Snipe, and the protection of the Shadow Fiend all comes into play.
Yeah, and Enchantress is here now, dropping a ward behind. Could maybe set up for a kill on the SF if Timado stays for too long. He is hovering. I think he's just dead here, no?
Yeah, they've got the Cobalt Foreman. They sprint into action with the Speed Aura very quickly, getting to that top lane, killing the SF.
And get smacked with the Goblet and the Whip. No way out of that one.
Gets a milkshake thrown at him. And VP was thinking about that mid lane as a dive on Stoikov could have emerged, but now realizing the 2 Radiant supports have arrived under Dire Ward. I'll see them
Stoikov
coming.
gets the deny on the rune, so no rune control for Abed. Meanwhile, he's going for this Wraith Band, extra armor builds, trying to take less damage from the harassment of the Pango.
Still sticking around here. No rune to play for, but they're going to go for a Rolling Thunder to catch up to the Hoodwink. Spend your ultis, try and get kills, but Fernand's pretty quick on his feet, just dances around. Leaves the Enchantress open, but Hellscream, well, he's been healed up by the Cold Embrace, but that opens up to a Tornado Meatball onto a couple of them. Abed swashes to low ground. Hellscream tried to deny to neutrals, but that doesn't happen. And now the chase forward with another Bushwhack Sunstrike combo set up onto Fly. Forced to use Stick and Fairy Fire to buy some time and get by his tier 1.
Almost had the kill as well. Had the Acorn shot, but doesn't keep chasing for it, even though there was the Enchantress creep. Yeah, and creep is gonna give him 1 slap. Beautiful juke shoes, though, avoiding that Pango ulti. So first Pango ulti not really paying off at all. 1 for 1 on the Wisdom. We do not have any steal this time, no theft.
I mean, honestly, taking so much of the heat off of this Kez as well. I thought this Dark Willow Centaur lane would hit level 3 or 4 and just start bullying people. But the movement, again, the movement from Inner Circle this series has been pretty damn good to alleviate pressure from some areas of the map and then apply it to others. Okay, this leaves Stoikov in an awkward position mid lane, but apparently invisibility is invulnerability. There's no reveal from the Dire, so he just ghost walks, then turns back to deal with Fly. Fernandez is going to lay in the right clicks. Stoikov comes out with the Ghost Walk now. Cold Snap into Cold Embrace. The tower just keeps hitting him though.
The Willow is here.
Oh, he's got backup going in. Stoikov now gets turned on by Abed and Hellscream, finishing the job on the Invoker. So Fly's very thankful that he'll die for a greater good.
Yeah, if the Stampede was a little bit earlier, I think he could have lived as well. So maybe he will yell at his offlaner for being asleep at the wheel. But ultimately, very, very worth it for them. They get the kill on the Invoker, they get out. Well, some of them get out. And with the haste rune now on the Abed Pango as well, with ulti available, he can definitely look towards making a play on side lanes.
Straight back into mid. Hasted Pango. Quickly onto the Squirrel. I don't... Oh, Saberlight. Getting meatballed and sliced down. Kaz catches up to him. Abed thought about the Rolling Thunder, but didn't have anyone nearby to play with.
Yeah, good move by Stoikov on his Invoker going over there. A lot of Invokers would probably just have gone back mid or fallen into jungle. Instead, he sees that the Centaur is cutting creep wave and farming in a very, very dangerous spot. So he just goes over there, throws a combo, calls the Kess over, and he finishes the job.
Sunstrike Bushwhack. That's a fair amount of damage. Not enough to kill Abed this time, though.
Yeah, not a kill, but at least they try to hold on to their mid tower. And he's so low on the Pango that they're not even going to bother trying to heal him up. He's beyond repair. Send him back to the fountain.
So far, very good for Inner Circle. Top net worth, Undying, then Kez.
Yeah, very strong farm for Lace. His CS is fantastic at 73 right now, super early. Been spamming with the Soul Ring. Going for an early Lotus Orb in this game. I don't mind that at all. Get some armor increase.
He's going to meet some firm resistance, though. Places
Yeah,
the Tombstone, pops the ulti. And he's going to die eventually for this Arctic Burn. Sunstrike thrown in, but off the mark. Got a Cold Embrace and a Shadow Realm to keep Hellscream topped up.
Tower is under attack.
That's a pretty nice combination. I think it amplifies the healing even, since...
What? The combination of you cursing the Undying and him walking into the middle of 3 heroes. Oh, he's doing great. He's got 70 last hits and he's dead.
Not that, the Cold Embrace and the Shadow Realm. So, since you go into the Pixie Dust 100% increase in your health and mana regen, the Cold Embrace is regeneration.
How do you do it though? Because can you target people in Shadow Realm now?
There's a little bit of a lingering or like invis time. Like there's a fade time.
Like the
when you
fade
press
time,
it.
right? Gotcha.
Yeah, you can't target Ingles. They actually said that you could. You couldn't. And then instead of fixing and making it so you could, they just made it so that you can't. My girlfriend, who is a Willow spammer, will never forgive Valve for pretending that you could target Willow in Shadow Realm, and then you couldn't, and then they made it so that you absolutely can't. That's...
Yeah, because you couldn't even click Will, like when you're casting, you can't even click.
Can't even select her, yeah.
Couldn't even select Willow to see what items she had. That's how off the map she was in Shadow Realm.
Yeah, it was quite irritating. At least now I think we can still select her when she's in Shadow Realm as casters, right? I think.
Yeah, I think so now.
Yeah.
I believe so.
They fixed that. Well, look at that. Quality of life for us casters.
Hell yeah. They need to bring back the smokes in the shop though.
Is that gone?
And also knowing whose gems is whose. They used to have a little marker saying this gem was bought by this guy. That's also gone.
Yeah.
That's very annoying. Meteor Hammer gonna get dropped on Abed, and then a Chaos Meteor for good measure. 200 health remaining, not dead, but
Ooh,
the Sharpshooter
the hop
flies
design.
in, gets tanked up by Hellscream.
That's
Sunstrike
right.
onto Abed as well. Hello, and then goodbye. Kez is going to come in to try and deal with the rest of them lurking and straggling, but it looks like VP will escape with the rest. The tower not so
circle,
lucky
man.
though.
They're playing with like urgency. Very, very nice moves by them coming in. This does give a bit of space on the side lane, so they need to address the Centaur before he gets too out of hands, I think. For now, he has the Crimson Guard, which already is mitigating a ton of Kess's damage.
Radiant's top tower is under
Tomato
attack.
hasn't really felt comfortable up here. He has to TP home. Sunstrike and Tombstone got used to scout him, but the SF has dipped back to jungle.
Radiant
Good
While the
TP spot.
Enchantress holds onto the top jungle as well.
Stays out of the vision, gets to safety.
Mask of Madness SF.
Yeah, it's the classic right-click build coming in. Hyper DPS with the right-clicks. One good way to deal with the Undying, but look at Invoker. Stoikov is on the hunt. He's getting some moves in.
You can just solo kill SF here, can he?
I think so. I think he kills him alone.
Cold Snap, Tornado. Hoodwink, start off. This is my solo kill. I didn't
Yeah,
even
what
need
the hell?
you.
Hoodwink.
Stealing the spirit and gold away from the Invoker. Stoikov, problematic now.
He's
This
taking
is-
to farm the creep wave, Gareth.
This is all because the Hoodwink came. I'm telling
It
you.
is. If Hoodwink wasn't there, 100% Invoker would run away after getting a solo kill, right? But because Hoodwink was there, false sense of security. Oh, I can farm a creep wave right outside the enemy
Yeah.
base.
Oh, yeah.
Enemy tier 2.
Unironically.
Yeah. It's at least he got the kill on the SF, you know? Hoodwink could have stolen that kill too. And he should thank Hoodwink for her contributions.
Man, I just had a really different read on how this game was going to come out at the laning stage. I thought this would be VP leading and
Yeah.
looking pretty strong. They do get a tower bottom, and they're trying to play through Saberlight with this Crimson Guard now. So far, it's again in a circle, making all the moves.
I think the lanes have gone maybe a little bit better than I expected, but I mean, that, like I said, that is the one part where Inner Circle look really good. What's impressed me is their moves out of the laning stage and how they have connected on the mid lane, moving towards top and getting that kill in the SF. Like, they've made really good rotations.
It's been very crisp.
Oh,
VP off that
Stoikov.
objective take bottom though, gonna take control of the jungle now.
Stoikov just got some very efficient ancient clearing there. It's, you know, sometimes you look at someone farming like ancient stacks and big camps and you're like, this is taking a while, but very clean.
Oh, the Swash is on cooldown. Boy, Quelling's the tree.
Yeah, good reflexes.
And Sunstrike misses. Well done by Abed to break free of that.
Abed's too wise. Not gonna get chain disabled that easily.
That's what happens when you rely on a hoodwink. Stoikov upset with a Squirtlinger. Oh, that's well done by Abed to get out of that. What is the move
Walking
from VP?
pretty far in. Uh-oh. It's Sunny
jump in
Willow
from
and the
Saberlight.
center.
We'll get his blink reveal. Over on the Enchantress to try and blow her up, but she's healing. Raindrops, one charges. Nature's Attendant, still at half health. Hang on a second. Abed is needed to finish the job as they bring 4 heroes to kill an Ench.
Yeah, that's just Ench things. I mean, it's fair. She does, after all, have 1,000 HP. Makes sense that she takes forever to kill.
And VP have
Blink
got to
dagger
quickly,
on the scent. Thinking about going on the Invoker on mid.
quickly trying to get something more, right? You kill an Ench, you spend all that time. There's no objective bottom to take, so you're thinking about, okay, tier 1 mid, we've got to get that.
Is under attack.
Just trying to find ways to take the heat off of SF, give Tomato a bit of free time. But it's just not comfortable at all. Like, Undying and Hoodwink is sitting in that top lane, just bullying Shadowfiend away. Can't see the lane, has to sit jungle.
For sure. Kess hitting a very big power spike now. Got the Mage Slayer and the Deso complete. So at 9,000 net worth, he has hit a super strong spike. Could be looking to take some big fights now. Only problem is that Crimson Guard on Centaur still mitigates a ton of it. Minus armor helps with that though.
Old Bambi just going to go through the gate and follow the Kez up to top. I haven't seen anyone up here. It's a matter of setting up and maybe hoping someone comes to defend this tower.
Yeah, instead it's going to be mid lane. The Centaur's showing himself. They're trying to catch. Easy
Good
blink.
blink. And VP just a little caught on the wrong side of the map, though, it feels like. Protecting the SF and farming, sure. But you have to do something to remedy this soft, easy push just coming into your tier 2 top lane. There's no commitment here from the Radiant, just putting a Croaker, a Kez up at the front lines, hitting objective.
Tower's falling. Need to do something.
They've got to make the jump, and there it is to start it off. Saberlight with the Rolling Thunder, terrorized. They've caught 423. Can they get him out of here? The damage comes quickly. 423's dead. Pango clears him out, and he's looking for Lays now in the back lines. This Undying on the run. Hellscream sees the Enchantress, but decides that this Undying is much more of a meaty target to come and get. Sunstrike chucked in there, and a Winter's Curse for good measure. SE gets held in place momentarily. Invoker Sunstrike not on a target that was killable. As the Radiant lose 3 heroes, Tomato picks up a double, and that defense looked very easy for VP.
Yeah, and you know why? I'm gonna give you my pro player experience here. They picked big ultis, and then they pressed some of those big ultis. They didn't even need to press all of them. They just have a team fight draft, and if you show up for a team fight, you're gonna get rocked by this dire team. So it's
Wagga.
on Radiant to keep playing cat and mouse, you know? Need to split up a little.
Abed. Oh, it's getting sniped in the mid lane. He's going to be the mouse
Yeah.
that gets out of the trap, into the hole in the wall. Off he goes, hides in the forest, and might look for a little bite back here as Fernand and Stoikov drop a little low. Hellscream on the run back. Fernand's
What
nearly
is going on?
Abed on the way back in. Very tight here, but it looks like the runaway and TV home
Sunstrike?
successful, regardless of what happens.
He sees the Pango, try a Sunstrike.
Oh, they're bodyguarding him. Stay with me. But I'm going to do you one better. In my high-level analysis,
Oh
it's
no, he's
because...
dying. Invoker.
Was he caught by? Caught by the Centaur? Brambles miss? Oh, the Shadow Realm hit.
No way.
Well done by Hellscream. This Dark Willow paying off big time. Essence Distiller, long range snipe. Very
Ah,
well
beautiful.
done.
Beautiful
I'm going to do
catch
you
right
one
there.
better on that top lane defense, though.
Yeah, go.
Dire, I agree with you. Dire Team have big ultis. They have picked team fight spells. But also, Dire Team have stun. Dire Team buy Blink Dagger. Dire Team Centaur stun. They start fight, then fight end.
Me stun, me pro player.
Radiant's team have no stun.
No stun, bad. Not pro.
Caveman Dota. Very fun when got stun.
It's always interesting. I mean, it's very easy to be on the side of, you know, having stuns is better than not having stuns. The idea typically is that you don't have stuns because you got something else, right? So there has to be an argument for why you drafted a no stun lineup. There's some compensation. And sometimes,
Just when
very
everything's
rarely, the low stun or no stun team can be a fantastic draft. But you typically want to sprinkle in a little bit of disable. It's always nice.
There's so much rest on the shoulders of the Hoodwink here. And to be fair, Fernandez has had a tremendous time finding catches, helping the Sunstrike to line up and get some kills. He just feels like sometimes that's not enough. Especially when you're excelling, like you said, right? The cat and mouse. Poking, hiding, finding individual targets across the map. When you are in a, you know, rams clashing horns, 5v5 just bashing into each other, this Hoodwink, doesn't get to play the game.
That's true. Yeah, Hoodwink does very well at the sort of job that we saw Hellscream do on his Dark Willow previous game. Just hunting someone, sitting in a tree line, this pick-off Dota style. Incredibly impressive. But I do feel like Willow completely has Hoodwink beat when it comes to straight-up team fights. That's where Willow really shines. The big AoE denial of either the ulti or the Bramble Maze. And then you have more disables on top of that.
Tommy time.
Pretty
All
easy
gathered.
with Crimson Guard. Look at them taking no damage at all.
Very nice. A smoke from Inner Circle and the scan. Trying to get themselves in position as Laze leads out. Blink Undying, ready to jump if he sees a go. Dangerous. The first point of contact here. Fly getting battered down, forced to jump away with a Stampede helping. Dodges Sharpshooter, and then Enchantress is the one to die. And now what? You don't have your Kez here, so I feel like Radiant just have to turn and run.
Yeah, he is showing himself on mid lane, so I'm almost a little bit surprised to see that they're all backing out on the side of Dire, but they're pretty happy with what they got. They got the Tormentor.
Are they going to go Roche?
Dire's middle tower.
Undying was like spamping Roshan.
Yeah,
Maybe
I mean,
thinking
they want
about
to.
it.
Both teams are currently very capable of taking Roche. There's great vision for Radiant to initiate Roche right now. 4-2-3 is gonna give a little poke to Sableye, I think. Might be more than a poke if he keeps going here. Sableye running out.
Not going to land the Echo
Fine,
Slash.
I think.
Still going to grapple forward. Quite a lot of damage starts to stack up on him. No Stampede, no escape abilities, so this Centaur actually just gets shredded.
Okay, you don't really need stuns if your opponent just runs really far forward and then just kind of goes down. But yeah, you see the minus armor there. Still pretty low armor on the Centaur, only sitting at 10 armor. Deso does a good job lowering that and getting through it.
And then right into Roshan. EP smoking and trying to set up for a defense of this.
There is Pango and there is like Winter Wyvern. This is not free.
Rolling Thunder. Winter's Curse being held for now. Abed goes straight into the pit. Hellstream following up here with the Brambles. The damage onto Lays looking good, but no kill threat just yet. In comes 4-2-3, immediately brambled up as Fly gets finished off by Stoikov. This amplified damage Kez with the Echo Slash stuck up on high ground though, stranded without the rest of his team. He thought he was bold and confident going for kills, but instead falls flat on his face, kicked out of the nest. Sunstrike's not going to land on anyone either, so now we're looking at VP being the ones with a man advantage and heading towards the pit themselves.
Yeah, thinking about going in, but they're being watched from the high ground. There are creeps coming in. Forge Spirits, dominated creeps from Enchantress. Roche is very, very low and Kez still dead for 20. I think they just need to go for it. Just ship it. What's the worst thing that can happen? You get bushwhacked?
You get EMP, tornadoed, bushwhacked. Saberlight loses half his mana pool, but the Enchantress loses entirety of her HP pool.
And look how fast it dies. Like, SF damage is good. Penguin isn't even hitting it. Even so, they kill it.
And they've also got a Blink Stomp catch. Centaur is straight up to the high ground onto Fernandes, forcing the reaction out of Lays as well. VP charging up the staircase, breaking down the walls of this Radiant side formation. And 43's coming here to try and find something, but there's nothing to recuperate or recover. It's just annihilation from Virtus Pro.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it feels like it's pretty predictable that these big fights, as long as a lot of heroes show up, it is just going to be so much easier for Dire. Radiant need to, and I was trying to say this earlier, they need to split the map. They have to play that Invoker game of cutting the creep waves, run around in the Ghost Walk, but we're not seeing a whole lot of that. And I desperately think that they need Aghanims and BKB on Kess. Without that, he won't be able to do anything in these team fights. Like, he had a fantastic start, but look at his score. He's 1, 2, and 2.
Right now, VP, they're just engaged in total warfare, right? They've got the logistics, they've got all the supply lines set up, they've got the big cannons and the turrets at the front, they've got the artillery line set up. You've got to do some serious guerrilla warfare here as the Radiant. Just try and juke around, dive into tree lines, hide where you can. Because if you get hit by one of these howitzers, you are screwed.
Yeah, it's looking like they just need to get in and sort of...
Kez is getting soloed by this freaking Dark Willow, man. He's going to turn with the help of the Sunstrike to get the kill, but now he just set up by the Winter's Curse and the Rolling Thunder to get finished off. 43 grapples the trees, but Saberlight is there, ready and waiting. Blink Stomp clears her out. Kez gone for 50 seconds.
Yeah, big kill in the end. So sure, maybe you brought down Hellscream, but he still did the same job that we saw him so good at doing in the previous game where he played Willow. Just looking for the catch, looking for the setup. Heart of Tarask on Saberlight, by the way. Blink Crimson Heart. He is a big, big man and a big horse. Like 75% of a big man, 75% of a big horse.
Oh, he's large. Wait, Heart is such a dank meme item as well. I feel like there's so few games where it's like, oh, I'm gonna go Heart. It's a good item. When you're ahead, it is a statement.
Yeah, I mean it's very good at this specific combination of Crimson Guard, right? 2% of your max health goes to damage block with Crimson Guard, so buying the thing that gives you the most HP increase is pretty good. It's a Centaur special, and all your abilities getting amplified by your strength, pretty much.
SF helped out by Saberlight. This Undying dead for 50 seconds. And what can you do? The Undying doesn't want to be out there split pushing and stuff, right? This Pos 3 Undying wants to be hitting people and fighting.
Tell you what you can do. What you can do is not draft this bullshit. Now the 5 heroes, I feel, really depend on them destroying the early game and then running away with momentum. And again, we're 26 minutes in, 8k lead. This feels very similar to the game with the Spectre.
It sure does. I mean, Stoikov just sent his courier into the middle of 4 VP heroes who just killed a tier 1 tower. Lost track of where his Octarine courier was. He's going to be missing out on a few components. He wouldn't
Stoikov doesn't want excuses from his courier. He wants results.
Yep. I don't care if there were 4 VP heroes. They should have delivered my items anyway. Quick and simple one over the Enchantress now. This time around, not relying on right clicks, just going for that raw magic damage, spell damage.
And things are going from bad to worse very rapidly. The mid tier 2 tower is gone, top tier 1 tower is gone, and fortunately the Invoker is cutting the next wave top, so they're not going to be able to go straight for the tier 2. They're pinging it, but you need creeps for that.
This is where that systematic domino effect comes into play. You know, VP, this is what we expect from them, to close out the map, to know what the next move in the process is, right? Follow that Bulba algorithm. Go for these tier 2 towers. Think about next Roshan. Consider how, in maybe 10 minutes time, we're going high ground and finishing the game. But right here, right now, it's all about stopping the split push, catching these straggler heroes, making sure that IC are being punished for every step they make on the map.
Exactly. And there are a lot of plays. They're trying to go for the wisdom play right now, both the Hoodwink and the Kess together, so they could pose a threat to kill someone. They scan out the Dark Willow being here. Instead, they're gonna just leave. They are quite scared. Rightfully so, but if you're just sitting around, you're not getting much progress towards your BKB. Look at Kess. He's spent like 30 seconds already just sitting and watching a tree. Like, you need this BKB now. ASAP.
Also, trees don't bleed if you're watching them. You need more blood on your Desolator. You need more stacks and charges. Oh, look at that. I'm dying. No, just disappear.
Yeah, no, ripped apart by the Shadow Fiend, who's level 20 now. Necromastery soul count is increased, so the damage is going absolutely crazy with the Silver Edge. Also has 4,000 gold. The scary SF.
That Silver Edge, always very good against werewolves, vampires, and I'm sure undead creepy crawlies as well.
And Bambi.
I was just thinking, like, lore-wise, right? Historically, Silver has been a... Is it Silver?
Oh, you're leaning that way, yeah.
Yeah.
Just the magic bullets.
Magic bullet, yeah. I mean, Silver is a tool against the beasties. Well, you're thinking in Bambi, the farmer had silver shotgun pellets to kill Bambi's mother, hey?
Yeah, you were thinking about that. I was thinking how, like, the hunters must have had Silver Edge against Bambi's mom, because otherwise, you know, they would just be standing there trying to shoot her, but, dude, they knocked her down pretty fast.
Bambi's mother was a goddess, an ethereal being. Gaia, Mother Nature. I have no idea. I'm just making shit up as I usually do, you know? Mouth open.
By Silver Edge.
Brain turn off, mouth open, word come out. That's what play casters do.
We're on to the Heart Centaur. Can he bleed?
He's taken some damage, but you've spent all of your spells, and now you are on the enemy side of the map, being rolled on by a Pangolier, and Sableye, he's just like, cool, bing bong, I guess.
Bing bong, I guess, homies. Yeah, he lost half his HP pool, so if he didn't have Heart, Bracer, or Magic Stick, then he would have died there.
Yeah.
But he does have those things.
He does. So he didn't.
So yeah. So here we are. He didn't die.
It must be so demoralizing as well. Like, you start a fight, you take someone to half HP, and then he goes into fog, and then 2 seconds later, he's full again. And you're like, oh, okay.
Immediate.
Yeah.
It's funny that that used to be one of the most broken things in, like, old Dota 1. Heart was like, oh, it's this insane item, all this regen power. And nowadays it's like, yeah, Heart is, you know, it's kind of playable.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there are much more powerful things.
It turns me into a Slark. What more could you want? VP with a 14k lead, getting to be insurmountable.
Kess is going to have to do some serious stance dancing to win this one. The only way they win, Gareth, I'm going to call it now, is by Kess going absolutely off the chain here with some combinations. And, you know, I'm with you, 4-2-3. Let's see it. Let's see the big moves.
Well, we won't see the hoodwink much longer, it looks like. Kez getting rooted and brambled, and a stampede to get Hellscream some distance. Some daggers and spells thrown in with a grapple forward. They've got a gap close and catch onto Hellscream to make the damn Willow bleed. But now, 4-2-3, what do you do? BKB TP? Yeah.
Yeah. Beast is out.
And you've left your Invoker alone. Oh god, Stoikov.
Your Invoker against a Gem Centaur who will soon have Blink.
Oh, this is big problems. Oh, he's juking. He's gone right, but he's been spotted. There's the jump back in from Abed. Sableye follows layer after layer. Gets another kill on Stoikov.
And he's up to quite a few Necromastery charges as well. 29. Hitting for a casual 400 a pop. The SF is going for a Daedalus next, so he wants it to be even less hits to kill people.
Jeez. Big boy.
Oh no. SF. He's coming for Roche. Roche, please, hide.
There's no hiding. The Swagger Fiend has arrived. Well, I think you're spot on. They need like skill expression, right? From this Kez, this Invoker. They have a lot of buttons to press, but they've got to press them in the exact right order several times to have a chance at winning these fights.
That's why we often see heroes that are so complicated, like Kess and Invoker. They usually need simple stuff on their team to function. Think about it, a Chronosphere with the Invoker. Ah, yes, make it easy to dump my spells. And Kess is kind of similar.
He just wants a stun to play with. Well, Abed is Invis, and I don't know if they had any reveal, so he just walks away. Well, they had a dust on the Enchantress, but she wasn't close enough.
Yeah, he got out of that without being dusted.
They're still playing forward, but Hellscream blinks away. Just a quick little self-yules and blink back. Safety for him while this Kez is being rolled upon, but Abed crashed into the side of the staircase. The banister holds him back, and that's going to allow Inner Circle to reset.
Yeah, Centaur is a major problem now with Aghanim Scepter as well. So if you ever thought that you can burst the SF, you know, through the ages and kill him twice, then yeah, now you need to basically do it 3 times because he's gonna get picked up by the workhorse ability.
People in chat questioning your 75% man, 75% horse.
He is.
He's got 5,000 HP. He's got...
Yeah.
Is this the heart of a man or the heart of a horse? Who knows?
He's easily at least 75% of both.
He's so
you
large.
look at that and tell me that he's not at least like 70, maybe 80% of a horse. Like the major components are there, man.
And then the other 85% is all man.
Yeah, all man. He's half man, half horse, say some, but I say he's 75%. That's a great song, though.
All I've got in my head is Gillette, the best a man can get. Can you imagine how many Gillette razors you'd need to shave a centaur, though?
God damn, he
He's
must go through a lot of
75%
those.
horse, you gotta shave it.
With one little razor? I
With
mean,
one-
okay, that's some
Also-
meticulous work.
Should get some sponsorship from Gillette just for that. Brand it all up. Oh, hello.
They're on him now.
Captain
They're gonna
Saberlight.
try.
They're trying again on the centaur, but he's too much horse to handle. Too much man to manhandle. He's too difficult to break down, while Stoikov looks pretty easy. They've carted up the Wyvern, they've killed off the Invoker, and Inner Circle scrambling to try and escape because they're chased from the Shadow Fiend. They might find an Enchantress, might find a Kez. Saberlight doesn't quite see him. 43 BKBs, TPs. So instead, it's just going to be the Enchantress who dies.
The half man, half horse is better than the half Bambi. She just dies.
Well, horses are better
Anyway,
than
did
deer.
you-
That's why we domesticated them.
Did you see what happened in initiation there? I didn't really want to talk about it too much because it's very sad. Oh, hold up. Flying onto the Pango, but Kez, what are you doing, buddy?
Kez is in the middle of danger, danger, danger. He's going to try and spin, and Lifesteal dips back into the tree line, but they've got a carted up Abed Pango swashbuckling from within the wheels. And he's just about going to get finished off by Tomato as well.
Yeah, it's looking grim. They do have buybacks, fortunately, but they're also 20,000 gold behind without using the buybacks, so things are looking more than desperate. I was gonna point out how their initiation on the Centaur was fucked up by them cutting their own tree using the Echo Slash of Kess.
Oh, no.
So, you know, the Bushwhack and the Echo Slash are not the best of friends. I've been there many times where I have a Hoodwink in my team, and I'm like, how do I guess I just don't slash. It's very hard to not break the tree.
Another little cart cold embrace on Tomato.
Actually,
So
save the
many
mana pool
saves.
of the SF there. Being in a cart, you cannot get mana burn.
That's great. And straight on to tier 3. Sunstrike tickles Saberlight at this point. I'm going to glyph this up, but Blaze gets jumped immediately, blown up by Abed and Saberlight, finding Stoikov in the back line as well, stampeding forward to try and deal with the Invoker. They've got reveal, they see him through it with a right click from Tomato. They've got enough to do the
Last
job.
buyback.
Down goes Enchantress. Double buyback now as Kez and the Invoker trying to return to deal damage to Saberlight, but this Heart Centaur is too much. He's finally going to get taken down by the Kez in the end. They've spent so much to hold on to this base, and they're still going to lose multiple heroes in the ensuing fight as Abed takes down Blaze with Hellscream, and VP
watch
can
that
just
stuff,
soft
watch that
reset to wait and look to see what happens next.
Okay, very nice that they don't chase there. If they chased, SF with the Silver Edge would have punished them for sure. He's standing under a Ward Sentry combo right now, but having Aegis and Satanic and BKB, he is in no danger at all. Massive fight for them, even though they fended off the initial aggression there. 3 buybacks spent
Just what I
means
was
that they
waiting
smell
for.
blood in the water right now. VP, they want more. It's also problematic that the Pango is starting to get pretty tanky now. We talk about how high HP the Centaur has, but with the armor difference, I think Pango might be even tankier. He has 40 armor, and then of course the barrier coming in from Shield Crash and him rolling around, and the
crazy.
attack speed reduction of the Shiva.
Oh, they're trying something here with a backstab on Tomato. Rolling Thunder and the help of the Winter Wyvern, though, is going to protect him. The BKB's up for SF, so he can kill off the Enchantress. Immediate D-Ward and a catch on the Hoodwink. Shuts down any answer. No recourse available for Inner Circle as they get shut down again. And now they've got, what, 3 heroes alive against the 4 of VP. They feel that win condition. It's in their hands now as they'll push high ground again.
I really like this Hellscream build, by the way. He went the same item build as last game. The Blink, Yules, Ghost Scepter, and Travels on Dark Willow. Looks so amazing. Like he has all the utility he needs.
It makes him feel invulnerable.
It straight up does, yeah. He's kind of just walking away from most engagements.
Oh, look at him. Just jumps into base.
He's in.
Finds a little catch on the Kez, forces some spells, elicits a reaction. Now Saberlight can, with his eyes open, see the Undying to just jump, kill, force the BKB, and that's a dead Undying for 70 seconds.
Yeah, and pressure is still on. You have no Undying, you have no front line, and soon you won't have any racks.
Oh, the jump is just so strong. Just look at that. Blow up Stoikov, dead without buyback. Kez knows that he's got nothing left to back him up, so it's all on 4-2-3. The trouble being Tomato's too powerful. Beyond Godlike Shadow Fiend leads to the GG. A little anticlimactic considering the rest of the series, but VP really switched it on for Game 3.
Did you see that last fight for Kess? I told you he won't be able to hit anyone. He jumps in on the SF, who just walks away. He then goes to Winter Wyvern, who freezes himself. Then goes to the Willow, who just goes into, you know, either Bedlam or Shadow Realm or just Ghost Scepters. He couldn't DPS anything. And when you need Nullifier just to be able to hit anything at all, it's a tough spot.
Well, no upsetty spaghetti here. Not in this series. Virtus Pro making sure that they actually stick it out, get themselves forward into that upper bracket round 2 against Yellow Submarine, who did dispatch with Maus earlier on today.
Yeah.
But we do get a 3-game series, finally, going the distance.
It did go to the distance. Impressive stuff as well coming out from VP. I do think that, you know, a lot of their advantage here comes down to drafting, because even in a final game, I think the Inner Circle had some really good moves early on. Their rotations were nice. They got a nice early lead, but it wasn't enough. Ultimately, I just feel like seeing these two drafts, I think I said 80-20, like, yeah, it's that upsetting to me. I think it's nowhere close.
Yeah, I mean, it started out a little, I don't want to say weird or wonky. Like, there's definitely questions about, like, opening Shadow Fiend without having any of those guaranteed turret defenders, the Treant, Clockwork, and Dying kind of thing. But I think Fly on this Winter Wyvern has shown, you know, some pretty cool things, showing us that Winter's Curse has a Dispel to start off. But also showing that this Winter Wyvern can, you know, be that lane protector, that defender, and also be the team fighter through the Winter's Curse.
Yeah. Also works out really well for them because the rest of them are all kind of diving in. They have Saberlight, who likes to dive his opponent, Abed on Pango, who went in there, and you know, Hellscream also likes to go in and set up some stuff with Willow, and that allows Fly to play behind all these players, and if the opponents don't go on Fly first, he can just save anyone who gets gone on. So it works really well. They seem to have a nice kind of game plan laid out for themselves, and it takes a lot to crack such a system. Like, it's straight up like a perfect formula, right? They have the offense, the defense, the everything. You need to somehow induce a weakness in that. And unfortunately, IC and Insanity were not able to do it with what they brought to the table in the final game here.
No, not this time around. So they're going to drop down into that lower bracket. The safety net, the second chance down there, as we find ourselves already halfway through day 2 of the close qualifiers for Europe. As we get on this road to the international, we've already seen, Yellow Submarine 2-0 Maus. We've got Enigma Galaxy Na'Vi waiting in that upper bracket with Team Spirit versus Enjoy. But we've got to find out some more opponents as we get on later in the day. Power Rangers versus Hooligani. Team Vision versus 4ikibamboni. Some funny team names down at the bottom of that initial bracket. And of course, some expected victors, maybe some upsets on the cards. Because we see, you know, some of these team rosters, you know, Hooligani definitely a team that could come and upset. Team Vision, you know, Paravision, of course, definitely the favorites though in that final series of the day.
For sure. Yeah, they're, I mean, one of the power teams in this qualifier for sure, but they're 4 slots, so even if you do expect them to most likely make it all the way through here, we have a lot of slots that these teams are fighting for, and we'll just have to see which ones are going to be the best at the end of the day. We have double elimination, you know, it's very fair, very
Bye, Wagga. Hi, Fogged. He just kicked Wagga out of the broadcast. Get the hell out of it. We're going to go to a break. We'll see you guys later. Enjoy the rest of the Dota. Goodbye.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Europe Regional Qualifiers for the International 2026. I'm OD Pixel here with Fogged, and we're getting ready for our final 2 series of the day today. Fogged, how are you doing?
Doing good. Just watched the other series. I accidentally took over Waga for a moment there at the end of it when he was getting a question asked by Gary. It happens, you know, some technical difficulties by me, but all's Gucci. How about you?
All right. Yeah, no, not bad, not bad. Looking forward to see what we get from these games. 'Cause obviously, so far today, right, we've had a much different day than yesterday. First series, the higher seeded team, right, Mouse, they lost. And they didn't win a single game. 0-2
and they got owned
against Yellow Submarine. Yeah, game 2 in particular was a rough one. And then VP, ICX, Insanity, whilst VP did win, they did lose a game. And it was definitely not as clean as I'd imagine VP would have hoped for. That victory there, that 2-1. So it's interesting to see how they got on. The next 2, well, let's focus on the one we've actually got coming in now with the draft just about to start. Power Rangers versus Hooligani. Few players you probably won't know, but I will say, just to clarify, because I think I missed this and probably you did, and some of the viewers might as well. Hooligani, they were the team that was playing under the name Liga team in the open qualifiers. So for whatever reason, you know, the names just changed. So, and they were the team, of course, that won, you know, they came top of the first round of open qualifiers. So the Hooligani are these, you know, according to the stats and the performance, the strongest open qualifier team we have in this region. And people out there that remember them because on their run in the first open qualifier, they knocked out the 2 kind of all-star teams. You know, they knocked out Team Bold and they also knocked out Retirement Home. You know, of course, Seb, quote for In the Gang. So you know, they've got some, you know, this is a team to watch. This is an absolute team to watch. Top place of the open qualifier 1. Up against Power Rangers. Power Rangers, they'll have a few players that people will know, right, Fogged?
For sure, yeah. We have Naive, right? TI15 sitting there. We have Immersion. And then I know me and you have covered Nikki Cool a couple times in the past. I don't think recently so much.
We had
but
him
I
at
know
a
we
Dream
have.
League. Yeah, he was definitely at a Dream League.
Whoa.
Cool.
That is not expected. So already getting something a bit
pick.
different. It's a Drow first pick, which is normal, but the Magnus, holy moly.
The Magnus?
Okay.
I mean, has to be off lane, right? Or no? Or wait, what position even are you playing Magnus?
I think it has to be 3, or the rare 4 positions can come into play.
Sure, I think so. There's no way you're picking it like this.
You can pick it.
Yeah.
Like, we were contemplating.
That era is crazy.
We were theory crafting a couple months ago with the attribute, right, the talent that got buffed, the one where you hit multiple P rows with RP and you can try to get this extra stat thing. And we were thinking if people were going to play it, maybe even as like a carry, but I just think that hasn't even been tested or tried at all. But maybe we'll see something different. I don't know.
I mean,
I did not expect that.
Magnus, I think he's good. I think he's a little underrated.
But as a first pick, and this is not something they've done.
First pick's kind of
very shocked.
I mean, the only reason I feel like you do this is if, like, these 2 teams, they scrim and stuff, right, and they know that Hooligani knows that, you know, that they as a team have a very strong Magnus player. Because, yeah, unless you just want to throw a curveball out. And you're like, well, first pick, we're just going to throw out the Magnus. Let's see what they do against it.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's definitely very interesting. It's like, unless you had, like, is Arise on the team? You remember Arise from back in the day? That's
like,
what the hell? Magnus first pick, right? So definitely very interesting. We'll see what they look to protect it with, because this hero runs into tons of issues now. Everything stops skewer. It has just so many problems nowadays too. Vision ruins the hero. Damage feels limited. So yeah, let's see what they can do. Clockwork. So already 2 gap closers versus the Drow. Looks like they are trying to have that. And as we said yesterday, at least, the Drow first picks ended up being pretty okay. I think they ended kind of 50-50 across the board for most of the games. So still looking pretty strong. And that looks this looks strong. This is what we've been seeing a lot more too. Is the Undying gets picked.
They got the standard stuff.
Yep. And this is a flex, because the Undying can be played as an off lane. It can be played as a 5, as we've been seeing more and more teams doing it. It looks pretty strong. I know some people don't like it that much. It's like the Snapfire thing where people are pretty 50-50 on it, but it definitely looks strong. And Undying in the past versus Magnus, this used to be one of the annoying counters because it gives vision. This is like, if you remember back to the TI era with like Collapse and all that, and Jin Q, they were picking Undying and Rubik. Because you put down the Tombstone, you get full vision of the Magnus all the time, you get the free lifts, initiations, whatever you want to call it. So, on top of the lane being good.
Where they're going to go with their draft. It's another bit of a strange one. I mean, obviously makes sense in the context of Magnus and how Magnus wants to play, but not a hero that we're seeing a lot. Yeah, indeed. But still, it is a silencer.
But it's a silencer versus nothing that you see where you're like, we need the global. You know what I mean? It's not like we're globaling the
Drow don't care.
Tombstone,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Hogling's probably already pressed their spells. Yeah, the Tombstone's down. I mean, it's for the mag.
Heroes,
it's for the mag.
but not against the enemy heroes.
I mean, Power Rangers, they've come in with some fun stuff there. Hooligani, I don't think we're going to see them stray too far from what we've been seeing from other teams if the first 3 heroes are anything to go by. They're kind of sticking to the standard, whilst Power Rangers are trying to do something different. Talk about standard, we're seeing a lot of Ember Spirit. It's very popular with the teams. It's massively hit or miss. Sure, you can have these games where you're zooming all over the place, you're unstoppable, but I do feel like we've seen so many games where your game just falls off a cliff if you don't have a sort of snowball start in that mid lane.
I think it's a lot just up. I got to be honest. I think this hero's still super good. I just think it's just the big mistakes. Players making big mistakes at times, and it gets punished harder than others does. It looks a little funny sometimes. So I think that's my thing. I was thinking about this a lot yesterday because I was like, I feel like we hated on Ember a lot. And I actually quite like Ember right now, so
really,
I think just don't
worry, I'll balance. I'll keep hating on Ember.
Okay, I don't. Okay,
overrated.
Okay, the spirits just are so good in the mid lane, right? And he's the second best, right? It's Earth Spirit, it's Storm Spirit.
Sure,
right?
No, for sure, I'll agree with that. Yeah, it's like if you can't get the Storm, okay, you still want a Spirit, you go for the Ember. But I feel like for me, there's quite a drop off from the Storm to the Ember. I'll
agree with that. I can definitely agree with that. So now the Silencer has more of a purpose versus the Ember in a way, but also the Ember versus the Silencer has the same kind of function because they both work well versus each other. And there's some limited control on the side of Power Rangers. So this Ember can absolutely jump in and out of the fights depending on if he gets initiated or not. If he gets initiated on, sure, they can all in him, but shall see.
I mean, I'm kind of... Doesn't TI15 play carry Magnus? Or am I imagining that?
That's why I was thinking I think he might.
I feel like back in the day he did, right? And I already kind of prefer that because then you can get to put the snap off lane, silence the clock, your supports, and then you can last pick this mid hero that could absolutely dumps to the Ember Spirit in lane.
I just don't really think I like snap in the off lane versus Drow Undying is what it looks like right now.
Yes, you're right. No, but you're right then. Then you just leave snap in the mid, right? You leave snap in the mid.
Leave snap mid. Yeah, you know what?
Oh, and then I guess you can just leave mag off lane, but okay.
Yeah.
But they're banning off lane, right? They're banning Beast and Viper. They ban Beast and Viper, so they assume that the offlaner still needs to come out for Power Rangers. So they think, indeed, that this is some, like, TA2000 carry Magnus.
Because he used to be... I think he used to play the Magnus, the Void... Like, the Void, of course, a lot, but the Magnus, I'm pretty sure he did, too, quite a bit. So it's definitely possible.
Ooh. I mean, that's a good shout, though, as well. I mean, if there was ever a lineup that Faceless Void would love to have around him, it would be that top one. He's getting empowered. He's having Global to cover him for setting up Chronos. He's having a snap to follow up with the damage. Maybe you're right. You do just get this Void last pick, run the Magnus off lane.
Oh, I wasn't saying for them to pick it. I was just saying that.
But that's what I know you weren't. But that's what I'm saying. Why not pick it?
I think it looks terrible. That's why. But
really? Wait, why'd you hate the Void? You think it just gets destroyed in lane or what?
You have literally just kisses to follow up in lane. You have like very weak follow-up in general. It's very redundant, Void and Magnus. I don't really like seeing the two of them together most times.
But the farm, you're empowered.
I know that you're obsessed with Battle Fury Void.
I think we'll see. I hope it's a carry Magnus. I'd love to see a carry Magnus.
Same. I hope we do get to see that.
And honestly, I think the current Magnus is... I kind of, as you say, it's not something that we see, but I think it's actually best as carry.
I want to see it. I want to see. I hope they keep it as carry. I think it's best
because the fact you get this inbuilt in power.
Hell yeah!
And it's gonna be it. Here we go, carry Magnus.
Okay,
I'm a big fan.
So we do get
big fan of that. I think it's actually very good. I think it's very good. I think it's gonna look very good. Well, cut to 40, 60 minutes later and see if it gets absolutely dumpstered. But I think the carry Magnus, it's good.
It's something to try on your first game, right? You're best of 3. If you feel confident in it, I was saying that we've been theory crafting it. I've seen people theory crafting. I've seen some people try it. I just haven't seen it in a pro game. I think maybe I saw it once in a pro game, and it looked kind of bad. But if he hits the big RPs...
You farm super quick. If you RP the Drow or the Ember, you will kill them, in that kind of mid portion of the game where you have Blink plus some Echo BKB or something, like the timing is going to be strong. And when it comes to the lane as well, you're going to have kill potential, right? Because what is he laning against? Is what Centaur and Hoodwink, right? Centaur's got to be careful. He might end up under a tower.
I just don't like okay, they have the kisses. I don't like their follow-up so much with the lineup. Like, this global is great. The kisses are fantastic. The other two don't really give that much in terms of what they're up against, that much to contribute, but... Okay, so what I do like about their draft is it's very strong around fighting in the mid-game and all that. My worry is in the later stages of how they end the game. How do you push with mag carry? Because that tends to be the problem a lot of the times with me with most of these melee carries. If you do this type of lineup, yes, you're fighting mid-game, super good. Just eventually taking objectives, how do you approach that? And that's my worry.
Yeah, that's true. You are going to have to walk up and slap the buildings, and they've got pretty good ways of defending towers. So, well, we'll see. We'll see. There's going to be some fun stuff here from Power Rangers, trying a bit of an alternate carry as opposed to these kind of drows and that we've been seeing all the time, and as we're seeing again here from Hooligani.
Dangerous thing also is picking melee carries just in general that aren't, like Lifestealer or some of these, tinies, the super ones, that you can be a bit vulnerable in terms of how much you do in the laning phase compared to these turret heroes that just usually end up having free farm. You get pressured a lot more because you're getting spell spammed onto you. You're getting hit by, let's say, like Centaur Hoof Stomp, some Acorns plus Bushwhack. While when you're a ranged hero, you're never getting hit by these spells. So I'll have to see how Naive does. Or TI15. I guess we'll call him Naive because he is tagged.
That's right. It looks like he's back to tagged up as Naive. You're absolutely right. So yeah, I guess he's going back by Naive now. Which is,
so let's see how that works.
He did. Well, that must have been years ago, right? When he was Naive before he changed to TI2000. But yeah, as Naive here.
Yeah, I'm super curious to see how this is going to work out too. Because then on the opposite side, right? It's an Undying plus a Drow. We've seen this one a lot of times.
It's everything we've
super
seen
strong.
before,
It's setting things. Yeah, shuts down the offlane super hard. However, I've seen these Timber Saws endure Drow a little bit better in some situations, but with the Undying there, might be too much Timber to handle. So you might have to just have the catch-up kind of thing. So we'll have to see how this goes. I'm happy we get to see Matt carry. I hope it works.
Yeah, something different.
I don't think it will, but let's hope.
I mean, it's just like, but I feel like when you look at what Magnus offers as a hero, like, surely it should be good. You know what I mean? Like, what is not good about the kind of toolkit of this hero when it is a carry, would you say? Like,
I mean, there's some cooldown problems for sure. Your RP, you're kind of just... You don't have that many abilities that you actually end up using in most situations, because I think if you're carry, he might just go some stats, right? 1 point in Shockwave. So I'll have to see what type of build he does
I feel like you still max Shockwave. You might keep. I feel like you can keep Skewer 1 point.
Maybe Skewer 1. Yeah, but one of those. Like, one of the two is going to be level 1, probably. Ulti is just very hard to land on. Like, the RP is kind of everything about this hero, and you're a carry. So the attention is put on you more in the game, so landing those RPs is a lot harder. But if he does get, like, a 3-man RP, I want to see this 42 extra attributes. And if you get Refresher, you get 80. So you get the double. I mean, there is some crazy potential. That's why I'm happy to see it. I just...
Because what was the... Because he's had this all attributes, because, I mean, I play
got buffed.
I always take it. What did the numbers change from? It was plus 10 before, right? Or did he get moved down from 20? Was it level 20 talent? Because something changed, right?
You're the Magnus picker. I play this hero like once every 6 months, so what the hell? But yeah, it got buffed. I know that the numbers got buffed on it. I don't remember if I got moved from 20, though.
It was either that the numbers got buffed or it was at level 20 and now it's level 50.
I know it.
I want to say it was maybe level 20 before. Yeah. Oh, okay. No, either way, it's definitely great. I mean, it was one you would take every game if you're playing some sort of like greedy carry, Magnus.
Well, let's see. Let's see if it works.
Extra damage.
I'm curious.
Extra damage.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. So the lane setup, Magnus and Silencer against the Centaur Hoodwink.
And they do this? Wait, and they send the Timber mid. And they put the Snap top instead.
Oh, I feel like I don't like that. Do you like that?
I don't like that either. I feel like Snap just gets destroyed top.
Snap's just
speaking
dead.
Of Snap.
Why did they do that? What?
Maybe they
get the Timber back. I mean, I guess that. Wait, which of the two of them is complaining? Is this the Timber going, where I don't want to lane top against this, or is this the Snap saying they don't want to play? I feel like it's got to be the Timber, right? Nicky Cool, he didn't want to take it top.
I guess.
Or maybe one of them doesn't play the other hero.
I'm not sure, but that's definitely not what we've seen most of the times, too. Because just on paper, I'm looking at it and I'm like, Snap, Clockwork, threatening a Drow and dying. It doesn't really happen. Not like Timber does either, but the thing is, Snap is able to pressure the Ember in a lot of situations, and Timber ends up getting stuff out of these lanes anyway. All right, whatever. I guess it's just the choice that they wanted. They wanted Timber to get more.
Okay. I mean, can the Timber beat the Ember in the mid matchup, or?
I feel like the Ember just chills.
Yeah. Well, that's fair. That's fair.
I feel like the Snap beats the Ember. The Ember just chills. No,
yeah.
Saw.
Yeah, Snap can punish. Yeah. Well, let's see how this goes. So they're switching things up. We're getting some fun stuff here from Power Rangers, that's for sure. Carry Magnus, and they switch up where we're getting a Timbersaw mid. And the Snap Fire offlane, not the rarest thing. We have seen it before, but with varying results.
It's just about what he's
going outside of the box a little bit in terms of overall team composition. Whereas we say, with Hooligani, it's everything you'd expect if you've been watching the qualifier games recently.
It's like Snap does a ton of damage, so versus Drow, sure. If you can close the gap, you can absolutely see that. Just closing the gap versus Undying usually isn't the best case that you want to do. So that's why I'm like, very interested to see why they wanted to do this kind of switch. But yeah, we'll see what the result ends up coming from it, because right now Timber is doing excellent in the mid lane, as he should. Bottom, let's see how they do down here. Strong aggressive lane from Hooligans.
He should be dead, I think. Shockwave in a second.
He's got Fairy Fire.
Oh, you're right. Fairy Fire keeps him safe. So he'll get out. But, of course, Naive having a great time down here. Free farm. Top lane, Alberca having to keep his distance there as the Drow was approaching.
But both offlaners suffering a bit here. Corrupted will be able to reestablish things, I would say, more than the Snapfire, I would imagine. But this bottom lane, at least for me, is the one to watch for aggression. It does feel like both sides can get pretty aggressive in terms of if there's a mistake or not, because Silencer deals a lot of damage in this lane, but also is super squishy. So if it does get caught, he does just die.
Now, looking forward to see what Naive goes for on the build. I imagine it will just be Echo into Blink.
That's what I'd hope so.
Maybe controversial, but I wouldn't mind seeing Blink before the Echo. Thoughts?
Okay. I'm okay with this. It
then,
depends on how the game
if you get that, then that guarantees you're going to get a kill. You're going to get multiple kills. And your farm isn't slowed down too much because you still farm great with the max level and power. Like, if you want to go greedy, I think, as the carry mag, you can go... I think you can absolutely go Treads Blink.
I think it depends on the game state of, like, are we looking to pressure the Drow, or am I just free farming? Like, what does he need to do? I think if he's just like, I'm free farming and having super giga stacks, etc., then probably just goes to standard, Echo, maybe even a Mask of Madness if he feels he can fit it in, but doubt it.
Oh, I don't know about Mask of Madness.
I don't think so either, but
I've seen people do it. I mean, it sounds like it should be good. It's like a crazy amount of attacks people. I feel like it normally works against you, so...
Yeah, it does.
And I feel like if you get a Mask of Madness and Echo, that's a lot of money on those kind of, halfway items.
It's very likely just to be that standard. But I'm kind of down maybe for the earlier Blink, depending on how it all goes. So we'll see. Because he's the gap close, right? Then he just gets on top of the Drow and you just kill her every time.
Because outside of him, it's a clockwork. Clock can initiate, but that's going to take some time to hit the 6, and still then
good damage up top. Is it enough?
Should be able to turn with the Tombstone, though. They will kill the Tombstone. They take a lot of damage for this, and that's going to be Alberca going down likely. Run down.
So this...
And, Cookie! Decay!
Another decay.
Not enough. All right, he gets out alive.
This, they can kill the Tombstone, right? This is the one thing with the Shredder. I thought he actually was not going to skill him. I'll be completely honest with you. I thought he was going to because of that, so... At least in the lane until level 4.
I mean, I imagine he won't be placing it again. That's for sure. In the lane.
No.
When Little Shredder's up.
Unless it's expensive.
Yeah.
Drow free farm, but so is Magnus.
Yeah.
And now coming through the portal.
This is going to be a bit tricky. I mean, the Drow, of course, is squishy, but they got 8-1 charges and a Fairy Fire.
Immersion.
And they're going to get seen. Yeah, this kill ain't happening now. Snowy's going to be fine on the Drow. And he can turn and get a kill likely here as he looks towards Till the End. And take Till the End out. And at the same time in the mid, that's the solo kill. Mirage getting the solo against Nicky Cool as he hits the 6 and has the Remnants.
Oh, that can't happen. Well, that's no good for Nicky Cool. A great play from Mirage. I mean, one of his most comfortable heroes. Ends up getting that solo play there. And they're leaving the Centaur now in a 1v1 versus the Magnus, so should be able to get a fair bit out of this lane as well. Of course, the Mag will get
more
extra
kills
denied, but
for the
top
safe
again.
lane. Ooh.
The drow.
Started.
The drow
Yeah.
problem.
Not an easy lane for
Might go again.
Alberca. They could look for the dive. I mean, the wraparound's
Oh, they're
coming in from
glyphing.
Sayu. Oh, he misses the bushwhack. Shouldn't matter, though. Zombies are out. And indeed, Alberca dead once more.
So they could kill the tombstone, but this lane setup is not working. Both of them, in
No,
fact. The top
it's
lane
not.
is losing, and the mid lane died too. So that's a pretty deal. So Naive, I mean, the Magnus, as we said, he's free farming, and we're looking to see what the Magnus can do. And I think this is one of those games where the Magnus might have to do quite a bit, at least with the way that this is starting out.
All right, he is going the Mask of Madness route. We'll see.
I was telling
feel
you,
like
I've
the
seen
Mask
this
of Madness
build.
I think it can be a bit of a trap, but I'm ready for
I agree.
Naive to show us how it's done. I much
So the
prefer
build-
kind of just Echo and Blink.
Yeah, the build I've seen that the higher level pubs do, it's Mask of
Yeah.
Madness, Harpoon, and then they go back for the blink, sadly. So
It's just such a
Sometimes
slow
they
build.
even
We'll
don't
see.
go
We'll
the
see.
blink.
Maybe Naive does something crazy on this. I'm sure he does. I mean,
Oh, and
you know,
some
this
of the
guy's
games they
good.
don't go the blink that I've seen. So
Okay. That'll be very sad about. I feel like Magnus without a blink, it's like fish without chips.
versus Drow.
It's like
versus
cheese
Drow.
without onion. It's like
Wait, what?
smoky without bacon. I don't know. I'm going for crisp flavors now.
I like that.
Yeah.
Chris.
He's got really no blink. That would be sad.
I hope
I'm
he
sure
doesn't
we'll-
do that
we'll-
because I've seen it in some
Because
of
he's
the
got no one
games,
else
and
to
I'm
buy.
like, it
Like
looks
nobody
awful.
else on his team is buying a blink. Right. Nobody else
No,
is blinking.
he
in.
better. I mean, he
It's
better
his
get
job.
it.
Yeah.
Radiant's courier has been
And he's against the
Mid lane.
drow. And he's lost his
Nikki.
mask there. Gets his courier sniped,
Oh.
unfortunately for Naive.
That feels sad. Mirage is going to have a super fast Spirit Vessel this game, too. And looking at the game for it, it's an amazing Vessel game. All three cores, super functional versus them. Sure, they're not healing cores in particular, but all like strength/universal. Super useful versus them versus the high HP. Yeah, and he'll have it at a super... I mean, this is going to be one of the fastest Vessels we see on an Ember, too, because he's just rushing it. He's not going phase boots. He's just going brown boots
Yep.
into that Vessel. So they're going to be able to put a lot of pressure on the map with this. Snap, we see Alberca stacking, but this is not the situation that Snap wants to be. An offlane Snap in particular, losing her tower and then not really having a recovery place, because this is not your stacks. This is the Timber stacks. This is the Magnus stacks.
Well, this is the thing, as I said, you know, Hooligani, they were very, very good in the open qualifiers.
They were. They were super good. They were super fun to watch and very aggressive.
Yeah. So, you know, you try something a little different against them, you might suffer. And so far from Power Rangers, it's looking like that. 9 minutes in, down 6-0 and behind 2K gold.
And there's that Vessel. It's already done. So insanely fast. 9 minutes is going to have it finished. All three of these side laners suffer a lot.
Snowy's just
versus
pushing
it.
for solo kills. He's
he's
got
gonna get
backup
him.
coming to help out to secure it, but he basically did that on his own. 1 versus 2. You know, Mercy just ran away. He just completely left the area and was like, well, I can't help you there, buddy. You're dead again.
is under attack.
Yeah, this Snap offlane is... this swap is really not working. It's hurting so much, in fact, because now they're just hemorrhaging extra kills, and the Snap overall is too less to play with an advantage. Your kits is good when you get them early. When you get them later, yeah, they're still good, but they don't have that same impact as like a 7-minute Mortimer Kisses, an 8-minute Mortimer Kisses, a 10-minute, 11-minute. They start to have answers. They start to be tankier.
Yeah. I mean,
And a lot of their
it has
draft is
to
reliant on that.
It has to be a player thing, right? Because we see like Nicky Cool is very high Dota Plus level on Timbersaw, so he's obviously a big Timber player. And maybe Alberca just doesn't really play Timber offlane, right? Which, that's not too rare, right? There are a lot of offlane players that Timbersaw would not be in their repertoire.
Middle tower is under attack.
But
But we'll see. Mid lane, the pressure's coming in. Hooligani should be able to finish this tier 1 off. And yeah, it's just going to take a lot of time from Power Rangers. And Naive, okay, this I like. I don't mind the Mask of Madness if you get in the Blink next. So I don't want to see Mask of Madness and Echo. Personally, would rather see Echo and then Blink, but this is good. He's not going for both of those. He's just getting one of the two, Mask or the Echo, in this case the Mask, and then will indeed get the Blink, which is absolutely necessary. They need him to be able to turn up, jump in, and start some sort of action before this game completely just falls out of control.
exactly. This is like the usual case where I tell you
This-
where it's
this
like
is-
someone needs to pick up the slack of the other lanes having such a poor time. So unfortunately for the carry, he has to do this. Otherwise, the game is just going to be over before he gets involved.
Yeah. So that Blink dagger time is going to be the big one. When they get that,
And let's see.
that'll be their big chance to start trying to find kills, get themselves into this game, Power Rangers.
And let's see if they have damage is my concern, right? Because yes, the Magnus can do some decent physical, but they do not have the best follow-up with it when the Snapfire is so underleveled. There's kisses, but there's no global, and they're getting tanky.
Is under attack.
Very quick that they're getting tanky here. Max Flame Guard, 1,500 HP on this Ember. Centaur, 1,600. They're looking for the Centaur bottom.
He actually gets the
He's got
Stampede
friends.
off. They're looking to dive. They'll burst the Silencer. Trying to chase Corrupted. With the Chakram onto him. Cogs are out. They will manage to find him. So they get the trade. Mirage, he's still hunting for more. Chasing
He's so
him down
strong.
super strong here with the Shield Rune. And RP comes out. Will allow them
Just
to
on
get
one.
Seiyu. So they'll get the trades here. 2 for 2.
Oh god, Alberca. Not again.
Is under attack.
I mean, TP's
Look how
coming, they need
strong.
to.
Yeah, I mean, Snowy's just playing by himself here in this top lane as this Drow Ranger feels super powerful. And now the Silencer TP's to help, and the Silencer is very likely just going to die here. Actually,
No, they will kill
maybe
the
just walk
the
away.
Undying. He stuck around to get the tower last hit. Did get the tower last hit, but ends up dead.
Mirage wants to keep diving, but can't go for it. They get the Undying, but guess what? Ceaseless Dirge. He's back. Gotta love Ceaseless Dirge. Getting something.
Bottom tower.
Yeah. And, you know, Blink Dagger's now done for Naive. Of course, we'll have to wait a minute until he can make a play with that RP.
Okay. They're just getting so much out of the map on the side of Hooligani. Everyone's free farming. It feels like the Centaur being slowed down a little bit here, but he's got the Dominator, so he'll always be able to drag these waves, get that extra bit of farm. No pressure on the Drow, and this is one of those games, Owen, at least for me and you. The Ember isn't falling behind at all. This Ember is
No,
top
this
2
is the
network. He's
snowball
not
kinda
bottom of the
game, yeah.
cores. He
Yep.
is having a phenomenal time.
Yeah. Yeah, this is why we see these teams keep picking it. It's,
Yeah.
you know, if you snowball pretty hard.
And if he's able to get to this Mage Slayer timing pretty soon, then I have massive concerns for Power Rangers. Because then if the RP hits and he even just taps them with the Mage Slayer onto the backline, the Timber and the Snapfire, there's no follow-up. So concerns for damage, at least for the side of Power Rangers in this mid-game now.
Here we go. They're going to go for the smoke reveal of the Blink. RP's back online. Here's Naive's
Okay, let's see what
time
they
to turn up and shine. You know, he had to go for the solo RP as he was getting dove down there earlier. Now he can get the chance to go for the aggressive play himself. See what he can find.
Is under attack.
Might still have to just be a solo RP.
Oh, if you get the Ember or the Drow, you go for the
Yeah.
solo, right? You need to kill Ember or Drow right now.
Is under attack.
Gotta slow them down.
Dire's middle
But they're playing super split up, so they're not going to get caught by a multi-hero RP or anything. So it's a lot of time being spent here from Naive looking for the opportunity, and it's just not being found. They're all split up on the side of... I keep almost saying Liga because of that, so...
I
Hooligani.
reminded you the old name, yeah.
Yeah.
Hooligani, yeah.
So time wasted there for Naive trying to find the opportunity. And I'm sure Hooligani know. They're probably like, dude, he went Mask of Madness. He's probably going to go Blink. He's been off the map, and now they see him. So they see him with the ward they have on this bottom riverside. And yeah, all the information is given. Now they know exactly the play style the Power Rangers was looking to go for, and they can just kind of play this farm game till they feel ready with the triple core item, which they're really close to, right? Manta, I believe, is about to be done for Drow. Mage Slayer for Ember. Blink is done for Centaur. So they've got all their tools to fight. If they want to. Not like they need to.
They're going to lose their wisdom, though. Respect. He's able to come over and take that a minute late as well. That was a minute after.
That's
He just
rough.
walks over and steals the wisdom.
I mean, that's really rough. The Power Rangers trying to do something a little tricky here with their draft, trying with this Magnus carry. So far as we said, he's farming, but the game is falling
Yes.
apart quickly here.
Maybe just feeling that they could try something a bit different against Hooligani, but I said you can't underestimate this team.
God.
This team
They
is
see
the
them.
strongest team in the open qualifiers.
They see all of them here.
Immersion. He'll get left behind. The rest of them, they've just got to get out. No fight to be
least they
had here
get
for
out.
Power Rangers.
At least they don't lose more than one hero there, because that ward was scouting all of the movements. They end up getting the least valuable one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And this game, it's not one of those where we saw, what was it? It was Malik, I believe, with the Snapfire the other day, where he rushed the Blink. It's a Kaya afterwards for the Snapfire. So she's not able to go around and make plays either. This is like the farming kind of style build until the next 2 items. So they're looking to hit the creeps, and I feel like Huligani, they're much happier just hitting creeps, kind of doing anything on the map. With this Drow Ranger lineup, 16 minutes in, Roche soon on the table. The Power Rangers have to start being prepared for that next situation.
Oh, he's got to go for the RP. And he will
No
get
global.
it.
It was late. The global was super late.
I feel like everything was super late. He could have skewered
What?
to stop the bushwhack. They were... The
What?
reactions weren't there, Fog.
They were not there.
They took that attempt there in slow-mo, Power Rangers, much to their
What
deficit.
the heck? I thought he was globaled on Magnus for a second, but oh man, that
Yeah,
was-
because
if
he
you
went
get
for the
this,
RP I mean,
if you get this RP, you instant global.
gotta-
You have to instant global.
sure, or you skewer to take them out of the river where you're trying to fight without any vision on the high ground. I don't know.
It all comes late.
Not smooth. Yeah.
No, that was really sloppy, and it seemed like the coordination just wasn't
We'll
there.
see it
'cause he
again,
blinked.
watch
I
this.
saw it coming. Like, where's global? The stun. As soon as the stun comes out, the fight's already over. You had to get the global off and meet. That was quite a disaster.
That was rough. That doesn't bode well. I feel like so far what we've seen doesn't bode well. This is looking rough from Power Rangers. And as I say, I feel like Huligani, they're going to be feeling pretty chill right now. They got a very
Raj?
chill draft. They're having a
Nikki?
pretty easy time here. Nikki Cool's dead. I mean, they'll lose respect on the Undying. But they might just get more. Mirage, yep,
Perfect
chains
side
onto
chain.
Alberca. It's looking like a bit of an easy game for Huligani.
They're outplaying the hell out of them too, to be honest with
Yeah.
you. Besides just the mistakes that Power Rangers doing, like Mirage is completely owning this game. Besides the solo kill he got, little individual stuff, waiting for the exact mana. That looks like chain right there. He literally waits for the 185, pops it perfectly too. So, yeah, fantastic stuff that we're seeing from Huligani with a very comfortable draft. And Power Rangers, yeah, execution's not working, and the draft definitely looking to, definitely seeing the problems in it as well.
Yeah.
Easy roast
Well,
time.
On the plus side, though, when you're a Magnus, there's always that high ground, always that skewer into
Hell
fountain.
yeah.
You know, that's... And secretly, when you pick Magnus, that's what you're playing for. You're like, well, I hope we don't win too easy so that the game does end up inside my base and I can go for some fountain skewers. Now, that's the plan. So it's going to be the...
I don't care about the
comeback.
fountain skewers. Honestly, I just want to see a 4 or 5 man RP with the 14 attribute bonus. I want to see plus 70 attributes. I just want to see what it looks like because I've only seen it. I've seen like 1 or 2 in pubs where they get the double, the refresher 84 stats or whatever it is. So I want to see it in a pro game.
Well, so yeah, I mean, it's a hard game. I feel if he gets 3 in an RP, then that's a big win. Getting 4 or
a
getting
huge
5, I feel is like impossible against the lineup that Huligani have, unless Huligani mess up
absolutely.
massively. It's super hard.
I mean, it
to get
never
that.
happens. It almost never happens in pro games for a reason. So
Yeah.
and Huligani, super aggressive, super confident. I really like how you were saying Snowy. Is this the name?
Yeah, Snowy on the drow, right? I was going
It
with
is just
Snowy,
Snowy.
right?
Okay, yeah. It does.
I
look
think
like
so,
Snowy,
right? Yeah, because
I
the
mean,
2 Vs, I think a W, and then we'll say the 1 is an
Yeah.
I. Snowy, yeah.
I like how aggressive he's playing, how aggressive he's posturing on the draw too. Doesn't feel any
Yeah, he's
threat
good.
of any of the heroes, and he just plays like he plays like he's the strongest hero on the map, and it's for good reason. Like when he was chasing the Snapfire, chasing the Silencer, some players wouldn't do that, even if you have this advantage. So it's nice to see that he's got that confidence.
Attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom
Top.
tower is under attack.
Decent amount of tower damage.
Just having to settle for a tier 1 for tier 2 trade.
He's almost 15, Owen. Almost 15 on the Magnus.
Okay. And he is going to go back for the Echo into Harpoon,
Radiant's bottom
which,
You have to.
don't get me wrong,
It's too good
it
of
is
an
a
item.
great item on Magnus. But maybe this is just also why we just don't see a lot of carry Magnus. Because you're having to buy all of these kind of like midway items, Yasha, Tamanta, Mask of Madness, Echo. It's, you're filling
You're
up
just
your item
not a
slots
usual.
fast.
You're not a usual melee carry where you can go Radiance, right? I think that's just the name of the game lately, where if you're a ranged hero, you
Well,
go
let me
Mjolnir, or you
tell
have
you.
some type of steroid. Stop it. I'm going to stop you before you even go. You know what I mean? It's like Magnus is a weird
Yeah.
hero because a lot of these physical cores, the physical melee cores, they just go Radiance because they don't have to hit heroes.
Yeah.
They're always applying this damage.
Dire's middle
It's just hard to build. It really is. Hook shot in mid.
Oh, Snowy.
Instant pike.
Instant turns and nearly kills Immersion. Quickly to get him out. Wraparound's coming in from the side. Mirage has got an amplified damage rune and he's got the lockdown onto Immersion. They couldn't do anything with that hook shot attempt.
Looking for the RP again, thinking about it in the smoke. Look how confident this drop plays.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that they don't want to go on him whilst he has this Aegis.
Getting a lot of damage here onto this Timber, too. He's got this Tumbler's toy. He's just chasing. Super confident plays. All right, 15 talent. It's acquired. Is there Solar Crest as well, too, to buff up? Almost.
Okay.
Naive is starting to get the answers. Maybe.
They've got the.
I hope we get.
I mean, they have the odds. They've got to go with this timing of the Aegis expiry, right? It's going to be gone in a minute and a half. See if they can try and time a smoke play with the RP and the global.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they have to. Fighting outside is still complicated. I don't know if they even have the damage to be able to bring down fully. They better sequence the spells better. That's the first step. Because if they miss the global, Tombstone save comes out.
Talking about the global till the end. Gets found out in the mid. Top lane. They've gone for the hookshot attempt, but Mirage is here with the backup for Corrupted. And Immersion, he'll get bushwhacked. He'll get killed off. Mirage, he's going to chase down Nicky Cool as well. Be annoying for this Timber.
He's got the... Doesn't have the control.
He's going to be fine, yeah. Chains was already used, so Freedom's there to TP out.
I thought the Hoodwink ult was going to hit. It looked like it was almost in range. Not quite there. They're just hunting them all over the place at this point. They're feeling very confident to just do it with like a duo, right? Sending the Hoodwink plus the Centaur. Having the Ember just follow up afterwards while the Drow just... Look at the posturing from Snowy. Just playing in the enemy triangle.
I mean, it's pretty crazy the positioning he's been getting away with right this game as the Drow.
Yeah.
It just goes to show kind of how easily they've set up this game for him and how he knows to just abuse that and take as much as he can from the map. And it never at any time, despite how risky the positions he's been in might seem, has he ever actually been at any risk.
Yeah. Okay, and Alberca, I mean, you know how I feel about this sometimes, but he does get the boost of travel now on the snap, which I'm okay with when you buy it later. But when your map is this closed, I'm not that okay with it either. Like, he can't really TP anywhere with it. It's like, what else do you buy really in general on the Snapfires? We always talk about, but I don't know. That just feels like minus 2k gold.
No. Let's see if they can finally find that fight that they've been hoping for with this lineup. Smoke out from Power Rangers.
See if they can find the cores, because they've yet
it has to be Ember or
Drow.
Drow. Yeah, if you get anyone else, it does not feel good.
Let's see, Mirage. They both have BKBs coming out, Owen. The two of them. So they're playing it safe, too, with the itemization on Hooligani. BKB's done for Drow. BKB's about to be finished for Mirage, and then that's the answers. There's no damage. It's going to all be naive at that point. It's going to have to just be an insane RP. So he said he's got his work cut out for him this game.
Radiant are scanning.
They're farming, though. They are getting some time to hit the creeps with the Timber and the Magnus. We are seeing them pull ahead of their counterparts
Look
here.
at this setup mid, though. I mean, Naive, if he shows...
Ooh.
She does...
Oh, he gets baited.
Oh, they were
Super
very set up
baited.
for that one. They're going to use the global. Does allow him to RP and run, but they're going to chase him, and they'll still get him. So now no RP, no global, and no carry.
Never the way you want to end up having to use the global either. Now it's 2 minutes. You're not going to have either of them while Hooligans... They can go for the push and potentially even the Roche if it respawns in time with those being used. What a bait, though, from Hooligani. Just putting the Centaur there, blinking in with the bro. Double stuns. Now he fell for it.
That's a tough one. That's a rough one.
It is.
I was looking forward to seeing some carry Magnus, but I've got to be honest, I think it's kind of gone how I felt that it was going to go.
Yeah.
But let's see.
Let's see.
Maybe they can find something here. Can they get the Drow? They can't. Snowy's out of the base. There's the Stampede to reset. I'll keep the barracks safe for now.
Hey, to be honest, the other thing is, like, this carry Magnus versus Centaur also, you're a melee hero versus Stampede. So even if you do, you need to kill them in that RP or they're just going to walk away from you, which is really sad. Lugani playing it smart. Look, I BKB for the Undying too, so okay, global no longer mattering. Now he can just BKB, pop the tombstone on the ally that gets put inside the RP. So they've got the save as well now too. Yeah, it feels like they're just getting stronger and stronger, and even though for Power Rangers, Naive is getting stronger and stronger, the rest of his heroes, I feel like, are, for the most part, just not. Like, Nikki kinda is, in a way, but it's just a hard game for the Timbersaw to get in onto this Drow Rangers we're seeing. They're gonna try for Mirage here?
He's got Illusion Rune, BKB. Can they? They cannot combo him down at all.
They cannot.
He is fine, and he's just going to be able to turn and kill off one of them, maybe even more, if he wants to chase. No,
RP?
okay, RP comes in. They've got him.
Global. There we go.
All right. I mean, that's better than safe than sorry. They get it done. They get a big kill. Finally able to bring down Mirage. Elsewhere, Hooligani might still find the chance to get something, though, as they look towards the Roshan.
You'll
But
take
it's
that, though.
something.
It
They
costs,
killed
it
the
costs
Ember.
you. Yeah, it costs you
Yep.
literally everything and everybody pretty much, but yeah, you get the big kill that you've been looking for the entire time. Not too shabby at this deficit. But there's that rush. It got snatched.
It actually
got
got
the
it.
last
The rocket
hit.
flare got it.
What the
Easy
hell was
still there
that?
for immersion. All right.
Oh my god.
We see you.
These things matter. These things absolutely matter because, as
Yep.
you said, on the gold graph in particular, right? The Timber and the Magnus have been starting to creep forward at least. Sure, not a lot, but they matter. Baby steps are everything here for Power Rangers. They still have, like you said, the skewer in the base.
The skewer in the base. The high ground defense of the Magnus.
Radiant are
It's not impossible. It's very difficult, but not impossible.
Easy
Now,
still.
Burka 2 does have the
Immersion.
Yashikaya, so able to get the
Guess-
farm. They're getting the shrines too.
Yeah.
Hey, they're ticking the boxes, at least in terms of efficiency around the map. Getting a decent amount here after that kill. Snowy, about to have Butterfly.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah,
And
the
Corrupted
Drows.
also going a BKB. All right, not going for a Lotus for the Dispel. They all just want BKBs to be able to just bypass through the RP and the Global, I guess, and through the Kisses, just run into the base.
We'll see how much they want to try and push this mid now. Aegis.
I'd imagine
3
they do.
minutes. I mean, they're
can
going to
ma-
feel strong.
Maybe at least wait until the double catapults to go for the full high ground push, but right now you can hunt them. Because double catapults spawn in 1 minute and you have Banner. Oh, Naive.
Naive.
Oh, if he gets caught here. They
Oh,
go
the
for
illusions. Oh,
baited him.
He might be okay here. Well, Crocs is still
Oh,
closing in,
maybe not.
and they do have Stampede. Global's
Oh.
there. He's out.
He's safe. All right. Global
And Nikki
defensively, can they keep themselves protected?
And Nikki Cool decided to hang around. And it's going to be KBTP now, though.
All right. Bottom side. Looking for another move. Immersion. Looks like he should be found here. And Alberca actually shows himself.
Ooh, he needs to get out. He's
Oh,
not
he's
going
caught
to
in
get the
chains.
chance. He's caught by the chains.
Oh, he cookied the wave as they were going on Immersion. A bit unlucky timing for Alberca.
He's running. But they'll have him. Trying to go
Johnny.
for the drow. Naive. I mean, he got the Undying
not
real
hit.
good, but did not get the drow. And of course, even if he
And
did,
Drow's
drow
fighting.
has the Aegis, and indeed just pops the BKB, kills off the silencer. Starting to slow down Naive, but Naive will manage to keep his distance, gets away. There's the RP down,
gem.
only gets the Undying.
That was their gem, too. Was that the Undying's gem? I actually didn't get to see. I think that was actually the Silencer's gem, if I'm not mistaken. So they end up getting
He's
the
got-
kill,
he's got
but
it.
they
I think
don't
so.
connect that RP. And I mean, they don't kill him twice anyway, too, so. Tries for it, but now they don't have RP for the high ground push, and there's a Butterfly Drow.
Yeah, it's the combo, as you said, the Butterfly and the double catapults coming in. This is
Yeah.
the push.
And the
that's-
Banner. They do have it still, right? Yeah, Respect has it. Hasn't put it down just yet.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Still get a nice skewer back.
Radiant
Naive.
Gonna try.
He's in. A good skewer. Snowy's going to be able to force out. And there's the Stampede. They're not able to kill Snowy even the once. He's out of there. Immersion dying under the tier 4s. They'll push on forward with the BKBs. Corrupted does get burst by Nicky Cool. Now with respect to BKB
also.
coming to an end, he'll get into the tombstone, but as soon as he's out of it, as they kill it, they'll be able to bring him down. So Power Rangers able to put a stop to the push.
They were very indecisive on that one. The Drow immediately booked it. The team went in, and Snowy just ran because didn't have BKB available. So they didn't actually end up even finishing off the racks. I don't think they even dropped the banner to be able to push with the double catapult. So
No, he's still
bit of
got it.
sloppiness.
On the Undying, yeah.
Yeah, Sloppiness not prepared for the Magnus to go for the play there. Naive will be able to get the skewer onto the Drow into tier 4s and reset the positioning.
Yeah,
They're getting to live on.
Glimmers of what can happen with a bit of Magnus magic.
Mm-hmm.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fighting outside of the map.
Snowy
still.
now at Aegis 30 seconds.
I mean, he still feels
more
really
space.
strong.
They do.
can just
Power
go
Rangers
for these
stepped
kind
up
of
very
plays.
far.
Oh, hook shot
shot.
to Snowy. They've got the global, but the BKB's out from Snowy. He's just going to stand his position, turn and shoot down the silencer. It's just so hard to kill this Drow. Even getting them once, seeming very difficult.
Dire's bottom
Snowy is playing it super, like, now at this point, he was playing very aggressive, very confident before. Now he's playing very safe, and we're seeing, like, the rest of the team playing a bit more over-aggressive instead of him. They're getting punished for it. So we did see Mirage get under the tier 4s there with the Centaur, and they did lose the Centaur out of this push. Not getting the melee racks with the banner and double. That's actually pretty surprising.
Now they'll be able to clean up the shard.
Power Rangers are making them work for this. We're at 32 minutes. It's only a 5k lead at the moment for them. The Timber is almost matching the Drow at this point. And the hopes of the Magnus starting to grow perhaps here. With the BKB now, has a defensive item, so can actually land the RPs a little easier, perhaps get those skewers in the base. Not looking as clear-cut now for Hooligan.
Naive. That'll be all right. Looking to join the rest of his team down
Shoney's
bottom.
team. They've got their ultis ready.
Oh, it's a
Global's
dead
back up
Undying.
in.
Or maybe not with the BKB TP. Nope, they've got hook shot. BKB won't save him.
These kills matter. 40 seconds. Can they sequence it into another one? Nicky Cool. Yet to die again after those first 2 deaths. He's 5 and 2. It's got the Octarine starting to get pretty crazy farm, actually, too. They're starting to be on the aggressive themselves after getting some of these sequence skills, too. You can see the posturing of Hooligani has changed.
Setting up around the tier 2, ready for the defensive play, though, if the jump comes in.
Dire's
Global back up in 1 second here. Where are the Lotuses? Do they have any that they're building for this? I don't see anyone building that for the Dispel. They just went for multiple BKBs versus that Global. No Lotuses. I even see the Undying is queuing Blink and Hex rather than having that for the Dispel for himself or for his allies. And he's getting close to double Global, too. So he's getting close to having that refresher. So I feel like they have to start thinking about these extra little tools on the side of Hooligani. It's no longer, it's 24-10, but Power Rangers have absolutely gone to a point now where this Magnus is very strong if you can get the positioning.
Hooligani, they can wait for the next Roche if they want. About 30 seconds.
Looks
until
like
they
that's
can
the case.
potentially respawn.
Yeah,
Last few
probably.
times they have
I mean,
been-
bottom tower is under attack.
they messed up a bit with the push, right? So probably just looking to play as careful as possible. Octarine for the Ember. It's interesting. Some different pivots I'm seeing with the builds that I've seen from the usual. Because usually we see the Aghanims or the Kaya Sanj before this Octarine. He just goes for Octarine first.
I'm going to go for the smoke. See if they can get a kill before going into the Roshan time. Doesn't look like they're going to be on track to find any of the cores.
How close is Refresher for Silencer looking? 1,700 away. It is very annoying to deal with as the game progresses, since you only do have that one BKB. Sure, Drow will have multiple different ways to dispel it, but the rest of the team, that double global will be very effective once it does come out. Nikki cool. Amp damage for the fight.
That's that Silver Edge timing. So Snowy. 24. So very close to hitting that 25. And we need to set up here for the fight around the mid.
Permanently has an Alpha Wolf with him, by the way. So I've been watching Corrupted. He's just had that RP.
Okay. Into the hook shot and the global. It's not enough. He gets the
Is he
beacon.
living?
The flame gun off.
No
He's away
way.
with the remnant. Naive couldn't quite kill him. As he's out of there, Mirage. And with that expended to try and start the fight and get the kill, they
PR's
don't have
gotta
anything
run.
else left. They've got to run. They tried to throw it all on the Ember. It wasn't enough. Nicky Cool.
Drow.
He just turns the Silver Edges him. Okay, well, Nicky Cool tried to fight. Maybe didn't see that there was a Silver Edge on
Okay.
the Drow. I don't know. He just died.
Back to business here for Hooligani. An RP that doesn't end up finishing. That was like little things that ends up saving him. I swear, like one spell, maybe one tap that doesn't connect and ends up saving Mirage. That was actually insane.
I mean,
that he
it was
does
so
live there.
close. Yeah, it really was one hit. One hit and they would have had him. But
And
they
that just
couldn't get
allows
it
the
in.
Drow,
Yeah.
as soon as that RP is used, just gets the full turret. Felt like
Yeah.
Power Rangers was pretty patient for a long time. They jumped the gun a little bit there. Lose a lot out of it, losing their Timber who had been free farming for so long. And now it's Roche in about 40 seconds, and they won't have RP to contest it.
And that hurts. They
Oh,
needed
Naive.
that kill.
And Naive is spotted under this ward here, walking up toward top with no BKB up. So he should be okay.
I mean, it looks like they don't want to leave the Roche area.
No, 20 seconds till it is up. They're just waiting patiently for it.
So this next Roche push is going to be a tough one to stop.
Mm-hmm. Did a good job of finding this opportunity to get this Roche. This Drow yet to die too. 11-0. Snowy's been playing it perfect. The rest of his team, as we said, a couple little of these few mistakes. But this Drow, not the case. And now Aegis Cheese Refresher Shard. Oh, they're actually switching which creep he's holding. Okay, so he's holding the Forester now for magic resist. How do you think the Centaur would go Shivas? Okay. I thought he would go BKB Lotus Ags, but I guess going for the Shivas, just wanting that little bit extra for the team. And now Mirage has the Dream, the Refresher. Doesn't have the Aghanims just yet, but insane damage he's going to be able to put out.
Dire's structures are fortified.
AC for Naive, and that's, I mean, the big thing, right, is Naive going to be able to get the Drow, because that still just is the name of the game.
Yeah, you have to.
Mirage has died once, but the Drow is just still yet to get caught.
Tower has fallen.
And did, of course, go all in on that purchase, so does not have the buyback goal for the high ground defense. At
Did
least at
get
the moment.
Flayers Bota. Did get an alert Flayers Bota, so more little things for Naive.
All right, all right.
Extra things. Right, gotta factor it all in.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Doesn't have True Strike, though, but he can cleave.
Not overcommitting. They're going to go for the smoke move, see if they can catch someone out on the map, maybe, before going for the full push.
Giving a lot of respect to the skewer plays. Especially as this Drow. Maybe Snowy wants to end the game with 0 deaths, trying to play literally as careful as possible after having such aggressive plays early.
Are scanned.
Alberca reads the play, gets the scan behind, does see, identify that they're smoked. We'll be okay.
Dire are scanning.
Controlling the waves. Doing a pretty solid job here of making sure that all 3 lanes aren't just pushed in. Mid is starting to get shoved in. It is double catapult wave.
Yep. And this is gearing up for the push.
Mm-hmm. Bottom, Corrupted. Let's see the Magnus. Knife does have buyback now. Close to 25 as well. They need every little bit they can get. How's the Refresher for the Silencer also? It's so close, 130 gold. Here comes the
No
banner.
losing the
They're
buildings.
just doing this the most careful way possible. The banner and just the catapults and mantle illusions to go for the push. Oh, Burke is like, I want to hit this. I want to hit the banner. I want to get rid of it.
Snowy.
Super dangerous.
Oh, they were looking to go in.
Naive?
Oh, he tries to
Oh.
go in, but it doesn't work out. They do get the control on a
Respect.
respect, though, so the Undying will fall.
Hey, he just blinked. Okay. He just blinked. I guess he was trying to tombstone an ally, but nobody was actually inside the skewer. Global was used. There is a secondary one. Did he stop the skewer? That was so weird.
Wait, what didn't stop the what?
He just like point blank skewered, right? And just stopped it. It was like a 5-inch skewer.
Yeah, maybe sort of indecision on whether he wanted to go for the skewer or the RP first.
Yeah, I guess so. BKB still at the ready here for Snowy. Rax, quarter HP.
That's the Rax gone.
No,
towards
there's
the
only
bottom
one
lane.
global too, so they can force this pretty hard here.
And it's super hard for
Naive.
Naive to try and play now with the BKB on cooldown. Look at the Hex onto Mirage, but he's into the Tombstone. They'll get the Harpoon dragged back onto the Centaur, and they'll burst through him. So Corrupted gone.
Good
It's a
damage.
good grab. Nicky cool.
Nikki,
Gonna turn towards him. He's gonna put the BKB, try and stand his ground here, but he's taking huge hits from the Drow. Has to back off. Kisses coming in. Mirage all over the place here with the Remnants. Naive's gonna try and chase. Can he close the gap, though, to get someone with the RP on the way out? He's looking
really
for it,
trying
Naive.
to. Snowy
Look at the
might just go
Undying.
for it here. He will.
The grab.
Stopped. He
Yeah,
got
Save coming
headbanded.
in. Psychic headband indeed from the hoodwink. So stop to that. Naive BKB's back up. They'll kill Snowy the once. See Mirage. He's caught by the stun. Mirage is actually
Stun.
dead. He'll buy back. Buy back Remnant. Straight over towards Naive, forcing Naive to have to put the BKB and run. Alberta's going to go for the TP away. We'll make it. Same to be said here for the Magnus. So that's 3
Nikki?
buybacks.
Oh,
Okay, Nicky's dead. But he does have a buyback. But that's 3 buybacks from Hooligani. And Power Rangers, they did manage to get most of them out. They managed to run with the majority.
they want to just, and it looks, I mean, this is a buyback to get either double set advantage or even just look to close the game out soon, right? Because that's RP's used, that's double globals
And the
used as
globals,
well.
yeah.
Yeah, so they want to
it's
just
quite
push
a
their
window.
issue as much as possible. Top still has a T2 though.
Radiant's bottom barracks are
And it is a bit risky because they use these 3 buybacks.
Yeah, might have
might
to go
have
the
to chill.
long way.
Yeah.
Yep. Back up, reset, pick up the items. Mirage picks up a full Aghanims after the buyback. Yeah, those 3 were, I mean, pretty aggressive and not getting those cleanup kills too. Kind of painful. As behind Power Rangers has been in this game, they're not playing that badly.
No, they're holding on. They are
They're
holding on.
on.
But can they turn it around with this lineup?
That's the
That's
question.
the question.
And
Because
can they
they're
kill
holding
Snowy?
on. But we are very much seeing, one of the reasons why Magnus is probably not picked. It's just so hard to actually get that dream situation right. Now, Naive, he's got a crazy amount of farm, but 1, 2, and 7, it's very difficult for him to enter into the fight. He has
I mean,
to
checking the
really
damage.
nail the initiation, and they've got the items. They're prepared for him.
And checking the damage, I don't see them all, but I'm sure his physical damage overall is pretty lackluster. Yeah, look at the numbers here, right? Because he just can't really hit targets. It's mostly just been this Timbersaw. Even the Snapfire, I think that's the second kisses I saw used the whole game, if I'm not mistaken. Like 2 or 3 sets of kisses used. Now Alberta has Refresher and 25, so a lot of damage has increased. I mean, this game definitely has the potential to go on for some time after these buybacks were used. Aghanims finished up for the Centaur, though, so has a save now. So has a third save for the Drow.
And that's the thing. I haven't even been able to kill the Drow yet. So now
No.
throwing that Ag Centaur in behind him, Snowy is going to be pretty much untouchable in these team fights if the 45 minutes that's gone by is anything to go by.
See, I mean, Power Rangers, if they can execute, if they can land the spells, they have the damage. It's just landing these spells, just as we see, it's so hard for Naive.
Yeah, they really went for the kind of the high execution draft.
They
the
did.
Power Rangers.
And Hooligani have gone for the standard that we're seeing, and so far the
Yep.
standard is working. But let's see if this ward is going to work. They do see the Drow.
Oh,
They see the Ember.
it would be huge. Go for it. There it is.
That's who.
It's a big RP. The global comes out. Can they kill the Drow? The Tombstone's there.
Tombstone
but they'll kill him
doesn't
off
save.
as he comes out.
Dead for 100.
I mean, that's a massive one.
There it is.
Absolutely massive jump. They hadn't been able to get him yet this game, but when they do get him now, it's a big one. Dead for
Naive.
90 seconds.
Has fallen.
Took him 46 minutes to get that Drow, but he did.
He did.
80 seconds.
Let's see how much they can do.
Hitting buildings. Now with the Drow dead. As you said, hitting the buildings with Magnus still a bit difficult, but with the Drow dead, can start to wail on them. They still have a global for the secondary play, too, if Uligani tries to come back. Drow has buyback, but doesn't want to use them here. What a huge hit.
Oh, they might just have to let 2 sets of racks go, right?
They've got backdoor. Is anyone going to cut the mid-wave? Doesn't look like anybody can cut this. Snapfire's in position for it. And speaking of Snapfire, Kisses are back up soon. They have a secondary one. Oh, and Power Rangers.
Nicky Cool. Trying to get in onto Corrupted.
They're all level 25 on these cores now at this point. And as you said, Global's back up. Drow, this is 2 full sets that they've gotten out of these kills.
Oh, they won't be able to finish this one.
Okay. They'll
gonna
give
get
some
pushed
respect
back.
to the Drow coming back. All right, this game. Truly delivering now
If
at
they
this
can
point.
RP the Drow, if they can catch the Drow. It's not been
Well,
easy.
that-
They've done it once, though. They've shown that it can
feels-
be done.
Yeah, it feels like we're back completely at this 50-50, though. 2 racks is kind of evened out. We can see if they can get the Drow, she will just die, even though there's BKBs in the saves. The cart wasn't there this time for Corrupted. We'll have to see how the execution goes, because it still is a high execution drop from them, but if they can land them like that.
Are scanning.
Especially around this vision, too. If they can defend these wards, this would be huge for the side of PR. Uligani. Looking to catch them at least when something is on cooldown here. 'cause
They
I
might
believe
not
just
expect
one
this
global's
angle.
up. Corrupted.
It's a refresher hit.
Okay.
Out for the Ember.
Timber will show.
Naive's watching from the side. He's waiting for that Drow.
The very, very tanky Timber.
Okay, goes for the
RP
Ember.
only on 1, gets stopped.
They get the global. Can they burst through? They can. They'll
They can.
bring the Ember down. He's out for nearly 2 minutes. No buyback on him. Jump forward from Alberk. He's trying to close it onto Snowy, but Snowy's able to force away with a Hurricane Pike. But again,
Snowy's
another
scared,
big
though.
catch and a big kill. They kill the Ember, and they get out of there.
Snowy's thinking about going back in around the Tombstone with BKB on cooldown. You can see how careful this Drow is playing. Looking at the clockwork. Immersion.
Oh, he's dead. He just sort of got cookied in there.
Did he? It looked like he got stuck in the zombies or something. I don't know if I'm crazy. But
Oh,
it looked
maybe
like
he
was
did
literally
actually. They're trying to
stuck
cook him out.
inside
Now.
of them.
Yeah, that's
don't
probably
know
why
what
the
the hell
cookie did
just
come in that
happened.
case. Yeah.
That looks super weird. Well, Gem hits the floor. Mirage gets caught again. No buyback, as we mentioned from before. Top Rax is dying.
Roche is up. So, Hooligani looks like they're going to opt to just go for the Roche. They're going to look to contest this, though. Buyback's coming in from Immersion.
There's no global. There's 1 global at the ready. And 1 set of kisses at the ready, too. 55 seconds, no Ember. Uligani gets pushed away. Roche is going to shift toward top.
All right.
As you said,
Roche moving
execution
to the
for
top.
PR. See if they can
Will that-
land these spells again. Everything is coming back up.
Careful.
Oop.
Oh. Well, everybody wants to get hit by Roche, apparently.
Immersion, careful. I mean, the next throw would almost kill him.
And he bought back. You know, he's got to be careful
He
on this
did.
shot.
Mid lane,
In the mid,
Nicky
Nicky
Cool.
Cool. He's out. Jump forward from
Snowy?
Alberca. Snowy's going to BKB and stand his ground. RP's on cooldown for 10 seconds. The Global's there. He's trying to get him in the cart.
He can't. He's
Cart's already
global.
out. He can't pick him up. As the Drow's dead. So is the
Oh my
Centaur.
God, PR.
And they're going to get the Undying on top of it. So now 3 dead on Hooligani.
No Centaur.
He is... You know, he's got buyback in 10 seconds. Buyback in 10 seconds.
Okay. But they have RP for the fight. That was just globals. I think
Yeah,
the
they did it
secondary
without the
global
RP.
caught him I think he BKB'd, popped the cart, and then the second global, I believe, caught him or something. I don't know, something caught him when he couldn't grab him because he had the active, but you're global, so you can't actually put him in the cart. Oh, that was sick. The execution, it's coming in from PR. They're forcing the early BKB on the Drow, and then they're just getting the follow-up, either a hook shot on RP or something to be able to kill that Drow off.
Well, they decided that they
turned this game.
were going to try and win this game based on style points, and it took a bit of time to get the style points going, but now they're getting the style points.
Because here, right, I'm looking at the silencer. Yeah, it's literally, did he wait for the cart to come out? Because, I don't know, maybe he did, because that was genius global. It was in between, right after the cart comes out, so he can't put him inside of it. All right.
All right. All right. Aegis now on Naive. A lot of money as well. He can pretty much get the Swift Link. Yeah, and have the money. Well, he's going to be 1,000 gold short, but he's got Aegis, so he can spend up, get the Swift Link.
Immersion now has a full Wind Waker also to save. They have so many different ways now to execute their spells, as we're seeing. Now they can land these RPs. Now they don't even need the RPs, as we're seeing on the Drow.
Oh! Mirage, he's in!
Mirage.
They're going to buy back on the Centaur. And they'll look for Nicky Cool. Nicky Cool able to get the Timber Chain over to the tree. But likely to be left behind. No, never mind. He's got the BKB. He's out of the base. Global Silence comes out as well as the Kisses. Corrupted still trying to run at Naive. Naive's got the Blink RP at the ready if they want to get back in on this. There'll be Snowy back in play. Didn't have to buy back on the Drought.
Awkward spellcasting. They did use their global. They have RP. They're thinking about going without global.
Naive.
Snowy.
Ooh, Immersion. Tried to scout out the situation. Naive, he's been caught by the stun. They've got him with the Hex. That's him gone the once. Immersion's dead. Can they set up for round 2 against the Magnus? He needs backup. He needs help. He gets the blink off.
Mirage.
BKB and a skewer across. They've caught the Ember. Mirage is dead, but now they don't have any jump left to throw at the Drow. So Snowy's got the fight free to turn and shoot them down as they'll hold on to this game here, Hooligani, and push back Power Rangers. Attempted Aegis push there for the final set of racks.
They used, honestly, everything onto Mirage. He did do a great job distracting them, jumping him in the back lines there, but they used literally everything. I think all 4 cookies plus an RP onto him. Snowy just was able to free fire.
And they're very likely going to have a lot of buybacks forced out from them now.
The Centaur stomp also from Corrupted. It was blind. I don't believe that he saw him initially on the Magnus. He was going for the other hero and ends up clipping the Mag to start things off. But Mirage, very nice aggressive plays, forcing a lot of these spells onto him, which, yeah, as we said, allows the Strow to go for these cleanup plays. Back the other way we go, Owen. Onto the high ground, Snowy.
Oh! Nicky. Trying to scare Snowy. I mean, do they just get mega creeped and hold on to the buybacks?
I don't think so.
Okay, Naive buys.
You don't want to give Megas. Giving Megas is very dangerous. I think we're seeing that most people
Nicky's
can't
trying to chase.
Lately. Nicky has
Watch
BKB.
Snowy's looking for the angle.
He's waiting for the Magnus.
Yeah. See if we can get some sort of info on where Naive is. We'll see him now around the tombstone. They're going to just go for Nicky Cool, but the global's there. I mean, Snowy's got to be careful.
Naive.
He's turning over towards it. They've got Naive with the Hex. He brought back for this. He has to BKB skewer away. They'll get the Hex in turn on a Snowy. Nicky Cool able to hold back Snowy on the Drought. He wants to go back in for him. BKB's out for Snowy. Immersion jumps in with the cogs. Snowy's got to get out of here with the BKB. Cookie forward here from Alberca. The blast. They've taken him down. Snowy's gone.
Both teams dancing around each other. They try to go for the kill on Naive, but they just can't. And the globals, it's enough. It's enough damage to it, the coverage. 80 seconds, no Drow. Back the other way we go.
All right. I mean, Naive used his buyback. He is absolutely going to want to try and do his best to force out the buyback from Snowy.
God, he has to be careful, though, because if he dies, the game could just end. And this game has gotten a lot more exciting than I think that it was going to be.
Pretty crazy.
From like the 30-minute mark, because at 30-minute, it looked pretty over.
Yeah. It's like win or loss. If you're Power Rangers, run it back. Go for the first pick Magnus again. It's entertainment. We love it.
Entertainment for sure. And Nicky Cool, right? I mean, he's done pretty good on the Timber in terms of recovery. 50 seconds, no Drow. They're all smoked up.
He doesn't want to buy back, but he's probably going to have to. Yeah, Mirage is in trouble. You got to save your Ember. Cookie in. Hooks up, comes in. He's gone. He's got the buyback as well. They've used 3-4 buybacks now coming in from Hooligani on the whole. They'll turn and take out Alberca and Immersion. towards Nicky Cool. It'll BKB Timber Chain away. All the RP is going to get dodged. But he's got Refresher. He's got another RP. He might have to
Naive has to be careful, though.
He's going to get the both of them, but he has to use this RP to run.
Naive.
He's BKB. He's just got to go for the blink TP, surely. Okay, just blink and run. Run. He'll get away,
He
but
gets
Nicky
out.
Cool's been left behind. Can they wrap around to find him? Shiva's Guard into the Hex. Global Silence comes in. It's going to go for the TP, and the Hex is back
Another
up,
Hex.
though. As Nicky Cool, he's out.
Oh, this game is delivering. The throne is dying, by the way.
Oh, that's true. Somebody's got to defend the agent. 4 buybacks. 4 buybacks coming out there
4
from
buybacks
Huligani.
again. All right. They didn't get Naive, though. So he's able to survive.
No.
He doesn't have BKB. Huligani, do they just go for the... Are they going to just go for the YOLO push? They might just do it. Full Aghanim is purchased on the Drow.
I mean,
This
yeah,
game
you know,
is getting to some pretty crazy states.
you know there's no RP. You know there's no Global.
Okay,
Global
Lotus
could
now...
kind of catch them off guard a little bit, right? Because it's sometimes hard to keep track of the refresher timing, and that's up in 20.
They do have Lotus. They do have Lotus now for Corrupted. I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
I wish he had bought this a long time ago instead of the Shivas, but whatever. We'll talk about that if we get to it later, but... Yeah, now he has a way to protect himself versus the double globals and can actually get the workhorse off to be able to grab it out. Aeon Disc also for Mirage. So starting to get more and more answers as we see. Aeon Disc also for the Hoodwink, so they're starting to remember. They're like, oh yeah, gotta get these items. Very good versus the Magnus RP. They're looking to all-in targets. Is Alberca gonna start like transitioning the build a little? Because this snap I've been looking has like 8,000, 9,000 gold. And it's starting to get to the point where you can get the, you know, your talents. Could start to look to replace things soon. Just that this game is getting to some crazy levels. We're 2 minutes from tier 5 neutrals. I don't know how we've gotten here.
You probably wait for the tier 5 neutrals, I think, right now, if you're Huligani.
You know, I mean, I don't know. This game has gotten to a pretty big coin toss because it's, you know, if they get the Audacious Stygians, if they get the Regalias also on the side of PR, the damage is absolutely ridiculous too. Execution's got to be sound from both sides, but as we said, Huligani did use a lot of buybacks before, but Naive also using his, so both teams probably hesitant in terms of what they want to do. What other big 25s did we see get picked up? Because now the supports are starting to get 25, right? So Tombstone on Death from the Zombie. Silencer is at 25 also, so this global lasts an eternity, right? It's 8 seconds. Usually don't see these get picked up
Rush.
too often. So.
Ooh, careful!
Hex.
He's up on the cliff. They know he's there. The Eon Disc.
They popped the Aeon.
We'll save him.
That's big, though. They popped the Aeon for the potential play in the next 70 seconds with an RP. It's probably going to come back up, but the potential. 12 seconds, Roche.
I mean, they probably get the roast themselves if it's an early spawn.
Looks like
Power
it.
Rangers.
At least PR's in position for it. And it's an instant spawn.
It's an instant spawn. I mean, that's the dream for Power Rangers. If they go check that
And they
out.
got vision in the meantime, too. I saw Mersian go on the right side. He placed some wards to be able to watch. These wards, I think we mentioned it most times when we get close to 60 minutes. This is this like right side ward that Mersian plays. This is the, I'm going to kill the hero that goes to farm the tokens. And then they can kind of just win the game off of that, so definitely possible. But Roche, that next big indicator. But first, 10 seconds, Owen. Who gets what? We have no baubles in the game, right? I think I saw 0.
No, nobody's baubbling.
Sad. Have you ever seen the baubled silencers with 20-second global silence?
No, that would be fun. That would be fun. I like, unless I've been doing this wrong and this doesn't even work, but I like baubbling on the range carries and try and get an infinite attack range. Or does that not work? Or it does work, right?
It should work.
That's the dream.
Yeah,
When you're something like a drow or something. But indeed, no
No,
baubles here today.
Let's see what we get, because they are all. Everyone's just hitting the creeps. They're
Yeah,
they're not trying to hunt
16.
anybody on it. Yep. Let's see what they're gonna get. There's some rockets scouting on neutral camps. I mean, Mirage is just, he's like, whatever, I don't care. But he is gonna get caught under Hex. It's just gonna be the Aeon. Taking it up to 90 seconds now. All right. Timeless Metamorphic Mandible for the Silencer. That's the tier 4. So so they get to go for his next token. They might get a catch on somebody during all this. Got this Aegis now. Double cheeses.
Try and scrape together the last few tokens here for their neutrals. Hooligani.
What do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have so many ultimates now on the side of PR.
Dude.
Does he do it on the Snapfire? Is he going to start transitioning?
Oh, dude. Would it not have been worth...
Okay.
Okay, for the snap, yeah, with the build. But would it not have been worth taking the Witchbane? Or am I missing something?
On which hero?
On Hooligani to have another AoE dispel against the global.
Yeah, it's a small
good?
AoE. It is very
Sure,
tiny.
okay,
I
so
think
you're
it's
not really
300
getting...
to 400.
Yeah, it's
but
300,
it's
I
still
think, yeah.
good. Yeah.
Because he had, I guess he had the option on Drow, but he didn't want to take that. He would rather the Minotaur Horn.
Minotaur's too good. Minotaur's
Sure.
just way too good on some of these cores. You just need this. Like, if he just gets this off, he can save his BKB for the big situations. He can just use Minotaur for like a Snapfire cookie.
I think if the supports get it though, you know, if say you or Respect get the opportunity, are you not maybe taking it to try and have that extra dispel to help your cause?
I would like it.
Yeah.
It's like the only dispel that exists now as a neutral item.
Yeah.
So
So if you get that option, it's kind of nice.
remember when there was 4 of them on tier 4 neutrals and the silencer was unplayable?
There was 4?
There's 3 or 4. It was Flicker, whatever this item's called, Witchbane, etc. Naive, looking for the catch. Gets it on 2.
Get the Hex out in return, but indeed, he gets the setup and takes out the Drow, and he's dead for 2 minutes. And with that, I don't know if they can hold. No Drow. The rack's getting cleaned up.
50 seconds.
Okay, 50 seconds. So it's not the full 2 minutes. Mirage, they're going to need him alive for these 50 seconds to try and hold them off the Ancient. I don't even know if they can hold them off the Ancient. Ancient's exposed. They do have the fortification at the ready, but they kill this Ancient quickly. 30 seconds until the buyback's up. I think they're going to be able to close it. They're trying to focus the Ancient to end the game. Nicky Cool's in trouble. Naive trying to focus this objective and take them out of it, and he will. They get the win here. Power Rangers, they do it in style. First pick, Magnus carry. They get the job done.
That was, I mean, a very impressive hold in particular, right? Great way to be able to fight around things. Hooligani have to be kicking themselves, though. Going for these high ground pushes, having this type of lead. I will say I didn't like some of these items, like the... Not going for these Lotuses. They have no ways to counter these globals early, and I think it really costed them. I think it really did.
Yeah, that was some crazy stuff here. And just great news, I think, for the viewers, because I feel like Power Rangers, do it again. First pick Mag carry. Let's do it again. Do it again. You win the game in a very entertaining style. And yeah, outside of the Magnus, I think, as you imagine, you know, Nicky Cool, he was doing a lot towards the end there. Just kind of getting in with these hexes, forcing a lot of reaction to have to be focused on him, on the Timbersaw. Like, he really did set the playing field to allow Naive to have these opportunities to get these key blinks. And, you know, the couple of times that the Drow was caught, it was enough, you know, at the end of the day. Those sort of catches did just crumble the game that Snowy was having, which for the large part of this match was a pretty perfect game on the Drow. This was the big one.
This part right here. This was
catching
the
Drow.
One. Gets the ward down. The confidence to go for this type of play, right? Because they used the buybacks earlier on the side of Hooligani. I'm pretty sure this was the fight, right? They used the buybacks. They went for the aggressive plays. 3 heroes lived on Power Rangers, and they insta-smoked and went for this play. So, really heads up stuff.
Yeah, I think they will do it again. Actually, depends.
They could.
Because maybe after that game, we've obviously the fact that the you know, kind of the mid game was a bit shaky. They might be like, well, maybe they don't want to win games in this style. But you know, win's a win. And as I say, Magnus is a very fun hero to play. So I think Naive was he's going to be tempted to do it again.
It definitely hurts the opponents too, right? Like beating Hooligani like this when you put out like a first pick Magnus, you showed that this is a much harder to execute draft, and then you end up just getting this type of win. So I think it's a big deal for Power Rangers and Hooligani. This could snowball into the next game. You know, Snowy, he played so good, so clean for a majority of this game. Only takes a couple mistakes to just cost it.
Massive stuff from them in that comeback, Power Rangers, and doing it in a way that nobody else will be doing. Ain't nobody else gonna have sort of the braveness to first pick Magnus in this qualifiers, but Naive and the boys here on Power Rangers, they will. And as I say, I hope they do it again. And if they do, what Hooligani will do in return. Maybe Hooligani are that scared. They're going to first phase ban the Magnus Vault. You know what I mean?
I don't think that'll happen, but...
You never know. So if you are Hooligani, what's sort of the reaction after this game? Do you think if you're them right now? You're kind of sitting there being like, wow, we did... Like, what do you think they're reflecting on the most after that loss?
For me, some of the items I really didn't like.
The items.
I think they got overconfident. Like they were like, okay, we're crushing this game super hard.
Yeah.
We don't need to worry about going for Lotuses and Dispels. They didn't even go for them. They went for this quad BKB. These buybacks a bit over aggressive too. So I think for them, just be a little more patient because Snowy was being really patient. A couple of the rest of them just overzealous. So I think Power Rangers, they clutched it up. And for Hooligani, they're going to be feeling pretty sad.
Oh, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. A very entertaining comeback and win there from Power Rangers in this Game 1. I'm looking forward to see if they do it again in Game 2. We'll find out shortly after the break. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 of Hooligani versus Power Rangers coming up in a few minutes.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're currently in the middle of the Power Rangers versus Hooligani series here at the European Regional Qualifiers for the International. We just had game one. Very nice little comeback there from Power Rangers, turning the game around that for the most part looked like it should have been in Hooligani's hands. They're not able to close it up, Fog. They get, 2 sets of racks, and the last few plays are punished. And Power Rangers, they make some big moves around this Carry Magnus. It works out in the end. I guess the question is, though, if you're Power Rangers going into game 2, are you looking at that game 1 performance and saying, that's fine, that's how we want to win these games? Or are you sort of saying, we got the win there, but let's not do that again?
Yeah, I feel like they got the win, but it was, I would not hand it to them by any means, of course,
No.
but it was some pretty big mistakes that came out from Hooligani. They got punished, right? I think the itemization, I mentioned it toward the end there. I don't know, the BKB rush on the Undying for me was a little weird. Like, I can see the concept of it, but like having these Lotuses, these 4 staffs, just looking to end the game, maybe even an aura, let's say, like they could have ended the game probably on Hooligani if they just played it a little bit cleaner, didn't mess up with some of these positioning things. But for Power Rangers, it's like a big boost up. You feel very confident, but I don't know if you feel confident in doing the same thing. Maybe now you feel confident just do more of the quote-unquote stable drafts. Maybe just the Magnus gets shifted. The rest of the draft could be the same, but we'll have to see.
Here we go. So let's have a look here in this game too. See if the Magnus shows up again for Naive. It was first
It was a hard
pick
game
last time. Yeah,
it was a tough game for them, especially for execution. And they ended up getting that execution. But if they didn't get some of these big catches on the Drow in particular, right, this game was going to be quite difficult for them to turn around here. So yeah, let's see if there's switches.
It was definitely a risky way of going about the win, which I think, would not have at least come as a surprise because of the way that they did open their draft with the Magnus, right? They've got to know that it's going to fall likely to the position where it's all in on whether or not Naive gets the Blink RP on the key targets. So maybe they don't mind. Maybe that's just the way they like to play Power Rangers.
Yeah, maybe. Also, just like with the snap too, right? Like in the early game, it was kind of non-existent, and then it ends up doing its job anyway because they get to this later stage because Snap is just such a good hero. Hooligani is going to be the one to ban it themselves. So they're like, you know what? We don't want to play versus the first pick Drow either, and maybe we just don't want to play it. So now we're going to have Tree in the pool, which I think has been banned. I want to say like 90% of games that I've seen, if not more.
All right. Yeah, no.
So more
no
normal.
First pick Magnus this time at least.
No, well, you can't not first pick Tree if it's in the pool. Like this hero is just something else. Do you respond with Clockwork or just something? Okay, we'll go just a quick early Storm Spirit.
I mean that's very early.
That's
It's
bold.
the better of the spirits, but the first pick Storm is it's a risky one. Obviously, there might be potential for some flex. Some teams do run carry Storm,
Ew.
but still,
I don't remember the last carry Storm I've seen, but I guess you're right.
There's a chance.
I'm more in tune with like the early Storms than the early Embers because I actually like what we're seeing with these Storms where if they do get semi-counterpick, they just go Greaves. And then they have this great Dispel versus like Silencer or versus Chains or Vessels and whatnot. We did see, I believe it was Lornoff yesterday with a really cool build that he went for.
5 seconds remaining.
And they'll ban the Largo because Storm gets picked. So there's certain instances, certain heroes. Of course, you also have Treant Protector. So the Largo Lick is double as effective since it's got Storm on its team for the Croak. And then, the Lick versus the Treant Refraction, whatever you want to call it. Which turret will they go for, though, right? Because no Drow, no SF. So which turret is Naive going to want to play this time around?
I really like the Naive. He used to be a big player of it, right? The Medusa. And like, is Medusa actually trash now? Or is Medusa playable? You think it's trash?
It feels pretty trash.
Okay.
Can probably fit into some scenarios, right? Where versus like these Dooms and whatnot, right? But get the Bay nice and early. So that's a pretty big deterrent versus Duso also.
Sure.
Don't want to play that.
Just get gripped. Yeah.
Gripped, lose all your mana as well on top of it all. It actually does an insane amount of mana burn.
Yeah, that's very true.
And this is just safe too, right? The Bane versus Tree. I think these are 2 of the strongest 5 positions in the game at the moment. That Undying, Clockwork, they just do well in most matchups. See where you want to go on Power Rangers here.
I mean, honestly, I guess you can't fit it in right when you get the tree. Can you go the silencer when you have tree or no? Because silencer would be
I don't
pretty
think so.
nice against the Bane.
Yeah, I think I'm never
They
going
do-
to suggest for a silencer 4
You
position
don't?
ever again.
No.
It just looks horrible every game.
Dire team pick.
Teams have tried it so many times now. I think I've seen it tried
Yeah.
like 6 times, and it's absolutely miserable every time. It never wins. It does like it barely even pressures in lane. So they'll take a
is
beast.
in. They
Yep,
could play that in all
summons.
3 lanes. I think these players.
I'd imagine it's
They
safe.
all
It's in
play
the off
beast.
lane though at the moment,
10
but yeah.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
That's true. Is
This match-
if there's one thing for sure, you probably don't want to lane the beast with the Treant. Treant's going to be
No,
pretty
I
unhappy. He's
I
cutting down
would
his
say
trees.
probably not. Yeah, I'd say
No.
90% chance this is an off lane
Yeah,
beast.
that-
it's also
that
because it's
feels
versus
not good.
Bane.
Yeah.
Because you got the summons. Bane doesn't like playing for summons. But in mid game, I will say, Bane versus Beast starts to turn in a way. If the Bane isn't found, you can sleep to protect versus the Roar in some situations. Mostly Beast, of course, an advantage.
Now I
over
will
Bane,
say,
but- What's
it's
that?
probably not good, but he's really good at it. And when you see these 2 heroes, you got to be tempted. As TI2000, is there a little bit of his brain thinking about the anti-mage? Because I feel
Oh,
like
you're thinking...
he would be TI2000 looking at this. He's like, this is a good AM game. But then again, is there
I
a
don't know
good
if there
AM
is
game?
one.
Is there
I
just
I
not a
don't
good
know if
AM
there is a
game?
good AM game.
Okay.
I just don't think so anymore.
Do this.
They'll do the
There's his
silencer.
silence. Yeah, he's setting this up for his AM. He's like, right.
Okay.
I keep saying TI2000, but I mean naive. But so it's good silencer. Against these 2 heroes, it feels good. But you're saying it might
For
lead to
sure.
complications with the lane setups, or
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen it have a good time in terms of playing as a 4 position because Tree like now who's the 4? Is it the
Well, it has
silencer?
to be the-
I feel like
it has to
silencer
be the
always
silencer.
it's always it's silencers always just ends up being a 5 position though. So they're both kind of just
Okay.
you have double 5s, which I guess can be fine, but we'll see if it does run into some of these issues.
But I really feel you do not want to run the Beastmaster in the lane with the Treant.
10 seconds remaining.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And then also now,
That's-
I was mentioning the Greaves for the Storm Spirit already because I was kind of anticipating something like this. So now it's like this is a great Greaves Storm game. You have you have the Root, you have the Global, Last Words.
Power Rangers probably need a little bit more lockdown. Just what kind of Raw on a global, and then the unreliable sort of setup from the Treant, which is not easy to get.
Are they just gonna do some type of Ember because they want someone to poke, right? They want someone to be able to set up for these spells. Even if it
Ember
doesn't
would
look
probably it's the
good.
likely one for sure. We see
It's
people pick it
likely.
into the Storm. Yeah, it's the most
Dire team
most likely to show its face. Luna for the
Luna.
carry.
Okay, so old kind of lane versus the Underlord, super high damage. You're trying to push him out with Luna plus Aura plus Tree.
Mm-hmm.
But Underlord also can do decent versus this as well too, because it has super high base damage to be able to trade back to be able to get the last hits. And now this might be a Bane, right? Since now there's an Enchantress. It's a Bane 4 position. It's an Enchantress 5 to steal the boars. And it's looking strong from Hooligani. Power Rangers are sticking with their guns.
Team ban.
See if that works out. It did work out for them in the last game.
I mean, are you happy keeping the Beast on the offlane, or do you actually put the Beast mid against the Storm and get something else for your offlane?
10 seconds remaining.
With the way that they're banning, PL ban, that tells me Beast off, but
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Oh, Spectre ban.
that's an interesting one. We did see Spectre earlier. It didn't look that
There
bad.
was a Tomato Spectre earlier from VP.
And they banned the Zeus. There has to be some information, right? There's some scrim info for sure.
I was because these guys must know each other. They must know each
Yeah.
other. Pretty good here with it when you consider the way that they're banning.
Because you have Storm Spirit and you
Yep.
ban Zeus. That says something, right? Like Storm versus Zeus on paper in a lot of situations, you just jump the Zeus, you'll be fine.
Radiant team
You can lane pretty well versus him too, so that's pretty interesting. They'll get the
Just a
counter
quap.
pick, so Power Rangers, they get the Quap
Yep.
versus that Storm. There's limited lockdown. Some limited lockdown for the Quap. Underlord Pit tends to make up for a lot of that, but... Very aggressive lineup from Power Rangers this time around.
And what do they want for the carry here? It's going to be the TB. So I was liking this, but I was going to ask you, like, how tough is getting through the laning stage against a Beastmaster as a Terrorblade? Or is it not too bad?
He has an Enchantress.
Okay,
That's the
so
power, right?
that kind of says it up. Because I think outside of that one concern, everything else does look pretty nice for a Terrorblade to come in as the carry this game, right? Sure, the Quap could be a little spooky with the burst, but if you get through the early to mid game, the Terrorblade could take over, right?
Yeah, it looks similar to the last game for me. Like Huligani just having a really strong, stable draft. Power Rangers a little bit more volatile, but this one not as volatile as the last one. This one they can fight more early on, not as reliant on just having this Magnus have this type of good time. Huh. I'm... Okay. I don't like Silencer 4.
That definitely feels like the riskiest thing out of both of these drafts. But then again, you know, Power Rangers, they took risks last game. And it worked out in the long run. So, exciting to see.
This TB pick looks pretty insane. Like, TB versus
like the
Luna
TB pick,
throughout
yeah.
all time, it's very strong. And the lane protected with Enchantress. Unless, like, Alberca will probably play on axes now, because you don't want to give the boars or anything.
Yeah, you just want to spam
Enchantress
it. I mean, it's going to be a lot of spam. That's what I'm saying. Like, does the TB get through that spam in the lane?
Enchantress goes heal, and then you play on heal, right?
Okay.
I mean, I think he still can actually deal with it. I just don't know how much... I guess we'll see how much the Silencer can do. This will be the difference of how much the spam can come out. And if they even put the Silencer there, they may just end up... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what Power Rangers ends up doing here. Bit of a different approach coming out for them. Hooligans going for more of a standard.
There we go. Game 2.
Let's see what we get.
Let's see what we get out of this one. Of course, in terms of results so far today, we've had a 2-0 going to the lower seeded team in a matchup. We've had a 2-1 series going the whole way. Here with the third series. We'll see if we get Huligani getting the chance to push this one to game 3. Honestly, if you consider their overall performance in game 1, I think there's definitely a chance. Like, they had a majority of that game, they were looking good. They were looking very good.
So it looks like, it's a 4-tree, right? And then it's a 5 silencer they're doing in a way, but that's also awkward. A 4-tree isn't the most stable thing that we've seen either. It tends to be that 5. And they're already cutting the trees. So we see Huligani immediately runs to the safe lane. They've got Quelling Blades. Start to get the preparation to be able to ensure that the lane is going to be strong.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder how much pressure those two are going to be able to put on this Terrorblade then.
It doesn't feel like they're going to be able to put much, right? A beast in a tree versus a TB just feels like a TB is completely fine. So it does feel like a very good last pick. Mirage also. I'm hoping he goes the Greaves build. We'll see if he does. I can't see what he's fully queued up. Yeah, I see plus 10 items, but I can't tell what plus 10 it is.
I think he definitely will. I think you're right. You know, this is definitely a game for the Greaves.
Yeah, it just feels so good in so many of these games. It's cheap. It helps you and your allies. It's not just about you, Mr. Core players. You know, well, it is, but you know. Okay, and yeah, tree's going to start top. So they're going to try to get perhaps a first blood, maybe move the lanes right afterwards. Let's see how these lanes do go down. Because Power Rangers, with this Quap last pick also, they're looking to kind of win the lanes. But let's see if that is going to be the case. Immersion. Going for the play immediately.
Not going to be able to get...
Won't be able to kill him.
Let's be able to bully him away from the first wave. And head down to the bottom. Yeah, let's see how they can play this bottom lane. Will they slow down the Terrorblade at all, these two?
This does not feel easy.
No, no. I mean, it just does not feel fun to sort of play into as the tree.
Yep. I would say overall, Hooligans have just very good lane setups across the board. Even though, like I was mentioning, PR, they did draft to do very well in these lanes. I like Hooligans right now. Like the Storm versus the Quap, I haven't seen these Quaps dominate the Storms as they used to.
On top. Silencer in trouble. He will live.
One more hit, lives.
Only just.
And now Corrupted, maybe. He'll be okay. Both offlaners will struggle in this game. The Silencer plus the Luna does do a fair bit of damage versus this Underlord. Bane, Seiyu, looks like he's just trying to maybe creep pull. Same thing for the auto bottom side there for PR.
Motion. And mid lane. First few waves have gone quite nice here for Mirage.
I wonder if the lack of stuns is going to be a big problem for PR too, because I'm just looking and I see this first pick Storm Spirit, and it's really just, there's like chains, roots, globals, right, and the roar, but there's not really the best cheap lockdown for Mirage as the game does go on.
Yeah. I mean, he's smashed these first few waves, right? 10 and 4
He
against
did. He's
6
owning
and
the
1.
lane.
This is not a good sign, right, for Nicky Cool. As the Quap against the Storm. Like you'd expect more from the Quap, right, in those first few levels.
Absolutely. I mean, did go for screen, but ended up missing, I think, the first few creeps. And Mirage even getting aggressive onto him, getting a pull early. And there's no blink skill for Nicky Cool. Mirage almost killing him.
They're playing the first few waves very nicely on the Storm.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get
Top lane.
more and more difficult now that the dagger spam will add up.
Yeah, but 14-6, it's already done. It's
Yeah.
done almost well enough. You can just bring extra regen now to be able to deal with the spam. So unless Nicky gets the kill here, looks like Mirage has done a good enough job, at least in the lane here. Top lane, they did get the Lotus. Corrupted was able to grab it. Seeing the Luna do quite well in this matchup so far here, but Corrupted also getting something out of the lane.
Has been killed.
Oh, Nicky's cheating now. Okay, getting the armor.
Getting the
But Mirage
heals,
still 18. That's 7. These denies are crazy. So he's going to be able to go back up, probably back up and get the bounty rune, maybe potentially even get the secured water rune too, since I do see the mud golem coming down. Actually, Immersion is starting to make a move. Might be able to deny away that water rune fill up. Mirage.
Well, he wants to stand his ground to try and get the pickup, and he will. He's able to get the water rune.
He's scared though. Immersion's connecting over. He should be okay on Mirage. The blood grenade. Okay.
That's not going to do it. Mirage is fine.
They're going to look to just dive this here?
Top lane.
In the meantime, top.
Actually able to kill Corrupted here. Till the end, just chasing him out of the lane.
Good spam between the two of them.
I mean, they're still looking
Not
at
even
Mirage.
Glaive's
mid.
skill. It's actually interesting. Yeah, he had Lotus and a Fairy Fire. Not sure how Corrupted ended up going down there. Mirage? Did he get enough? Not quite.
I was going to say, Merchant had to be careful there. If Mirage is able to kind of get the Vortex under the tower. Not taking a lot of damage as the tree. Top lane.
Sounds
Get the revenge.
this time. Underlord suffering though. Is a hero that can recover going back, but overall not this in the similar case as a Beastmaster. You want to be able to stay in this lane as long as possible. Naive though, they might set up onto him as well too. They have level 2 Brain Sap. This is a ton of damage they do have in this top lane. If you do get caught in the sleep plus the pit, so he should be okay with the backup now of the silencer. TB free farm, Owen. Complete free farm.
I mean, this is the thing, right? The Quap's going to have to do a lot with the early rotations, and it's not, it wasn't a super fast start from Nicky Cool in that mid matchup. And he's going to be very important for sort of keeping control of this Terrorblade when Snowy has had
And
as good of a start as it looked to be here with the lane setup.
And he does have burst, but control, like I said, control is a bit of an issue. And if Snowy doesn't get burst, the Sunder potential is there early. There's just not really stuns or lockdown to prevent an early Sunder play if you don't insta-burst him, too.
Dire are scanning.
Setting up for the power rune here, Seiyu. Who gets the RNG? Will be Mirage.
Yeah, very close to having the 6, so he's gotten through the tough time of the
Top.
lane very nicely.
Again for Corrupted, has double Lotuses. Has the wand as well. Pretty good body blocks. We'll use one Lotus. We'll be okay. Meanwhile, bottom,
Take.
full tower.
This is early. They do get the
Nice
deny.
deny.
Sayu's going to make his way over. Can the three of them put the pressure on and try and get the 7-minute wisdom?
With a Bane, almost always, right? You have to bring a second or third hero just to ensure that the Bane doesn't just sleep you away from it. They do have 2 down here at the moment, but the TB is going to come. They might have to bring a 3rd.
No, they will. If they want to hold on to this wisdom, someone else has got to come down here for Power Rangers. Here we go.
They're bringing the silencer.
And looks like that's going to be enough to scare them off. They're probably Snowy making the call that he doesn't want to try and threaten for the wisdom steal.
Don't want to make any over-aggressive move when the Quap could just TP in. They were pinging it out. Mirage was giving the information that he was just sitting in the mid lane. Mirage still hanging on to the shield rune, has the catapult still a little bit alive in the mid lane, trying to get some extra damage onto the tower here. Till the end is rotating.
Both teams starting to shift towards the mid.
They really want to kill this catapult off, though. It's 7.5 minutes. I'm surprised this catapult is still alive.
They are going to see immersion. Sentry was down. They catch him with the dust. And Mirage, he'll join in for the kill.
These supports are going to be very low level on the side of Power Rangers. Even though they did get themselves their wisdom, this is a level 3 tree right now. Silencer hits 4 and change, with the 2 supports on the side of Hooligans soon tapping level 5. Mirage does not get the...
We'll get the illusion. Going in aggressively with the blink, Nikki Cool, looking for Sayu. We'll take from
Portal
Mirage, will
coming
hold
in.
him back. Corrupted comes in through the
Nikki.
Fiend's Gate, and that's Nikki Cool dead. And he will not end
Too
up
much
killing
burst.
off Sayu. Sayu's able to live.
Didn't respect, I think, the double burst damage that connected onto him at the same time. The static remnant plus the high-level brain sap.
Yeah, that's he couldn't get the one charges off. And I mean, is this something that we're seeing from other Quaps? Level 7, no ult?
Level 7, usually not, but I guess because he wanted to just have that max scream. But that ends up hurting that he doesn't have it there, because he did have a good wand to be able to fill up.
Yeah, he had enough for wand into Sonic
He
Wave,
did.
But didn't, I guess,
it
didn't
happens
get the
sometimes.
wand off.
Yeah.
And
It
it went
does
for-
happen sometimes when they want the
Sure.
skill build, but...
I mean, the blink was pretty wild as well. He went for like a very short
It
distance
was.
blink. That did not pay off for him there.
That's a pretty
Top.
quite a bit corrupted top.
Oh, he's into the trees. He's going to get away. The Eclipse won't get him. Mirage. And he's going to
Go
look
for
to try
this
and
here.
threaten
Looks like
this.
he will.
I mean, there's no Eclipse to worry about. Does up till
Tree
the end by
armor.
his side, though, Naive, so he'll be fine.
And the tree armor protects a lot here. Oh, in the meantime, Alberta's getting the recover. He's going Ag in his build too, by the way. We haven't seen Beast go Ags in quite some time, so that's actually very interesting. I think I've only been seeing the Beastmasters go for the Overlord build.
Yeah, why has the Aghanim sort of fallen out of favor?
It's got
At least it's the first time.
Top tower is under
It's got I mean, it's not even getting picked up as like a later item in a lot of situations.
Yeah,
It got nerfed a
that's
ton.
true. Yeah.
Overlord's gotten buffed. It doesn't work on Roche. Like, there's just a million different instances into why people have swapped away from it. Okay, we'll see if that ends up working. That's not what I expected when he's playing versus Bane. I thought he was going to go the summons route.
Till the end.
Caught by asleep.
Yeah, easy setup here for Mirage to get another kill. Respect. He's going to have to set up
Alberca.
onto Alberca. Snowy's ready to move in. They'll have the roar onto the Terrorblade, but Corrupted comes through the Fiend's Gate. They'll bring Alberca down.
Quick, easy gate for Corrupted. And seeing the build from Corrupted this game, I was going to mention this could be one of those games where they just look to play around auras pretty early, because the damage, it's all really magical early, and you know, some pure from the Queen of Pain, but mostly magic. Could think about an early pipe to go for this pressure. If the Storm does go for Greaves too, he didn't, he went Treads, just kidding. But it's still definitely a strong pipe game. Especially if the Beast is going Agonies.
is under attack.
So very interesting to see that he is going for that. Snowy, Yasha's done, having a very good entry into the game. The Luna is having similar, but the fact that the Storm is having such a good entry, Mirage versus a Queen of Pain, is huge. He has a 500 or 600 goal differential between him and Nikki Cool at the moment. And
Yeah, I
Nikki
mean,
is
yeah.
going a different build as well. He's going Vessel.
Okay, Vessel Quap. I mean, obviously, there are a fair few mids right now that, you know, will go Vessel early in the build, but definitely not one of the mids
Quap.
that you would see the Vessel come out really at all, right, in most of the builds.
That is really, and it's not even versus like, I don't know, like Necrophos safe lane or something, let's say, right? It's just,
The Ench, right? That's it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even have heal skilled.
no, he just, that, this is interesting stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, wait, why the Vessel?
I have no clue. Maybe he just wants something early. I don't think I've seen Vessel co-op in a long time now. I think I pretty much exclusively see now it's like Tread, Soul Ring, Kaya, right? Like these kind of stuff.
Kaya, Axe. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if that works. Top Corrupted, making the move on him. He is very isolated.
Yeah, they should get him here. Nowhere to run this time. Set up something nice for Naive. He's continuing to have a good time.
+1.
Keep him very close to the farm of Snowy on the other side of the map.
And he is a Luna, so he's getting the levels as well, too. While the TB sometimes does fall behind on levels because the illusions are doing some of that farm. So it does have a half-level / 1 level advantage at the moment. Smoked up. Haste on the Storm's bottle. As we said, there's not a lot of stunts for him. So yes, he can get globaled, but the haste can probably just walk out of most situations. Nikki? Oh.
Not quite close enough to the stairs for them to go for him.
They've got
And they know
global,
that,
so
yeah, they know there's a global.
hesitant.
Yeah. I mean,
Now
if they
there
see
will
the
be.
silencer there, they'll go for him. Can't global if you're gripped. As he's gone, Nicky Cool did jump in for this. Blinked
Nikki?
in for this play, Nicky. He's got backup. The global will come in. He's going to try and turn towards Mirage. Sonic Wave's there. Nicky Cool. He'll do it. Gets the double. Trusts in his team there.
Buyback from the silencer to get the global for the team. Why not? Sure.
It's worth, right? That's got to be worth. You know, I think you see your
At
quad
this point,
blinking
it's so
like that,
cheap.
you're like, I've got to buy back and press global. My quad wants to go.
That was kind of hype. He ends up gaining gold out of it too. He gains what, 80? Sure. Why not at this point in the game? It's so cheap to be able to do so. If you're gonna win your co-op fight, get you into a better position. Very cool. Power Rangers responding accordingly. Naive, as you said, he's getting to farm. Went for the greed build again.
Yes.
Went for the Mask of Madness. Went for the Yasha. Started able to hit these creeps pretty nicely here. Same
Tier
thing for
1's
the
going
Beast.
down, though. You know, we're 14 minutes
Tier 1 is
in,
going down.
and Hooligani have managed to take all 3 Tier 1 towers.
Important versus tree as well. Never want to be leaving those T1s early. You can be able to access the Luna's jungle, prevent the tree from saving them, and healing them up is always important too. A lot of farming going on. I guess Hooligani feeling like this is one of those games where they're pretty independent on their cores. Underlord, the TB, the Storm playing for themselves at the moment. Though we saw Corrupted did sacrifice himself a little bit here at the Fiend's Gate now a couple times. Immersion. Trying to get the setup onto him here. Just with the 2 supports, no damage.
Just seeing what sort of reaction they can force. Nicky Call is around, and we'll have Sonic Wave back up in about 10 seconds or so on top of this amplified damage rune.
I bet Alberca is super happy about how everything has gone this game, because he had a bit of a tough lane on this Beastmaster, and then there's been 0 attention on him, and now he's the top 3 net worth and has an Aghanims finish, level 12. One of the most farms heroes in the game, and he hasn't had to participate. That's on TP.
Yeah, very nice TP there from Respect.
And then Mirage is going to go the Kaya into the Lotus build, since he does need a Dispel. I will say, I felt like he could have gone for the Greavers this game. It did feel pretty damn good, but does mean he's going to have to delay for this to be able to have that Dispel, at least versus the Global and potential Overgrowth.
And the build for
Power Rangers probably feeling pretty good.
for Nicky Cool, it's going to be back to the basics, right? Surely after the Vessel.
I assume so.
Like, is there any other way you can build the quad? Than kind
In the
of
past,
the Kayas,
perhaps?
the BKBs, the Ags.
Like, in the past, I used to see some people try these Witch Blades and all that, but they never really looked that good, so I would imagine it goes back to the normal, but we'll see. Nicky's got his own ideas here. He is tanky. That is what this gives you, right? 10 attributes, 1800 HP with the Strength talent. But so does Soul Ring. That's why I'm not, yeah. Definitely interesting. Getting to hit the creeps though, Nicky. Putting some pressure under Respect. There's that Vessel coming into play. There's a lot of damage. You might just die.
I mean,
That's pretty
it's
bad.
a lot. Ooh, they get a lovely deny, though, there, Mirage. Times it perfectly.
Absurd amount of dot damage.
They're going to use the ult onto Mirage. Overgrowth into Global, into Sonic Wave. It's not enough to kill him, though. He is going to be able to get his way back to the fountain. Mirage will live. And they're able to fight back, take up the tree. Oh, Big Ol comes in the stun on a Snowy. I mean, the Roar and the Eclipse does it. So Snowy turns up, gets roared, gets eclipsed. Power Rangers, they might not kill the Storm, but they get something better. They get the Terrorblade.
And Mirage is coming back to look for something here, but is not going to be able to find anything. Just gets roared. They found the real one immediately. Great positioning there from Alberca. Joins in right after having Aghanims. Gets the roar. Luna turns up, gets the cleanup. Power Rangers making some very nice plays here. Even though they didn't get that Storm Spirit, they got a better kill.
Oh, that was very, very nice.
Cost them every ultimate, but they do get what they came for. They can back up, reset, get the farm.
Yeah, I think, you know, Hooligani, they were maybe just a bit too eager to fight there after they saw what the Overgrowth and the Sonic Wave and the Global had been used. They were like, well, that's 3 ultimates gone. Surely the other 2 aren't going to kill us. And, well, as we saw, the Roar and Eclipse, that was enough to easily burst through the Terrorblade at this point. So it's not just kind of the 3. They've got to watch out for all of the ultimate cooldowns, really, from Power Rangers. Because right now, it's to the point in the game where those ultimates will kill the big cores.
There's no global right now. They're trying to set up onto Nikki. There's no Fiend script, though, and this is a tanky quap at this point. They're going to try.
Let's have a look. Between the Vortex and the Pit Route, it's not enough.
Not enough?
But they do have
maybe
mana
now.
to chase. So it doesn't matter that he blinks out the initial control. They can close the gap still.
Enfeebled. Lamau. Nice blink. The low distance blink is always super funny to me. I absolutely hate Enfeeble. It's one of the most obnoxious abilities ever. Mirage getting some time to be able to finish that Lotus, but I'm watching, like, that last fight, right, when he gets gone on, imagine he had Greaves there. Could have perhaps turned a lot. So I'm definitely seeing the lack of Dispel hurting, at least for the Storm Spirit, until he's got that Lotus finished up.
Yeah, I mean,
as we said, did go for pipe, but yeah.
I guess, do you think it is because he knew that he would have to buy Lotus this game anyway, and he didn't really want to go into
But why not
getting
both?
double Dispel? Or you would actually not have minded both?
Why not
Yeah.
both versus
Yeah.
Overgrowth and versus Global if they just, right? Because the only reason I'm saying this is because I've been watching more of these Storms do it, like Lorinoff in particular, when he's playing versus Slight Chains, when he's playing versus Global and all that, he really likes having this cheap one early. Because as we're seeing, this is going to take some time to have the Lotus. He might die once more in between. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it ends up paying off. And maybe because his Underlord is going for pipe, he thought perhaps that's enough and he's going to have that type of save. Not sure. See if it ends up paying off. 9 to 5. Power Rangers. Luna's getting to just hit these creeps. Naive is in a super comfortable spot right now. 3 components of Aghanims done already.
On the way top.
Lane. Corrupted.
They want the easy kill, so they'll go for Sayu.
And they'll get him. Naive is getting involved in a lot of these kills too. 204, level 16 in comparison to the level 13 TB. Always something I like to point out when it's this matchup is just the level disparity. If you ever see that TB similar level as the Luna, that's the concern, or higher level. If the Luna's higher level, it's always a good sign for this Luna. And that is, I think, is that the BKB or the Aghanims, I mean, done? It is the Ag, so it's got it done on Naive. That is really early. These heroes are quite fragile at the moment. Sure, there's a pipe that's going to block a lot of it, but it's going to be able to kill them through it.
Alberca. Does he want to roar this? He
So
does. Mirage is going to try and assist Respect.
Doesn't have the damage, though. Respect. It's going down.
Blast him.
Oh, did not need that Sonic Wave. Okay, well.
No, he's dead. Oh, and at the same time,
Mid lane. Grip.
it's a term for immersion.
They don't even have to. The thing is that they don't have to use global for that, though, right? Like, they're like, oh, you grip the Treant. Now we can save global perhaps for the next play. And they did end up using meta plus grip, which are 2 pretty massive ultis. And Fiendscape, actually. They're 3 big ultis on the suit of Hooligani. So could see Power Rangers just get a free Tormentor or even go for the roast perhaps because of that.
No, definitely get the tier 1 at least here with the push.
Yeah, maybe tier 1 and then Tormentor. They're looking good.
Their timing's looking nice.
Leading the charge. Timings are going to hit pretty early, too, right? BKB's done for Alberca, too. The Butterfly, pretty decent timing is going to be coming out for Naive if it keeps up at this point. For the side of Hooligani, they do now have that Lotus for Mirage. But their team, so I was mentioning like lack of control on the side of Power Rangers a bit, but their team fight is very strong. While on the side of Hooligani, their team fight is quite a bit weaker in particular, more about the pickoffs. Just approaching a 5v5 does look quite a bit harder now at this point. Especially until BKB on Snowy. Which doesn't feel great to have to go for BKB this game, into Overgrowth, Roar, Global, I mean, into everything, really.
Yeah, it's yeah, definitely one of those items that's necessary here, but yeah, it's not going to be the be-all, end-all for turning the game around.
No, but he definitely needs it versus the Luna Eggs too, right? Because he could just get eclipsed and die. Close game on the numbers here. But this Luna is looking pretty damn solid at the moment in comparison. Their current build-up. And the Beast too. I'm just watching Alberca be able to sit back, farm. He's getting to play the Axe Beast. That's the one thing this does do, is it farms super fast too. Sleep in mid with the Aghanim's Pit.
Got the global to keep him safe though. So Nikki Cool's able to blink away from this effort.
A lot expended again. Looking to strike back, Corrupted.
Oh, and they'll drop the Eclipse on him. Sleep comes out. He's going to go for the TP, anything to stop it. The beam comes in. He's still very tanky here, though, on the Underlord. The chase will continue. Another ult. The Roar's there. They want this Underlord dead. And Mirage is going to try and come up with the counterplay, but Corrupted is gone. Mirage is trying to find till the end on the Silencer. We'll get him. But to use pretty much all his mana, and he can't escape this. Alberca and Immersion, they're on top of him. They kill Mirage off. He had to use so much there to kill the Silencer that he just did not have enough to get completely away from the entirety of the Power Rangers.
Power Rangers are playing these fights beautifully. Sure, the initial didn't look so great onto the Underlord there, but then the chase forward, I think he got blocked by his Enchantress for like 4 seconds there on the Underlord. Gets roared, follow-ups there. And Mirage, like you said, it took forever for him to kill the Silencer versus the Pavis.
We'll see it again.
They're trying to get aggressive onto the Quap with the initial go, but Global was ready.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at the start, they felt that it was good that Corrupted was taking so long to die.
But they have no damage. Like, who's coming in to hit anybody here? You can see the TB's thinking about it, but he's so far away. At the point that he gets there, the fight's already over.
Yeah, they're hitting a
Snowy,
huge power spike right now, Power Rangers.
Yeah, Snowy does have the BKB to get involved more, but Mirage, we're seeing him suffer in terms of how much he can do to get in, and just the damage that they have at this point, it does look a bit lackluster. The tree armor blocks a lot. They have this healing that's coming in from the Beastmaster too, at least for him. All these little things are adding up. 4K lead now. Now, Hooligani's team fight is just, it's lackluster, and their damage is pretty single target too. The Storm, the TB, the Bane, the Enchantress, it's really, yeah, it's only one target. They have to burst that first target that they go for. And it's tough versus Global. Which is back up again. Sayu? They'll just throw the Roar.
Yeah, just settle for the Bane. Won't be able to get their hands on anything else, but still more money for Naive.
Getting closer toward the 20 talent as well. That Eclipse cooldown with the Aghanims becomes, what, 60 seconds essentially every minute. And now Roche does shift to the bottom side. They easily can bring this one down. And for Hooligani, they don't have the lineup that can contest this, especially with the number down. This game is looking tough for Hooligani. Even though the TB is still very farmed at this point, it's just the 5v5s. They look hard. They have to start a fight with a pickoff, it feels like, on the side of Hooligani. Or just find the Silencer so he can't use the Global on the initial go.
Oh, amplified damage rune for Power Rangers next play, if they see that. Which they should. If they get that on Naive, they can run down one of these lanes super hard. Yeah, they'll pass over the bottle.
They can force a fight. Top. They'll find Immersion. Galvanized stack for Mirage, much needed.
Both this mid lane and the bottom lane getting pushed in now by Power Rangers.
Might be able to go for both tier 2s here. There is a glyph available.
I think so.
They're just going to focus the bottom one. Smoke and look for a wrap.
Do they want to try and set something up here around the tier 2? I mean, it seems risky. Push him off the tower for now. I mean, Nikki Cole's thinking about the wraparound.
Thinking about it. By the way, Nikki went early BKB, which is pretty damn good versus this pit and lack of control. Corrupted.
The Sonic Wave push back. He's going to go for the TP out, but the Raw's there from Alberca. They're on top of the Underlord, and they'll get him. There's nothing else to dispel here from him, so he's out for 50. And that's the
Power
tier 2
Rangers playing this really nice. They're just constricting map now. They're going to knock on high ground. They still have the DE.
They've got the
Naive wants to
timing.
force it. At least force Heroes back. It looks like that is going to be the case. He's still hanging on to the amp damage for the fight.
And maybe try and get this mid, get this tier 2 here as well.
They see Mirage top as well, too. They have good information of where the storm is if they want to try to go for some type of play on somebody here. DD does get popped. Looks like it'll just be a DD to farm to finish up that Butterfly, which is going to be a really fast timing. Might be at the same time as Snowy's, though. So Butterfly versus Butterfly. But one of them does have an Aghanims to be able to contribute damage into that backline. It's a lot easier. Regen top. Nikki passes the bottle back over. This build is actually pretty cool. It's working. You know, the Vessel did some good damage in the early game, and then just going just a casual Kaya, and then BKB. Super good, because there's the only thing that's going to kill him is if he gets caught in a pit. Because they've got the coverage versus the global, or versus the Bane with the global. So definitely liking the build that he's gone for here. Snowy. Careful. They're playing versus this Tree and Protector, so these trees are starting to give the vision.
Naive. Just chops the Eclipse down onto the poor old Bane.
Problem with playing versus Tree and Protector always is why this hero is getting banned on top of just being an insane laner is your map is... They just have full information. They have wards on one side, they have trees on the other, so they're starting to just know where Huligani's getting outside of the map. And they can play around it accordingly. Up to a 7k lead now.
Tier 2. They won't be able to defend at the moment, Huligani.
Big money. Continues to increase volume here. And again, this game, just to point out, there is going to be a solo crest, as we mentioned, as we see on the silencer, for the Luna. No buff ups from the supports on the side of Huligani for the Terror Blade.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still 1 minute left on this Aegis too, and they're preventing them from farming this triangle as well too, so they're continuing to just get the gold lead, get themselves in this experience advantage too. The TB has hit the timings. The Butterfly is about to be finished. See how much Snowy can do with it. Just the team fights in general, they still look very hard to execute for them. Just the 5v5. Another Eclipse. Almost takes out the supports. Every 60 seconds, you can just throw it out like this.
I mean,
For Huligani, he wants BKB before they look for this next fight.
Okay. And then do you think you go straight away with that timing, or do you... Yeah, because they're probably going to hit the same time that they lose the Aegis on Naive.
I think so. I don't think you want to just let them sit back and go for this type of farming. If they can just sit back and keep getting the Roshans, it's problematic.
So coming down to the end of that Aegis, it's now fallen away from Naive. Maybe time for Huligani to see if they can do something in return. The smoke ups on Seiyu.
Both teams very careful. Aberka gets the roar.
He's going to have backup coming in, though. They're trying to protect Corrupted. Fight comes out, but Alberca, he's hitting pretty hard. Sleep will keep Corrupted safe. And they're coming in with the pit, trying to fight back. Eclipse down on the Snowy, but the BKB's out. They'll kill Alberca off, take down Immersion, double kill for Snowy. Pushing their luck a little too far that time, Power Rangers.
Mirage doesn't even have BKB for the fight here, too. Aberka was just alone. If he has even one more hero there, probably just gets the kill, but just goes for it very split up. We'll be able to find the Enchantress on the back end of things here, but losing a lot. Losing the Beastmaster, using quite a few ultis there, too.
And you're just getting the double with the Terrorblade. Absolutely.
Yeah, Snowy will be very happy. He's got the Hurricane Pike now, getting closer and closer to closing the gap between him and the Luna.
That's the potential of the TB. Certainly scary this game.
Yeah, it's absolutely growing here. They are scaling. Nikki.
You have grip, but there is global available. Global's at the ready. Comes out to stop the grip.
This game, very, very close here on the numbers. 14-14, a less than 4K lead. Ults have now been used from Power Rangers. Huligani's feeling strong with that. They have BKB finished up for Mirage. They're going to look for the fight themselves here. No overgrowth. Roar back up in about, 5 seconds.
Looking for a straight for Nikki. They know his BKB's on cooldown. They know that there's no global to keep him covered. As soon as he blinks in onto the mid, they kill him.
He gets punished. Naive.
Ooh, and a good pit.
Portal.
He's going to catch the three of the Mirage. He's ready to go back in with his BKB. See Naive try and stand his ground with the BKB, and the Eclipse coming down onto Mirage, but Mirage is able to zip away with the final bit of mana. He'll survive.
Oh, and this is without meta. This whole time, the fact that Snowy's able to play aggressive like this is huge. That was the BKB from the Luna and unable to take the fight. Huligani hitting their timings now.
Yeah, big pushback around the Terrorblade.
And the TB now has gotten to the point where he is even / ahead of the Luna. So I was saying, this is where the TB likes to play in this matchup. And overall Storm, right? The Skiro, it does scale super hard. Quap, Nikki can't die a couple more times here. Even though we do know Queen Pain also scales, most of the times you do see these Storms take over as the game progresses. That whole lead now, at least in terms of gold, is gone. Same for experience. Watching some of these teams is always super fun when it's, not the tier 1s and all that, because these small little mistakes, they compound pretty massively as well. This bottom one in particular, going for the roar play. Now this is compounded into 2 or 3 follow-up mistakes that we're seeing Huligani take advantage of. The TB essentially now just got like 2 full items just off of that sequence.
Yeah, he's terrifying. They've got to find him with some sort of blink roar to start the play. If they don't get their hands on this Terrorblade, he's just going to auto-attack and just destroy everyone with the right clicks. Especially when he has this MKB, which is pretty much done.
No more roars on Underlords. I think you just specifically have to roar the TB in 90% of the scenarios now. Well, on the other side, they have a little bit more liberty of who they can go for these grips.
They're so
Snowy.
close to finding Snowy. That's
Insanely close if they catch him there. Both carries they're so important for the team fights. They're everything.
Yep.
And now the MKB is done.
Every ultimate's up for both sides.
Oh, who gets the better jump?
Mirage. He's going to zip across. Gets the Vortex onto Nikki Cool. Nikki Cool has to put the BKB immersion. He's going to be the first one to go down very likely.
Grip. Global.
See if they can turn in. Snowy moving into position. Looking towards Naive. Naive's got the BKB. They'll finish off Corrupted. He's going to try and TP out, but the damage from Snowy is too much. He tears through the Luna. They've got their eyes on Alberca. He's been dusted. Mirage, not a huge amount of mana to play with, and the dust does come to an end. So Alberca will continue to run, but yeah, Mirage has got a gem on him. So they can stay on top of him, kill him off. Snowy getting another solid cleanup as the Terrorblade. And in a game where he's only going to get stronger and stronger, and it's going to get difficult for Naive to keep up as a Luna in this hero matchup.
Perfect timing for the fight. MKB literally just got picked up. So he just is able to full focus fire versus that Luna. Nikki, a pretty aggressive blink again, puts him into a dangerous spot. Right after this here, we do see it come out. Still gets gripped up. They pop the global afterwards too to cover it. It's a good fight. This TB is able to just walk into the fights and just pick and choose which target he wants to go for now at this point. Now he's the one going for the Roche. This is not where Power Rangers wants to be. The game is flipped.
Yeah. I mean, do they have to keep taking the fights like this in this way? Because this was another time where they just kind of all-inning on the Underlord first here.
I'm not sure why they're doing that. I don't know. I guess they're feeling like he's a big problem in terms of just how much control he is putting out in the fights and how much damage he's mitigating, but it's just allowing Snowy to free target, and he's not getting roared in any of the fights, so. Now he has MKB. Now he has an Aegis too. I think you have to roar this TB. Getting to the point where they're super strong now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Two or three incredibly decisive fights for them, bringing down the chorus and now onto the high ground. Meta's at the ready here for Snowy too. What do you do, Power Rangers? Gotta execute the fight better.
Get the roar. It's the Eclipse. Sonic Wave. Can't kill him the once. He's fine. Able to sunder back up to full HP,
now
and
the
then put the
Luna.
grab on a Naive. Naive has to BKB and run. Overgrowth will hold back Hooligani for now.
Just hold them back, though. They want that overgrowth for when they're attacking, not just holding people away.
Snowy's
Snowy.
back in. Cleaning up the barracks here. Plenty of time on the Aegis.
Back up and reset. Meta was used. They got the range racks. They got the melee racks. Massive fight wins. These last 10 minutes, it's all the side of Hooligani. Storm Spirit now, after having BKB done, Witchblade, Parasma about to be finished up. They've just gotten so much gold out of these last few moments. Full items being delivered for each hero. Snowy now can go for Disperser, so another Dispel versus the Overgrowth versus the Global. And can protect his buddies with it, too. Now game's looking quite difficult for the side of Power Rangers unless they can get some type of better execution in terms of how they start the fights, because these last 2 or 3 have been pretty disastrous for them.
Yeah, they have to find a way to all in onto the Terrorblade, but Snowy's been good with his positioning. I mean, we saw this from the last game. Sure, at the end, he kind of got caught the 2 times, but outside of that, he kind of knows where to be. You know, on his Drow,
That's very
was
true.
rarely getting caught, and again in this game as the Terrorblade, they've only got him the once.
He's showing up last to the fight, which I think is really important, right? They're just putting the Underlord in, the Storm is zipping in, forcing reaction, and then Snowy's being able to just walk in and get clean up. So Power Rangers, next timing, close to having the refresher for the silencer. And I think the big thing is just they have to execute better. They have to get on top of this TB, have to get the clips on, can't just let your Luna die first. Naive's gone pretty all in with the build now, too. Refresher been picked up here, so not really a stand toe-to-toe versus a TB kind of build.
Top tower has fallen.
Oh, God. They're going to want to hit the base.
Yes, Satanic. My God.
Dealing with this Terrorblade.
Literally 2
is-
full big items.
Yeah, this is the point of the game that they dream to be getting to. Here, Hooligani with their Terrorblade pick.
Let's see if they can execute the team fights better on the side of Power Rangers in these next few ones. Almost refresher for the silencer. They have the refresher for the Luna. TB is sieging. Alberta. He's in.
Roar's there.
It's
Nothing
very
else.
far. I mean, that's a roar, and now it's on cooldown for 60 seconds. Looking to perhaps try again.
Very hard to stop this illusion push.
Especially with no
Track
roar now.
Scott. Mirage. Looking for Nikki Cool. Get away. Now Broker's trying to walk up, but of course, yeah, the Raw's still on cooldown for 20 seconds, so he hasn't really got much to do other than pop the BKB and run. They'll drop an Eclipse, but they're able to
And the
walk
pipe
out of
just
it, and
blocks-
not before they've finished off the racks.
And Pipe, honestly, this Pipe is being incredibly effective that because the Luna went for the double, the Aghanims refresher build. So he can just block the majority of this damage now at this point also. Just walk in, finish off the racks, reset. Meta's going to be coming back up in, 30 seconds or so? They can go for it again. Power Rangers have to find a way to kind of flank, it seems like. They can't just let them get the illusion set up.
I think
They do have the refresher for the silencer. So they're going to have to somehow get this execution.
Sure. Because for Hooligani, as long as they don't let Snowy get caught on his own, they're going to be feeling pretty indestructible around the Terrorblade.
But if he does get caught on his own, everything falls apart. So it is all about the carry still at this point. But they have been doing a good job of protecting him. And it is hard for them to all in him. With the Satanic, if they don't get the full control, he will be able to just turn it either Sunder or just heal up full. And he does have a lot of protection, as we're seeing. The Lotuses, this time around, not like last time. Hooligans, they didn't really buy him that game. This game, they're like, okay, guys. They're buying these Lotuses, being sure to have the protection versus the TV, for the TV and for the Storm. I'm just very shocked that they didn't buy any Lotuses last game. Alberca, how's his refresher looking too? Maybe they wait for that for the next Roche fight too, so then they'll have the double roar to potentially full lock down the TB.
Yeah, should have the 25 as well by that time.
Because that's like they can
Just got
still
another
execute
wisdom.
it, right? Because the gold is very even. The carries are still super strong. It's just all if they can actually get the lockdown. Because if they don't, yeah, Snowy's just gonna kill absolutely everybody. And also, it's now it's starting to not just be about Snowy too, right? Mirage, even though his net worth isn't the highest in particular, he's 25. So now these bounces are gonna come into play too, and hooligans they're gonna look for the smoke.
And if they get a good hit here, they might just have the position to just close this game down.
Yep, if they get a good catch.
They will destroy
Nicky
the base.
was TPing and canceled because he got scared. So he's gonna have to do the long.
Okay.
Oh wait, I think he was TPing and his illusion rune auto popped.
Oh, that might have. I think you're absolutely right. As he just sent illusions out around there.
There's illusions in the top side.
He just left them there. Yeah, 100%. You're 100%.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah,
he was
it did.
TPing and the illusions popped because of the bottle thing.
That happens.
That's actually hilarious.
That happens.
does. Smoking up. So, do they have the refresher on the beast yet? They don't, but he is 25. No 25 on Luna yet. Let's see if they can get this execution. Let's see if they can pop the TB. There's a lot of saves now, though, as we said. Double lotuses,
It's
they have
so
Bane
hard.
sleep. It is not easy to execute by any means this time.
Yeah, 100 to 0 in this Terrorblade seems like a pretty impossible task. They're going to try. They get him
They're
with the
going for
roar. Here's the Eclipse. It's bursted him low. They'll get him.
They get him.
They did it. They burst through him. See if they can get out. The Global Silence comes into play. Corrupted. He'll put the BKB. Look to try and run down till the end. He's going to opt to just BKB TP out. Doesn't want to be a part of this. But they do it.
They got him.
They are able to get in. I mean, that was all Alberca. They're finding the chance to get the wraparound, blinking in, getting the roar off, setting up for the double Eclipses to come in and defeat the Terrorblade.
Oh, and how did he... They knew exactly where he was. I'm like looking. I'm like, there's no vision. They were pinging right where he was standing. I guess they just kind of knew.
Or did they see them enter the
They
triangle
just anticipated.
with the Watcher? Or they just took that back over?
I didn't see. No, they didn't see them, man. That was just. He had an idea of where he was, and he just.
Yeah, he
blinked and went
sensed
for
that
it.
nicely.
They got
mean,
all in. That was before refresher too.
Have a look.
No, he just went. But very heads up.
Yeah, he just sent it, got the roar.
Bottom. Mirage
Does
is alive though.
end up getting caught here, Alberca, after that great jump from him around the triangle. So he is dead for 100. But showing it can be done. If they get in, get that roar, get the globals off, get the eclipses out, the
They're
Terrorblade
still
can
feeling
still
desperate
die.
though. You're seeing the rapier queued up for Naive. They're still feeling like it is an incredible. They have to execute it perfectly,
Alright.
and he's feeling like they have to go for this kind of big item
Sure.
to be able.
Because
to
it was
turn
close as well, right? He nearly survived
was.
on the Terrorblade. Just if there's
Like, well,
one
he got
more
forced by the
something.
Ench.
They fought,
he
yeah, they
got
double forced
Lotus.
him, right?
I think they did everything they could to protect him, though, to be fair. I don't know if they had... The next one, they could have greater healing lotuses that could turn it. I don't know if anybody passed him one of those. Because I see the Storm, Mirage is hanging onto them. So there is potential that, he zips and throws greater healing lotuses onto him for the next one, too.
All right, he's spent up. So that is indeed the rapier picked up by Naive.
All right.
He's all in.
Is he
minute
going to go
until
spell
double
rapier?
ult, though.
He is.
Yeah, oh,
He's
for
going
sure,
spell
right?
rapier.
You gotta,
Hell
It's
yeah.
all about dropping the eclipses, but I said it's still a minute until he has double eclipse up.
Okay. I mean, this is... The damage is going to be... I've never seen a spellcaster Luna with an Aghanim. With a rapier.
There's the Hex! Into the
Jump.
Overgrowth! They're going to try and burst him. Sonic Wave's there, but he's able to get the BKB on Snowy. He gets caught by the Roar. Can they finish him off? Snowy, he's healing up. They've got him.
They get him.
They've killed him. Naive will get caught by the pit. And this turns with the Lucid Beam on a Corrupted. I mean, it's the Terrorblade dead again, so they will hold here, Power Rangers. Hex out.
He's
onto
swapping the rapier.
Corrupted.
Okay. He actually didn't swap it initially. After the first one, he kept it as magic when he was attacking. But either way, did the job, gets the damage. It's overwhelming. He got Satanic and Sunder off and still
That's
died,
huge.
if I'm not mistaken.
And that was just around the one eclipse. Because Refresh Orb was still on cooldown. Now the Refresh Orb is going to be off cooldown. So next time, there'll be the 2 eclipses. So it will be even easier if they get that catch. I mean, he was nearly
This game
surviving
is
with the
so hype.
Satanic. I mean, was the
Oh, and
Sunder on
if-
cooldown? He just didn't get the chance to Sunder anyone because it looked like he had the chance to free cast it. Or was it on cooldown?
I didn't get to see. I think everybody maybe was BKB'd around him too. I didn't get
That's
to
true.
see. I was more focused on making sure if they were actually going to get the... I was honestly looking at the Luna to see if he was unlocking his rapier from magic to physical. So. Roche, they'll get it. Dude, Power Rangers, if they're able to do this again in similar fashion to how this last game happened, that would be so massive.
I mean,
for
I said this team's definitely going to be winning over the fans in terms of entertainment value. Power Rangers, absolutely.
I'm already being won over.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest. Because Huligani, I was expecting them to come into this one having a pretty clear advantage, but definitely not the case. Power Rangers,
Yeah.
they're looking cool, and with their own
yeah.
ideas too, as we're seeing.
Yeah, but both games as well, the fact that Huligani have been in a position where it's looked like they were going to do it, and Power Rangers, have been able to turn them around and kind of get the game this later stages where they swing the gold lead back in their favor, and Naive both times doing it in entertaining ways. Game 1 with a first pick Magnus carry, and Game 2 with some Divine Rapier Magic Luna action.
Hell yeah. And Nick, you going Vessel, Quap, right?
Yep,
It's just
something
really interesting
different.
stuff that's working so far. Yep. Refreshers coming back up. They've got all their ultis at the ready. He swaps it back to Magic. They're ready to fight.
They really are.
Okay, now now for Snowy. Now the question is, what do you do something to switch? Do you have something else you guys can think of to protect him? Do you just get, where's your glimmers?
Well, I think
Someone
it's
get a
on your
glimmer.
team. Yeah, you got to look at your teammates.
Like someone else, maybe perhaps you look for something else, another force, something to just try to bail him out.
I
'cause
wouldn't
they're
mind
all in
another
it.
Force. I mean, Force has got to be the biggest counter, right, to getting him away from the Eclipse. Obviously, they can still cast the Eclipse on, like, the Quap, and then the Quap can stay on top of him. Yeah, I don't know.
Or maybe you just build for yourself and you start to scale and you just go, okay, TP might die in the fights, but the rest of us are going to be able to do a lot because they're throwing everything onto him. Not sure. We'll see. Hex, as you said, Immersion, it's got that finished. And we're going to see if they can keep all inning. Because if they do, we're seeing the fight just fall apart for Huligani. Even though the Storm, as we said, is strong, can't do it on his own. And I like this, by the way, just also because you did mention it, right? The Hex for Immersion was used that last fight. I like that he did this over the Aghanims, because he did have the Ags queued for some time. Does feel like this is much more effective in this game, since it's all about bursting that one core. This game is tense.
It is. I mean,
Even though it's the 2 racks advantage, it's no longer, again, just like last time, not clear cut for Huligani. Not by any means here. Tree giving vision, getting good information of where the side of Huligani is. They all go top, follow around their Beastmaster, who now we're seeing Alberca queuing up the next item. Going to be going for that Nullifier, so then those Force Staves, not going to be as useful.
Here we go. Smoke time from Power Rangers.
Let's see how long on the Aegis. They still have 2 minutes, Nikki.
I mean, they've just got to keep this Terrorblade so safe. Don't let Snowy get roared. If he gets roared, it's game over. Oh, Brawl's going to be used on the Ench instead. I'll drop down the Lucid Beams. Second Global will come in and save him from the Fiend's grip. Another round of the Eclipses dropped down to kill off the Bane. Mirage is going to look to fight back. Those both Globals and both Eclipses used. Mirage gets the pullback onto Nicky Call. He'll try and blink out, but they've got him. The support's both dead on Power Rangers, and now Huligani can set up to try for Nicky Call. He had the BKB ready for round 2. Up to the high ground, and TP's out. He'll get away, but they live through that time.
They didn't roar the TB, right? They roared different targets. TB's able to walk in, start doing his thing. So, yeah, that's kind of nice. And I'm seeing, okay, so they're doing Wind Waker. That's going to be the pickup.
Oh, yeah,
so he was going to go Wind Waker.
That's the big save, yeah.
The thing is, there's going to be a Nullifier eventually. That's the one reason why I wasn't fully considering, but at least will be one of those protections. Back the other way we go. Smoked up, Huligani. That was a lot used, right?
It was both Globals, both Eclipses. It was both.
Okay.
Yeah. And they found out Alberca outside of the base. He's going to get the roar off. The pit's out.
Buybacks.
And Alberca, he's gone. He does not have buyback. He's out for 2 minutes.
He does not. He's spent. I guess he didn't have a buyback anyway, so. TP out from the Underlord.
Nicky Cole, he jumped
jumping in.
Okay. He will be able to jump out, but my goodness.
Super short.
All right, first Eclipse is back up. 50 seconds until the refresher.
Corrupted onto the high ground. That was his refresher used as well, too, for the Fiend's Gate.
Global in 10. And the damage has been done.
they'll be
They're
able
going to be able to get the mega
megas.
creeps. Yeah, that barracks is
Okay.
gone.
What they were trying to do in that last game for so long, weren't able to get it. This time they do get megas without losing any of their base as well.
This is rough without the Beastmaster.
70 seconds.
They need that Raw. And that last Raw, not the Raw. Going on the Ench.
Nikki. Buildings are dropping.
10 seconds
Naive.
until double Eclipse.
He's got the blink. They only have one global. They got
Double
to go
Eclipse to
for
the
it.
ready. Double Eclipse is ready. Nikki Cool jumps in. He's going to
See
get
what he
caught
can
by
do.
the grip. They're going to take out the Hex into the Eclipses.
That's
He'll
the
do
2.
it. That's him gone.
He has buyback.
He's going to buy back immediately. Get the route onto Mirage, but a defensive Nightmare comes into play, keeps him safe, and Knife's in
Naive.
trouble. The impetus is from Respect, bringing Naive down low. They've got him. They've killed off the Luna. Naive out for 100. They should be able to close this up now. Hooligani onto the Ancient. As there's no more hold here left for Power Rangers, we are going to a Game 3.
Probably pretty appropriate with how the teams are playing. Seem to be pretty evenly matched, although Hooligani looks to have a bit of an advantage in both of the games. The Power Rangers are making them work for it.
Nicely closed up there. And again, something about the games that you're going to draft really in the player Power Rangers, right? They do seem to put themselves in this position where everything has to be executed perfectly, right? Last game it was around these kind of Magnus RPs. This game it did end up coming down to, Raw into the Aghanim's Eclipse from the Luna to kill the Terrorblade. And if they don't land that combo, they're not killing him. And at the least at the end, as we saw, they weren't able to kill him twice. Buyback is always going to be quite a nice little counter to that style of play. And yeah, Hooligani ended up closing this game up around the Terrorblade, which, despite the fact that there were those couple of times where he did get blown up by the combo, that was pretty much it, right? That was the answer to the Terrorblade, and if that didn't land, the Terrorblade was going to likely walk home the win here in the later stages, considering the matchup.
I think overall they played, they fixed some of the mistakes from that first game where they played too overzealous, too overconfident, and I like that they went for these items, right? They went for the Lotuses, they went for these different protection stims. They allowed Seiyu to be the one, the 4 protect 1 in essence in a way because of the way that they itemized for him too, unlike that first game. I think if they did this in the first game, it probably would have been something similar, right? Because it felt like you said, for Power Rangers, a very similar kind of, we need to perfectly execute the team fight in order to be able to win these team fights. And they did a couple times, but interesting. Very, very interesting type of series we got going on here. And yeah, as I said, an appropriate Game 3, because it does feel like they're pretty cool matched up, even though I do like Hooligani a little more. I'm liking what PR is doing.
Yeah, Power Rangers are definitely coming in with the entertainment value, but it does feel like Hooligani have played it kind of safer with both drafts, and this time around the safe draft did work out. In Game 1, the safe draft was kind of close to working out. So Power Rangers definitely taking a riskier route here through this series. We'll see how Game 3 goes, but as for this Game 2, very close on the numbers. That Terrorblade last pick, definitely feeling very good outside of getting blown up by the Eclipse combo. The matchup felt great. Snowy, once again, also outside of getting caught by those ultimates, had a very nice overall game, right, in terms of his farming and his positioning. Yeah. Maybe, honestly, if that mid lane went a bit more favored for Nikki Cool, they would have had more of a chance, Power Rangers, of kind of running over the game.
True.
But the reality of it was, right, Mirage played that lane really nicely as the Storm and stopped Nikki Cool from having an easy start.
Yeah, I'm mostly just happy, of course with some of the play, but I'm just looking at this finishing game score. They're playing versus Silencer, and there's 4 Lotuses. Last game they had 0. I still just can't believe that they had 0 of them. So I'm glad they have these dispels. They played a little bit. They played cleaner in this one too. Not as many mistakes as that first one. Still some mistakes though. So Power Rangers absolutely can go for this in the third game.
Yeah, very, very, very close series playing out so far here. Who knows who's going to be able to take the win in Game 3. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a short break, and then we're going to be back with Game 3 of Hooligani versus Power Rangers.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, high hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the European Regional Qualifiers for the International 2026. We're getting ready for Game 3 now between Hooligani and Power Rangers. We just had two pretty close games, right, Fog? These teams seem to be very evenly matched. Both times, right, we've had Power Rangers come in with something a little bit different. Game 1, we had some Carry Magnus from Naive. Game 2, we had some Aghanims, Refresher, Divine Rapier from Naive's Luna. So a lot of fun stuff from Power Rangers. Worked out for them in Game 1. Did not work out for them in Game 2. Let's see where it goes in Game 3. Because I think it's kind of hard to tell, really, with what we've seen. Both teams absolutely having a shot of closing up the win on this series.
Yeah, for Power Rangers, both times, at least so far, right? They're doing it with global, at least, right? They're trying to play around this global. So let's see. Yeah. Let's see if they switch around from it, because both drafts felt kind of similar about let's focus one target, pop global, reset, etc., play like that. It worked the first time. Second time, they start to find the answers. Thank God they bought Lotus Swords. I still cannot believe they did in the first game. I'm going to keep saying it, but let's see what we do get different. I'm hoping for the more of the same from Power Rangers, to be honest with you. Not just the silencer in particular, but just a bit of a different kind of style of, I don't know, like even the quap build, right? Like just some change-ups. Because it does seem like they are on the back foot in this matchup overall, so I do want to see them go for these type of, not to say risky, but just different.
Let's have a look. Time to get into the draft.
Let's have a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, for Game 3. See what surprises Power Rangers has in store for us. And if Hooligani is going to continue to keep it pretty standard with the draft.
Is Drow going to make it through?
I mean, if it does... No, I don't think so. I think Hooligani will ban it. They won't let Power Rangers first pick it.
I think so too. Yeah, I think we'll have similar as what we just saw in this last game. I don't know about a first Storm pick, but probably something along that lines. But I will say, you know, I think I still would have preferred if Mirage went Greaves this game.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Could have maybe done more than the treads. Look at the tree.
Okay, tree again. But they do get a trade this time around. It's going to be the Storm again.
Oh, no, I don't mind that.
Banned? Wait, I see. Tiny was what was banned before? There was something else banned in the last game, right? Wasn't it the Doom or something? No, it was Tiny. Never mind. Okay.
It was the
My bad.
right. Yeah, Drow Tiny.
Same ones.
And honestly, Mirage, whilst he didn't necessarily go for that build that you want to see, like his play was very good, right? He went into a matchup.
Yeah.
Quap was picked against him, and he came out on top of the first few waves. Like this guy was playing very nicely the lane on the Storm, so I can see why he seems to be a player that they're happy to just pick him the Storm first pick and be confident that he's going to do all right in the lane.
Especially also because of the first game, right? Because he did super good and ended up losing the game as the Ember, where he's now like, you know what? I'm going to pick the hero that just scales better,
just get him
just
the
in case
Storm.
of things.
Yeah, because it will get banned, you know, clearly.
It will.
Pick it first or pick it early.
And like you said, yeah, his Storm, it was really good. It was. Even though he didn't go for the Grease build, he owned, and we're not seeing those, you know, the Quaps, because they don't go for the 2 points in Shadow Strike as early, but he did this game. You know, he did go 2-0-1, and he still got owned in the lane, so. What's the next ban? Do they want to just get rid of Silencer? There's already a change-up, of course, as we see. The Underlord is banned. Power Rangers did not like to play versus that. It did feel like one of the most important heroes, to be fair, for Hooligani. The pit was devastating for them in the mid-game. Same too. Do they formulate something different? Or are they going to just go for the Silencer again, like you said? Because
I think they probably do just get the Silencer because they like it against these two heroes, the Bane in particular. And in fairness, they feels like they just like it straight up, you know, regardless of what the enemy's got going on. They really like the Silencer pick.
Yeah, sure.
I do think they'll do something different for the carry, though. I don't think TI15 will want to, or Naive will want to go for the stress of playing like this Aghanims Rapier Luna again.
No. I think he got kind of forced into that position because they wanted to have something that does good in the lane that can actually pressure in a way, but I think we might see something quite different. Because, like, do you want to play 3 games of Silencer in a row? Maybe you do.
He does.
They do.
He does. They like it. And again, like it has its merits for sure.
It's
against
good for
what
Spain Storm.
Hooligani have opened with, yeah. They just clearly really like playing the Silencer.
Let's see if he goes Greaves this game, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Power Rangers.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Ooh, Lesh for the
Well,
mid.
that's very different. That is extremely different. This is more about forcing the issue and getting an advantage early, too. Like, Quap is, but Quap can't take buildings. Lesh can take buildings and snowball off of it.
10 seconds.
I just haven't... When was the last time we saw a Lesh, Owen? We've seen a Magnus and a Lesh in this series.
We
What
had-
the hell is going on?
Didn't someone play it last LAN? I feel like there was one.
Was it an IO Lesh or something, or was it...
I don't
just a
remember,
Lesh?
but indeed, it's a rare one. It's a very rare one.
It is. It's a risky one. He does see his mid matchup, so immediately he does feel good, because sometimes if you pick this Lesh, you get Queen of Pain and you're miserable, or you get Vipered and you're miserable.
The thing is, though, seeing how Mirage did against the Quap, I feel like he's got a chance of doing well against the Lesh.
Yeah, I agree.
Like with how well he was playing his Storm.
Oh, and this time Clock was banned last time, though, right? This time they get Clock and the Beast in comparison with Power Rangers. They did get that Beast last time that, even though he went the Ags build, and I'm still unsure how much I was crazy about it, because I do love Overlord.
Yeah.
This game is a fantastic Overlord game. Playing versus Silencer absolutely hates playing versus Summons. This is a really good Beast game. Cutting the trees as well versus the Treant Protector.
Seconds remaining.
And this looks really good from Hooligani this time. The Lesh just throws me for a loop right now, because I don't see this hero almost ever anymore.
And they've got
Did
to
you
have
check
something.
if someone played it, by the way? I don't know.
Oh, I did not. No.
I'll check.
I feel like I remember seeing a game.
I feel like I saw one also. Was it DL?
No, I think it was
I
a
can't
Blast,
remember.
wasn't it?
Maybe it was. I'll check. It's gonna
I
take
want
me
to
a
say it
second,
was
'cause I'm
picked
bad at
there.
this.
Someone played a mid.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right, because it's sounding familiar.
Power Rangers.
Dire team ban.
Go the Necro route this time for
Okay.
Naive, so switching it up once
They're pretty
more.
all in already, right? You're already seeing the way that they're building their draft. They're looking to stomp the early game. Hmm.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
There's quite a bit that goes through versus this Necrophos at the moment here, but does have coverage
Sure.
of Silencer and will have the the refraction / living armor.
Oh, yeah,
We'll
so-
ban the Muerta.
I was going to say,
That's
it's a good
ban.
job they banned that. That would have looked like a very nice Muerta game.
Banning Muerta when you have Lesh.
You just have to, right, if you want to play Necrophos.
You just have to, I
It
guess,
just
but that's still like
completely
Seconds.
Yeah.
crushes the hero.
still just feels good. I don't know.
5 seconds remaining.
Whatever. I guess you just have to. But just like Lesh versus Muerta, you just eat the
Sure.
Muerta in most situations. But
Yeah, you just get on top of them. and
Centaur
pump that damage.
ban. The catch on Power Rangers is pretty terrible right now, Owen. They have like no stuns, no catch.
I mean,
They have follow up.
do you not need to ban out Snowy's Terrorblade here?
10 seconds remaining.
It
Like,
looks like
it's-
a really good TB game.
You know what I mean? Is
like
it just
insane versus Lesh and
yeah,
Necro.
like Terrorblade, maybe even more of a problem than Muerta would be. They opt to ban out the Medusa.
Dusa, they have nothing for Dusa, to be fair. Absolutely nothing.
Sure, but once the Medusa was, I guess the Terrorblade argument you can make is obviously if Lesh and Necrophos get ahead, they can get on top of the
Yes.
Terrorblade. But you do still run that risk if you do fall behind later down the line. Terrorblade's going to have the last laugh. But if you're able to run him over, sure, he's less of a concern.
PR is just they're all in kind of in a way, right? With,
Yeah.
With the way that they've banned and the way they've drafted, right? They're like, we need to win the first 30 minutes super hard. With the way that they've kind of set this up here. While for Hooligani, if it gets to later stages, they just probably win if they're not like 30,000 goal behind.
Dire team
Even without these last picks, they have such strong like the Beast and the Storm Spirit. Unless they put Necro off lane and they pick a
They
different
can
carry,
still do that, yeah.
then they can still
do
switch.
that.
They can still do that, so not fully on timer yet. But this looks like a Necro carry.
I would imagine so. I feel like it would be a bit too greedy if they do some Necro Lesh plus a carry as the Tricore.
5 seconds.
Because who would be the playmaker, right? It's like,
Yeah,
okay, Lesh, it's all on
greedy.
you if that's the case. I don't know if I would like them moving this Necro off.
I mean, what are the top offlaners still in?
The big three are banned for me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, the bans have hit a lot of them.
Doom is in the pool.
Doom won't be bad,
I don't know
yeah.
if you want to play that.
I think Doom's fine.
I mean,
I like
Doom
that.
for...
Doom's nice.
Can't Hooligati just play like a Doom carry and they just like win?
Radiant team pick.
It's Doom the Necro, right?
Okay,
They'll take
off.
snap. So something more about the early game. Something to bring things together for their draft. But they're pretty all in still, I feel like, right?
Ooh,
This
wait,
draft
hold up.
wants to get ahead.
Hold up.
Get ahead early.
TI15/Naive. He used to play safe lane Lesh. Is this a safe lane Lesh game?
Oh.
10 seconds remaining.
Necro
Is there,
mid?
I don't know. Is there, a safe lane, is there a safe lane Lesh game?
5 seconds.
I think maybe Naive's eyes. He's played Magnus carry. He's played.
Oh my god. Oh, and Snapfire carry. Let's go.
He's not doing that. He's not doing that. But I tell you, there's a
You get
chance
percent
for the
damage.
Lesh safe lane with Naive. There is a chance.
Sure, I could see that. But I would
it's
say
probably
very
not
unlikely.
good.
I would say very
You,
unlikely.
you still just put the Necrophos safe lane. But as I said, there is a chance.
I just think that's bad versus Beast, right? The Lesh just can't kill the Beast summons, and then you get slowed by the boars, and your damage is getting split. I feel like
Yeah,
the Necro
it's
on the
true,
safe
it's
lane
true,
just
it's
sounds
true.
better.
Yeah.
Way better. Well, you've got a lot of time, Hooligani, so you get to pick. You know that, I mean, Power Rangers essentially is on a draft that wants to snowball, get ahead, and play super far ahead, and then look to close out with that advantage. So if they can just slow the game down, that's kind of the name of the game.
I think now with the snap though, it's too much for the Terrorblade to try and get through now. It's way too risky to try and pick a TB and hope that you don't crumble in 40 minutes. So they go with
they'll go for something
the
they can
Nature's
fix.
Prophet, a bit more active.
Yep. Very active. They actually have quite good ways to react to global movements and set up around the map here. So pretty different styles of drafting from both sides and different styles from what we've seen, at least in these last games. We have Hooligani going for more of like a pick-off kind of draft that eventually would hit its timing, while Power Rangers has a super strong group up, very strong team fight draft.
I mean, once again, like in all of the games so far in the series, right? It is Hooligani with a much more kind of traditional for this patch draft, right? It's not anything crazy. It works. It makes sense. And Power Rangers, they're trying to slip in their own bit of flair with this mid Leshrac for Nikki Cool. I mean, what
This is
do
all
you
magic
think?
damage.
Because I
It's
feel
like
like
it's
when you
legit
look at the
all
draft,
magic.
Hooligani's it feels good. It feels good. The global play, the global pickoff potential, so many ways to set up, get Snowy involved early, which is going to be the major difference, right? I feel like on his Drow and his TB, he was more kind of like AFK. Now in his Nature's Prophet, he gets the opportunity to be a little less AFK in the early to mid game.
Yeah, this is curious because it's a lot of single target though on them again, right? So they are looking to go for that kind of split off, pick off kind of game. While Power Rangers is just looking to set tempo. But if they don't set that tempo on Power Rangers, they're screwed, right? They have to be playing with an advantage, have to be playing pretty fast versus this lineup. Eventually, ball will just say what they have, like this tri-core versus like a 1.5 core on the side of Power Rangers. So let's see if they because most of the games they've been behind in the early game.
I see two pretty close games so far here from these two, Hooligani and Power Rangers. Game 3 now. We'll see who's able to get the victory.
Let's see how strong this Nature's it's going to be too, because a lot in these games that I've seen, this NP, when there's no gap closing, this NP goes absolutely crazy. And not really gap going. I've seen these NPs just be able to sit in the back pretty hard.
I do like the MP pick. It's a solid
MP.
close for the draft. Immersion though.
Sneaking.
Some good info to set things up. Might be able to... It's kind of hard with the heroes they have actually to go for the first, but let's say he's completely out of position.
May go for the NP. Immersion breaks.
Yeah, they can't go for the first, but they just don't have a great way of getting a catch on someone around this
There's no
level 1.
Just awkward disables for them.
Yep.
Similar to last time. Just kind of like lacking stuns, lacking catch. My biggest concern really for Power Rangers is just if they don't get off to a hot start, they have no catch of finding these heroes that are split around the map all over the place too. So let's see how these lanes do end up going. And let's see how Nikki Cool does on the Lash, a hero that is
mean,
probably one of the least played mids. So.
Is this a tougher matchup for the Storm, or would you say the Quap matchup should have actually been the tougher one out of these two versus the Lesh and the Storm?
They both can put pressure on a Storm. It's just in the past, it's been the Quap that can put more pressure because of the way the dagger functions. So I feel like Mirage, I think he's going to be okay again.
Bottom lane.
So good in that last matchup, and things have changed. Bottom.
They're going to go for the first blood here. They catch him by surprise, and they'll set up for Alberca to start with the first blood.
Nicely done. I like when I see teams do that. I feel like we don't see them do it enough, really. I feel like getting these first bloods in lane, it doesn't cost too much, just TP or take the gate afterwards, so. I do like when we see teams be able to set up for that here.
And then with the lane
First wave,
setup.
Nicky's doing better than last time.
That's true. So far on the first wave. The top lane, how much of a risk is Naive going to be at in this laning stage? Like, he's obviously having the backup of a silencer support. Can they punish the Necrophos, or is he pretty happy against the two heroes?
Pretty happy against the two. It's just have to be worried about the TP, right? The 3 or 4 man rotation, because the Nature's Prophet, that's the way that we do see this played, is you just TP to the safe lane pretty early in the game and look to punish. So that's the one thing Naive has to be careful of. Besides that, it should be a pretty safe lane for him. But yeah, the numbers can absolutely collapse onto him, and a lot of these Necros, Owen, they're skipping the damn Ghost Shroud in lane again, and I hate it. I've seen 4-0-2, and I will never understand why.
It's just, yeah, it's definitely going to be a necessity to have a point early against the Nature Prophet TPs. Stop him from getting the right.
Yeah, at least hold the point.
If you Ghost Shroud, they're never going to kill you with that sort of play, it feels like.
No.
At least not in the laning stage.
I just... Like, at least just hold the point sometimes at, like, level 4. I see a lot of people just default take the Heartstop Aurora when it's, like, it's 0.5 health decay. It's really not that much. The other one's a 55 amplification health restoration that blocks you from being... There's a million different reasons to argue for it, so... But yeah, Knife should be chilling. So as we said, Power Rangers definitely looking to have an advantage out of these lanes. The bottom lane, perhaps the one that's not going to have that advantage, but at least they did get that first blood to start things off.
Respect. Just trying to get some XP from this pool that Alberg has been able to make.
He's just sapping. I'm just watching the mid lane because I'm just watching Mirage. He's not getting bullied at all. He's perfectly fine. Not even just getting bullied. He's playing pretty confidently forward, actually hitting Nikki back. Has the bot already finished up. So yeah, looks like it should just be fine.
Definitely trying to do his best to make a case for them potentially being a team
Snowy,
that
bottom.
you've got to consider banning the first phase on the Storm. And they get on top of Snowy.
Big damage.
He's got no help down here. And he's
Fairy
going to go
fire,
down.
not enough. Cool play. I really like what Immersion was doing there. He was making sure that he's doing the same thing that the Bane was doing on the opposite side, but he actually has kill threat when the snap comes forward, so great connection coming in from Alberca. Not something that usually would happen. And the NP usually pretty safe in this lane playing versus the Snapfire, so the fact that they do get this kill at the first 2 levels is pretty important for the side of PR. Top Corrupted is eating that harassment. Seiyu trying to ensure that he can get the range creeps at the least, since it is this double melee lane versus Necro Silencer, but not going to be able to either. So yeah, lanes for PR looking solid. As we said, Mirage is doing good. That lane's looking good, and that kill now puts Alberca in a good spot to get aggressive down here again. Power Snapfire, even in the off lane. So much damage potential.
I have to keep the distance.
Do have the sentry now.
Yeah, we'll make it harder for him to get the angle to set up.
But this is messing with Snowy. I think I've seen him miss like 3-4 last hits, just not being able to walk up properly, get the approach to hit the range creeps.
Immersion still
every
gets the
time
angle.
they go on him.
Cookie's in.
A lot of damage.
Should live, but indeed still kept pretty low by the combo of the two of these.
Usually Bane and NP, it's enough like just harassment that they can end up doing pretty good in the lane. So far, Snow is being slowed down in comparison to the counterpart, the Necro. It's just an absolute free farm for Naive. And I really like the way Immersion's playing this lane.
In the last 2 games he's had, Snowy, you know, they have both been games where he's pretty much had a free lane. So this is going to be definitely a different challenge for him compared to what we've seen so far with the lane setups.
And a bit of a different hero, too. Yes, he's playing a turret.
Yeah.
But this is a turret that is way more active in comparison to something like a Drow or Terrorblade. You want to usually TP and go for an early kill in the laning phase. So far, 4 minutes in, not seeing him look to move. Hasn't been able to find an opportunity, of course.
Bottom. Cookie and blasting onto Respect.
So much damage.
And we'll be able to live.
Now, though.
I mean, they don't really do enough damage to trade back. You know, Alberca and Immersion are going to be able to get away with these attempts each and every time. Won't die to these two
Living
heroes.
armor also. Ooh. Every single time Alberca does get in a danger spot, just gets living armor. Now Snowy again.
They're on him.
Cookie. They got him, I think.
They certainly do. And I tell you, he got... I was like trying to consider because of how good that was for him. I was like, hang on, did someone do that? But no, it was just the neutral straight up. The Wild Wing Ripper dragged him right back into them in such a fashion that was like, if they had control, they would have made that exact play. I mean, that helped out perfectly there for Power Rangers.
I swear, those Wild Wings always grief you. No matter what. If there's a situation where it can grief you, it will. And they'll pull you into that spot. So far, these lanes looking good. That's brutal. 2 deaths now.
They want to try for Mirage. Under the tower's hard, though.
We'll burn some mana. Power Rune, 20 seconds or so. Bottom up Urk has been left alone, but now at this point has 1200 HP. They don't have the highest damage in particular in this bottom setup just yet. That's a big deal. The fact that they killed it. The NP who wants to get involved early, too, is the one that's dying early. 6-minute Power Rune. Will be bottom. Immersion able to protect it for Nikki. Mirage. Can he get it? Nope. Forced to zip away. Has stick charges, so can't distance himself. Won't be able to close that gap. All 3 lanes. Looking like a win right now for PR.
It certainly is. Over 2 times, yeah, definitely we're doing a little bit better off the laning stage, Hooligani. This game 3, much more difficult start for them.
And we're seeing Corrupted. He is going to be going for Dominator. As expected, this game playing versus the Silencer. I even thought that they were doing the last game, so we're going to go for the summons. 2K lead off of the lanes versus the Nature's Prophet. Going to be a slower level 6 than I think Snowy anticipated. Just very good aggression coming out from the tree in the snap. 1-for-1 wisdom exchange. And I do like that. So my concern for the Lesh in particular, right, because this hero's not picked that much, can always run into the vulnerability of just getting burst most times. But he does have some pseudo saves, I will say, right? He has the living armor. He's got Cookie. He's got Global. And then he has the little pulses and all that from the Necro, too. So this might not be the fragile Lesh that we sometimes do see just get exploded if we factor it all in together. Because sometimes these Leshes just die and get nothing off, so...
And talking about the Lesh, isn't this game actually like an insane game to do some like Aghanims Lesh, considering his other cores?
I just don't know if you almost ever build. Eventually, maybe.
Because you know what I mean?
This item is just very bad.
It's going to increase the magic damage by 30%, and your other cores, they don't care that the enemy's ethereal because they're not trying to right-click them. It's all magic.
Sure, but I just don't know when you buy this item, right? Like maybe it's like one of like the 4th items or something. Could be a decent pickup in this game. Problem is, it's just nullifier hard counters too. So there's just like a lot of these different things that make it just a weird item in general to go for. Nikki, max edict. So setting tempo, as we said, they're looking to snowball on the side of PR. With this edict, they can start taking these towers. Bottom tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Should just be able to go for this push here. On the flip side, we are seeing Mirage and Seiyu trying to apply pressure onto the mid tower, but they do not push nearly as fast. Top.
They have Raw.
Follow up.
They're going to try and
Really go
burst
for
him.
this.
It's not close enough.
Radiant's
Back
even
up to
close.
pretty much full HP, and that's a Raw down the drain.
I was checking to see if Snowy was 6, because I was like, okay, with the Wrath of Nature, perhaps. But he wasn't 6 yet, so they kind of jumped the gun on it. I think if they had the Wrath, they kill him. Or at least have a better chance of killing him.
is under attack.
So jumping the gun there, Naive. He should be able to finish the Relic at a pretty good timing here.
Yeah, he's getting super fast farm on the safe lane Necro. It's going to be a problem.
All 3 cores looking hot. Storm is farming, though, as we do see. Mirage not falling super far behind by any means. It's just the fact that this Beast and this NP, the NP in particular, being slowed down is the big one. Losing his
he's
tower
jumping in
this
the mid.
early.
Straight in on top of the Clockwork Mirage. He's got to be careful. I say that. He goes
He's
back
in.
in with the Nature's Wrath. Never mind. He'll try and stand his ground against the 2 of them. TP comes in from Snowy. I mean, there's the
What a
Nature's
play.
Wrath place. He's going to look for the TP out, but the cookie is there. Alberca able to stop the TP. Steps back now, can set up the kisses. Respect stepping up, trying to put a stop to it, but he can't close in for a nightmare, so Snowy still dies. So they will, they get a nice play there around the Nature's Wrath, but it does still result in Snowy dying.
And they're protecting the Rune, too, for when the Lesh respawns. Should be able to get himself that DD. And we're seeing standard build for the Lesh is being queued up. Going to go for the Blink Dagger. I don't know how much you can deviate. That's why I was thinking what he's going to do
It's
with
just
this
yeah,
game.
you
I
can't
think
really
he just
get the
goes
action.
standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe eventually, like I said, but... Okay, I say that and he switches. Wants some HP.
All right, well, just getting the Atos.
Yeah, looks like it. So, okay.
I mean, that extra catch does feel pretty good against the Storm, right?
They have no catch, too.
Yeah.
So perhaps his team is saying, dude, we need someone that's the first go. Someone needs to be the first catch, and then we have follow-up. So, I can understand what this is, too.
Mid?
Blink, Alberca.
I mean, he was not ready for that. Yeah, getting caught by surprise there
I wasn't
by the
ready.
Blink pick up on the snap. Alberca ready to make the move.
didn't
Backed
see
up
it.
by the Global. They'll kill off both of them around the mid. Nice moves there from Alberca, catching Mirage by surprise.
He's looking way more comfortable on this snap, this game, than the one that he played before. Going for the Blink Rush this game rather than the Kaya. Playing super active, having a solid lane as well, too. They are setting the tempo, like we said, we want to see them. 7-2, tower, bottom was taken out, mid tower, half HP as well now, too. And Snowy, 3 deaths for him already in this game.
That's right. Yeah, both of the last 2 performances, right? He was kind of untouched through the early to mid stages. On his Drown, his Terrorblade, he was not getting caught. This time round, it's a different story.
Dude, am I crazy? Click on Naive. He is farming for the last 5 minutes, or sorry, not farming, for the last 3 minutes with his Relic in his backpack. He has a Fairy Fire in.
I mean, that's actually, it's a big brain reason.
It's 55 damage, Owen. Don't even try.
It's a big brain reason. And I'll tell you why it is.
Because he cuts trees and gets mana from them? Shut
No,
up.
actually, I have no reason. There's no reason. There's absolutely no reason. I don't know
Mid
why.
lane.
He
Till the
feels
end,
that he's
just
too
talk.
powerful. You know, he has to put a cap on his power level. Doesn't want to be too
I guess,
harsh
I
on the
don't know.
enemy. So he's like, well, I'll
He
just
wants
farm
the...
I
It's
don't
what
know.
it is. He wants the Quelling for the Sprout, and he wants the Fairy Fire for when he uses Ghost
I
Shot.
mean, you're
if
right.
they go in.
Get
He
that
doesn't want the
bracer
right
out
click
of it,
damage.
though.
Whatever, he's going to have the Radiance in a second anyway. It's coming.
But maybe he keeps the Radiance
out
in the
the lattice.
backpack. Oh, like, at least he moves the Radiance in. That would have been a bit... You know, if he left the Radiance in the backpack, we would have had problems.
Moves the Lotus and not the Fairy Fire. Whatever, man. Let's not nitpick on Naive right now.
Still an incredible Radiance timing from him. And one that's not going to be fun for Hooligani to deal with. Scythe kill comes in,
Gets
Naive.
invite. Nicely done. And I love the way Outburk is playing.
top, look at
I
this
really like
Snowy.
when I see the Blink first.
Nicky Cool's got him.
Nice plays. Power Rangers just needs their own type of drafts. That's what it seems like, right? Their own type of plays. It's like the LGD. You know, they just need to play their own style, and that's when they look the best. This game, this opening into it's looking pretty nice here. Kaio soon finished up for Nicky Cool. Shutting down Snowy so much. That's 4 deaths. Sorry, Naive. My bad to put you on blast there, but he still has the Fairy Fire in over the hill. It gives him 2 damage, that's why.
It's plus 2 damage. That one I can respect. I can respect. Get the Fairy Fire, you know.
Yeah, I
That's, but that's the thing, right? He cares about the plus 2 damage, didn't care about the plus 55 damage, Fogged.
Thank
But
you.
it's, you know, it's all good. He's here now. The Radiance is in.
It's all good. He's got it.
Yeah.
Radiant
It's the he's only just pulsing the creeps anyway, right? So whatever. Early game looking solid. Only a 1K, 1 or 2K gold lead, but pretty decent with the heroes that they have, especially now that they have this first set of core items where they can look to really start to pressure. So let's see how much they do want to pressure, because I would say I do want to see them take these tier 1s pretty early here with this edict from the Lash. I don't want to see them fall behind on towers when they're playing versus NP Beastmaster. Because as the game progresses, they will probably fall behind in the towers if they don't get that advantage. As the split up from Huligani, it is very strong. That's cool from Immersion. A little bit different. Some phase boots to get in between these trees. Quickened Kobold Cup as well. Why not?
Oh. Alberca.
Another catch.
It's going to be another kill here for the two of them. Nice
Alberca.
aggressive moves. Yeah, 4-0-4 on the snap. Absolutely taking over this early game.
He just needed a warm up on it because the first
Yep.
game I want to say
Yeah,
he,
it was rough.
he built a little bit sloppy on it. This one it looks much better, even though they ended up winning that one.
I mean, that game as well, it felt like that was the one where they were sort of thrown into a pretty rough lane, right?
True, it was a drow and die.
Yeah.
Top lane, summons coming in to finish off the tower. Looks like Corrupted should be able to finish that one here. Does get it. How close is he to the Overlord timing? 800 away. So for the side of Huligani, perhaps waiting for that before they look to group up more. But overall, their draft isn't really about grouping up, right? They're farmers.
And Respect was able to steal the wisdom, so they get both of the 14-minute wisdoms.
He was.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, Power Rangers, I do want to see them accelerate on. I don't want to see them hitting creeps with this lineup. Not too much, at least. Bottom. Too close to the tier 1. Can't go for the setup here, respect. But heroes, when they're split up on the side of PR, have to be careful, because that's where Huligani is strong. They have a lot of global pick-off with the hookshot, the Bane, Storm. Honestly, all their heroes are good at picking off. Power Rangers very good at team fighting as a unit, but not the best when they're caught individually. Top. Respect will get the sleep.
Should be
We'll find
dead,
out
Trent.
Do they even use an ulti? Probably not. Can save that roar. Save that Fiend's good for a bigger priority
Mid.
target. Global comes out.
They've got the catch on Mirage.
By the way, again, did go for the treads build. So does have the catch with the global. Gonna have to wait until he has that Lotus Orb for the dispel. It's interesting when we see the
Still a
different
while away.
approaches from certain players.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. A lot of other storms that we've been seeing with it 100% have gone for Greaves builds in these situations.
Yeah. Sorry, I think I misspoke there. My bad. But yeah, no Greaves for him in this game, which means look, every time Global gets popped, he can get killed. But now Global is on cooldown. They have every other ulti at the ready, though, so not the easiest, I would say, for Huligani to set up for the defense. They're probably just going to go for the split push. But that's, like I said, that's kind of what their lineup is designed to do. So Power Rangers, see how much tempo they can set. Because it's just a 1K lead. I think they want quite a bit more. Glyph gets popped for the tower. Snowy, the Mjolnir is finished. He's still, even though he has the 4 deaths, his timings are still pretty good. Just not as crazy catapulted forward as I've seen some of these Nature's Prophet have, where they're like 3K ahead of their counterpart. The tower, Knight gets lasted. See where they go next. Alberca is hunting. This is a nice move. Might just find Snowy.
Oh, he's so
Snowy.
low. He's just
microing. He was microing his treants.
Dead. He was. To be fair, though, even if he was looking at his hero, I think his hero was kind of dead, right?
He was also dead. Yeah. I mean, Alberca's owning this game. This grandma. Truly delivering.
Nice, super fast down timings. See, mid, they were looking for Nikki, but they couldn't get their hands on him. They'll get the silencer.
And it's a super strong timing at the moment for the side of Huligani. Around this Overlord, there's not really the best
Nikki.
heroes on the side of Power Rangers to deal with it.
He's
Nikki,
trying to fight back. He's got Kisses coming in as well to help him out. And that will allow him
He's
to take
taking it.
down Sayu. Nikki will survive the effort there from Huligani, but there's going to be a dead, naive Necrophos in the mid.
very split up for them there. They have to use the kisses to protect the Lash. The Lash can kill the Clockwork, but can't finish off the Beast. I think he also got the summon, the creep at the least there, but Naive does get isolated. Uh-oh. Concerns for Power Rangers. This is not a draft that I want to see them fall behind at all in terms of gold. I want to see them like 3K ahead at this point, if not more. This Overlord is very difficult for most of these heroes to deal with, and they're very magic damage oriented. I'm wondering if Corrupted does go for a pipe this game. I feel like this is like, it's very rare that we see offlaners build pipe, but and this looks like one of the best pipe games I've ever seen. Is the support building at least? Okay, good. Okay, Clockwork's got it queued up.
Yeah,
I feel like when they get this pipe, I don't know what Power Rangers does.
And honestly, the fact that Snowy is like still the same farm as Naive, even though he's died 5 times on the Nature's Prophet, that's pretty impressive, right? I feel like, you know, other Nature's Prophet carries, you'll see them with a 1-5-3 scoreline. They're not going to be top 2 net worth. Like, Snowy is keeping up
this hero
despite the
farms
deaths.
so fast.
Yeah.
If he didn't have the deaths, he'd be like 3k ahead.
Yeah.
If not more, right? So, okay, they're smoking up. Power Rangers, they cannot let this game just slow down. Mirage,
They got him.
they get the catch.
Now we have to bring in Naive here for the Scythe kill.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He'll be getting closer and closer toward Lotus, but another death. It is a
All
global.
respect.
Is going to walk in.
And actually, it looks like he's going to get to walk
They're
out.
flanking. They're flanking. Here comes Corrupted.
They're going to go for the hook shot until the end. Split the silence away from the rest of them. They turn towards Corrupted.
Corrupted
This
is
is
getting
coming. He
blasted.
just gets destroyed. Does not get a chance to get his roar off. And now they could chase on for more. Running down the Clockwork. Sayo will fall.
Snowy dips. They might lose another here too. Respect getting chased out.
That's the jump
Nice
forward.
cookie.
Alberca closes the angle.
Alberca's carrying for the team. I gotta be real on it. This Snapfire is doing everything for them. 8-0 and 5 right now. Every time he's not involved, it feels like things crumble around. Now up to a 3k lead, back into a good spot. That was a forced move too, Huligani, trying to make an aggressive play, and it's them who ends up just getting wiped for their own aggression.
Yeah. I mean, he was trying to get
Perhaps
the
not
wraparound,
expecting everybody.
but he couldn't get the roar off.
No. And I guess maybe, I just think maybe they didn't expect everybody to be there, because he literally just got everything.
Oh, Mirage! He zipped him
Mirage.
for the rune, but dies!
Alberca's ready. Godlike for the Snapfire.
That was a very risky zip.
That's 4 deaths now for him. He's at 0 galvanizing. I feel like Greaves would have saved him like 3 times. Whatever, man. I don't want to keep nitpicking like this, but whatever.
I mean, I think it's one of
Bottom
those
tower.
things that I would be surprised if you check his game. Obviously, he plays a lot of Storm. I bet he's just someone that never kind of shifted into the trying out the Greaves, or maybe he tried it once, he just didn't
Maybe.
like it. You know, it's just a preference thing.
Maybe.
You know, because I imagine there's
Now
still a
Power
lot
Rangers
of mid-Storm players that just will not buy Greaves because they don't like they just don't vibe with it.
Back to business now. Power Rangers now in a spot that I'm happy with. Up to that 4K lead. Looking for Tormentor as well. Starting to set tempo. Taking tier 2 very early now with that bottom rotation too. And might even be able to find Snowy. They're just looking to farm.
He's out. Oh,
Oh my god.
Dyer's top
That was so
tower is under
close.
attack.
Oh, split second. Even Tumblr's toyed. Immersion did everything he could to close the gap. Go back up. Go back for that Tormentor. So, I mean, Huligani's just looking to hit the creeps, take very specific fights, while Power Rangers still probably looking to take most of the battles here. Haven't fully committed yet for this Tormentor. Nice Naive. Didn't want to come down with his team. Does have port, I guess, in 12 seconds. This is one of those when the supports go, hey man, let's go Tormentor, and you're like, I'm gonna go over here and clear this camp and clear this camp and
There we go. They'll join back up.
damn core players. Just wanting 2 extra camps, but he will be able to get them. He'll get the Torm. A lot of sustain in Interrupt. Around the Necro, around this cookie, around the extra heals. And Immersion gets the shard. Really nice one.
Under attack.
Just something that they don't really have on Huligani's side, right? The only save is the Nightmare. And outside of that, I guess, yeah, as you mentioned, it's the pipe timing that's the most crucial one. But before that, very hard to really endure a team fight if one of them gets jumped.
Power Rangers are doing really nice here of swinging, looking for a next fight. Other timings come out. Gonna look for Sui. Look, shut out. He's safe.
Oh, he's going to be fine. Regen Room gets denied.
Heart now for Naive. They can probably go wherever they please. Starting to get a bit too tanky for Huligani to deal with at the moment. But Huligani game, I feel like this game is going to continue being a lot of the same, where it's Huligani on these side lanes. Power Rangers has to deal with these side lanes and eventually get this push going.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Snowy keeping up. You know,
He
the
is.
KDA ain't great, but the farm is good here on the Nature's Prophet.
And eventually, right, they'll have what's probably a triple BKB timing on their draft. Not soon, but eventually, because the Storm now does have Kaya, or the Lotus will be able to go back for Kaya Sanj and then for that BKB too. So a way to always counteract heavy teamfight lineups is multiple BKBs. Continue. Get the catch on bottom. Does have TP follow-up, and they always do have global to cover. Gem being picked up now also for the silencer, so Power Rangers are looking to collapse this lead.
Oh, Wisdom, the Power Rangers a good one. Arcane ready for Nikki.
Probably for Power Rangers, wait till Roche shifts bottom, and then they can look to get a Roshan for themselves. While for Huligani, just still farm. Still probably wait for the BKB on the Nature's Prophet at the least. Maybe even more than waiting for that. Whoops. Sorry, Nikki. No bottled Arcane for you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Trying to get the catch. They'll get the D ward because the Nature's Wrath bounces through all of them. And they'll just go for another tower here. So tier 2s going to try to close the map here. But like you said, Nature's Prophet keeping toe-to-toe with the Necro.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sneaky tree put in the base. Immersion was able to put one inside there, so that's going to give some great information. They seem to know where Corrupted is too. Immersion, does he see him? He does, but Corrupted sees him as well. Goes for the play.
Backup's coming in. They won't back up Immersion. They just let him die.
Good random sentry placement coming out for Corrupted. As the Dust also. Love to see it. Love to see these cores carrying detection.
We are seeing big money build up on the course of Power Ranger. As both, Alberca's got 2.8k gold. Nikki Cool's got 3.2k gold. Both considering what their next big pickup's going to be. I mean, what do they have to buy BKBs this game? What is sort of the call on these?
I'm wondering what their next discussion is, because I'm still feeling like they probably want to be able to. I thought they were going to force Roche right now. I want to see them be doing quite a bit, because if you just let Huligani do this, eventually you're probably gonna lose. This draft is gonna scale super hard as it gets to the really late stages. Maybe I'm undervaluing how much the Lesh is gonna be able to do as it goes on. Nature's Prophet in the past versus Lesh. Once you get to your turrets, you start to be insanely strong, because it's an item he can naturally pick up this game since he's versus Necro. Also, you can go for Scotty on Snowy, and it's an pretty amazing Scotty game versus these two cores. So you. Another catch.
One for Alberca.
10 kills. If he dies, he better not die to the Storm or the Nature's Prophet. He better die to a support.
That's
true.
A
lot of gold.
And they got their eyes on respect as well, so they'll be able to get both supports here up and down the map.
Nice. They're hunting the rats. Right. The way that Huligani's trying to play, PR is swinging around and hunting them nicely.
Both still yet to spend their money. Just holding on a 4.5k gold on Nikki Cool.
Is it Roshan time yet? I think it is now. Now that they got these double kills on the support.
Surely.
So looking to set up for it. I mean, obviously they don't kill it the absolute best with their draft, but I thought they would go for it. I'm seeing Seiyu rocket it like 5 times now.
All right, so
maybe
they're
that's
both
their
going to go
worry of the steals.
for the big purchase of the Hex. So these, with the gold that they built up, these 2 Hexes are going to kind of come out of nowhere from Power Rangers on both Nikki Cool and Alberca.
That is pretty interesting. So the snap one in particular, too, it's not something we really see the snaps almost ever get. So that's definitely going to catch him off guard. The Lesh one, I mean, we've seen in the past, but... Huh.
Because there isn't really the saves, right? It is just the Nightmare. I guess they do have a Lotus, at least on the Storm.
Sure.
Trip them up.
If they just catch the initial, they can perhaps save the global for extra targets, and then they don't have to worry about Lotus, right? They have these hexes. Mirage can't get rid of that.
Yeah, big
Shiva's
iron
picked
times.
up now.
Yeah. Shiva's on Naive, Hex on Nikki Cool, Hex on Alberca. This is a
let's see
big
what they can
timing
get
for
with
Power
this.
Rangers to really hit Hooligani hard.
Right, double hex and the heart that you were mentioning, yeah, so. Alright, and the Shiva, sorry. And the pipe's not quite there yet for Seiyu either. He's been trying to farm it, but he is just a little clockwork, so unable to farm really the best overall. He's close, though. When he gets this pipe, it is going to make a difference in the team fights, since it is majority magic damage from the side of PR.
Is under attack.
How's Snowy doing for the Scotty? He's getting close. That's going to be a big timing for him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just you can see the difference in the styles for all 30 minutes so far here. Hooligani ratting around. PR dictators. They're gonna get the rush. Looking to block the angles. They're like, where's the clockwork? Where's the storm spirit? Not gonna be able to find that angle. Seiyu is just looking for interesting places to farm. He's like, I gotta find my pipe somewhere, and there's nowhere safe to farm, so this is the safest.
How much will they look to go for with this Aegis, though?
It's a good question. Don't think the way that Hooligani is playing is changing, right? It's still exactly the same kind of thing. Soon they're gonna be feeling like they can fight themselves, though. They're not gonna always play like the split push type of style. Seiyu,
Good TP. Gets out of range with potential cookie.
so close.
On
The
bottom.
Chasm Stone actually making it almost catch. And now the Lash.
He's been roared, and they'll kill him the once. So that's the Aegis
Snowy.
out. He's going to go for the BKB TP away immersion. He's got the
Immersion.
overgrowth. Stops the TP out from Snowy. BKB soon to be coming to an end. They'll drop the nullifier onto Naive, but Naive still up at closing with Nikki Cool as they get onto Snowy. The Scythe comes in. The Nature's
Very
Prophet
nice.
is dead.
Really like this play. Good usage of the Aegis. Doesn't matter if you die, just go aggressively forward with it. Get these kills, stop them from being able to just rat around the map. Mirage will be able to just take out the courier, though. And how much can they actually get out of this? They do get a nice Nature's Prophet kill, but doesn't look like they'll be able to get into any type of push out of it here. Back to fighting. Back to finding the rats. BKB done now for the Storm. So I'm wondering now, do you, for the Nature's Prophet, do you want a secondary Dispel, or are you just going to rely on allies? Because the Overgrowth tends to be a problem for a lot of cores if you just have BKB. Usually it's a Manta or a Satanic as the secondary, as a Dispel, but right now not seeing him queue it up.
That's true. Yeah, Satanic would feel kind of nice.
Dire
But
I
maybe
think
maybe
so,
it feels
right?
he wouldn't do enough damage.
Maybe. Power Rangers are starting to get, 6k lead. Starting to get the ball rolling again here with his double hexes, too. Mirage does have BKB, so it does have protection versus it initially, but if he doesn't get the BKB off at first, can't just get burst. Which is a very interesting clash of two different styles from the teams. Naive soon to have the BKB. BKB also soon to be finished for Nikki. Maybe Alberca switches. We'll see if he does still. Because he's on a beyond godlike streak. That's the only reason I'm thinking he might deviate on the build a little here, rather than going full aggro. Because if you do die once on the Snapfire, you're going to give a ton of gold. We'll have to see. Very ready around this strong team fight.
Looks like they're setting up for something down there.
Maybe expecting someone to go through the portal. They were hoping. Not going to be the case. But they will be able to set up for the Tormentor. If they'd like to. Rockets flying overhead.
I mean, they're just waiting.
They're just chilling. Anticipating for someone maybe to TP here. Maybe they're like, oh, maybe NP TP's here or something, but not going to be the case.
Dire's top tower.
Meanwhile, the whole map is getting pressured now. The Nature's Prophet Treants pushing the top tower also. How's Snowy's next item looking? Small crit. He's got to be careful, as we said, with the BKB in particular versus that Overgrowth. So he's going to be one of the most annoying things for all these cores. He gets it. Ooh, I think he does. For one of the first
That's
times I think
nice.
me and you are casting, the Silencer does not get the shard. Neither of them.
That's true, yeah. That does tend to be the case.
Usually ends up getting the most useless shard ever. Instead, they get two very good ones. They get the tree one and they get this Lesh one, which of course has got it nerfed in time, but still very effective in a lot of situations.
But
9 to 22.
It is slowing back down.
Oh,
And-
Alberca.
ooh. Okay, Global Silence comes out as well as the Hex onto Mirage. But Alberca,
Oh, this is so much gold.
he's got Immersion coming over to help out. Gets the Overgrowth onto the two of them, but Alberca is still going to die.
Dollars.
And might get more here, Mirage.
Big
Straight over
dollars.
Immersion, finds him in the trees. Both of them
And a
dead.
gem. Uh-oh.
I mean, it's just slowing down again from Power
It's
Rangers.
slowing down too much.
It just feels like they're not doing a huge amount.
They're splitting up too much, too, is the problem. I know, I can see that they're like, oh, we're near this next item, right? I think maybe they're saying that, hey, we're near the next item. Let's split up a little. But the whole concept around Hooligani is split them up and catch them when they split up. And right there, we see it come into play, and Mirage gets the absolute biggest kill he could have gotten in the game. How much was it? What, 1,300 that he gets from it, at least? Plus a gem
Right, put him
steal.
well on the way towards getting the Parasma.
Yeah, pretty absurd that he's able to get that. And the levels you get from it, too. He's now level 23. This Snapfire was higher level than him, if I'm not mistaken, just a moment ago. There's a risk when you go for these type of drafts where you feel all in, but you have difficulty kind of just forcing you all in. Hooligani just doing great at splitting the map up. We'll find another pick off to Snowy. Good carry contribution. And then now he is queuing up the Satanic as the last item. So just looking to get to this type of scaling before he has that Dispel.
I mean, he's just massive. It's just farm's been
He's just
insane.
chilling.
I mean, I guess, you know, as I said, this is the case with these good nature's Prophet players. It doesn't matter if you kill them like, what, 5-6 times. They will farm. And we're seeing that here. You know, 3K ahead of that of the Necrophos. You know, and Naive, he's had as free as a game as you could kind of hope for as a Necrophos, right? He's only died the once. He's been able to get an insane amount of farm, but it's just that you just could look at the CS difference, right? He's got 450 on this Necrophos, but Nature's Prophet being Nature's Prophet, he's got over 600 CS here, 35 minutes in.
Yeah. And I think when we started the game, right, I was like, if it gets to 35 minutes and this lineup is not like 10K to 15K gold behind on the side of Hooligani, they are very likely to just take this game. So Power Rangers, I mean, they got to go again. I don't want to see them slow down.
Yeah,
Get a fight
they
win,
can't.
Get something.
Yeah.
Don't let this game
Oh,
slow down. Don't
Immersion.
split up.
He's got his eyes on Snowy, but
got
does
eyes
not
on
have
who?
anyone connecting with him. He's going to use the Overgrowth. Alberca comes
Alberca.
in, and we'll be able to take out Respect. Can they do anything
Snowy
about
doesn't have
Snowy here?
No TP.
He's got BKB. Backup's coming over. The Hex will catch him. They look to try and burst him here with
Burst!
the cookie. They've got him.
Got him. There we
They'll
go.
bring down the Nature's Prophet. The fight will be theirs, Power Rangers.
I think he had TP'd to base earlier and then TP'd out for the kill, so didn't have the TP to immediately TP away after getting the kill on the tree. Ends up getting killed to help out his buddy. They will recover the gem, but good kills for Power Rangers. Can they turn it into anything, though? Because they do get it.
Yeah,
nice
it's like,
kill
okay, they've
again,
killed the Nature's Prophet. They've got to do something.
but now what? Roche is, what, 30, 40 seconds or so? Corrupted. Was looking to go for the setup here onto Alberca. Won't be able to close that gap. Lash is in the area. They might actually turn themselves here. There's a ward right on top of him. Hex is the creep. Whoopsie.
Oh. Well, looks like it still works out. They'll still get the kill. Nicky
Mirage?
Cool. It's going to be fine. Yeah, Mirage can't stick around and try and finish this. They're going to see if they can punish him. They know he's low on mana. Naive.
Can he
Trying
close
to close
it?
in.
Mirage is farming.
Whoa. And they
He's
can find
hexed again.
Alberca's able to jump in and get the Hex. He did not expect them to
Alberca.
chase him.
What a read. I was like, is there a tree here? There's no tree. There's not even like a treant tree. All right, there we go, Power Rangers. You're saying we want to see them do something. All 3 cores right after we ask for it. There we go. Onto the push. Level 25 has been hit for the Lash too. He's got the Diabolic Edict Explosions.
On
for the
another
push.
Hex.
And they get a Hex.
Straight on to say it. He'll get forced out to the side. We'll get the chance to get the pipe off. He'll live, but Respect will not be as lucky. Respect's
There we go.
gone.
They're forcing the
Here's
issue
the
now
push.
too. Yeah. Bobble for the
Creep
Necro
Wave has
also.
died.
It has. Next creep wave is getting closer though, and they do kill Rax really fast with this nature's or with the Diabolic Edict.
That's true, yeah, backdoor protection, not going to get the chance to kick him for too long at all. Only a few seconds and it's gone again.
That was, I mean, exactly what they needed. Things were slowing down too much. But now it's at a 14k lead. There we go. Gonna be able to pick up a lot of items too. I'm waiting to see what Nikki does queue up because you were mentioning that Aghanims from earlier. I mean, now he has the way to consume it. So maybe he thinks about it. I've seen Leshes not buy the Aghanims even when they had like 15k gold though.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. It's just because it can get countered so easily. You just get one nullified and then it's gone.
And they already have a nullifier on Corrupted, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was exactly what Power Rangers did. Power Rangers needed, right? For such a long time building up this lead, it got slowed down, and then bam! Massive kill on the Nature's Prophet, and the Storm, and the Beast, and they get a Rex, and it's without a Roche. So now they can back up, finish off these items with this 15,000 to 20,000 they've picked up, and look to set up for that Roshan. And 25 is a hit now for Alberca.
Hooligani, do you smoke up and contest the Roche?
Maybe if Snowy has Satanic. If Snowy has Satanic, I think you can contest it, but without it, no. They're going to come out, though. They're looking for it. They got to at least check it. Seiyu does have rockets. Nikki, full Octarine instead was the choice, by the way. Double globals at the ready also.
It's going to be annoying to try and fight through.
Let's see if Immersion goes for... Ooh. Smoking up.
Go for the Roche. They're going to have to be quick if they want to try and do something about this, but yeah, they're unlikely to get the chance to move over this quickly. Should be Roshan for Power Rangers.
Gotten some big pickups after these last few fight wins too. Full refresher for Alberca, level 25 hit. Full, I mean, they actually just got like 20,000 gold off of that sequence, so it's pretty massive for them. Exactly when they needed to too. As Mirage, how close is he doing for the 25 Parasma? He is getting close to it. And as you said, Snowy is close to Satanic. Snowy does have some slot issues though. So even when he does have that Satanic, slotting it in over the treads, be a little awkward. This ward from earlier might just get them another catch.
Yeah, let's just overgrowth onto the Bane. They're actually global on top of that, so a couple of ults drop for that. Just gets the support kill.
And Nikki with this Lash, man. 8-1 and 12. Only the one left so far. He's been the rock for the team. Back to what we were dealing with earlier, where it's PR wants to push. Hooligani wants to keep split pushing, at least until this Aegis is gone. Or until a high ground. He might look to defend around a high ground push here still. Since they have gotten to these items, level 25 now for the Storm. Did I boots of travel too, was it for Naive? Yeah, it was, okay. So he did pick up that. He's gonna join his team whenever.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Immersion's going Ags. He's got it done this game. We'll be able to have that. He is going to be tanky. Does put you at, what, 5,500 HP when you pop it, so we'll be able to soak a fair bit. Hooligani looking to smoke out and catch them when they split up, but they're not really splitting up. After that last whole sequence, essentially, when they did lose the Snapfire afterwards, so far it's just been Power Rangers grouped up, playing around each other. Another set of boots of travel, too, so if there's any hero alone, it's actually potentially 4 heroes now. They have triple bots, too. So Immersion could even set up alone, and then it's just 4 heroes immediately appears.
That's pretty risky. I'm definitely feeling that they have to take these risks now. They know that the game is in a difficult position. And Snowy, very close to being able to spend up and still have the buyback gold.
Hooligani is looking to take a fight on their terms rather than on the terms of Power Rangers, where Power Rangers initiates, pops a global, refreshes, pops a secondary one. They want to try to start the fight themselves. But it looks like Power Rangers, they're the ones reading the moves perhaps here. They see these treants down here. Is Mirage going to show himself? Naive. Go for this play. This is aggressive though.
There's the counterplay. Global comes in. They get the jump onto the Bane. See them turn and
Storm.
get the catch on a Mirage. Scythe comes in. It's the two of them punished. Overgrowth also on to Seiyu. They'll be able to get themselves the third one from this play, as they were immediately ready there to react to that attempt from Hooligani.
I guess they just needed the Hexa zone. As soon as they got those Hexes, it's been them the whole time for these last 10 minutes. Easily setting up for the ganks, easily setting up for the responses. Because it was only like a 4K lead until that point. They got these Hexes, they get the pickoffs, and now it's drastically snowballed their way.
That's been nice play from Power Rangers. And,
Yep.
and yeah, pretty fun team with their drafting style. Something a little bit different to a lot of the other teams here in this European qualifier. Not afraid
games
to
with
kind of
Silencer,
pick these
though.
less popular heroes. D-Baby Silencer, that might have to be something that you take away from them. Sure, they lost a game, but still, that one was close, and it clearly is the comfort pick here for till
It
the
is,
end.
and it trips people up too, like Mirage. I swear, multiple times now we're seeing he just gets caught by globals. I think 3 times this game, been able to trip him up. And now double globals as the game progresses are hard to play versus. Second set will go down. Still ages for 50 seconds.
And yet to spend his money, Snowy. I think Snowy's he's still considering what the item is. Let's have a
This
look.
is by
He'll commit
Rapier.
now. And
He
he
needs
will still
Satanic.
commit for the Satanic, yeah.
The thing is, he needs it. It's just what else was he potentially thinking about saving for? They're boxing in on him.
They saw him with the tree. They had the tree set up here around the shop. They get the jump forward. They get the BKB off. Immersion, Overgrowth, controls
He's
Snowy.
Satanicked.
He's
He used
going
both.
through the BKB. The Scythe comes in perfectly at the end of it. As that's Snowy gone, Nicky Cool jumps in for more. Hex onto Respect. Godlike on Nicky Cool. Corrupted forced a BKB turn with the Raw and the Nullifier onto Naive, but do they have the damage to threaten the Necrophos? They do not. Mirage is going to
Nicky.
try and go for Nicky Cool. Continuing to chase him down. Can he finish off this Lesh? Nicky Cool finally dies, but they have to use 2 buybacks for this. And Snowy,
Snowy?
he fought back and TP'd over, but he gets caught by the Hex into the cookie. He fought back for this. He's healing up, though. He'll get the Satanic off. Doesn't matter. A second cookie comes in. It's a die back on Snowy. They're without their carry here for 2 minutes. As they can't hold this.
They can't.
Hooligani without their carry. Power
Nice
Rangers,
buybacks.
everybody alive. They know that they can close this one up now.
Radiant's top tower.
Really good plays in these last 20 minutes in particular. It took them a moment to be able to get that big acceleration, but bam, they hit it literally at the 35-minute mark. I was worried for them
Yep.
at that point too, but then wham, they get triple core kills, clean up the whole map, and Nicky, although he gets all in as the Aegis is expiring, he just buys back, rejoins the fight. Very cool plays from PR in their own style. And Oligani, although they farmed the whole game, Snowy's not able to fight.
No, they're able to get the catch on him each and every time. Was barely able to use this incredible amount of farm that he had to try and carry against Power Rangers here. Mirage caught by the Hex as he attempts to zip down the middle lane. As this
So much
game
control.
very likely to be called. They have the buyback on the Storm. See if he wants to go for one final fight. They'll go for it now. They do get the roar off onto Naive. Vortex, not enough. He's able to get the Ghost
Too
Shroud off.
tanky.
He's fine. Mirage trying to get them off his Ancient, but the BKB will soon come to an end as this game's over. Power Rangers take the series 2-1 against Hooligani, who give it a good fight. Have 2 close games, but this last one, once the ball really started getting rolling for Power Rangers, it looked very much in the bag. They really kind of cleaned up their act into this game 3, and this honestly looked like the level of performance you expect from these lads. They just made this one look pretty impossible, the second half for Hooligani.
Yeah, right after the 35 minutes, actually. Like, it was pretty, like, not really even until that point, but they were stabilizing on the side of Hooligani. Then, bam, they kill everybody. Literally everybody there. And overall, Nicky Cool, this was his best performance. This Lash looked super
Yeah, it was good.
They played very confidently around it. Actually liked his items, too. The 8-toast build gets the extra catch. But overall, I think the snap was probably the clutch one in this one.
Yeah,
Set the tempo for the team. It's quite
Probably one of the best offlane snap performances we've seen. Recent kind of play. It's 17-1 and 16. It's early game, absolutely insane. And yeah, the build perfect. The Hex pickup absolutely did do it. Just hitting that dual Hex timing there between him and Nicky Cool completely shut this game down. and gave Hooligani no chances of coming back into this one.
It was right at that point that we just saw there, right? You see, it was 36 minutes. It was like a 1K, 2K lead, but they got the hexes, and then they just sequenced this into these monstrous type of kills all over the place. They did not allow the Rats to play the game after that whatsoever. Grouped up, took the fights. That was exciting to watch because it did seem like two super different play styles from both teams for most of the games. But for Power Rangers, like you said, with their style, they look the best. And it's not fully like this LGD run at you thing or anything like that, but it is different, which is nice to see.
Yeah, that's a lot of farm, but not able to do it here with the Nature's Prophet Snowy. And Power Rangers. Yeah, I feel like if you're going into these qualifiers and meeting up against Power Rangers, you're not going to know what to ban for the most part. You're not going to know what they're going to bring out. They will. I'm sure they've got more surprises up their sleeves.
You probably at least don't let them just do their silencer kind of thing if you want to play with Storm and Bane, right? But I think the snap actually is a problem. Like I know like Nikki Cole stood out this game, but even the game when the snap got shut down in the lane, I saw how much Alberto was doing. So pretty impressive stuff. Do like to see when we see these type of different drafts make it to this point. I had some worries because it is this like triple magic damage lineup and there was this pipe and all that, but they got the opening that they needed.
There we go. We'll say Nikki Cole with the Lesh. We don't get to see a lot of Lesh. He got to show it to us today. Had a great game with it. Well, long series, but that's it done and dusted here. 2-1. Power Rangers take the win, moving on in the upper bracket, knocking down Hooligani. We're going to move on to the next one. We've got one more left to go today. And this one is Team Vision, who these guys are kind of good at Dota 2.
Probably one of the best, if not the best right now.
And there. Yeah, they're pretty good. Satanic, no one noticed. 9 Cluster Ducalis. You might have heard of them. They're going up against 4ikibamboni. And who's on 4ikibamboni? Yoei, Ethereal, Anku, Anisan, and Waveform. And folks, me and you, we cast a lot of Dota 2. I don't think I've ever casted any of these players before. So I don't know what they're going to be able to bring. It could be messy. Or it could be an absolutely insane upset, Fog.
I think I only know one of the players. I think I only know Anko, and I think I've played with them in pubs a couple times. The rest of them, I have to be honest, I don't recognize them. This is going to be probably one of the biggest uphill battles I think we get to see in a very long time. So.
You're going to want to stick around for this. We'll see how it goes, because maybe 4ikibamboni do something remarkable against Team Vision, or maybe not, and it's a messy game. We'll see. Don't go anywhere. We'll have a short break, and we'll be back with that last series of the day. Team Vision against 4ikibamboni.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Europe Regional Qualifiers for the International 2026. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we're just about to jump into our final series of the day. The draft has begun, so we'll get it on your screens very quickly. It's Team Vision, who you might have heard of. You know, a little old squad of Satanic, Notice, No One, 9 Class, and Ducalis, going up against 4ikibamboni, which is your way, Ethereal,
The way you say it.
and Waveform. What do you mean? It's a great name. It's a great name. I love it. And so these lads, anyway, who are these lads? Well, these lads, they got through the open qualifiers. Now, I don't want to concern you, but they did technically, you know, they were the 8th team to get through. You know, 4 got through the first round. No, sorry, is that right? Yeah, 4 got through each round of opens.
Yes.
Right? No, 2 got through each round of open. No, it was 4, right? There was 4. Yeah, 4 got through from Open Qualifier 1. 4 got through Open Qualifier 2. This was the 4th team to get through from Open Qualifier 2. So there might be a little mismatch in these teams.
Just a little.
So we'll see. You know, 4ikibamboni don't go too hard on Team Vision. You know, we'll see. But I'm looking forward to this. Let's see what they do. Because the question is, what do you do? If you're 4ikibamboni, you're in this situation against Team Vision. What's the plan? I'll tell you what wasn't the plan. It wasn't banning Kez, which I'll be honest, I think that's pretty much what all the other teams do against Team Vision. They didn't, Fogs. So Team Vision, they'll get Kez first pick.
It's technically based off of the current meta, right? Look at their first 4 bans. It looks really good. Kez is on the downward spiral for most teams, but like you said, it's Team Vision, and we've seen Satanic. We've seen some of these players in particular just take over games with it. Not so much recently, but yeah. You got to take your poison, though, Owen. You're playing versus literally like the best team in the world. I think for them, just stick with your guns, but also do similar to what we just saw from the last series, is pick these really strong team fighters. I think Tree, Snap, these two together in most situations are just a strong archetype to build a draft around. So I'd like to see stuff like that.
5 seconds remaining.
Because Tree Snap is such easy to play. Strong lane, you have an AoE KB piercing root, you have good burst damage in the lane. Sure, Snap sometimes can fall behind, but eventually you're always going to be able to do your thing. If you get your refresher, you get the 4 cookies, it's pretty broken.
I mean, because if you are a team that's, you know, playing in a pretty severe underdog situation, would you say it's better to go, you know, yeah, like, do you say, right, let's just draft so we guarantee or we do our best to dumpster at least one of the lanes? Or do you say, hey, we're going to lose all the lanes. Let's just pick stuff that scales and hope we get the chance to scale.
You definitely don't go into a game. You don't go like, we're going to lose X. Like, I don't think you ever want to have that mentality going into
No.
it, right? I think you just pick with what you're strong and just go based off there. Don't have like a cookie cutter draft in mind. Maybe one of the games we could see a cookie cutter draft, but for the most part, just play some Dota. So ready? I'm seeing some. They're looking for strengths, right? Because not every team right now, not many actually, are looking at Batrider, but I think this hero is still pretty damn good. It looks super strong in a lot of situations, recovers very well. They already have 2 BKB piercing disables. Let's see what Team Vision wants to do and how. If they go outside the box at all too, because I'm seeing Coddles in the pool somehow. I don't know how Coddle made it through, and neither team is grabbing it, but I guess maybe they want to experiment.
I mean, they could go Coddle Grim, right? As the 2
They could.
Yeah.
I think Grim is a super undervalued hero right now. I think I mention this to you like every time. Grim and Ring,
I like Grim.
I think, are 2 of my favorite supports that are played very little. Because the thing about Tree versus Grim, Grim gives you vision. This innate, the Ink Trail, is super strong versus some of these invisibility heroes. Also good in a lot of situations. Just versus heroes that have mobility. So versus Batrider in particular, the ult is always going to be useful. But mostly it's on the Phantom. But that's not even including Phantom. I think this hero is criminally underrated.
Radiant team pick.
And there it is, the Cult of the Grim, as you said.
I can't believe it's in the pool. That's probably a big mistake leaving that one versus Team Vision. I think this is probably the best. This is like the best 4 position in the game right now.
Well, that would just have been much higher up your list if you're like, right, we're going into a game against Team Vision. Let's not them play the call.
The thing is, too, is it's flexible. It's a 4 and it's a mid. Even though most people aren't playing it as a mid, you can technically do it. It's just it's insanely strong hero. I don't know. Healing overall, as we've seen, is pretty busted in the meta. They're going with their own stuff, though. Hell yeah. Let's go.
And that Is
That's
it?
the 4.
I mean, would you? Okay, you don't. It's not likely to be a carry.
This is the 3-4, right? Bat Marcy, 90%.
Bat Marcy, okay.
Super strong, old school duo. Well, not that old school, I guess, but old school when Marcy was first added. This was one of the big strong lanes people had theory crafted because you just bring the Bat Rider on top. You're both just super strong when you're able to close gap. So going for their own style. I'm not sure how good it is versus Kez in general overall. And versus Grim, there's problems with Bat Marcy. Just Marcy in general versus Grim. You can actually just get your teammates caught in the soul bind, so. But I like it because it's different, right? Not that I like the hero right now because I actually don't like Marcy at the moment, but I want like them going along their own type of strategies. So like, they could have nixed, right? I feel like Nyx looked better versus Grim and Cottle. Okay, they're gonna bust out a Huskar.
All right, why not? Try and hit them with the Huskar. It is.
Isn't Viper?
In,
No, they
in a
just Viper
position
you?
where Viper's banned. Viper's banned. Viper's banned. They banned.
Oh, it is. Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
So Viper's out.
10 seconds remaining.
You can still do things like.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, you have a lot of options still.
I mean, I wouldn't mind you just put the Cottle mid and go for a 9-class Nyx assassin. No? What do you think? 9-class Nyx looks pretty good.
I mean, they could.
If they want to do that.
I'll just go Doom. That's even better. Uh-oh. They picked Huskar Doom in the pool. Oh, no. Double Doom as well. They got the Grim Doom.
True. That's the big combo.
Doom overall versus Tree also nice because it does get rid of the living armor immediately if it's applied first.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, Visions just looks super strong, very stable. 4iki's going for more about just they're looking for stopping lanes, as I don't mind them doing. Right, you're looking to stop bottom lane, doing some aggressive lane. It's a bit of a volatile lane with the Bat Marcy. You have this Huskar. I feel like I haven't seen Huskar in a while.
No, it normally gets banned when there's a Huskar team in the game, and there's quite a few that just aren't playing it. And I think apparently some of the ones in this qualifiers, right? Because yeah, I think you're right. It's just not really being banned. So
No. Sniper ban needed. My brain's like not working right now. I swear. I can't think of the anti-Huskar mids right now. This is not working.
10 seconds
What I
remaining.
wanted to see people do is Necro, but no one does it.
Radiant team ban.
They banned it.
they
Vision
banned
did
the
it.
Necro themselves. Yeah, Team Vision.
It's not a bad ban. I think this hero's pretty cheesy. Can just end up winning games because it just gets so farmed, so far ahead.
10
Interesting though that they ban it when they have Doom.
P Vision's turn to pick.
And P-ban. That's a good one versus the Huskar. It's one that we've seen. I've been seeing more players go for that NP in the mid lane.
Can you? I mean, it's been left in, but maybe that's because they don't care about it. Can you go puck, or does that get destroyed mid by Huskar? Or do you get through the lane as a puck?
Let's see. I mean, it is in the pool and there's limited catch, so it might just be that, and you have to endure. The lane is not not great, but
Team pick.
okay, I'll go Lash. So Rise.
Alright.
This gives you damage. You
More
have pure
Lash.
damage versus the Huskar.
But the lane's
How's
not
the
easy.
lane?
Right?
No, I don't think so. Right?
I
Unless
think you could get bullied out. Obviously, he's probably going in feeling pretty confident about like the skill matchup. But
yeah,
because
if there's a mistake from the Huskar, the thing is that if there's a mistake, you do just die, right? You make a
Sure,
mistake,
he
and
can
you're
also
actually
die.
just gonna chain feed on the Huskar potentially. I'm glad we get to see another Lesh. Hell yeah! I mean, Nicky Cool looked good on it. I got to be honest, he looked very good on it.
Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, he had a very, very nice game.
And it gives you a way to set tempo. It's one of the few
Yep.
mid laners that actually pushes buildings as well, too. Because I think in 90% of games lately, there's very limited objective taking. It's like, is there a Beastmaster in the game with an Overlord? Yes. Okay, they can take buildings. Otherwise, it's like a Spirit in the mid lane, and it's reliant on the carry to hit towers. This makes it so your mid laner is the one that's pushing, which is a kind of different archetype that we're seeing.
What are they going to go for the carry?
You just Terrorblade it?
I mean, I would.
It's the counter versus the 3 cores. That's the only reason I say it. But it's not the
yeah.
best hero in general. Like it's a TB versus Lash, TB versus Doom, and a TB versus Kez.
All right, they'll go for Dusa.
So that makes more sense versus the Doom.
Okay.
These are very independent heroes with each other, though. Dusa and Huskar. But Dusa versus Lash, Dusa versus Doom. So on paper, can absolutely see how the Dusa can work. But there is a Grimstruck on the enemy team, too, which means eventually if an Aghanim comes out, the Dusa ends up killing your whole team. But they're not looking to play that type of timing, I don't think, either. Okay. It's interesting. They're kind of all in. Medusa Huskar. It's a pretty cheesy kind of draft style that they're going for here, and they are into a Doom.
I will say one of the concerns I'd have for Ikibamboni in terms of their draft, which, well, okay, one of the major ones is that I kind of like it if you're a team going in as an underdog and you have more abilities to do stuff. You look at that, they don't have stuns fogged. It is just
they do not have stuns, Owen. I don't like Huskar Deuce on the same team together, I don't think. This looks kind of weird.
I mean, you've got 3 ranged cores, right?
Mm-hmm.
Playing 3
your 2
ranged
supports
cores.
are your melees.
Who is your front line? Like,
yes.
You don't. You just, there's no, yeah. But if they do it, this will be one of the greatest victories in terms of, being an underdog in quite a scary matchup against Team Vision.
Like, on paper, looking at the last pick for the Dusa, looking at the cores he is playing against, like the Terrorblade I was kind of suggesting, it's a similar type of thing. It does look good on paper versus those. I don't know if Dusa's a good hero at the moment. She does feel like she's on the weaker side of all the carries. And yeah, they're going for a really risky pick. It is his most comfortable hero, going for the Huskar. So he better smash it. I need to look up something. Ethereal, this name is looking familiar to me. Things are coming back to me, Owen.
Ethereal, yeah. Have we seen him in the past?
This name is coming back to me because he's a Grandmaster Huskar.
Oh, is he? Oh, he is, isn't he?
He is. So I think I'm starting to remember. I'm trying to look up for more history of what other teams.
Can we find his? I'm going to try and find out.
Is he
how many
Greek?
games he's played. Let's have a look.
I think he may have played with a team that I used to
check the
know.
Wikipedia. I think he's got a Wikipedia page, right?
Let me check.
Yeah. Let's have a look. So, Ethereal.
I mean, Googling Ethereal is kind of a problem because it's a...
No, I've found
okay, he's from Kazakh.
All right, so his pro win rate with Huskar, very good. 39 games, 64% win rate with Huskar.
Okay.
It is his most played hero in pub games. He's got over 400 matches on it. And 52% win rate. He is, according to Dota Buff as well, I don't know how up to date this is, but he was at least recently ranked 78 on the leaderboards. That's not bad.
Not bad at all.
That is, he was, maybe still is, top 100 on the leaderboards here. And yeah, he's a Huskar spammer. It's his most played hero, the Huskar.
Mm-hmm. Like you said, though, I don't like how their lineup looks as a unison. It just looks like kind of 3, 4, 5 heroes put together. I'm wondering how it functions together because I just see a lot more cohesion coming out from Team Vision in particular, and really strong ones too. So let's see. I think a lot of this game is going to be reliant on lanes, of course, if they can kind of stomp them for 4iki. But overall, yeah, it's Team Vision, so it's a massively uphill battle. And Ethereal, you probably have to play a perfect Huskar. He's not the Ethereal I thought, though, so I did something up.
But you're right about his Huskar. This is his hero. So, if he's going to do it, if he's going to win a lane, this will be it. This is his hero to do it on.
I think I've seen him play it. That's why. It's just, okay. He will have to go boots in this matchup. Sometimes we do see the Huskars just go for like the naked into the armlet. You do have to go boots versus the Lash because he just closes the gap and you can't die versus the trade of the Edict. Yeah, let's see how these lanes do end up going down. Let's see if they can put pressure with this Bat Rider as well, too, with the Marcy, because I like seeing these type of aggressive dual lanes where you just are playing for the kills constantly in these. Sometimes it ends up being pretty terrible, but I like seeing these off-lane bats after we see Whisper play it so often.
It's always nice to sort of see a player that has the confidence to do so, right? Because you don't do this unless you are like the bat player. Like you're not just casually, occasionally playing some bat off lane. It's
Same
gotta
for
be your
Marcy.
thing.
Right,
Yeah.
you got to be a Marcy
That's it,
player,
yeah.
otherwise there's no way you'll ever pick this here. You're not like, oh, it's a good Marcy game, let's just play it. Level 1, Anko does go for Flame Break, actually misses the level 1 Flame Break. So sorry that I saw that one, but I do like that he skilled it though, because I've seen some of these games where they just go for like Sticky and Firefly and they can't play aggressive. So this already says, I want to play aggressive in the lane. And yeah, I'm going to be looking at mid a lot. I haven't seen Lash versus Huskar in some time, so it does feel like no one's going to be pretty okay.
I mean, Ethereal
keep
does have
poking
to,
him at
he's got to be
bay.
very careful on the first few waves, right? Because he's just if he dies, you know, first few levels, then the lane gets very messy.
Yeah. And the game overall gets messy too. The Huskar is just a hero you have to play pretty much perfect. You can't make too many mistakes. If 2 mistakes on this hero in the game just is drastic. So bottom. A lot of pressure already coming out from 9 class and Notice versus this tree and Deuce lane. They are just poking them. They cut all the trees to start
very
things
low.
off as well. He might just die to the next blinding light. It's close.
Yeah, Yoi's he's got Mango and a couple of stick charges.
He's gonna have to
Run
pop one of
down. I'll put the Mango.
He has no. They have no regen. They have Tango's for Anisa, but that's not regen, of course, for the Deuce. So they'll try to turn for 9
Oh.
class. Can they actually get him?
Or maybe they get first.
Oh!
Oh, block grenade! Ah, they're gonna.
Oh.
Notice got it first. He took down Yowei. So first blood for Team Vision. They'll get the trade though.
Damn fairy fires. These stupid fairy fires. They would have had it. Do get the trade, but it is a Doom already free farming versus a Dusa. And it's a Dusa tree lane. A lane that's, well, a turret plus tree, usually designed to win the lane. We're already not having that case. And mid lane, seeing no one have a very good time, at least versus Ethereal at the moment. 11-2 to the 7-3. And top Kez is free farming, untouched on Satanic. Like literally full HP.
That's the problem. They're going to try and go on him
Yep.
now. Easily able to drag himself away with the grappling claw.
This lane doesn't look that great versus a Kez, because this is all about repositioning and displacing a hero, and Kez is one of the best melee heroes in the game at repositioning himself with grappling claw. So I can usually see the concept about like this Bat and Marcy versus some carries, but versus Kez, definitely not seeing it as much, at least in this
Bottom.
laning phase.
Try and make another go. Yeah, bottom lane's a problem. Yowei, he's only
Yeah,
got
this is
4
rough.
CS. Only 4 CS here, 3 minutes in for the Deucer.
It's the problem with the hero. The lane is just quite weak on a Medusa overall. Your damage is lackluster. I'm so scared for this bottom lane. I keep just looking. I'm like, they could just die at any moment.
I think Anisan is dead. Blood grenades out. Oh, he's into the trees.
One or two more taps.
He's gonna live. No,
Scorch.
he's not. The Scorch Turf hits him.
Mid lane Huskar is starting to take over, has the lane in a very good position. He's keeping it on his hill. This is actually really nice here from Ethereal. He's power
dive down
denying,
bottom.
keeping it on his hill. Dive
Just
bottom.
move in onto Yowei. He got a 5th CS though. Here we go.
He did. Not that range.
Coming in. And he will live. Not able to finish him off under the tower.
9 class. There's boots on this tree. Doesn't have a blood grenade. Does he have the speed? 325 versus 322. Can't close the gap. Coddle just too fast. But Ethereal is the one to watch. Having a good time, but yeah, the Dusa is not.
I mean, Ethereal definitely got through the tricky part of the lane. Because the first few waves, no one was like out CSing him pretty badly. But yeah, Ethereal made sure that he didn't kind of feed level 1, level 2 to the Lesh. And now he should be in a good position to just be able to hold the lane against no one.
But he's never in a clear position as this Huskar in the game where he's just like, I'm unkillable. Because there's pure damage, there's Doom, there's just a lot to deal with this Huskar in the mid game in particular. So see how Ethereal does end up enduring that. Top lane, they're actually last hitting really nicely on Anko. 24-1, not able to get aggressive, but he is getting the CS at the least versus the Kez.
I'll say,
Sometimes can be a problem.
considering the uphill battle, I think you're feeling all right with this first 5 minutes if you're 4ikibamboni.
Well, if you ask everybody but the carry, which is usually not a great case. Because
True.
the carry's probably like, guys, I'm not having fun down here.
But it could be worse.
Okay.
It could be a lot worse
Here we
these
go.
first 5 minutes. And bottom lane,
Bring in a third hero. No way.
see if they can get 9 class. They can.
They won't. Okay, nice rotation.
Very nice little rotation. Coming in for
There
the
you go.
support.
And you were saying, yeah, like the carry's struggling. Get a third hero to rotate in. He still hasn't
I
gotten
like
another
it.
lasted in a while, but does need that rotation. See what Waveform can do as this Marcy to punish these lanes in particular. Because mid, we're seeing the last. No one is just starting to jungle. Ethereal is starting to get to poke the mid tower in a second here. Rune will spawn top. No one will be very happy about that one, and he is about to hit 6.
Oh, Waveform's looking in the mid.
It's dangerous if you overextend. They do have TPs at the ready. Don't want to get your Huskar killed. Getting some decent damage onto the tower here. That will probably be all, though. Don't want to commit onto no one. You can't just die versus the Edict. Plus that Pulse Nova, they won't. Bottom. Yoe. Continuing to have a pretty miserable time just being chased all over. Here
Here's
comes
the backup.
TPs.
His team's
There
on the
we
way
go.
over. Ethereal jumps in. They'll look for Notice. They'll get him. That's going to be Notice dead. And at the same
And
time,
another.
they've got their hands on Dukalish. A mass TPs, pretty much the entire team turning up to keep their Medusa safe, but does keep him alive and allows them to kill off both of Team Vision.
And they were on top of things, too. The second that they TP, I'm sure someone's like, dude, the shrines and Waveform TPs, he'll be able to secure that one for his team as well. Good reactions, 4-2. Like the way Ethereal played with the rotation, too. They brought everybody, though. Maybe the bat not as necessary, but either way, Anko can just go through the portal. He's back up top as well, too, to be able to contest versus Satanic.
Oh,
Looking for the
Waveform.
play on the Kez. That's dangerous.
That's going to get turned around, surely. I mean, Satanic's trying. I say that, though. He's getting the stacks built up on him. Satanic's going to
sticky.
take quite a fair bit of damage from Anku and is not actually able to turn and kill off Waveform.
Tree armor coming into play there for Waveform. Blocks a lot. No one is starting to make the rotation now. Anko.
Should die this time. Satanic's in with the ult. And will
Got him.
find him. So gets the kill after all here, Satanic.
And no one has 3 points in Edict, so might just go for the tower push here. At least force a glyph. And Echo, who was doing well in the lane, now rotates bottom, comes top, dies, now falls super far behind on the Bat Rider. Force that
Should be
glyph,
able to finish
back
this
up,
mid-tower.
reset.
So nice and early timing here, 8 minutes in. for
Most of this
Ethereal
game is going to be
Waveform
on
to take this
Ethereal.
out.
Right, this early game, this mid game, it's going to be a space that what this Huskar can do and how much he can be able to put pressure on. Speaking of the Huskar,
Waveform trying to get him out to safety, but Satanic closes in. Ethereal will be able to push him back with the inner fire. They're running him down, though. And notice,
go.
I mean, they're bringing everyone to kill off Ethereal, and they'll get him. So, I mean, he's going to feel a bit good about that, right? He's like, well, look at that, guys. Team Vision had to do a 5-man gank to kill me.
I guess so, but at the same time, too, it's a Huskar, which those deaths hurt. Any of the deaths that you get in the early game, you cannot have your momentum slow down, especially if your side lanes are pretty ruined. And in particular, at Yoe, this Medusa's just not getting much of anything, and now Anko also has to probably just start doing the, just cutting waves jungle where you can with the Firefly. Because laning versus Kez is very difficult, especially because Mage Slayer is about to be done. Are they going to try for it again onto Satanic? If they had Lasso, perhaps.
Yeah, hard without it.
They're going to try.
And he's got one fairies and ult. It's not happening.
Yeah. He was 4 XP from 6 on the back rider, by the way. They actually
On
might have been
bottom.
able to do it. The Doom on bottom.
They go for Yoe, and this time round, he's not going to get the backup. He's going down.
Vision doing what Vision does. First 10 minutes, pretty solid, forcing a 5-man rotation bottom to protect the Dusa, but then immediately they get the kill afterwards and setting the tempo for the towers here. Another tower will fall to this Edict. 1-0-3 on this last track here. Armlet's done. See what Ethereal can do with this. As we said, not the easiest approach for him to just be able to jump in. He has to be very careful how he uses the life break in this early game.
Gold lead starting to really grow here for Team Vision. All three
Yep, and look at the
cores at the
stacks.
top.
They've got the smoke to be able to farm it safely to keep no one at good health. And it just keeps that ult pulsing. That's essentially going to be the Blink Dagger done. So not going to go the Atos skin that we saw last time. It's fast.
No, you don't see Leshers get that kind of timing every day, and especially when it's against a Huskar. So no one doing very well off the back of that matchup.
And the Blink, it can be so strong versus Huskar, right? Because you just get on top of him, have the Edict going already, and could just die in seconds. Bottom, Ethereal.
Look at the wrap.
We'll find 9 class.
9 class by surprise.
Not a core kill, but something at the least to get on the board. Can they get the initial go? If they can get the initial jump onto Noah, they can bring him down. But if they have to be careful, because he can disengage. And they have to make sure his blink's not up. So if he does life break and get blinked into a bad position, it can also be disastrous.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is one of those games he has to rush the BKB too on the Huskar. It does feel like. I don't know if he can go for a more greedy route.
No one.
Jump
He's in with
forward.
the blink. Ethereal, he's trying to run waveform, gets him back to safety. They might be able to turn and look back towards him. They've got the overgrowth onto no one. They turn, kill him. The blast not going to kill Ethereal. The armlet's there.
Nicely done from Waveform. In position to get the bailout. Super quick on the rebound. Any slower and likely that the Huskar does die. Every small thing adding up to it. I think pops the Ash Legion shield too. Blocks a little bit of extra damage. Nicely done and good punish. No one tries to go for a very over-aggressive play. Trying to show off that fresh little blink.
Yeah, that hurts him. That hurts him. They were ready. This sort of
Back to
time
farming
they
a
can
bit.
buy Medusa, they're going to be happy with. You know, Yowei did not have an easy lane. It's going to need some time to recover.
A lot of time. Yasha does look to be finished up though at the least here. Has the Curio as well too for the greed. Bottom, can they get 9 class here?
I think they
Might
can.
just be able to.
Running over.
Waveform. He can.
He's got him. Collis is going to try and help out. Same himself for no one. Soulbind
Surprise.
out on the two of them, and that allows them to turn, kill off both the supports. Ethereal in trouble. They get outnumbered. Vision quick to turn up here again as the full squad. Not afraid to fight back against 4ikibamboni early.
They're just so fast at how they collapsed there because it looked like, right, for Iki, they had the numbers there, and then in a split second, it's everybody from Vision. Even Notice turning up, who is going for the greedy route. He is going for this Radiance build that we've seen a lot of these Dooms go in the offlane. All 3 cores at a similar margin. It's pretty much exact same margin on the side of Vision.
It's kind of scary. The lads on 4ikibamboni, yeah, the fact that all 3 cores of Vision are getting this much.
And it's just overall, when you look at it, right, the team fights in particular, it's really strong from the side of Vision. For 4iki, it's not the best team fight overall, right? They've got some okay pickoffs here and there, but their team fight, it's quite lackluster when you have a Huskar, a Dusa in the early game. It's going to take a long time for them to be able to contribute the same as something like a Lash, a Grim. And the Grim, I was mentioning that Grim versus Medusa matchup. I didn't think he was going to do it this early, but he already has a point booster. Echo.
No one. Looks to make that play here around the Wisdom. He's going to try and get out into the trees. He will live, Anku. I won't be able to stop Team Vision from stealing a Shrine of Wisdom.
I actually cannot believe he survives. Sub 100 HP. They were a little scared to stick around with the T1 still up. No one trying to be very active. Getting slowed down a little bit in terms of net worth, but his other 2 cores are absorbing. Noticed. Looking at Yowei.
Gets the Stone Gaze off.
He's just stealing the creeps. What a bully. He actually took the Mud Golems, all of them. Might get caught for it, though. Bats
they're
here,
coming
trees
for him.
here.
It's the Overgrowth. Into the lasso. They're gonna
Off
miss
the
route.
mark with the volley.
And they'll still probably have him, though, surely, with these sticky napalm stacks. It's so close. The snake comes in.
Got him.
They'll get him. So they'll
Nice
punish
move.
him back.
Getting something on the board here. This tree doing some good scouting on Isan. And Enko having to sacrifice himself on the Bat Rider, but necessary this game to get some space. Yowei needs the space and is starting to get it. That Manta's done. Getting
he
closer
is,
and
like,
closer
his
towards
farm.
similar as the Doom.
It's not bad. It is not bad at all.
not
When
bad.
you consider how tough the lane start was, they've kept him safe as a team. They've had some really good reactions coming in around that bottom area of the map to ensure that Yowie does get to play his game.
And good levels, too. That kill puts him up to level 12. He was like level 8 and change. Now he's up to 12 just after finishing up a couple camps and killing a very high-level Doom, so nicely done. Vision. Back to looking for the pressure. They've got the Holy Locket finished up for 9 class. Ducalis, as I said, he went very greedy on this Grimstroke. He could have maybe gone for some smaller item in between, but he's just going all in. They probably know that they're in a really comfortable spot, of course, on the side of Vision, and he'll just be able to take a Dusa every single time in the fights as it progresses, so they're probably feeling super content with the game state, even though they did lose Noticed for a second there. Satanic completely free farming. How's Ethereal's timing on the BKB? Because that's probably the biggest one. When they get the BKB on the Huskar, when they have the Manta on the Medusa.
I mean, when you get
Can
those
look to group
timings,
a bit.
are you grouping up to aggressively look for the fight, or are you just super ready to TP in and take the fight if Vision bring it to you?
Ready to take the fight, like if it comes
Sure,
to you.
yeah.
I think going out and making your own is still quite complicated at this point, but you can respond in accordance pretty nicely here. But Vision, not in a rush.
No.
Even though Deuce is getting the space, they're farming Tricore.
I mean, we've definitely had teams have a rougher start than 4ikibamboni are here against Team Vision. I think they're holding their own pretty nicely so far.
Yeah, not
It's
too
not,
shabby.
they're not winning at the moment.
No,
But
sure, but
they are not getting stomped. They are not getting
No.
stomped.
and let's see what they can do. BKB, as we said, for Ethereal, it is finished. Into the smoke of Vision at the same time.
Let's have a look what goes down here.
Tree
Anisan
gets caught.
probably just bail on this, right? You don't want to fight this.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like they do want to fight this.
They're
4
thinking
versus
about it.
5.
Night class.
Ooh,
Uh-oh.
Bit awkward. They'll get the lasso.
Uh-oh.
They're in with the BKB. They're going to try and kill off Noticed. He's able to try
Doom.
and get the double Doom off, though. They killed him, but he got the chance to get the Doom off, and that's going to mean that they're pretty much all going to die here on 4ikibamboni.
They will all die. Notice tanked everything. That's what an offlaner's supposed to do. He walks in, tanks every single ability, and he still gets the Doom off. I think he gets a little extra healing coming in from 9 class that puts him over the edge. And then full restore into the Lash. It looked okay for a second there, and then they get healed. The Coddle Blast comes in, the Holy Locket comes in. They're all back full HP. Well, you were saying they weren't getting stomped.
Yeah, they might be now.
A little early. A little early.
That was they had. They were holding on for 17 minutes. Their next few minutes might start to get very painful.
If they got 9 class at the start of things there,
Yeah.
it could have looked a bit different because the heals were massive. Like, watch this Illuminate that comes through. That one actually was kind of pathetic there from 9 class. I think his ult ended as it did end up happening, but the other one afterwards does pop things forward, and then he ends up healing the Lesh afterwards. And the fact that he gets the Doom off, it's everything. Tried to go for a BKB play around Ethereal. Now 10k deficit.
About 1,000 gold off the Aghanims for Ducalis.
Oh, that's a bit different from what we're seeing usually on the Kezas, right? Going for the Diffusal build. No Deso this game. He's playing versus
Yeah.
Medusa, so it makes sense.
I guess, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And it's also Disperser, super good this game versus the Tree eventually too. So yeah, this build looks super good. He's thinking. Sometimes I see people just default builds, right? You're like, oh, Deso's so good, but no, he's playing versus Dusa. Makes sense. Love to see it.
Anisan getting some info.
Tough for them to make these aggressive plays now. They're gonna try though. Doom's still on cooldown for 20 seconds. They want to try to find something to get Ethereal to feel a little bit better around this BKB.
A dream catch would be satanic.
Doom's coming back up in a second though. Vision might just smoke themselves and look for the fight in the moment here.
Satanic, he just seems fully aware of this. Step ahead, doesn't hang around.
Tier 1 team with Tier 1 understanding, reading the smoke movements. Ducalis, that is almost his Aghanims done, Owen. And this is before the Dusa even has like a second item. It's actually pretty insane.
They'll get themselves a
Strong,
Tormentor now.
strong.
Finding an objective. Here.
Nicely done. Waveform gets it too. Pretty decent one. Not as good as the tree one by any means, but yeah, they're giving Ducalis the farm too. He's about to have it.
Can he stick around for a little wisdom rune still?
He might try, and he's probably gonna die here for this.
Yeah, TP's coming in. He is not going to get the chance to stick around at all.
There you go. Ducalis, you get gifted the money for your Aghanims. He's super high level too. Ducalis has kind of just been sitting on the back farming a lot. He's almost level 14 on this Grimstroke. Like, to put in reference, no one is level 15. These supports are monsters.
What's the diffusal blade
Completely
done?
play around the map. Yeah, Stanek is just chilling. Absolute freedom, right? As you said, his Kez, always one of the fun ones to watch. And did no one go for anything fun? No, just boring items. Just Blink, Kaya, Sanj, BKB. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Is under attack.
Might look for Ethereal here in the mid lane, but it's pretty crazy if he goes for it on his own. He's thinking about it.
He is definitely tempted to do something crazy.
He's got 9 class coming. I think he expects it to be back up now, though.
Yeah, it's a bit much. It's a bit much.
No one has some of these games, sometimes with Vision, where they're completely stopping, and he does some of these, like, pulling forward and dies completely by himself. This time,
Here we go.
not going to be
This is
the
much
case.
safer. Yeah, back up and
Yeah.
smoke with the team. Amplified damage rune top, though.
Can't go.
It's just going to go to the back. Anisan, he'll get left behind. They don't want to fight this right now. 4ikibamboni.
And they're still smoked up in the back, too. The double doom is at the ready. The Ags, as we said, for Ducalis also ready.
Tower is under attack.
On the hunt vision. Go for the Roche. Hit by scan. Do you try for a steal? Probably not.
You don't have the heroes for it. You can try, but
You just get waveform to just send someone in with a rebound.
YOLO. yeah, I killed both of you. Right? Speaking of waveform,
He's speedy.
Notice is faster.
Oh,
Notice
nice.
is too fast.
But these jukes.
Oh,
Oh,
ring around the rope.
oh, let him go. Oh,
Oh.
he's been seen. He's been seen. Rebound again.
Oh, Ducalis is
he's been
cheating.
caught by the silence. He's brought in a buddy.
Ducalis. Cheating. Let Notice have the glory. Gem picked up. Ticking the boxes. I like these 20-minute gems now, by the way. Whenever you're playing versus Tree, PSA for people, I think buying these gems around 20 to... I mean, in pubs, it's a lot harder to do, but these 20 to 30-minute gems are massive versus Tree Protector.
Bottom. Anisan.
Anisan.
He's going to get the overgrowth onto both of them. They get the lasso.
Soulbinder too.
Yo, wait. Has he got the damage to kill Notice? He does not. And the Aghanims is out against him. Ethereal is here by his side. He'll pop the Stone Gaze. He does not have a TP, Yowei, so he's just got to try and run. Ethereal will be able to go for the BKB TP, but no, Satanic hits him with the bash. Ethereal in trouble. Waveform jumps in to try and hold them off Ethereal. Yowei will be dealt with by Notice.
Get 9 class.
Ethereal, he's gone. They're not going to get anyone, and every one of them is dead.
They tried.
They tried. They tried.
They
They
couldn't
did.
even kill
They
Notice.
did.
He got the double doom off, and then...
I will say that it's kind of impressive though that Yowei's been able to keep up in farm. You know, he may be dead, and the outlook of the game might not be great, but on the Medusa,
Bottom tower is
he's not. You know, he's keeping up with the lads on Team Vision.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's true.
Radiant's middle tower is under
His team has had to sacrifice themselves pretty massively to just attempt to protect him, though, right? Because there's the 5-man TPs to try to help. So it is all about the Dusa when you do pick it. That's why, I mean, when I looked, I was like, Huskar plus Dusa does feel a bit strange when you see them together. But overall, you're playing versus Vision. This was, as we said, one of the more uphill battles that's possible.
Yeah. An experience at the least here for Bamboni. Mm-hmm. There's always game 2.
You're not wrong.
Well, this game 1.
Unless it's a best of 1.
tower is under attack.
That's true.
Radiant
But here, best of 3. They're going to try something different in the second game. See if they can trip up Team Vision there.
To the high ground. Edict is up. He's just in. BKB forced. Trying to pull no one in, but no one has a BKB of his own, and now he's getting pulled.
Get the lasso, but it doesn't
Heals.
matter. Anku is dead. Same to be said for Waveform.
Okay, step one, ban Coddle. This hero's just silly. It's just way too much healing.
I mean, it's just so hard to ban 9 classes heroes, though, right?
It is, yes.
He's always going to get something that's going to be annoying.
Io and Coddle ban every game versus 9 class, in my opinion. I think almost every single game. I think Coddle in almost every game versus every team, you almost want to ban because this hero is pretty boring.
No way. He'll get out.
On to the next things. And the thing about Vision is, too, they don't really... I don't want to say that they disrespect their opponents, really. When I don't want to say like a lot of teams do that by any means, but sometimes with itemization, you see teams like not be as serious. These are serious. Like he's going Halberd on Coddle versus Dusa. Like these are old school counter items. They're all picking up the proper items as well, too. No funny business. Not messing around today.
Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean, you can't write in these qualifiers. This is, you know, make or break, get into TI. You do not want to be the team that tries something a little crazy and gets knocked out. They're in with the Doom.
He's gone.
He's out for 50.
Tries to bring Satanic into the fountain.
If they can just get time for Yoei to get the Silver Edge and the Divine Ray. They could get him a few more minutes.
If he just gets
Maybe
11,000 gold injected into him.
The mid-racks are gone.
On to the next. They're just sticking around.
And he's tempted to die.
They're like, guys, the tier 2, it's really far away. Let's just stick around in here. All right, they'll make their way top. Yoei.
Oh, do they know that he's up here?
Yoei. Oh, yeah, they do. He's got him.
Oh. He's fine, he's fine. Just TP, right?
Is he? Is he? Hey! Oh, he is fine, okay. Space.
I mean, he pushed him back. Pushed him
Espacio.
back.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, they wanted to go there anyway. Right.
I guess, yeah, they have to deal with this top wave of creeps.
Cool, calm, and collected Vision. Little to no mistakes. Keeping the wave shoved in. The final set.
Radiant are scanning.
Waveform. Still no BK. They just haven't really gotten much of timings. Anything else afterwards. Right? The Ags is finished up now for Ethereal, but yeah, I mean, after that whole bottom play, the game did. Game was already in a pretty difficult spot, of course, and now it's just hopeless until the Rapier, if he gets there.
Radiant's top tower.
It's an illusion. I go actually. He didn't see the second one. Thought maybe one of them was real. Push coming in toward top. Full dataless for Satanic.
Oh, he's going to hit hard. Very, very hard.
So fast.
Under attack.
Will they kill another
Always.
hero? That's the question. Is 4iki going to be able to get another kill? Because just the heals are preventing them from even killing supports.
Top tower.
And Yoei's nearly got a Silver Edge.
Dire's bottom tower
Okay.
is under attack.
He finishes off this tier 1 tower, but maybe at the same time, does he feel confident enough to hit it? It's a bit risky. Doesn't want to show for too long.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Oh, he's going to use the. He's going to fake him out here. Look, he's pretending that these are Mantas.
They know.
I think
though.
they know
They're
one's
TPing
real.
in.
They know one's real. They see how
know
hard
that
it's
this
hitting.
is a real one here.
Yeah, they know the difference.
He's got Stone Gaze TP though. It's another good escape from him. Oh no, it's
Nope.
not. The stun comes in at the last moment as Yoei is caught. He did manage to
You
spend
can't
up,
do
though.
this.
Silver Edge
You
is
can't do
picked
this with these type of players, though. Like, they're going to tell the
Yes.
difference. You look at the tower, and you're like, one of them is hitting way harder than an illusion should be hitting.
He tried, you know. It's worth a
It
shot.
was fancy. It was fancy. Trying to pull out all the extra little guns here. Satanic,
Oh,
speaking of the
Satanic.
guns.
He's found Ethereal. A couple of shots, he's dead.
On to the next. Noticed might just jump the base. He's in.
In onto Anku. Dead bat. I don't know.
These guys are pretty good, Owen. How come? What's going on here?
Yeah. Who are these lads? These guys.
Who are these Vision guys? These
I
guys
think
are
they
good.
might make it all the way to TI. I don't want to call it too early. It's only round one. These guys are kind of good. Game one.
Hey, looking pretty
GG's
good.
called. Team Vision take this one 30 minutes in. 4ikibamboni not able to do it here in game one, but it is a best of 3. They're going to get another chance. So we'll see. And honestly, 30 minutes against Team Vision, there have been many Tier 1 teams, Fogged, that have not lasted 30 minutes against Team Vision. So that's something.
We can call that a W.
Yeah. They'll take that. They'll take that. But, yeah,
It was
we'll see
tough.
what they do next game. I mean, I think they went for a pretty solid shot with the picks, right? In terms of, like, getting Ethereal's best. He's like, well, let me just play Huskar. I'm going to run this. Maybe the Bat... I mean, I don't look at it. It's not like Anku's most played or anything, the Bat Rider. So I think the Bat might have been too much, too a volatile pick. So maybe try something different there. And
I hated the Deuce,
Also-
to be honest.
yeah, also you don't like the Deuces. So you just try and run
It's-
something different. Yeah.
It's like on paper, I can understand the
Yeah.
Deuce because it's like Dusa versus Doom versus Lash versus, but it's with the Huskar is where it looks strange, where they don't really have like the lineup overall. It's just like this, like you said, triple range core. They don't have like someone to rely on if things do go poorly in a way. So you play with Vision. It's hard. It's going to be super difficult
It's
to
like
fix things.
yeah,
So we'll see.
it really is. It's quite the struggle against Team Vision here in this best of 3 for Bamboni. And yeah, game 2. We'll see what they pull out instead. One thing for sure, though, yeah, Vision were not holding anything back here, getting a very solid draft through, and for the most part, looking as clean as you'd expect. Ends up with what 10-0-3 Satanic, having a free game on the Kez. A hero's you said obviously because the hero's necessarily not as great as it was before, but still a hero that teams will first phase ban out against Team Vision. Maybe 4ikibamboni will do that next game. Force Satanic to play something else. But yeah, it's a very tough situation to be in and a tough situation to draft from. But to go back to what you were saying, you say first thing, if you were, especially if you're 4ikibamboni in this position, you're coming away from this game and saying, we got to ban the Kotl. You reckon?
Yeah,
game
I would
2?
say
ban Kotl.
ban Coddle. If you're gonna do Huskar, probably don't do something like the Dusa because they're very independent heroes of each other. They don't really play well with each other. So if you want one, I'm fine with that. But if you go with both, I'm not a big fan. And then maybe the Marcy, perhaps, right? Because there's a volatile here as well. Maybe just go for some more standard stuff. Go for it, Dick. Yeah. So love to see.
All right. Well, we'll see what they could do in game 2. But as for game 1, Team Vision, smooth sailing. They take the first win of this best of 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for game 2 between Team Vision and 4ikibamboni after this break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the regional European qualifiers for the International 2026. We're enjoying our last series of the day here. We just had game one between Team Vision and 4ikibamboni. Team Vision, they did get the win. Let's see what goes down in game two. Fogged. First things we want to see, I mean, we are seeing them already. The draft has begun as we'll jump in. And we've all mentioned there is, unfortunately for 4ikibamboni, they have suffered a draft penalty because they did not follow admin instructions. And I got to be honest, Fogg, I feel like if you're the underdogs going against Team Vision, you probably want to follow the admin's instructions because I don't think you you want to have a penalty. But they do. That's how it's ended up.
10 seconds remaining.
This is where pressure's on you now, or pressure's off you, maybe. That you don't have any time to consider anything anyway, so you better have some
gotta think
premeditated
fast, yeah.
picks, bans, everything. Get it all ready and prepared. So first step, Coddle's banned. I smile.
Turn to ban.
Huskar is banned as well by Team Vision. They respect the ethereal Huskar.
10 seconds
They did.
remaining.
No one wants to play versus a normal lane. He doesn't want to play versus this, even though no one is... I said no one wants to play versus a normal lane, and no one is like a Viper mid player who's just disgusting. So, you know, look at him in all his beauty.
See what he wants to do this time around. Might want to do Lesh again, honestly. It was kind of fun. And as you said,
I like
maybe
watching
just,
the
it's
Lesh.
like, I want to play Lesh again, but not against a Huskar.
Yeah, I'm a
Give
fan
him
of
a
seeing that
cleaner
2
start.
times in a row. It
good.
looks underrated, I will say, because I'm getting so damn sick of spirits every game. It's either a spirit or puck every game. Like, please, I want to see more of these mid
none
heroes
of
like
that. None
Lesh.
of that. We don't want any of that.
Yeah.
No.
I like seeing new stuff.
Well, Bamboni,
P Vision.
Tree.
Turn
SF.
Ooh, okay. You give up Tree to Team Vision. Damn.
Okay. Maybe they don't take it.
Maybe they don't. There's clockwork as well, so they can consider a secondary one, but they can't take like the tree or the clock and ban the opposing one so that the SF doesn't have that melee kind of beast. There's of course Undying. There's some other replacements, but these are of course the two super top ones, and they'll just go the Kez. So no, they're sticking with that gun.
Honestly, for the most part, they might just go for a similar draft. You know, when it's a
might.
matchup like this, you know, you just, why kind of show anything more than you need to? You know what I mean?
10
True.
seconds remaining.
It is Puppy. All right, so Puppy does like to switch. Actually, Puppy doesn't like to switch things up at times, so he might. That's usually when they
It's the same.
lose, though.
Try and get the same.
My man Poupon, look at him.
Locked in here.
I hadn't seen him in person for so long. To be honest, it was sad because I got used to seeing him at so many tournaments. And then seeing him in Birmingham was like, holy crap, Poupon! Like
He's
Clement.
back.
He's back.
10 seconds remaining.
Always good to see the old school boys back.
5
Dawn
seconds
ban.
remaining.
Okay,
Oh.
not one we're seeing prioritized much at all by any team. But I know Notice does like to play it, so they're targeting more of him. And these are gap closing heroes versus SF. So sure.
Team Vision. Do they respect ban anything else that they saw last game?
10
Or do you just leave them all? Because now it's clocks in the pool, trees in the pool, everything's in. So maybe just leave all of them and just say, whatever, we'll deal with the SF clock lane, we'll deal with the SF tree lane, whichever one it's going to be.
P Visions turn to
They'll just ban puck. So yeah, leaving it all in the pool.
Could take one of those for themselves.
You know what I miss,
Sure.
Owen?
Yeah, which one?
Where'd the Witch Doctor go? There no more Timber saw Tiny first too, so Witch Doctor's gone.
Oh, that's
again.
true.
Put the
Team
hands.
Vision was the team playing the Witch Doctor, right?
They were, exactly. But it was literally just because of like the Timber Tiny unkillable thing that was going on during the tournament. So I hope we get to see more of the Doctor. The Doctor looked good.
team pick.
That was Grim again. That's how I think,
Practicing singing
keep it as
Yeah.
similar as they could. Obviously, we won't be able to
It
get the
looked good.
call, but elsewise, they can stick to the same.
Radiant team.
Yep, I like Grim. I'll say the same exact reasons as last time, right? Pretty much. Just it's good versus most heroes. It can be nice versus Tusk even. Tusk tries to go for like a blink snowball play. You can get caught inside the soulbind. As I said, Grimstruck, I think still criminally underrated.
10 seconds remaining.
Third pick now for Bamboni. They'll get the Tusk. So,
Oh,
already
you good?
showing
Can I get you a
the setup for
little
solid
glass of
lanes.
water?
Let's see what they have here for the
P Visions turn
third pick. It's going to be taking the Doom for themselves. They don't want to let Team Vision run this Doom Grim again.
Okay. It's good. It's a good hero versus a lot of these safe laners, especially Kez. You know, doesn't no safe laner likes to be doomed, right? So
I
this should be the
Bit-
Tusk Shadow Fiend lane. It's a little early to
Yes.
show this much.
Getting the Zoom and SF as your two cores. Certainly more reliable than the Deucer Bat safe lane and off lane they tried game 1.
More aggressive for sure. I do like that you can scale very good. You can fight early with this as well too. So at least this for me this looks way better already. But early to show to these cores. I'm gonna be able to pick around it here. So Vision will go for their bat. So they still will have a double play. They'll have the double lasso with the Soulbind. And all right, is this 9 class adding something to the arsenal?
I think it has to
Or
be.
is
I
this
think
just
they
an
want to play.
0-1?
I don't know, I think they want to do the Bat Earth Spirit lane, right?
I hope so, but I think it might just be no one's, and they're flexing, perhaps. But perhaps I need to look. Maybe someone in chat also can update us in a couple minutes. I've been trying to keep track of a lot of the pub games, but it's impossible to watch all of them. So I don't know what else 9 class has been adding to his arsenal. All right. So they get the Ember. So all 3 cores showing.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Actually, I mean, yeah, I think you're right. Because with Vision, isn't it more likely to be a 9 class Bat?
In the past, yes.
You think not now?
I don't know if support bat is playable. It feels pretty bad.
10 seconds remaining.
But I guess maybe if you want to just keep it open. This looks like, I mean, it does look like it could just be the 3-4. I will say. We'll see what they try to do. A lot of team fighting. I like the old, like, we have like a lot of magic damage coming in from the side of Team Vision. Grimstroke, Earth Spirit, the eventual 15 talent from the Grim, amping everything up. Super strong. While for 4-Iki, BKB piercing spells. Pretty good damage throughout all stages of the game too, so even if they fall behind, they should have ways to kill targets. So they're expecting an Earth Spirit 4 with those bans, right? They're looking to
Yeah,
protect
by
the Ember
looks of it,
Spirit,
yeah.
banning out the Snap and the Monkey.
Yeah, getting rid of those hard matchups. I mean,
10 seconds remaining.
I think it still could be the temptation to just go for the Lesh mid again
5
for no one.
seconds remaining.
If he
Yeah,
wants to
I can
play
see it. I can see it for sure. Has the buff up eventually of the Grim with the 15 talent. The matchup versus the Ember can be cool. Ember does build Mage Slayer. Can be pretty annoying for you, but final pick Rubik.
Is it a good Rubik game?
It's an okay Rubik game.
Yeah.
The anytime Rubik's Grimstroke is in the game, it's good, but
Sure.
Bat Rider and Earth Spirit spells are kind of like Earth Spirit spells are pretty bad overall, and bats are tough to steal at times.
You may now
This is
Alright, no one.
I do not like that last pick Rubik.
Okay, no one goes in with the Invoker to close things up, and yeah, it'll be 9 class Earth Spirit coming in.
Okay. I've been a hater on Rubik in general, and I don't like this as a last pick, to be totally honest with you. So it does reduce damage on top of having, you know, some, I guess, okay spells to steal now that the Invoker's there with the Grim. So at least the Fade Bolt is going to be effective versus the Earth Spirit and Bat Rider at all times. But yeah, I don't know. I've been kind of hating on this hero, even though it's one of my favorite heroes.
Let's see what Annie-san can do with it.
Yeah, let's take a look.
He
Because it is Doom plus Rubik lane. Not sure how much pressure they can put onto a Kez.
10 seconds
I think
remaining.
Satanic should be pretty okay there. Mid lane, Invoker versus the Ember. No one should be pretty good in this matchup. And then top, notice playing the Bat versus the SF. The top lane, right? That's the, or sorry, the safe lane from 4-Iki. That's the one designed to just kind of win the lane, right? It's the Tusk SF. Should do very good. Just have to be careful because they can close the gap on you, and it's a lot of magic.
I'll tell you what, though. I did look
What's
it
that?
up, and for Annie-san,
Mhm.
Rubik is his most played hero. He has
that's why.
over
Okay.
1,000 games on it. 53%
Okay.
win rate. Rank 250. So this is his hero. They did last
That's
pick him
why,
his
then.
hero. Yeah. He is a Rubik spammer. So he sees
And,
something
if,
here.
It's anytime you see a Grim, you're just a better Grim. That's the one thing I will say.
Yep.
You always just any spells you steal, they're fantastic. It's just playing versus Earth Spirit sometimes. Not only do you not get any good spells to steal, but he also gets on you, silences you, prevents you from getting the steals, causes you to be like more reactionary rather than, you know, more forthcoming and getting these type of spell steals and aggressive plays. So, but yeah, if it's his comfort, go for it. They're going for their comfort. Let's see if that's going to end up working this time versus Vision, because Vision also did get quite a bit of comfort. It's just 9 class playing a new hero.
I was gonna say, yeah. How rare is the 9 class Earth Spirit? It's pretty rare.
I'm gonna have to wait until someone in chat will catch up onto it, because I tried looking stuff up and I can't find much.
So that'll be fun. I mean, definitely see it should fit his play style. You know, in terms of the map movements he can do on this hero. So looking forward to see what 9 class does do with his Spirit.
And in matchups, right?
Yeah.
It makes sense. Versus SF, you're a gap closer. You've got a built-in silence versus an Ember Spirit. Can definitely have its uses. It's just, it's a volatile 4 position that we just don't see people try as often. So looking forward to see what we do get out of it from Mr. 9 class. Where the Sunstrike's at. In the mid lane, he's just scouting.
Going for the early twin gate wraparound. Yeah, Vision. This is nice.
Smoke on smoke.
You don't expect this angle that Vision's coming in with.
I've seen a couple teams using this angle before recently in this tournament. They go through here, check the back.
Oh, you could the whole way around beyond the tier 2.
Not this far. Okay, not
This
all
is-
the way.
yeah.
I've seen them go through the river before with the smoke, but not all the way back here.
Like, nobody's expecting Dire to come from this angle.
Oh, this
Like-
look at Anisan too.
Anisan's going to get a nasty surprise. He's like,
Surprise!
"What on earth? Why are they
Is
here?
he not speedy enough? Or is he?
Sunstrike! Oh, it's a little off the
He
mark.
is.
He's living very far under the tier 2. He's going to survive. And Ducalis, he's going to die. First blood for Ethereal. The big brain play is too big brain and does not work out. They give up first blood.
Just barely to survives what? Fairy Fire Pop ends up saving his life, if I'm not mistaken there. Tiny little thing coming into
Yo, wait.
play. All right.
He does get taken down though still.
He
9
does.
class and Notice chase him down and set up for no one to get well, not a first blood, but to get a Sunstrike kill.
Okay, well, things are at least even in the mid lane in terms of that, but it was 3 bounty runes as well, if I'm not mistaken, for the side of 4iki, so okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
3
that's a
bounties
start
plus
here
the
for
first
them.
blood for your mid. He'll be happy at least versus no one in the mid lane in that front. And the Rubik survives.
How is this? Because how is this matchup? This is not too bad for the Ember, right?
No, it's not too bad for the Ember, but it's
No.
not one of those where it's like you shut down an Invoker either. Invoker has a really good matchup versus you because you just send the Forge Spirit to one side, you prevent the fill-ups constantly, and eventually you end up starting to win in the last hits. But with the +1, the Ember has higher kill threat onto the Invoker than on the opposing way. At least in the early levels.
Bottom lane. I mean, this is a lane that can go wrong.
It's a volatile lane.
It really is. Like, either the Bat and the Earth Spirit start diving and crushing you, or they start diving and feeding. It could go both
They
ways.
might just
For now-
crush it.
Yeah, for now, the diving and crushing is looking to be the way it's going. Waveform's dead, and yo, wait.
He needs to deal with these creeps.
Sunstrike's coming in. He's in trouble. So for now, it will be diving and crushing them here from 9 class and Notice. They kill off both of them.
By the way, I'm getting the update now from people. People are saying he has been spamming Earth Spirit recently, so.
Okay, yeah. Oh, he's getting the chance to practice it here in the official. Show us
Thank
what
you
he's
for
got.
that,
So
chat.
far, so good. Good aggression from
Yep,
9
not too
class.
shabby.
And I mean, this is the thing, right? If Vision can play this lane, this Bat Earth Spirit, like, really well, it is terrifying. You know, it is something that a lot of teams will not want to go against because it's just a laning stage where you can get completely crushed.
Waveform has to be pretty careful with how he uses the snowball in particular. You want to be able to use it to either reset the sticky stacks or, yeah, just have to be very specific with how you do want to use it to protect Yahweh. 2 stacks. Immediately just go with that. Noticed. Does get the 3rd stack. Yo, Yoei able to distance
He's
himself,
doing
but he's
alright.
not able to get many last hits.
Well, the two lanes aren't going too bad. Mid lane, 14 and 6 against the 17 and 7. So Ethereal having a very nice first few waves, actually. Top lane, farm relatively even. 14 and 2 for Satanic. And Anku, 12 and 3. So close outcomes so far from the top. Bottom lane, that pressure. Snowball will be in place to dodge the Sunstrike.
Still
Stacks though
stickies.
onto Yoei. He goes down. Will fall
So much
before
pressure.
9 class does, so no XP for the SF.
It's just so much to dodge. He's getting constantly sticky stackied up and then sticky stackied. Huh, well, interesting. Sticky stackied and then having to dodge Sunstrikes as well, just raining from hell above him. So no one, he is, of course, losing in this mid matchup because he's having to use some extra mana for it there, and Theo does have that first blood, but so much pressure on the SF again. Just like the Dusa in the last game. Wait for him.
More bottom.
Has to snowball on a creep.
He's looking pretty dead. Roll forward from 9 class. Actually, okay, heads up TP.
But
That'll
Yoei now.
save him.
That just means Yoei can't lane.
Especially when
Satanic
Satanic
turns up.
I mean, that's just unfair.
This is
Satanic
mean.
turns up and kills him. Oh,
What?
No. Oh, no.
Oh, that's actually bullying. I mean, not even kidding. Report him. No, just kidding. Good rotation. Guess he had an opportunity where he couldn't get any extra creeps and just took the portal. They see this SF is just getting 0 farm. Never a good sign. As you said, the Ember is doing well, but your safe laner again is getting completely dumpstered. He doesn't
lane,
have TP
Anisan.
at the ready. Another
Golly.
stroke at the ready.
Misses. And he's oh, the
Sunstrike?
Sunstrike! It hits. That doesn't
Juked
miss.
into it. Now no one is caught up completely in the mid lane, has 2 kills, so even though his last hits don't look in the similar as the Ember, he almost has the same net worth as him with those. Should still be able to get this timing pretty fast here. And Yoei now at this point, he's level 3 without boots. How do you go back to this lane versus Bat and Earth Spirit without boots?
I don't know.
It's only level 3.
Yeah, this is not a fun lane. He's got back.
They're bringing the third.
They
They
are.
have to.
See if they can set something up for Yoei. They get the snowball in, telekinesis, the raises, take out notice, but Satanic turns up and straight away he's over towards Yoei. 9 class rolls in as they kill him off once again. And waveform, he's going to go for the TP up, but the Sunstrike's in.
Sunstrike.
No one's ready.
These guys are just too good at. And even when things aren't going great in one of their lanes or something, they're so good at rotating and fixing it. 8-3. Doom is farming, Ember's farming, but the SF is getting absolutely nothing. 5 deaths.
Going in the mid.
Brutalizing him, and in mid.
They find Anisan on the river.
All right, Ethereal. You got your work cut out for you on this Ember Spirit. That is for damn sure. Your Doom is getting a good time, but it's all reliant on you in this early game to make these moves now. And you have to make a lot of space, because SF, he's level 4, so he can't even power jungle. 'Cause usually you can go jungle like level 5, you're able to just raise some creeps down. This is still slow on the SF. And he's getting his XP sacked.
Or waveform.
9 class,
He's going
though.
to find 9 class. 9 class was trying to poke around. Waveform's there to help set up and get Yoei a kill.
Yo, wait, needs that. He'll be super happy. Well, maybe not super happy in the game, but super happy that he does get the kill, at least on the 9 class, because he's being annoying and did end up wasting his mana for a kick and doesn't have the roll because of it. Bottom tower. Careful how you show Yoei.
Yeah, it's scary.
They've got TPs at the ready. Onko does have one ready, and I believe so does the Ember, so I do want to see them almost immediately TP if there is going to be a dive coming in. All right, starting to reestablish his farm.
Just back up for the wisdom.
Okay, nice. So that kill actually got him kind of back into it. The kill on the onto 9 class. Still very low level. Still only level 5, but starting to be able to actually hit the jungle creeps here too. Much better time this game than the last game. 4-9. Ember doing well. Doom doing well. Even though SF is shut down, he said he can start to get this recovery. And it's not as all-in. It's not a cheese draft, right? It's a stable draft that can play at most stages. That last one just felt like it was very cheese. Good lane. Second, he pops the Flame Guard, an instant tornado from no one.
They can't really bring anyone in over towards the mid to try and make a play on the Invoker.
Power Rune. They're sending the Doom. So they are making that move over to perhaps shut
see
down
if they
no
can
one. He's
do
just
it.
walking onto him.
All right. Chains sets up for the Doom. And with the snowball, they're going to get him. All right, they do
Nice
make the
move.
move. They're able to do it with the 4 of them.
Dire's middle
Rune does get denied, so he did send the Forge Spirit over there. We'll be able to kill out that regen, but they do get a nice little setup there onto no one. And space being made for Yoei. Gets a little bit of extra, queuing up the Mask of Madness next. Much better than last time.
I mean, this is the thing, right? It is a better start, right, than game 1.
Much
8
better.
minutes in. Yeah. Even though, surprisingly, even though
Infinitely
their
so.
carries died 5 times, it's actually still better than last game.
Their offlaner's actually getting to play the lane. I think last time, Anko was already completely pushed out of the lane and just playing some kind of jungle. And they were having to TP and always save Yoei. I do think that little kill that he got on 9 class completely caught him back up.
I mean, he's got the same net worth as Satanic.
That's Satanic, yep. Probably feeling much better about the game. And they've got stacks to go back to also. So he's going to be able to farm those since he's going to start getting the level 7 raises. Much better stuff. And waveform, oh, even dragging the creep wave to him. Very nice. Very lovely 5 position. Thank you very much. Even helping him clear it, get it low. Good first rotation from Anko.
Look at this
Mid lane,
mid.
no one again.
They're looking for the setup. The telekinesis into the chains. They're gonna get him.
Got him again.
is under attack.
Big
Punishing
play.
his aggression.
All right, here we go. 4ikibamboni.
Around
Back
Ethereal.
here. I mean, Ethereal,
that they're
he
enabling-
seems like the one to watch, right? Like, you know, last game he tried his best on the Huskar, but it was tough. Here on the Ember, much better hero to just have sort of overall impact, even if the beginning's not good. But the beginning is good on top of that. So, yeah, absolutely, Ethereal can make some magic happen here.
And looking to control the ruins, just keep playing around Ethereal with the 2 supports, even with the
Mid.
Doom, waveform in mid.
I mean, they're kind of feeding kills here on the mid lane. 9 class, he's
9
going to
class.
try and come across to help out, but Ducalis is already dead. Tornado's
off the
not going
mark
to
as
catch
well.
waveform. They can get away with this play once again. You know, 2-0-2 now on Ethereal. Some good moves
Got
here
Vessel.
from Bamboni.
Really, honestly, Anko, I really like these 2 moves from Anko.
Yeah.
Just coming to the mid lane, throwing the Doom onto Invoker. No one stepped up very far to go for an aggressive tornado into ice while playing. Gets punished for it instantly. So, I mean, much better. Infinitely better. And perhaps it's just comfort. As you said, you know, the Rubik, Anisan, comfortable on this hero. Quick little rotations for
huge.
him on top of getting the stacks.
I mean, they have a net worth lead. 10 minutes in against Team Vision.
And Yoei has recovered. Top net worth after 5 deaths.
Oh, waveform did just step up, tank a tower hit, and then die. That was a little unnecessary, but it happened.
Dire are scanning.
Did he get kicked back?
No, he just walked up under the tower and then took tower hits. It was,
Okay.
yeah, it was, you know. What is grace moment.
Dire's middle tower is
That
under
happens. Ethereal, you said Vessel, finished up at a pretty good timing here too. Trying to get as much damage onto this tower here as possible. Flame Guard will get dispelled, and Catapult will eventually die. But they're bringing more heroes to the mid lane. Just continue to play around Ethereal.
Yeah,
Since he's
all
got this
in on
good
this
timing
Embers
here,
game.
keep making space. Yep. Space for SF. Doom is also getting quite a lot here, going for the drums build, it looks like. Has it finished? And this early game is solid. Super solid. And no
Yeah,
one's
'cause
being punished twice.
Do you like that from the Doom this game, that he's doing this Doom drums blink?
I personally do in most situations. Some of